Chapter 1. Stevenage, UK, 1700 hours. His phone rang. Joe Gardner's phone never rang. When you lived off the grid, people soon forgot you even existed. Not many people knew Gardner's name anymore. Few enough that he was curious to know who was reaching out to him. He looked at the screen. +0055 117 167 4519. It was a number he didn't recognize, and a voice he did.
Mate, you've got to help me.
Someone shouted above a clatter of gunfire. The signal was weak.
They're on my fucking case. Came out of nowhere. Millions of the fuckers. It's like vintage Baghdad.
John, is that you, mate? You're breaking up.
We've called for backup, but no one's arrived yet. Thumbs up bloody arses. You remember the Afghan, don't you? Now I'm in deep shit, Joe. You've got to help me out.
Gardner reached for his fake left hand with his good right. Afghanistan. The IED blowing up in his face. Smoke melting away. An exposed nub where his left hand was supposed to be. Blood pumping out like oil from a burst pipe. John Bald it was who'd radioed in for a medevac under enemy fire. Saved Gardner's life. He owed Bald. Big time. Where the fuck are you? A pause for breath. John? He remembered the kid next to him. 21 years old, his legs ripped off at the thigh, femur bones jutting out like a couple of split baseball bats. And the pints of blood, as if he'd been washing in a 40-gallon drum topped up with this stuff.
Barbosa Favela, middle of fucking Rio de Janeiro. My location is my troop times 40 north, your troop times 20 west from the Christ statue. Get here as soon as you can, Joe.
Mate, what's going... The line died. Chapter 2. 0722 hours. The Cobra Hilton Plaza Hotel stood tall over the rotten favelas. The room was located on the 12th floor and looked out to the south, away from the beaches and towards a metropolis of filth and human shit laid bare. I'm telling you, I don't know shit, the guy chained to the radiator, Paulino Nava, said. As you already explained, my friend. Then why the fuck are you doing this? You're beginning to piss me off. You're fucking crazy, Nava snorted. Nestor Weiss pulled back the plunger, allowing the last liquid in the vial to fill into the syringe. Removing the syringe, he expelled any trapped air and gave the needle a tap. What's that? Weiss did not reply. When the other guys hear what you've done, you'll pay in blood. Anyone who harms a BOPE officer, they're marked for death. Do you hear? Marked! Nava's face was puffed up. He looked like he was suffering from 1,000,000 bee stings. Weiss was pleased with his earlier handiwork. He didn't throw many punches these days, but when he did, he could still beat a man real bad. He held out the 12.7mm hypodermic needle. You're looking at 100 cc's of sulfuric acid. Sure you want to piss me off? Blind me then, you fuck! Oh, but this isn't going in your eyes. The bravado was gone. Nava's veins rippled on his neck like tense rope as he tried to inch further and further away from Weiss, pressing himself up against the wall. He kicked out as Weiss came a little nearer. Stay away from me! Did they teach you how to survive this in training school, my friend? Nava spat onto the textured silk carpet. Did they? Shifting to the left to sidestep Nava's flailing legs, Weiss knelt down beside him. The man's head was slumped forward. It was all he could do to fix his eyes on the needle. No, I didn't think so, Weiss continued. When it comes to death, everyone's a first-timer. If this is about money, I can pay you. You know it's not. Women, then. Or boys. Fucking whatever. Shit, just name it, and I'll get it for you. I swear. None of these things interest me, my friend. The only thing that could keep you alive You say you do not have. Nava's face dismantled. He would have cried, Weiss thought, if the Bope commander hadn't already wrung every tear from his body, pleading for his miserable life. I told you, once, shit, 100 times, I don't know where he is. Then there's nothing else to talk about. No, please, no. Weiss tested the syringe, squeezing a drop of acid onto the carpet. It made a sizzling noise on contact and burned its way through the fabric all the way down to the floorboard. Paulino Nava, Lieutenant Colonel of the Special Operations Police Battalion, hero of the siege of the Reyes favela, thrashed about wildly as he tried to yank the radiator off with his handcuffed arms. All told, Weiss had killed more than 600 men, women and children. Normally, the victims seemed to accept death in their last moments, as if they were paralyzed, and Weiss was all-powerful, like a god. He got high off that feeling. There's no such thing as a guy who loves killing, but then there's no such thing as a smoker who doesn't want to give up. Weiss still experienced guilt after each kill, still carried in his pocket a 5-inch carving of the Basilica of Our Lady of Guadalupe, which he rubbed for forgiveness. But killing, he thought, is also more addictive than heroin. Many hitmen, himself included, became aggravated if they did not kill for a while. He shanked the needle into Nava's chest. Depressing the plunger, Weiss flooded the heart muscle with corrosive acid. Nava's head shook violently from side to side. His bronze skin glowed ruby red. He foamed at the mouth. Boiling blood oozed out of every orifice. His nose, eyes, mouth, and ears. Nava clenched his jaw and grunted. He did what everyone did before they died, and shat his pants. Nava stilled. A stream of blood trickled down his ear and onto a heavily tattooed right arm. Grim Reaper on the bicep, Frank Sinatra at the elbow, a 1930s playgirl on the forearm. He seemed to laugh, did the Reaper, as the images coloured red. Satisfied this was dead meat, Weiss extracted the syringe, placed the cap on the needle and tucked it into his jacket pocket. The first time he'd employed this particular method, Weiss had been curious as to the extent of the damage caused. So he bribed a coroner to prise open the ribcage and reveal the insides. He discovered that there was nothing left. Heart, lungs, kidney, pectoral muscles, collarbone. As if someone had thrown a hand grenade inside the chest cavity. Weiss glanced at his shitty digital watch and remembered it didn't work. The clock on the wall, however, told him it was 8 on a clear-eyed morning. Normally he worked as a contractor, no questions asked, doing business with the Juarez and Los Zetas cartels. They paid well. But today, he was on the trail of $30 million. The kind of money that could allow him to retire to the Cocos Islands off Costa Rica, drinking tequila on Chatham Beach, wearing a more expensive watch, perhaps a Cartier, and having the finest pussy in all of Latin America. Weiss was tired of killing. You've a chase on your hands now, he thought, as he tore off the hygienic gloves and tucked them in the pockets of his single-breasted mid-calf-length duster coat, black denim. Nodded at Nava's corpse, locked the room door, and slipped a sign over the doorknob. Por favor no incomodar. Do not disturb. Left the hotel and climbed into his rented BMW E90 sedan. Have to find him today, Gardner figured. Otherwise it's too late. Well, time to pay a visit to a man who can help. Chapter 3, 08:15 hours. The little bird's rotary blades cut up the sky. Sunrise kicking in over Rio, and Joe Gardner's hangover was along for the ride. He had a beard that could strike a wet match and a nose that had more breaks in it than an American football game. Tied to a lanyard with his feet resting on the rail, he looked out at the favela 200 meters below. Thousands of sprawling shanty huts built on top of each other, the huts fixed precariously on a rifle green hillside, spitting distance from the financial district and high-rise apartments. To the west, he could see the statue of Christ the Redeemer. Jesus didn't seem to give a fuck about the slum next door.
Barbosa Favela,
said Leon, sitting next to him. Sounds like a Brazilian footballer, thought Gardner.
Not much to look at, I know. I grew up in Mosside, mate. I've seen worse. You think it looks bad from up here? Wait till you hit the ground.
The little bird began its rapid descent, diving sharply into the favela and ducking this way and that, turning on a sixpence. Gardner had ridden in lynxes and chinooks and merlins, but the Navy crabs had no chopper as nippy as this. Now they were 100 meters off the ground. Gardner clocked a gang of kids racing through the streets below. They were packing AK-47s and firing on an older group who fled east. Bope had withdrawn from the favela, leaving the warring gangs to slug it out among themselves. Third world kids were getting ready for the Third World War. Gardner, on the other hand, was going in half-cocked. Just him and a couple of scarred knuckles for company. His first task on landing at Galeo Antonio Carlos Jobim International Airport had been to head away from the tourist hubs of the Leblon and Ipanema. Other people ventured south. Gardner had made his way west, to the poverty-ravaged district of Santa Cruz. A 13-year-old boy, a street hustler in a Brazil shirt with Robinho on the back, said he could get anything for Gardner. For 200 reals, he agreed to supply him with a black market 6R P226. But the cafe the boy told Gardner to meet at was crawling with mean-looking cops. And anyway, the kid never showed. Inserting to a hostile environment without a gun, Gardner felt uneasy.
It's all kicking off down there. Is this the best LZ you can find? You better believe it. The gangs are shooting at anyone who moves. There's rumors that a couple of Bope officers are cut off from the rest of their unit, and the kids smell blood. The surrounding streets are just too dangerous, amigo. Dangerous for who? You and Mr. Pilot here?
Leon didn't answer. Fair play. The bird was a favor from a mate of a mate, arranged at the last moment. 24 hours earlier, Gardner had been sleeping in a Hertfordshire bush. Since leaving 22 SAS, he'd lived off the radar. As anonymous as a man could be in a Britain up to its eyeballs in CCTV. As a consequence, he allowed himself only 2 connections to the outside world. A Barclays cash card and a mobile phone. The phone was to keep in touch with old blades. Gardner wasn't the kind of guy who rang up and talked about his feelings or how his day had been. That wasn't his style, and so the phone never rang. Until yesterday, when Bald had called him out of the blue. He saved your life. The frayed nerve endings in his left hand reminded Gardner of the sacrifice Bald had made. So he had emptied his current account, used the little bread he had to book a one-way ticket to Carnival City. Figured, if nothing else, the weather had to be better than Stevenage. He checked his mobile. 2 messages. One from his operator welcoming him to their local network partners. The second from the Brazilian partners themselves. Some waffle in Portuguese. More messages in one day than he'd received in a year.
This Mr. Bald, is he a friend of yours?
Leon asked.
Why the fuck do you care? You know, those Bope guys are fearless. They don't give a shit. But if they get trapped by the gangs, it's game over. The gangs skin them alive, amigo.
Gardner said nothing, because nothing needed saying. The little bird hovered 50 meters above the ground. The chopper had more moves than a Soho prosy, but the cramped nature of the favela made venturing any lower too risky. Before boarding his flight, Gardner had visited an internet cafe and studied the Barbosa favela and the surrounding area on Google Earth, so he wouldn't be totally blind on the ground. But it was hard to absorb all the details, as the streets twisted and turned like a bowl of spaghetti. Barbosa favela crammed 250,000 people at the bottom of the food chain into an enclave the size of half a dozen Wembley stadiums. Having boned up on its history, Gardner knew that the chaotic assembly had been created when veteran soldiers from the War of Independence rocked up in Rio, but instead of being treated like heroes, were banished to the slums. Know the feeling, Gardner thought. The area immediately below them was obscured by a blanket of arsenic-grey smoke. Gardner could see less than nothing, but he could guess that whatever lurked behind, it wasn't a fucking tea party. His heart hammered against his breastbone. Sweat trickled from Gardner's brow onto his lips. He tasted salt and last night's booze from the hotel bar, where he'd hooked up with his number one drinking buddy. Drink. Gardner wiped his face with the sleeve of his t-shirt. Leon smiled.
Those caprinas taste nice, don't they? Deadly.
Gardner rested his feet on the side rail. He tossed a length of a coiled-up 44mm synthetic wire over the side. Then onto his right hand, he slipped on a full-fingered abrasion-resistant abseiling glove. It took 3 attempts before he was able to do the same for his left, mostly because the skin-tone carbon fiber fingers didn't want to flex.
Can you feel anything in that?
Leon asked.
Nothing below the elbow, mate. That's some real space-age shit. A century ago, they used to give blokes like me a hook on a stick. Now I can pick up grapes with this thing.
With his palms facing inwards, Gardner locked his elbows and began sliding down over the side of the chopper and directly into the smoke. It was like plunging into a big fuck-off barbecue. Fumes flooded his lungs and nostrils. He smelled cordite and burned flesh and tasted hot metal on his tongue. It was 1,000,000 degrees in the middle. Fuck it. Keep roping down, he told himself. The drop was just 44 meters to the ground according to the little bird's onboard altimeter. He wanted to scale down as quickly as possible. Being suspended on the rope would leave you exposed to sniper attacks. But he had to use the friction on his gloves to control his descent. Fall too quick and you're liable to break a leg on impact. He didn't wrap his feet around the rope because the leather on his Gore-Tex boots made the rope slippery. 10 more meters and Gardner was clear of the smoke. Blinking tears and boozy sweat out of his eyes, he saw that the smoke was coming from a rooftop several meters to his right. Flames licked at a column of worn rubber tires. Toxic fumes disgorged into the air like from an old industrial chimney. Gardner looked at his feet. Almost there. Just another couple of meters. His feet hit the ground, but he couldn't get a firm grip. His boots scraped against something slick, and when he shuffled his feet, he slipped backwards, banging the back of his head against the concrete. And fuck, it hurt. Ignore the pain. Don't give in to it, he told himself. Get up. He released the rope and watched it withdraw through the smoke like a lightning bolt in reverse. The little bird was a noisy fucker for such a small chopper. As the bird pissed off, the wok-wok faded, and the noise sank big time. Gardner scoped the LZ, glancing over his shoulders. He had landed in an L-shaped street at the base of the favela, 200 meters from the Tutoya motorway. Might as well have been on the other side of the fucking world. As he'd calculated, the gangs had swarmed on ahead and out of sight. Now the street was shabby and desolate. 2- and 3-story shanty huts and botched brick buildings lined the street. A lot of the homes seemed to get away with plastic or cardboard rigged up as roofs. Guess it rains less here than in Manchester, Gardner figured. The sharp crack of rifle shots sounded off to the east. The direction the gang kids had scattered. The volley was furious, then silent. As he picked himself up, he noticed some kind of gunk beneath him, a big puddle, dark red, consistency of melted rubber. A single timberland footprint marked the spot where Gardner had crashed. Right where his head had kissed concrete lay a pair of intestines, the large one brown and snake-like, the smaller one reddish and flattened by Gardner's bonds. He couldn't see a body. Whoever was stuck like a pig had fucked off to go and die in some alleyway. First things first, he thought, rubbing his sticky hands down the sides of his sandstone combats. Bug out away from the rifle reports. Don't want your trip to Barbosa to be your last. He took off west, in the opposite direction to the gunfire. Chapter 4, 08:22 hours. It took Weiss an hour to worm his way through the traffic. He drove north, past the Maracana football stadium, and at the old Imperial Palace on Quinta de Boa Vista. He took a right, hit Avenue Osvaldo Arana, and edged along the gridlocked road for 5 kilometers. God himself could not make Brazilians hurry. Weiss thought some more about his next move. All the way to the Tardelli district. Once off Arana, the traffic lightened. Weiss turned into Rua Pedro Cabral and followed it for 200 meters until he reached the affluent Rua Buenos Aires. A row of houses reserved for rich people presented itself, each one opulent, whitewashed, gated. He made a beeline for the luxury villa at the end of the road, the biggest and grandest of the pile. The entry gate was painted gold and had a miniature video screen fixed above the comms panel. Someone had left it ajar. A gift. Weiss parked out front and strode across the grounds, past a water feature big enough for a grand hotel and a column of palm trees green as the Amazon. 2 men stood guard on the front steps. Armed with Uzi 9mm submachine guns, weapon of choice for gangsters who watched too many Hollywood action movies, they were sharing a joint. Weiss walked unnoticed until he was 30 meters from them. He was a big guy, but light on his toes. One of the guys looked up, eyeballed Weiss, and tossed the joint to the ground. "Holy shit! Motherfucking Weiss!" He couldn't run inside fast enough. The second guy stuck to the spot, as if he had roots for feet. "I need to speak to Big Teeth." "He's inside." Weiss yanked open the heavy teak door and let himself in. The villa was lavish. It also stank of piss. A Rottweiler licked at a ring of its own feces. On the walls, between antique mirrors, there were posters of Scarface and The Godfather, and bullet holes pocked the high ceiling. He had to watch his step to avoid the used condoms and crack pipes littering the marble-tiled floor. It was true what they said. No matter which way you dressed it up, or how rich it got, shit was always shit. Weiss entered the lounge. It was like walking into a shadow. He squinted, saw a girl of 16 or 17 spread-eagled on a red leather sofa. She could have been asleep, but her wide-open eyes had rolled back into her head. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 played on a widescreen TV. The air was redolent with the smell of marijuana and fear. Weiss counted 12 goons in total around the dark room, and he didn't need to look twice to realize that every one of them was busting a tool. He relaxed. No goon dared point their weapon at him. Not unless they had a death wish. Luis Big Teeth Oliveira was sitting at a sofa in front of the TV. There was a coffee table in front of him with half of Colombia cut up on it. But it wasn't the coke making him jumpy. It was Weiss. Big Teeth furiously chained on a cigarette. "Nestor," he said, opening his arms like he was preparing to hug a bear. "What brings you down to Rio? Can't get enough of Carioca pussy, eh? You know what they say? Once a man's tasted wine, he can't go back to water." "Your jokes bore me almost as much as your country," replied Weiss, running a hand along the mantelpiece above a Baroque fireplace. Dust coated his fingers. Big Teeth shifted in his seat. "Then you're here because of the Carlitos thing?" His voice accelerated. "I promise, we didn't have shit, not a shit, to do with Gonzalez ripping him off. That boy is mad, amigo." "Calm down," Weiss said, smiling, enjoying Big Teeth's fear. "I'm not going to kill you. And this isn't about Gonzalez." Big Teeth laughed nervously. His goofy golden front teeth jutted out like some kind of grotesque bunny. All that money, Weiss wondered. So why didn't the guy get his teeth fixed? "I'm looking for someone." "We're all looking for someone special, eh?" "Enough of your jokes, Luis." Big Teeth looked at his feet, the TV, the comatose girl. Anywhere but Weiss. "This man, he's a foreigner working with Bope. A unit you keep a close eye on, I'm sure. Forget it, Big Teeth said, stubbing out his cigarette in a Jesus ashtray. We don't live in Barbosa no more, as you can see. Nowadays, we're out of the drugs game. We're trying to go legit, man. Recording rap music and shit. He blew out a last gust of smoke. I can't help you. Weiss angled his head, trying to lock his eyes on Big Teeth's. Louis, my friend, what's the problem? You seem very nervous. Is it me? Big Teeth held in his breath. Or maybe something else has you concerned. Weiss looked at the coffee table, lacerated with knife marks. Is your gang in trouble, my friend? Big Teeth couldn't take it anymore. He stood up and shouted at Weiss. What the fuck does this look like to you, man? We're just local players. Local, brother. And now you come here asking me about some out-of-town guy? Shit! I don't even have no fucking passport! Weiss sat on the edge of the opposite sofa, the one with the bitch. She didn't flinch, not even the twitch of an eyelid. He stroked her hair. Louis, I know this man is with Bope. There's only 400 men in the unit, and I'll bet you know the names and address of each one of them by heart. And I know you're aware of him. You might think you're Mr. Big Shot these days, with your swimming pool and nice car, but at heart, you're still a favelano. You keep your ear close to the ground, so don't fuck me about. Nestor, I swear! We can do this the easy way or the hard way. I give you my word I would not kill you today, and I will not. But tomorrow is a new day. Maybe I'll come again. The threat lingered in the air. Big Teeth watched out of the corner of his eyes as Weiss ran a hand down the girl's cheek. He seemed to be weighing something up in his head. Okay, he said, stubbing out his Marlboro. What's his name? John Bald. He's Scottish. Shit. Fuck. Big Teeth took a scrap of paper and a ball pen and scribbled something. A barrel-chested goon pressed it into Weiss's palm. He read a name and address, scrawled in appalling handwriting. Weiss was amazed Big Teeth could even write. He looked him square in his mismatched eyes, one brown, one green. This is where I can find him? Big Teeth shook his head. This is someone might know where your guy is. I can't guarantee shit, though. You know how he plays in the favelas. All kinds of fucked up stuff happening all the time. I'll check it out. Pray this does not rebound on you, my friend. It won't, Big Teeth replied, finally going eye to eye with Weiss. But you need to worry about watching your fucking back in Barbosa. Those kids don't know you like we do. Shit's all different there. Chapter 5, 09:30 hours. His leg muscles throbbed from the intense vibration of the little bird. His olive green t-shirt, drenched with sweat, clung to his back. 30 minutes since his insertion into the favela, Gardner was breathing out of his arsehole. He'd exited the LZ via a maze of walkways so narrow he couldn't even stretch his arms. A wrong turn almost saw him slip into a crater in the road filled with excrement. Unguarded rectangular holes, the best part of 1 meter wide and half a meter high, were fixed to the sides of each home and along public walls. From the foul smell wafting out of them, he figured they led directly into the local sewage system. Gardner tabbed at a fast pace. He was conscious of the fact that the sooner he got to Bald, the better the chance he had of finding his old mucker in one piece. 5'8", angular and bony, Bald was tough as old leather and built from the same granite as the houses in his native Aberdeen. With his face locked in a permanent frown, Bald looked stern and cold. Get a few jars of McEwen's down his neck, though, and he'd soon be scrapping civvies with the best of them. But in a place like Barbosa, Bald would need all of his evasion skills to survive, because he'd stand out like a fake tit. Same for you too, mate, Gardner realised. He emerged into a market square, or what once counted as a market round these parts. It wasn't exactly fucking Lakeside. Sunlight raised an area 50 meters deep and 30 wide. In the middle of the street was an abandoned police car, next to a fountain with a stream of clothes floating in it. Flames hissed from the roof of the police car. Gardner counted 3 bodies on the ground. 2 weren't moving, their legs and arms contorted, red patches the size of coffee mugs on their chests. They were wearing the beige slacks of the state police. The third man coughed, shook his head, and spotting Gardner, began crawling towards him, digging his nails into the pockmarked concrete and dragging his rag-order legs behind him. Gardner heard voices, shouting, single-burst shots. His instinct was to help the cop, but he was unarmed and knew he wouldn't be able to get to him in time. The shots were close, and all Gardner would achieve by rushing to the guy's aid would be to fuck both of them. There were so many exits out from the street, Gardner needed to take 5 just to get his bearings straight. Fucking hell, he thought. Navigating here is tougher than the jungle. 4 exits from the market square. 1 to his 6 o'clock, the one he'd emerged from. 2 open stairways to his left 20 meters away. The 4th escape route was an alleyway opposite, partially obscured behind the torched car, where the tin-roofed buildings were so tightly bunched a man on a bike would have a hard time squeezing through. All he could make out was an endless warren of stairways, pavements, and dirt tracks. He looked for a reference point. The Jesus statue poked out above the shanty huts on the horizon, atop the Corcovado mountain to the northeast. My troop times 40 north, your troop times 20 west, he remembered. Gardner headed for a north-leading alleyway. He paused a few meters into the alley mouth, edged up to a grey wall with a half-washed portrait of Pablo Escobar along its length, hunkered down by the corner and peered back down the street. Though hidden, he was northeast from the van and saw a gang of 6 kids, none of them looking old enough to be on the special brew, springing out from the far alleyway. Red scarves covered the lower halves of their faces, and they brandished their squaddy-proof AK-47s like they were water pistols, pointing them at each other when they spoke and waving them in the air. Careful to stay behind cover, Gardner looked on, wishing he had a juicy 50 cal heavy machine gun to wallop these fuckers. One of the kids shouted excitedly in Portuguese, pointing to the wounded cop. The brats laughed as they closed in on the poor sod. He moved on his hands and knees towards the car. The tallest kid took out a 14-inch machete and slashed the guy's back with it twice, crossways, in an X. The cop screamed and reached down to his hip for a holstered pistol. Bad move. 2 of the other kids pounced on him and pinned his arm down. The tall kid went to work. Using the rusted machete, he began sawing through the wrist. Gardner shuddered as he heard the blade grind against bone. Blood spewed. With a high-pitched scream, the guy begged him to stop. He cursed, he cried, but the kid kept on hacking away. Halfway through, the guy gave up his squealing. When the kid was done playing surgeon for the day, he taunted the man by slapping his face with his own severed wank paddle. Another kid produced an old-school sawn-off and shot up the cop's arms and legs. Each time a subsonic boom accompanied the blast, and the body spasmed, as though 10,000 volts were surging through him. The kids cheered. Then one urinated on him. The tallest kid put the cop out of his misery. Holding a sledgehammer, he instructed the others to turn the man over so he was lying on his back. The guy tried to protest, but the kid wasn't interested. He raised the hammer with both hands and swung the black metal head down. Gardner heard the shattering of the cranium from behind the steps 30 meters away. Staying behind the wall, he waited. The posse marched east, playing football with the dead cop's hand. Keep heading north. Get to Bald's location before the kids do. He U-turned, went to climb the steps, found himself face to face with the business end of an assault rifle. Chapter 6, 09:59 hours. The rifle was a Colt Commando. It was in crap nick, the paintwork chipped and brown masking tape wrapped around the mag to stop it from falling apart. The user wore a one-piece flame-retardant Nomex 3 assault suit, of the type used by the regiment in close-quarter battle ops. He shouted something in Portuguese. Sounded more like a Brazilian football commentator. "Easy, mate." Gardner raised his hands. Fuck knows what the bloke is banging on about, he thought, but his face summed it up. Trembling lips, knife-slit eyes darting left and right, the Colt Commando shaking in his hands. An edgy man with a gun more often than not led to an AD, accidental discharge. "I'm not looking for any trouble," said Gardner. Someone else had already given this guy plenty of the stuff by the looks of it. His face was mashed up, as if someone had discharged a shotgun beneath his chin. A deep cut was drawn above his right eye, and when he spoke, rivulets of blood trickled between his teeth. His skin was white. Though he'd been in Rio for less than 6 hours, Gardner just assumed everyone was more tan than his pasty English arse. Not this guy. "You're English?" The police officer asked in a perfect English accent that put Gardner's mank to shame. He nodded. "Go back to the beaches. This isn't a tourist area," the guy snapped. "Says who?" "Boppe," he said, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. "Captain Rafael Falcon, 2nd Squad. What's your name?" Gardner lowered his hands to his sides, eyes on the Boppe captain. First impressions? He didn't rate the guy. He looked tense, jaws locked, like he was pushing out a massive fucking turd. Ruperts lacked the nerves of steel they demanded from their men. "Heard you boys got caught in a shitstorm yesterday." Gardner smiled. Falcon's face hardened like concrete. "You still didn't answer my question." "Say again, mate." "I asked you what your name was." "Joe Gardner." Falcon tilted his head back, revealing a thin neck smothered in blood. "Gardner, that name sounds familiar." "I'm a mate of John Bald's." Falcon's facial muscles relaxed into a relieved smile, the kind a man paints when he sees a friendly face in a rotten place. He lowered the Colt Commando. Gardner was tempted to rush him and box the crap out of him, but decided against it. "John mentioned you," Falcon said. "You were in the SAS too, yes?" Gardner gave it the Air Force shrug. "He's an old friend." "He said you were a good warrior, one of the best." On a rooftop 80 meters to the north, 2 kids stacked worn car tires one on top of the other. One of them produced a jerry can and started dousing the tires in petrol. "I got a call from John yesterday. He said he was in trouble, that all sorts of shit was going down, and he was stuck in this favela." "What time did he call?" "Around 5 o'clock my time, so that's, 1 o'clock local?" Falcon chewed on it. "That sounds about right. John was helping us train in explosive entry techniques up in Florida. He was out on patrol with us yesterday to put our training into action. John wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty, you know. He went out on missions to the favela whenever possible." "What the fuck happened?" "I'll explain later," Falcon said dismissively. "We have to get out of here first. The local gangs are going crazy. My unit retreated to wait for reinforcements." He laughed out of the corner of his mouth, shaking his head. "Can you believe? We have 49 Quiveranos, big skulls, and we've only got 12 in working order. I swear, if we lose the drugs war, it's because we didn't have enough crankshafts and gearboxes." Flames gushed from the rooftop tires. Pitch-black toxic smoke belched into the sky. Gardner smelled burning rubber in the air. Heat shimmered across the horizon in waves. "I don't give a fuck about your war," Gardner said. "I just want to find my mate. All of the officers from yesterday are missing. 9 men, including our commander, Paulina Nava. I hate to say it, but they're probably all dead. And that includes John." "Someone else told me that. All the same, I'd like to go and check for myself. He's an old mucker of mine, you see, and I owe him big time from back in the day. So how about you put your fucking piece down and let me go about my business?" Falcon pointed the Colt Commando at the ground, and the knots in Gardner's stomach began to unwind. "I've been separated from my unit," said the Boppe captain. "And John was part of my team." He tapped Gardner on the shoulder. "I'll help you find your friend. We can stick together. That way we have a better chance against the gangs." "Ain't happening," Gardner said. "I'm a solo operator, mate." Squinting, Falcon said, "You sound like you know where you're going." "I got a hunch," replied Gardner. Falcon screwed up his swollen lips. "Okay, and let's assume your hunch is correct. Just where exactly are you headed?" "North," Gardner said. He nodded vaguely in the direction of the peak of the favela, several hundred meters distant and high. He didn't want to give too much away to some bloke he'd met only a few minutes ago. "Okay, so let's say you're heading north. How do you think you'll get there?" Well, fuck. Falcon was right. Between Gardner and the statue stood a maze of alleys and crisscrossing roads, stairwells that seemed to lead nowhere, homes stacked on top of each other. Figuring out a route was impossible. He pictured himself bounding north, winding through the maze and losing his bearings. "I know this favela better than I know my wife," Falcon said. "She'll tell you this herself, over pork and beans and a cold beer, after we escape from here." He removed his black assault vest and unzipped the top half of his assault suit. He was sweating like an Arab at customs. Underneath, he wore a black T-shirt with "I belong to Jesus" on the front in big white letters. He tied the suit sleeves around his waist, then slipped the assault vest on top of his T-shirt. "What happened to your hand?" "Lawnmower accident," Gardner replied. "Huh." Falcon gave a slight, skeptical nod. "Come," he said. "I'll show you the quickest way." He led Gardner north in the opposite direction from the corpses, yomping up a steep row of steps. The going was hard, each step caked in mud, the legacy of repeated mudslides. The passageways were claustrophobic, no more than a metre wide in places. Gardner saw a couple of dead civvies face down on the concrete, neat bullet holes in their backs. Running for cover, he thought. Nothing in the favela was uniform. Metal walkways spliced the roofs. Washing lines obstructed every possible line of vision. Gardner had operated in Belfast, Baghdad, and Kabul, but he had never seen anything like this. Falcon glided up the steps. Clearly he'd had a bit of match practice, but Gardner matched him stride for stride. Unlike some ex-blades, he kept himself in top shape. Being a drifter of no fixed abode meant that the everyday world was his gym. Daily runs, long walks, using park benches for push-ups and swing frames for wide-grip pull-ups. Gardner reckoned he was in better condition than some of the lads on active service. Like a condom stuffed with walnuts, his last flame had described him. He had Afghanistan on the mind again. At 09:37 hours, he'd been shooting the shit with the guy next to him, a cocky lad called Grant, who wanted to win the war against the Taliban single-handed. At 09:38 hours, Grant had femur bones instead of legs, his dick had been incinerated, his shredded ballsack flapping in the hot wind. Shrapnel stitched across his belly and neck. Gardner was dazed by the explosion, to the point he looked at his own severed hand and felt no pain, and wondered only how long it'd take before he'd die of his wounds. Normal protocol was to wait for a sweeping team and dogs to come in. The Talibs were cunning fuckers. They often planted secondary devices around the primary IED, nailing anyone who came to help. A sweep took time, something that neither man had. Bald raced across exposed ground to the crippled Wimmick vehicle, flung open the door, and dragged Grant across to safety, Gardner leaning against his shoulder. Stringy purplish bowels gushed out of Grant as Bald tried to plug the gaping hole in his groin. Gardner looked on as the lads grouped around Grant, the kid screaming for his mum. His fucking mum. As they shot him up with a morphine overdose, Gardner felt the blood loss from his hand. Blue and yellow blotches danced across his vision. A voice, Bald's, said, "Don't worry, mate. Medevac's on the way." Falcon halted at the top of the steps, breaking Gardner out of his daydream. "Stop," he said. "I see something." "What is it?" Gardner barely whispered. No answer. "Rafa?" Gardner moved down onto his belly and slid alongside Falcon. Up ahead, the alley widened out into a rubble-strewn yard, the extra space created by a ream of collapsed buildings. The area was vacant, probably because the locals were expecting it all to turn into a bag of bollocks any minute. Gardner scanned the rooftops and windows. No movement, but he couldn't help notice the bullet holes sprayed across the sides of most of the homes. A bulky black-painted van was parked 30 meters away to their 7 o'clock, on the lip of a winding road that zigzagged west from the edge of the favela. The thing barely qualified as a road, more of a slick of caked mud, jutting rocks and knee-deep puddles. "A Caverano," Falco said. "From my unit." A foot-high slab of cement, with lengths of lead pipe jutting out, blockaded the big skull's path. Atop the vehicle, a warped turret revealed the evidence of a grenade lobbed inside. 2 bodies lay next to the vehicle, and from the way they were positioned, lying on their stomachs with their hands tied behind their backs, Gardner figured they were executed with a bullet through the head. Gardner walked towards the bodies for a closer look. The stench was powerful, like a spit-roasted pig smeared in shit. He checked the name tags. Sergeant Edelson, Sergeant Campos. 8 meters from the corpses, Gardner noticed something was missing. Their heads. He saw a pair of rugby ball-shaped objects speared to metal posts. If one of those heads is John's, he thought, I'll never forgive myself. Gardner stopped in front of the severed heads. The eyeballs had been gouged out, their noses, ears, and lips crudely sliced off. Their mouths had been forced wide open, and inside each one was a sawn-off cock and bollocks. The balls were greenish-brown and covered in glistening red crap. Flies buzzed. Maggots wriggled. Returning his attention to the decapitated bodies, he spotted a pistol holder on one of them. Sinking to one knee, he hurriedly unhooked the strap. Browning high power. Fucking yes. He badly needed a tool, and this was his chance to snare one. The Browning high power was the classic semi-auto handgun. He pushed the release and ejected the clip to inspect the ammo. The Browning was loaded with 9mm rounds, less penetrative than the largest 7.64 by 21mm or 40 S&W brass the high power also took. Gardner didn't rate 9mm, reckoned that he pissed harder than 9mm discharged. He slapped the clip back in, stood up and tucked the Browning into the waistband of his combats just as Falcon swallowed his fear and approached the bodies. A wooden placard was propped up by the posts. "Falta de Deus," Falcon read. "I'm guessing that's not Portuguese for have a nice day," Gardner said quietly. "It means lack of God. They are saying they are all against God." "Who's they?" "One of the gangs." Falcon bowed his head and made the sign of the cross. Even the Taliban weren't this evil, Gardner thought. "Your friend," the Bope man began. Gardner frowned. "They might have taken him hostage. For ransom. The done thing round these parts, right?" "Yes," Falcon said vacantly. "Focus, Rafa. This gang, they might have captured John." "If they have Bold, he's probably dead. And if they find us, they'll kill us too." "No, they won't, mate. Not on my fucking watch." "You don't understand who we're dealing with. This is not an ordinary gang." Gardner wondered what a normal outfit constituted round these parts. Probably the little wankers who chopped up the officer. "Tell me more about this gang," he said. "This was the work of Big Teeth's boys." "Who the fuck is that?" "Luis Oliveira. People call him Big Teeth. He doesn't operate in the favela personally, but he's the head of the largest gang in Barbosa, the Messengers of God. They control most of the drugs and weapons coming in and out of the favela. His number 2 is a guy called Roulette, and I'd bet my house on this being the work of Roulette's special murder crew." Gardner scanned north. Seemed calm enough, he told himself. Still, he didn't want to take any chances. "We should bug out, Rafa, before we bump into them and they turn us into a soup of the day." He tugged at Falcon. The Bope Rupert's eyes were fixed on a spot past his shoulder. "We're too late," he said. "They've already found us." Chapter 7, 10:18 hours. Weiss breezed past the police. 4 saloon cars were massed at the side of the road, a dozen pot-bellied cops scratching their stubble and kicking gravel, afraid to enter the favela without Bope. They busied themselves with questioning people entering and leaving Barbosa, mostly white middle-class kids looking to score weed. Weiss, on the other hand, went unnoticed. With his tattered Arizona Cardinals baseball cap and a Barcelona football shirt underneath the duster coat, the UNICEF logo smeared with old blood, he looked like the kind of guy who'd spent all his life in Barbosa. The favelas were like prisons. They didn't care so much about who went in as who tried to break out. Weiss had ventured only 100 meters into the favela, but he felt like he'd pitched up in another world. Cracked old pipes poked out of each house, pumping shit into large puddles in the streets. Plastic bags and Coke bottles tumbleweeded across the road. 25 meters further on, a rickety man foraged through a heap of garbage, picking out wrinkled sheets of metal and dumping them in a shopping trolley. Motors stripped of their parts lined the street. Telephone and electricity lines straddled its width like Chinese lanterns. 100 meters ahead, Weiss could see 3 teenagers sitting on upturned banana crates. 2 of them appeared 12 or 13 years old, skeletal frames, the one in a loose-fitting Lakers basketball top and the other with his hair made up in cornrows, stabbing the crate with a blade. The leader, Weiss figured, was the older boy. He looked about 18 and sported spotless black and white Converses with a golden crucifix dangling from his neck, a diamond-studded Jesus on the end. He sucked on a joint. At 10 meters, Weiss smelled the pungent aroma and felt 3 pairs of eyes burn holes through him. "Stop right there," the leader said. Weiss kept on walking. "Motherfucker! I said stop!" The young guy took a final pull on the joint, jumped off his banana crate and stepped over to Weiss. He exhaled, blowing greenish smoke into his face, eye-fucking him. "When I talk, you listen, bitch," he growled, prodding a finger into Weiss's duster. "You're in Batista's territory now. What I say, you do." Weiss slow-burned. He had places to be, people to grease, money to make. He didn't view the kid opposite him as a threat, more like a rat nibbling at his toes. "Step aside, my friend, and I'll spur you." Batista grinned and lifted up his Chicago Bulls basketball jersey to reveal a pistol grip sticking out of the waistband of his jeans. "Empty your pockets," he said. "You want it?" Weiss raising his hands. "Why don't you come and get it?" He stuffed his hand into his right pocket and pulled out a whole lot of nothing except the bloodied surgical gloves. He did the same on the left and gave his evil eye to the basilica statue. Batista blazed up like a flame to petrol. "Some kind of joke?" "I'm not laughing," Weiss replied. "Are you?" "Man, screw this goat fucker! Gotta be a wallet somewhere." Weiss slowly peeled back his duster. Something held Batista's attention. Behind him, the 2 other kids leaned in for a closer look. Sewn into the inside fold of the coat were 14 holstered syringes. "Puta que pariu! This guy's a doctor!" Weiss snatched a needle with his left hand and in an instant plunged it into the side of Batista's neck. White-eyed, wobbling on his feet, Batista stumbled backwards. He dropped like a pigeon in mid-flight, while the other kids looked on, bug-eyed. The syringe was filled with a concentration of hydrocyanic acid. Weiss had a range of such syringes. The concentration of each one varied, depending on whether he wished the mark to suffer for 10 minutes or 60 seconds. This Batista was an arrogant cunt, and in a perfect world, he'd have stabbed him with the 10-minute needle. But Weiss was up against the clock, so he'd selected the 1-minute syringe. That was his idea of sympathy. Batista jerked on the ground. His muscles flinched. He grimaced as they locked up, as if his body was shrinking in on itself, squeezing his guts. He drooled. His eyes were runny. After 20 seconds, he voided his bowels. 30 seconds and his breathing became short, raspy, rapid. Like a 40-a-day guy climbing a set of stairs. Cherry-red blood slid out of his eyes and ears. Funny how cyanide changed a man's blood color, Weiss noted, as he watched the other 2 kids. They looked on, horrified but curious, like they'd discovered their parents fucking. As Batista gargled and shat his way to death, Weiss pulled out a second syringe and lurched forward, grabbing the boy with the cornrows in a headlock, the needle point tickling his neck. "This one carries infected blood," he told Cornrow Kid. "The homosexual disease. I push a little harder, and you'll take many years to die. It will not be quick, like your leader." The kid didn't answer. There was a piss patch the size of Africa on his jeans. "I need to speak to the man called Javier." Still nothing from the kid. "Tell the man, Shorty," Lakers boy said. "You're going to take me there, aren't you?" "He'll do it!" Laker's boy answered for him. "Good, because if he doesn't, I won't just kill you, but your families too." Shorty knew all the shortcuts. Many favela kids earned a few reals escorting French tourists around the favelas, unaware that their cash was going straight into the gang's coffers. They wove through the streets for 20 minutes until they were in the belly of the favela, where the police feared to tread. It was darker in these streets, the shacks ordered in a zigzag style, like going through sheet metal trenches. He saw no one on the streets except gangsters decked out in shades and Mac 10s, and the occasional crack addict shuffling along. "This is the place," Shorty said. They were in front of a slum dwelling that looked smaller than a wardrobe in the Hilton, more like a lean-to with a brick front. The kid rapped his knuckles loudly twice on the door and shouted something. Before Weiss could stop him, the kid was sprinting off. No answer, so Weiss stepped inside. He found himself in a square room. Thick dust blanketed the floor, and he seemed to crush a cockroach with every step he took. No windows and no furniture, just a wooden table at one end. Dead spiders hung from old cobwebs. Nobody had been living here for longer than a little while. Weiss stopped, about turned. 3 figures blocked the doorway. His eyes darted from one figure to the next. The man on the left was armed with a pair of brass knuckles. The second tapped a tire iron against his leg. The guy on the right held a duo knife, both sides of the serrated blade extended. "I'm here for Javier." "He's not home," said the guy with the brass. They closed in on him. Weiss met duo knife's guy's eyes. "Javier's not really a person, is he?" "Good fucking guess." Chapter 8. 10:42 hours. They ran as fast as their legs could carry them. Sun in their faces and a dozen messenger gang members 150 meters to their rear, a ragtag army in Real Madrid shirts and Ray-Bans. Looking for trouble. 20 minutes of scurrying through corkscrew alleys and rotted streets, and Gardner was so thirsty he could drink rat piss. Not a drop to drink since last night's booze, his stomach cramped, stitch piercing his abs like a screwdriver. Shut out the pain. He glanced over his shoulder. The messengers were no longer in sight, but their hooting and hollering carried over the rooftops. Falcon was fucking knackered. He'd sprinted out in front of Gardner when the gangsters started slugging rounds off at them, but the vertical street and right-angled turns had taken the wind out of his sails. Now he was 3 or 4 meters behind him. "Which way takes us north?" Gardner asked Falcon. "Keep going this way. The alley. It twists around," Falcon panted. His already slack pace was slowing Gardner down and cutting the distance to the messengers. Go on like this much further, Gardner told himself, and the gang will be on your ass. Best give them something to think about, he decided. As they reached the end of alley number 5 million, Gardner swung to the right. He leaned up against the corner and nabbed Falcon as he jogged past, pushing him behind cover. "Mate, soon as I start firing, get the fuck over the other side." Falcon didn't reply. "You okay, Rafa?" "Sure," he said. "Just it's..." His voice trailed like dust. "Let's do it." "One," Gardner said. Gardner eased out from the corner, gripping the Browning in a double-handed stance, his right hand on the trigger, the prosthetic providing balance. His legs were shoulder-width apart to provide a stable firing platform. A high-power box mag, Gardner knew, held just 13 rounds. The headless corpse hadn't been carrying any spare. 13 precious rounds. Make every bullet count. The alley was 2 meters wide and ran in a direct line for 70. Gardner saw 3 messengers rush into view, the advance party. They were kitted out with AK-47s. 70 meters, but the Browning's maximum effective range was more like 50. 2! The messengers ran on. One of them unloaded a random 2-round burst from the AK. He didn't see where the shots impacted. All Gardner gave a solid shit about was that they missed. These twats were in pray and spray mode, not taking the time to properly adjust their aim. And that was fine by him. 60 meters now. Just a little closer, and I'll tell them what time of day it is. 55. With the 9mm rounds lacking the stopping power of a higher-grade, full-metal jacketed cartridge, Gardner would be relying on his shooting capabilities. Strike the guy in the right place, in the central region where his vital organs were contained, and he'd have a decent chance of dropping the fucker. Get it wrong, and they'd be close enough to spray 7.62mm madness in his face. At 50 meters or less, even a 4-year-old could maim Gardner. 3, fucking move! His Browning was the standard cop-issue SFS, safe, fast-shooting model designed specifically for police forces who had about as much weapons training as a chef in the senior service. Gardner took aim at the nearest fucker. The guy was running like Usain Bolt on speed and was now 45 meters away from his position. Gardner pressed the safety down with his thumb. The hammer sprang back into the single-action position, and he discharged 3 rounds from the Browning. Tap, tap, tap. The motion was fluid, and the bullets surgical. The first struck the kid in his left knee. Gardner had been aiming for the chest, but a knee shot was a good score. The round smashed the guy's cruciate ligaments to shit, opening up a hole that could house a plum. Singed muscle splattered his ankle and sparkling white trainers. If he dreamed of being the next Ronaldinho, he was fucked now. His leg folded. The second shot embedded itself in his right shoulder. Impacted on the joint, his shoulder snapped loose like a baguette broken in half. His arm bucked backwards with the force of the hit. Count the frazzled nerves and the chewed-up muscle ripped to shreds by the trajectory of the round, and he could forget about a career as Brazilian shot-put champion too. Watching the kid stumble, Gardner figured he must be high on crack and impervious to the trauma of his bullet wounds. He discharged round number 3 into his midriff. A puff of red, and he finally collapsed, 12 meters from their position, AK-47 rattling against the concrete. His 2 mates, 20 meters behind, let off a volley of gunfire before darting into a home. Somewhere inside, a woman screamed. Meanwhile, Falcon had transitioned to the left corner of the alley and started putting down rounds with the Colt Commando. He fired in 3-round bursts. The second bunch of messengers tried to advance, saw their dead mate, and changed their minds. Gardner kept his Browning trained on the dropped gangster. He risked a sprint forward, snatched the AK-47, the guy's right leg twitching, and retreated to cover. Right. We've bought ourselves some time, Gardner said. Let's fucking leg it while we've got the opportunity to lose them. Falcon nodded vacantly. Rafa, mate! Fucking now! The Rupert pointed to 5 brightly coloured kites soaring above the cardboard and tin roofs. Early warning system, Falcon said. The outer cordon of the gang is sending a message to the leaders that Bope's on its way. He turned to Gardner. The unit's coming back. He should be over the moon that his muckers are about to rock up, Gardner thought. So why the hell does he sound about as excited as a bloke being dragged along to IKEA on a Saturday afternoon? You want to head south in RV with your mates? Go for it, Gardner said. No, said Falcon, gazing north. I'll come with you. If John's out there, I will help you find him. He couldn't quite place why, but that line didn't sit right with Gardner. There was no time to argue. 3 more figures appeared down the alley, and Gardner and Falcon let them have it, 2 bursts sending the bastards scampering for cover. They bugged out. Gardner let Falcon lead the way. They skated down a couple of tight alleyways, keeping their eyes firmly locked on the ground. The concrete was studded with potholes the size of hubcaps and plastic water pipes that snaked along the ground, leading up to blue storage units on the top of each housing block. It would be all too easy to fall and bust an ankle. They climbed 5 flights of uneven stairs with a sheer drop all the way to the bottom of the favela on one side. It was a hard slog. The old muscle memory was kicking in now, reminding him of the endurance levels he'd built up during his years in the regiment. Tell me, Gardner said, what happened to Bald? Falcon stopped midway up the stairs to catch his breath. It's always the same when we enter the favelas. An outer cordon of gang members set off fireworks and fly kites. That's the signal for the inner cordon of snipers to take up positions, while a third team hides their drug stashes and money trains, unplugs any illegal satellite feeds, and so on. We roll into the favela in the Cavellanos, like the one you saw earlier. They came past a road with piles of bricks stacked up outside each house. spent cartridges around the brickwork, told Gardner these were defensive positions. Whether for civilians or gang members, he wasn't sure. This time we made our approach and no kites, no fireworks. This is strange, yes? Making you think you've caught them off guard, Gardner said. Oldest trick in the book. Our mission was to snatch roulette, Falcon continued, like he hadn't heard Gardner. The second in command of the messengers of God. You know, the favela gangs, they kill people daily. Okay, it's part of life here. But roulette, he was one sick fuck. The guy had his own little hit squad. They'd kill people, cut off their heads, and sew a pig's head to their neck. Or cut off their arms and legs, excavate the stomach, and stick the limbs in there like a flower arrangement. I've seen stuff in my time, but these guys... His words trailed like surf. The streets were empty. We went deeper and deeper into the belly of Barbosa. He snatched at his breath, then went on. We arrived in the center, and that's when our trouble began. RPGs, sniper fire, 9 and 10-year-old boys and girls throwing Molotov cocktails at the skulls. They're big, you know, but you try being inside one when that happens. We went to fall back to safe ground, but they'd put up roadblocks everywhere. Gardner recalled the cement posts, the old cars. They were expecting trouble this time, he said. What do you mean? You said it yourself. The attack wasn't the standard shit. Someone had told the messengers they were on the way ahead of their kite system, so they decided to change their tactics. It was an ambush, Rafa. That kind of thing takes time and planning. You can't do it on the hoof. Falcon was quiet for several seconds. This is a war zone, he said. The favelas are not slums, they are battlegrounds. A disaster such as this, it was bound to happen one day. All I care about is that 2 of my men are dead and the rest are missing. I just want to find whoever did this and make them pay. The stairwell coughed them up at the back of a series of homes with a spectrum of gang tags sprayed over the walls. Falcon maneuvered down a short alley and rested at the lip, hands on his thighs. A rectangular street lay ahead, flanked by grey brick homes stacked like Lego pieces, one on top of the other. Gardner led the way across the street. He noticed a cream-coloured structure 200 metres to the north, not far from the peak of the favela. Big caroba trees and khaki bushes shadowed the 2-storey breeze block building, which had whitewashed casement windows and a clay-tiled roof. Painted gates and a 2-feet-tall metal fence bordered it. The school, Falcon said, noticing where Gardner was looking. No shit. There's a school in the favela? Sticking out his bottom lip, Falcon replied, Government tries to integrate with the rest of the city. Schools, hospitals, gyms, even McDonald's. The building was pissing distance from the jungle. To Gardner's south, Christ the Redeemer spread his soapstone arms and faced east across the Atlantic seaboard. Falcon sucked in greedy breaths beside him. I think we outran them, he said. Gardner didn't reply. He was focusing on the distances. A hilly expanse of land 1/2 mile long and 1 mile wide divided the favela summit from the statue. My troop times 40 north. John was in 14 Troop, the mobility unit of D Squadron, 22 SAS. So, 560 metres north of Christ. Your troop times 20 west. Gardner had been in 11 Troop, D Squadron's 4-man boat team. Although they were in different troops, D Squadron had deployed to Iraq, Afghanistan and, in 2002, Sri Lanka, where they trained up the country's elite security forces combating the Tamil Tigers. His troop by 20, that put Bald at 220 metres west. The spot where the 2 measurements collided was a rough sequence of ridges canopied under secondary jungle. This is as far north as the favela goes, Falcon said. There's nowhere else to go. That's where you're wrong, mate. What? I don't... A clack-clack of gunfire erupted at their 6. The messengers! How the fuck did they gain on us so quick? Said Gardner. Shortcuts. There's dozens of ways to get around the favela. On the rooftops, under the ground. Falcon paused, trying to control his tremulous voice. They're going to be here very soon. There's hundreds of kids in the gang. If they find me, they'll skin me alive. Yeah, I get it. They don't like visitors. Gardner flashed a devilish grin. Come on, we've still got the run on them. But where to? The jungle. They dashed across the street. Corrugated iron sheets a metre wide ran diagonally along the square, connecting stacks of second and third story buildings. An Isuzu pickup lay rusting 30 metres from the school gates. Halfway down the street, Gardner heard a crack, split down the middle with a dull thump. The inner cordon. Sniper. Chapter 9. 11:10 hours. Gardner took immediate action, diving behind the pickup for cover. He'd removed himself and Falcon from the line of fire, but now they were pinned down and fucking bollocks on toast. The Isuzu took a volley of 7.62 millibus from the sniper to the east. This was different, a well-organised attack. His ears were shredded by the sound of metal tearing through metal. The sniper was shooting up the Isuzu in the hope that a stray bullet would ricochet off the chassis and strike one of them. There wasn't much chance of that, but just to be sure, Gardner pulled Falcon behind the rear wheel section and set himself against the front tyre. The front and back wheels on any vehicle were the best cover, as the engine parts provided a thick bulkhead. "What now?" asked Falcon. "Your Bopay mates. Where the fuck are they?" Falcon got in his handheld radio. 20 minutes. Shit! Too long to hold off the messengers, said Falcon, sounding panicky. Have a little faith, Rafa. The sniper had to be within 300 metres, because the crack and the thump were on top of each other, like they shared the same fucking bed. From the angle of entry of the bullets pebble-dashing the Isuzu, Gardner knew the sniper had to be east, and he knew he had to take control of the situation. They had 2 or 3 minutes, max, till the sniper's messenger mates rocked up to the party. Keep your eyes trained on the alley, he instructed Falcon, grabbing the Colt Commando by the flat-top receiver and handing over the Bulgarian knockoff AK-47 in return. At medium range, the AK was about as accurate as an internet dating profile. The Colt, on the other hand, could clip the Queen's nose on a 10-pence piece from 300 metres. Any messenger tries it on, you give them the good news. No, Falcon shook his head. You don't understand. Roulette can call on hundreds of gangsters. I can't stop them. How long now before your pals come to the rescue? Till Bope arrives? Falcon checked his watch. 15 minutes. We can't hold out for that long. Again, Gardner sensed that Falcon was in two minds about actually wanting to meet his Bope mates. The urgency of the situation meant he had to park the thought. Did John never tell you what they taught us in the regiment? Falcon blinked his ignorance. No such thing as can't, mate. We don't do failure. Now look sharp. A single shot crashed through the rear tyre. Air hissed out of the wheel. 1 minute. 2 more and you'll be overrun. Gardner checked his new toy. Metallic stock military standard 1913 Picatinny rail with a mounted 4x dioptical scope on top. He switched the Commando to semi-automatic on the fire control notch, clicked open the door on the Isuzu passenger side, and crawled into the pickup. The seats had been ripped out, along with the steering wheel, gearbox, and any other removable shit. He slid up to the driver's side door, facing east across the street, keeping his profile low beneath the bodywork. Gardner poked the barrel 2 inches out the driver's window, his prosthetic hand locked around the barrel and the stock tucked hard into his right shoulder. In Baghdad, nailing snipers had been difficult. The wankers putting rounds down were armed irregulars with experience in the Republican Guard and the Iran-Iraq War, and a basic training, displacing after each shot, never using the same location twice. Guys like Jubba the sniper, who claimed over 100 American kills, proved elusive. You needed expert counter-sniper warfare to take them down. Or if you were a Yank, you just lobbed about 4 tons of high explosive into the vicinity and let the grandma and kiddies fucking have it too. Another report. No muzzle flash. He was using a suppressor, Gardner realised. Maybe the sniper wasn't as dumb as he'd hoped. Probably he had experience of slotting Bope officers and knew exactly what to do. No need to worry about getting a direct hit on him or Falcon. Just isolate them until the messengers arrive to take care of business. 2 minutes. Almost out of time. The concrete sparked as a bullet struck the ground in front of the pickup. The shooter was getting dangerously close. He was wise to the fact that Gardner was trying to isolate him. I see something, Gardner thought, at my 3 o'clock. An object glinted on the rooftop of a building. The glimmer came from deep within a mesh of satellite dishes and wires. Years of being targeted by rooftop shooters meant Gardner was able to recognize the flash instantly, the metal barrel of a long-range rifle. It broke rule number 1 they taught in sniper school. Paint your bloody gun so it ain't reflecting the sun. Gardner exhaled, relaxing his muscles, and gazed down the telescopic sights on the commando. The magnified image of a gangster's head. Shaven-headed guy, skin the colour of ground coffee, lying on his stomach, dressed in jeans and a white vest. Gardner could even make out gold rings on his fingers. Messengers clamoured in his right ear. "They're coming," Falcon said, urgent and trembling. Gardner shut everything out. The gaggle of voices, the Ruperts bitching, the blanketing heat and the sweat drenching his balls. He focused, then unloaded a single round. The sniper's head exploded like a pumpkin, blood and chunks of skull and tissue splashing onto the rooftop. His body rolled onto its side, the exposed lower jaw facing the sky. The sniper's gnashes were lacquered in blood. The sun drenched the rooftop, making the blood sparkle. Fucking take it, Gardner thought, debussing from the Isuzu. His feet had barely touched the ground when, through his peripheral vision, he glimpsed 5 figures at the mouth of the street, 100 meters away. 4 of them, he was certain, were messengers because they wielded guns, state-of-the-art PP-2000 submachine guns. Where the hell did they acquire those weapons? He briefly wondered. The thought was cut in half by Falcon discharging a 3-round burst from the AK-47. 2 rounds smacked into a messenger. His grey tracksuit bottoms reddened and his mates retreated, leaving him to try and plug the hole in his mangled cock. The 3rd struck a man several meters to the right of the messenger. He was middle-aged and sported a tuft of hair white as the linen shirt he wore. The bullet entered the small of his back, and the guy flopped onto his belly, spilling the contents of a plastic bag he was carrying. Pack of cigarettes, loaf of bread, lemons and parsley. "Holy shit, Rafa. You fucking whacked his civvy." "Shit," Falcon said, the AK-47 limp in his hand. "I thought he was... It looked like he had a gun. I just thought..." His voice suddenly hardened. "Fuck this cunt! It's his stupid fault! What the fuck is he doing out in the street anyway? Doesn't he know there's a war on? Fuck him!" Bottle rockets screeched overhead. "Fireworks! My unit's nearly here." "How long?" 5 minutes. Gardner made a beeline for the school, Falcon tailing. Shake this wave of messengers, he told himself, and you'll be free to reach Bald. He was more certain than ever that John had been able to escape the gang, and the last thing he wanted to do was lead a horde of the fuckers to his location. Once Boppe showed, he'd peel away and continue his mission. A bullet struck to his left, and a voice squealed. Falcon. There was shit all over the concrete. His left ankle was doused in blood. The messengers were trying their luck, braving the street. Gardner turned around, gave them 4 rounds from the Colt, and throwing an arm around Falcon's shoulder, helped him to hop on his good foot the final 50 meters to the school. Gardner was running on fumes, drawing on every grain of energy. They were upon the school. The building cast a soot-coloured shadow over them. The temperature sagged from flame grill to plain hot. Gardner butted the padlock with the Colt stock. The lock was crude, and the chain came apart with one clean blow. They went on through, Falcon yelping with every step. "Hang on a little longer." Gardner gave a boot to the middle section of the door. An internal locking mechanism held the door in place, but the frame shuddered. "Hurry! Jesus!" Falcon moaned. A second kick. This time the door swung open. Gardner withdrew his support arm from Falcon, the Boppe Rupert flaking out 2 meters inside the school on the lino floor. Spinning around to put a final burst down on the messengers, Gardner counted 10 kids, 5 of them armed with PP-2000s, the others with older pistols and revolvers. He flicked the selector anti-clockwise to fully automatic, arcing the Colt horizontally across the thin line of messengers. Bullets grazed walls, shredded a band of telephone wires. The gangsters ducked behind meter-high piles of bricks at the edges of the street. Gardner discharged 11 rounds and got a hollow click-click. Shit. Out of ammo. He slammed the door shut just as the messengers returned fire. "Elevate your leg," he told Falcon. "It'll stem some of the blood loss." Bullets bored into the door. Gardner fished 2 spare Colt mags from Falcon's utility belt, slapped one into the mag feed, and stuffed the second in the leg pouch on his combats. 40 rounds of ammo. Gardner shattered a window pane to the right of the door, raking the glass out with the Colt's barrel and unleashing a burst into the street. Shielded by the bricks, the messengers were popping off rounds without aiming. 5 minutes is up, Rafa. Where the fuck's Boppe?
Perhaps the smoke and the gunfire are too much.
Sod it. We've got to hope they're on their way. But all that stood between the two of them and getting walloped were 36 bullets. Chapter 10, 12:25 hours. Weiss guessed they'd go easy on him at first, and he was right. The guy with the knuckle dusters fucked him up a bit with a right uppercut that sent him flying. Cold steel cracked his jawbone so bad it felt like someone had sewn razor blades into his face. Then it was the turn of the tire iron guy, who served up a whopping on both his legs, turning them red, raw and swollen. All things considered, not so bad. He'd suffered worse. The big pain was saved for later. He expected nothing less. They slipped a Hessian sack over his head and tore the duster off his back. Then they escorted him through a weave of streets. The sack was dense, and Weiss couldn't see where he was going. They carted him into another house and up a creaking flight of stairs. He listened out for noises, anything that placed him somewhere specific. A TV in the background played the theme tune to 24. He thought he heard boys shouting. They dumped him on a chair and bound his hands behind his back with plastic cord. Someone lifted the sack off. It took a moment for his eyes to adjust to the light, like opening his eyes underwater in a murky swamp. He found himself looking at a broad-shouldered, shredded figure sitting opposite in big round shades, Incredible Hulk t-shirt and sandals. He was sitting backwards on a metal chair and examining one of the syringes from Weiss's coat. "So, you are the one they call the Needleman." "And since there's no Javier," Weiss said, "that makes you, let me see, Roulette. But fuck it, the name doesn't matter. You're still a dead man." Roulette laughed in his chest. "That's fucking funny. You know, your name makes a lot of tough guys shit themselves. Me? I don't give a fuck. When Louis said you were coming here, I could hardly believe my good fortune. Tell me, what's in this one?" Weiss screwed up his eyes. "Thallium." "And what the fuck is that?" "A poison." Roulette held out the syringe in his palm. Then Weiss realized they were not alone in the room. He could see 2 other men, dull-eyed, lean as poles at a strip club and dressed in slack jeans and t-shirts that reached their knees. They were like twins, except one wore a fake gold Rolex and the other had a Los Angeles Lakers basketball shirt. Rolex grabbed the syringe and tossed it to the ground. He crushed it underfoot. "Tell me, is it true? What's it up to now? 600 victims?" "That depends," Weiss replied. "On what?" "Whether you're counting yourself and your 2 fucking friends." Roulette shot to his feet. "Vai toma no cu," he barked, grabbing his crotch. "There's only one more death the Needleman takes part in, and that's his own." "You're making a big mistake, my friend. I'm worth more alive than dead." Roulette stepped to Weiss, so close he could see the pockmarks on the gangster's skin. "You're wrong," Roulette whispered. "See, our leader Louis, He's been in touch with some people who would love to see you dead. The Sinaloa and Los Negros cartels in Mexico are especially keen to have your head on a plate. They've already made a, down payment to Luis. It's over, big guy. Lakers removed Weiss's shoes. He fetched something from a shelf, a cordless orange power drill with a 10mm tungsten bit in the chuck. Weiss gritted his teeth and tried to concentrate on his breathing pattern. It was the only way he was going to get through this. If he passed out from the pain, he might never wake up again. But he couldn't take his eyes off the drill. If you do this, Weiss told Lakers, I'll find you and kill you and your whole family. A snakish smile broke out all over his face as he revved up the drill. As it whirred into life, it reminded Weiss of trips to the dentist as a child. You won't get the chance, Roulette, backing off. My friend. With Rolex pressing down on Weiss's foot, the third goon lowered the drill until the tungsten bit was touching the tip of his big toenail. Wait, Roulette said. He dug out a clam-style mobile from his jeans pocket. Flicking it open, he pointed its camera directly at Weiss's toe. Big Teeth said he wants to see this. Lakers pressed the trigger. The chuck, rotating at 1100 RPM, began to pierce Weiss's toe. The pain was excruciating, like someone ripping off his toenail 1,000,000 times over. He did everything to shake his foot free, but the other guy was holding it firmly in place, and he couldn't force any leeway. The toenail cracked down the middle as the drill pushed down into his flesh. His foot was covered in nail dust. As the bit ate into his big toe, Weiss couldn't fight it anymore. They kept on drilling. The drill shuddered as it tunneled into his flexor bone. Lakers revved again and forced the bit deeper into his toe. Weiss fought hard to ride the pain, absorbing each wave of nausea and taking big gulps of air. It was crucial not to vomit. He felt as if an invisible hand was choking him to death, that he might pass out at any given moment. And he knew that if he fainted, he wouldn't escape with his life. Dizziness overwhelmed him, like he was drowning in a bathtub. This is it, he thought, the moment of no return. And then a shrill, grinding sound stung his ears. The bit had struck concrete. He opened his eyes and peered down at the floor. Where his big toe once was, lay a splatter of blood and curls of torn flesh. Dirty white bone fragments covered in gristle, everything hanging together by a few limp muscle strings. He tried twitching it, but nothing happened. Bile burned his throat. Let's give him a rest, Roulette said, flipping the mobile shut. We don't want him to miss the best part of the show. Yeah, fucking see you in a while, man, Rolex said. We're working on your teeth next. He made a pliers-wrenching motion. The three men left, locking the door behind them. Weiss heard the stairs squeal like dying rabbits as they trampled down them, and a woman shouting, Roulette calling her a fucking ass-licker and a whore with a pussy the size of Argentina. Another door slammed, this one further away. The front one, he guessed. Weiss spat on the ground. His mucous membranes were bright red. Somehow the pain and anger failed to register inside him. Ever since he was a child, he had lacked basic empathy. A shrink would probably link it to his abusive upbringing, to the times he witnessed his alcoholic father rape his mum, or the day Padre swung his fists at his little sister Maria until she died of a brain hemorrhage. But the whys didn't interest Weiss. He only knew that he felt no emotion towards anyone else, but most of all, himself. So it was that Weiss didn't pity his situation or rue his bad luck. Instead, he focused on escaping. Chapter 11, 12:49 hours. Gardner had slotted 5 messengers, but they kept on coming, and their number had swelled to 20. Each one decked out in the gang's unofficial uniform of Ray-Bans, football shirts, and PP2000s. To conserve ammo, Gardner restricted himself to single shots whenever a messenger slid his head above one of the 4 brick parapets strewn about the street. 2 guys, a few years older than the rest, yelled at each other. they suddenly leapt out from behind separate spots of cover. Mounted red dot sights lasered the window. Gardner crouched, just as they pulled the triggers in tandem. Cook Dares stroked the back of his head as the Luger rounds pelted the frame, slapping into a metre-high china statue of the Virgin Mary. 5 seconds of fury, then Gardner detected a lull. Must be reloading, he thought, as the statue disintegrated into a dust cloud. The lull was only 2 seconds, but that was all he needed. He shot to his feet and saw the two guys feeding fresh clips into the housing receivers. One of them was a fraction ahead of his mate, tugging the bolt lever into the closed position at the rear of the barrel. Poised to let Gardner have it, Gardner peered down the Colt's iron sights and gave the bastard a .223 black eye. The bullet entered the messenger's right socket, flinging brain matter and skull out the back of his head in a frenzied spurt like uncorked champagne. His mate ditched his PP-2000 and scarpered. With the other messengers content to put down rounds from their concealed positions, Gardner pulled back from the window and tended to Falcon.
"Voila,"
Falcon said. Gardner could see his lips were dry as bread crust. He retrieved Falcon's canteen and tipped a precious few drops into his open mouth. Falcon swallowed greedily. Gardner had a sip himself. Wished it contained something a little stronger. Falcon was slipping in and out of consciousness now, his eyes glazed over. Gardner gave him a hard slap on both chops. "Wakey, wakey. We need to get asses into gear."
"Where am I?"
"In Rio, mate."
"I'm dying."
"Bollocks, you'll be fine." Falcon mumbled something that sounded like a prayer. "Do yourself a favour and look at the ceiling," Gardner said, as isolated bullets pinged against the front of the school. He rolled up Falcon's left trouser leg, unlacing the combat boot to get a close-up view of the trauma wound.
"How is it? Bad?"
Gardner didn't reply. The lower portion of Falcon's leg was totally fucked. Beneath his knee, the skin was singed and covered in burn marks, like his leg had been used as an ashtray. The bullet wound was a smooth, inch-wide circle bang in the centre of his shin, blowing out the bone and everything else with it. Muscle, skin, a piece of his trousers. The lower half of his leg flopped like a rag doll. "Want the good news first or the bad?"
"I'll take the good."
"It could have been worse," Gardner said. "You've been shot in a part of your body that's mostly bone. If the fucker caught you higher up the leg, at the knee or the thigh, they'd have burst your popliteal or femoral artery and caused you to bleed out."
"So I'm not going to—"
asked Falcon, risking a sideways glance at his leg. "No, mate. You'll live." Gardner smiled. "The bad news is, until we get you to a doctor, it's going to feel like you got an arrow stuck through your ankle, and there's no morphine to numb the pain." The rate of gunfire suddenly increased. Dozens of bullets struck the door like 100 sets of hands rapping against the woodwork. Rounds whizzed through the exposed window. The noise lacerated Gardner's ears. "I need a distraction," he thought. "Something to give us a chance to bug out." He rummaged through the pouches on Falcon's assault vest and located an M67 frag grenade. A little buzz of excitement rose inside him. Trailing back to the window, he tore the safety pin from the clip, maintaining a firm grasp on the spoon to stop the grenade igniting. He released the spoon, waited 2 seconds for the cook-off, and then raced past the window, lobbing the grenade 30 meters into the street. The M67 rolled. 4 meters short of a messenger's foot, it came to rest. Gardner stepped away from the window as the messenger moved to pick up the grenade. He was going to chuck it back to its sender, like they did in the movies. But the grenade had less than a second to detonate, and as he disappeared from view, Gardner heard a powerful whump, accompanied by the sound of hot steel splintering flesh and concrete, like a million stones spilling. Someone screamed at the top of his voice, and suddenly Gardner was back in Sanguine, listening to the life bleed out of the delirious kid to his right.
"What about a tourniquet?"
Falcon asked. "On that? Fat chance, mate. Cutting off the blood supply will do more harm than good. Leave it exposed for now, until we can get it properly seen to."
"Shit, my lungs. I can't breathe."
Falcon looked at Gardner's outstretched hand, seized it.
"Fuck. Those bastards keep coming. They won't stop. Not until we're both hanging by our legs."
"We'll pull back to the rear. The school's not far from the jungle, right? 100 meters. Maybe less. Why? That's where John Bald is. Gardner shouldered Falcon and led the way down the cool main corridor, joining the entrance to the rear of the building 60 meters away. 3 classrooms flanked either side of the corridor, with lino floors, chicken wire over the classroom windows. The strong smell of disinfectant stung his nostrils. They were 30 meters from the rear exit. 20. "Shit! I forgot my rifle!" Falcon shouted above the racket. "Can't go back now, mate. You got a secondary?" "A what?" "A backup weapon. Handgun, anything like that?" Falcon nodded, opening his leg holster and removing a stainless steel Taurus PT-92 semi-automatic. Not bad for a secondary, Gardner reckoned. A loud bang to his rear. He glanced over his shoulder. The front door swung open. Gardner clocked the Isuzu in the street, and a guy's torso, the body charred black as burnt toast. He recognized the footwear on a pair of legs to the right. Same fucker who'd reached for the M67. 3 shadows sprinted into the corridor. 10 meters from the rear exit, and in the cool of the corridor, Gardner's mag was empty. Hurrying, he ejected the mag and manually pulled the bolt lever, loading the final clip of Remington brass into the receiver. 20 rounds. All you fucking got, he thought. He tugged the bolt a second time, chambering the first .223 round. He focused on the nearest target, 40 meters distant, broad and with a distinctive Mohican. Gardner adjusted his aim, dead center on the target's chest area. Crack! Smoke fluted out of the Colt's barrel. It was as if the target had swallowed a packet of C4. His chest cavity ruptured, a hole the size of an apple punched in his breastbone. Grey and black shit slopped out like an uncoiling snake. The guy flopped forward. Blood spewed onto the lino floor. "What have you got?" Falcon shouted, discharging his Taurus at the middle target. "Show me what you fucking got!" His aim was wild, the rounds sparking off the brick walls like a dozen firecrackers going off. Glass on the classroom windows cascaded, the air thickened with mortar dust. The target was 20 meters away, 15 now, and Gardner fought to maintain his composure. Some guys went batshit in the middle of a firefight. Others, like him, seemed to reach a new plane of calm. Deep intake of breath. Exhale. Loosen your shoulder, he told himself. The target's face disappeared behind a carmine mist as the bullet erased his eyes, nose and mouth. Falcon pumped 4 rounds in quick succession at the third target. The 9x90mm Parabellum chopped the guy in half, unzipping his guts. He stopped, dropped his PP-2000, and dumbly tried to shove his intestines back inside his stomach. Too late. Falcon dropped him with a neck shot, blood spraying across the kid's drawings adorning the walls. "That's what happens, bitches! That's what fucking happens!" "Cool it, Rafa. 2 more at the 12. Gardner felt a pain sear the point between his neck and jaw. He raised a hand to the wound. Blood seeped from his ear. A bullet had grazed him, slicing off the lower tip of his ear. And dear God, it fucking stung. In a frenzy now, Falcon pummeled bullets at the 2 messengers, 5 shots in each. He shot the second guy long after he'd dropped, rounds shredding his arms and legs, swearing at him in Portuguese. "Through the exit," Gardner shouted. "Well, we've got the chance." "You see that asshole die?" Falcon asked as they ventured out the back into a playground of bleached grass, swings and roundabouts. "He took it real good, you know." "Button it. I'm not interested. Just tell me the quickest way to the jungle." Falcon nodded left like he was in a silent movie, to a small row of shacks to the left and up from the school. A low cattle fence separated the shacks from the flourishing undergrowth. Almost there, Gardner thought. Voices. Danger close. He peered around the corner. 4 messengers 40 meters away, led by a guy with pecs the size of boxing gloves and biceps that looked as if he'd plugged his veins with cannonballs. The sky bellowed a faint whoop, whoop. "What is it?" Falcon said, seeing Gardner backpedaling. "They're outflanking us, mate. Head in the other direction." Gardner rushed to the opposite corner. 3 messengers appeared from that direction. "Pincer," he said, kneeling to unload a burst against the 3 targets. "Fuckers are coming at us around the sides. Rafa, take the left." The whoop-whoop grew louder, incessant. Gardner chopped down 2 of the messengers, but the third had lined up his PP-2000. No time left to put down another burst. The guy released the catch. Blood arced out of the messenger's chest, spraying Gardner in the face. Warm, salty fluid splattered his lips. His vision was dotted red. The messenger sank to his knees, pawing at his throat. Gardner saw a Bell Ranger 206 helicopter 30 meters off the ground and a sniper tied to a lanyard, buzzing like an F1 car around a racetrack. Boppe had arrived. Gunshots to his 6. He spun around. The Bell Ranger was chewing up the 4 messengers attacking from the other flank. They fell like fucking skittles. Gardner hauled Falcon to his feet. Looks like your mates arrived in the nick of time. Let's go and find a medic, get you patched up. I'll be okay. Cheer up. They came back for you. Another few minutes and you... Fuck it, we would have been royally fucked. We owe them all a pint. Besides, he gestured to the ankle. If you don't tend to that, it'll turn septic. Then you'll be in a world of shit. Gardner scooped up his Colt Commando and escorted Falcon around the side of the building, the weapon aimed ahead in case any messengers were desperate to get some. The Bell Ranger circled the school building, sniper walloping messengers in the back as they ran for cover. 3 big skulls roared into the street, disgorging a dozen Boppe operators. They wasted no time putting rounds down, kicking in the doors of nearby houses. From inside each one, Gardner heard the shriek of women and the crackle of gunshots. Across the street, 2 kids, 13 or 14, unarmed, attempted to run into an alleyway. A Boppe operator unloaded his Heckler & Koch G3 submachine gun, taking chunks out of the kids' heads. When he approached them, he kicked their bodies. The messengers moved back 100 meters. A few stragglers sought cover behind bollards and on the rooftops. Then Gardner looked on as a neat line of schoolchildren, dressed in pristine white shirts, pressed navy blue shorts and polished shoes, brown satchels draped over their shoulders, walked through the street from 60 meters away. Sponsored schoolchildren, Falcon said. Their parents work as nannies or housekeepers for the rich people in Rio. Schooling is divided by address of residence, you see. He winced, trying to relieve pressure on his ankle. These children are sponsored to go to school outside the favela. An eerie silence followed. Gardner realized that Boppe and the messengers were participating in some sort of unspoken ceasefire. No one dared engage while the kids walked past, oblivious to the bloodshed and the Bell Ranger and the spent cartridges. I need to sit down, Falcon said. He hobbled over to rest by the roadside. Gardner watched the surreal progress of schoolchildren along the street until it curved to the left 90 meters up and they disappeared. Once the kids had departed, the gunfire resumed. Gardner spotted an ambulance bringing up the rear of the Boppe train. He turned to his left and stopped in his tracks. Falcon was gone. Chapter 12, 1341 hours. The pain was not so bad, Weiss thought. He had read somewhere that a man's pain threshold was greater than a woman's, despite the fact women had to experience childbirth. His ability to endure, he believed, was greater than most. As they pulled out his toenails one by one, he thought about how good it would feel to kill them. He examined the tips of his 9 surviving toes. Curly, hair-like matrices remained, looking like the roots of upturned plants. They had rinsed him thoroughly, his toenails, the sliced left ear where his outer lobe had been sawn off, and the soft, moist ruptures in his mouth, which an hour ago housed 4 sets of perfectly good molars. Not so tough now, huh, Mr. Needleman? Roulette sat on the metal chair, cupping a Swisher Sweet cigarillo between his hands. A spicy aroma wafted through the stale air. Would you care for one? I don't smoke, Weiss replied. Roulette turned to the 2 goons. Lakers clutched a box cutter, Rolex a pair of tempered steel snips. Weiss wondered which one was next, as Roulette's phone sparked up. He read the message, grinned, and nodded to Rolex. I've got some business to take care of, Roulette said. Go with these snips first. Big Teeth says use it on his testicles. He nodded to Lakers. While I'm busy, you can go fetch the saw. Big Teeth wants his head by sundown. He blew smoke out his nostrils, then stood up. "Enjoy it, Needleman," he said, and left, Lakers in tow. "Just you and me," Rolex said. He practiced with the snips. "I'll give you a choice. Fingers or toes?" "Let me think about it," Weiss replied. 20 years ago, when he was a fresh-faced contract killer, Weiss had made an almost fatal error. A mark he was trailing hired a bunch of thugs to pounce on him, and he had found himself bound up in a basement. Only a friend's quick thinking saved him that day. Ever since, Weiss had taken precautions against being captured. He carried a 4-inch blade tucked into the buckle on his belt. But it was out of reach. "So, what's it gonna be?" "Your friend did my toe already," Weiss said. "How about a finger to match?" Rolex did a head-shake smile. "You're one crazy motherfucker!" Weiss had no other get-out clause. No alternative exit plan. He wished he was in a James Bond movie, that he'd have some ridiculous gadget secreted on his body somewhere. Maybe a poisonous spray screwed inside his watch. But he had nothing. Just his statue of Our Lady of Guadalupe. She delivered him safely through 600 murders. Weiss had evaded hundreds of cops, other contract killers, violent gangs, and vengeful relatives. Now he got caught again. Perhaps he was getting too old for this line of work. Just as well that this was his last mission. He consoled himself with the thought that the pain was bad, but the reward, all 30 million of it, would more than make up for it. Rolex stepped towards Weiss. "Shit, amigo. Looks like you puked up real bad. You've ruined your shirt." Acidic yellow and brown chunks were sprayed down Weiss's shirt front. Rolex paraded around to the back of him and stopped. The plastic cord was fastened so tight around Weiss's hands that the blood supply was constricted and his fingers were bloated. "Jeez, these fucking fingers! We tied you up tight," said Rolex. "Might take a couple of tries before I cut one off." "This is your last chance," Weiss told him, trying to sound confident, in control of the situation. "If you let me go now, I'll spare your family. I can't promise your life, but your brothers and sisters and parents, they don't have to suffer." Rolex laughed as he examined Weiss's fingers. "I don't got no family, man. How about this one?" He isolated Weiss's right index digit. "The trigger finger, amigo. Or in your case, needle." The touch of Rolex's hand was replaced by something cold and metallic. Weiss caught the sound of feet on the treads. The goons returning. He counted the stairs when they first dragged him up. There were 12 steps he knew. They'd already cleared 6. "Just a minute!" Rolex shouted to the door, snips clamped loosely around Weiss's finger. "I'm about to make a deal happen," Weiss said. 30 million. Work with me on it. 50-50 split. $15 million apiece. Pride prevented him from begging. He was always disgusted by those victims who broke down into a whimpering mess. But he thought that a gang kid low down the food chain, as Rolex undoubtedly was, might bite at such a big offer. Rolex clicked his tongue. "Bullshit." "It's true, I swear. Why the fuck else would I be here?" He paused. The footsteps stopped. 80-20, my favor." The door opened. 50-50 or nothing. Gun reports blasted Weiss's ears. The snips fell away from his finger, and he felt something warm and moist splash up against the nape of his neck, then trickle down his back. A distant clatter of gunfire at the bottom of the stairs. Women, men, their voices cut short by the staccato burst from automatic rifles. Boppe operators flooded the room. Weiss counted 4 of them. Finding no one else inside the building, they turned to leave. Weiss's hands suddenly sprang free, and he let them flop by his sides. His arms were numb below the elbow. He felt the blood rushing through constricted veins like a tunnel flooding. The operator who'd freed him knelt down beside him. He was wearing a handkerchief to disguise his identity. Some Boppe operators, Weiss knew, also lived in the favelas. "Are you okay? The eyes were green, the forehead copper. "Yes, yes," Weiss replied in perfect Portuguese. He didn't want to sound foreign, because an out-of-towner wandering around the favela would make the operator suspicious. Gang torture, though, that was common enough. "He's dead now. The others too." "So, I'm free to go?" "Who are you?" "I fix cars, that's all." "Then I suggest you leave. You want my advice? Stay clear of the school area. There's a bunch of messengers up there, and they're not giving up without a fight." Weiss stood up. He was unsteady. He turned around to see Rolex holding his hands to his face. Melted eyeballs seeped between his fingers like fried egg white. Warm blood spewed out of a fist-sized puncture in his neck. The bullet had sliced the jugular vein. He was still alive, sucking in tiny breaths of air that flowed back out of the exposed wound. "Goodbye, my friend." Weiss picked up his coat and slipped on his boots. The right quickly became squidgy inside as his big toe oozed blood. He made for the stairs. The living room had been turned into a shooting gallery. An obese woman lay slumped on the armchair next to the TV, both equally shot to shit. Weiss had to watch his step on the stairs, where Lakers sprawled face down. The Boppe operators seemed to ignore Weiss. And why wouldn't they? As far as they were concerned, the messengers were the only targets in town. Weiss seized up as he made for the front door, raised a hand to his temple. An enormous pressure throbbed between his ears, as if a family of spiders was scuttling around his skull. He closed his eyes for a second, and the spell seemed to clear. His mind on the $30 million bounty, he said a prayer of thanks to the Virgin Mary. Once again she'd come good for him. And he afforded himself a little smile, thinking how Boppe hadn't just let a contract killer slip through their midst, but had actually helped him with his mission. He followed the path to the school. Chapter 13, 14:05 hours. Gardner cleared the low fence bordering the shacks, using its wooden post as a lever to swing his body clear of the barbed wire. A smell of manure and ginger gagged him, watering his eyes. The fence gave way to a thin line of caroba trees, piassava palms and khaki bushes. Gardner steered between their lone, prickly branches and pushed into the thicker vegetation. The buzzing of the bell ranger hushed, replaced by the squawks of macaws and parakeets. He felt the air swell with oxygen, prizing open his lungs. Vine thickets shut out the light. His palms sweated. He could feel fear rising in him. The fear of a tight, dark space. At last he emerged into a dome of secondary jungle. He wiped grime away from his eyes and, taking a look over his left shoulder, got his bearings. He'd entered the jungle at the northwest tip of Barbosa Favela. When he'd inserted into the slum, he recalled, the jungle tapered northwest up a steep mountain to a summit several hundred meters above sea level. 600 meters to the south lay Corcovado Mountain, its hunchback shape jutting against the skyline. If he adjusted his route westward and carried on for a couple of 100 meters, he'd be in line with the coded coordinates Bald had given him. Fuck, Gardner thought. That phone call seemed like a year ago. His stomach echoed like a cave. He hadn't touched a morsel of grub since the previous night, but juiced up with the knowledge he was nearly upon Bald, he got a second wind. He turned down the volume on the hunger, forgot about the aches and pains in his calves, and pounded on through the understory of the jungle. He didn't make as much progress as he would have liked, his pace hindered by the fact that the jungle floor was a dense mess of overgrown weeds, thorns, ferns, canes, and shrubs. In primary jungle and deciduous forest, where tall canopies cut out much of the sunlight, the undergrowth is limited. But in the secondary jungle, where the canopies had been chopped down, sunlight had a clear run to the ground, and the vegetation flourished into a greasy tangle as if the plants were knotted at the roots, forcing Gardner to concentrate on his every step. He wished he had a knife to hack through the overhanging vines and thickets. He just had to use the stock of his Colt to push aside spiky bushes. In a way, Falcon had done Gardner a favour with his disappearing act. He'd served his purpose in leading him to the edge of the jungle. Still, something ate at him. Why the hell was Falcon so desperate to avoid his Boppe muckers? Another thought scratched at the base of his skull. Who kitted out the messengers with high-tech PP-2000s? The Russian-manufactured submachine gun was the darling of elite forces and special police units, not the kind of firearm that was easy to buy on the black market, and he doubted they came cheap, whatever the source. Gardner stopped. He'd managed to get himself hooked up on the edges of a rattan bush, known in the regiment as the wait-a-while bush, on account of how long it took to free yourself from one. All I fucking need, he thought, as he began to work loose the needles from his clothing. Millions of the fuckers, it seemed. No sooner had he untangled himself than his ears pricked. He paused. A campfire crackled. 30 meters ahead, the thick vegetation retreated, giving way to a small clearing. A sweet smell greeted him, fruity and toasted. He instantly recognized that smell as belonging to the Cohiba cigars Bald was so fond of smoking. I found him. Gardner stared ahead at the camp and saw that, although he'd come out to Rio to help the mucker who'd once saved his life, this had also been a personal mission, about proving a point to the pen pushers in Whitehall, that he still had the skills and the balls to be a blade. They'd given him the boot because of his injuries. Flying here, negotiating the favela, rescuing his mate, he could still cut it. His bowels roiled. He approached the clearing, listening and looking out for any signs of human habitation. John might be there, he reasoned, but a messenger might have trailed him and could be lying in wait. 10 meters from the clearing, he planted a boot in front of him and felt something squelch underneath and hiss like a deflating car tire. His eyes shot down and he jumped back. Boa constrictor. The snake's head shot forward, mouth wide open, teeth snapping at his ankle. Darting to the left to avoid its bite, he paced around the side of the vicious fucker, all 7 feet of it. It hissed at him again, its blue tongue tasting the air, and slithered on. Heart pounding, flies swarming around his face, Gardner entered the clearing. The camp was empty. Signs left around the camp told him that whoever had been here recently bugged out. Damp smoke drifted off a doused fire. A makeshift A-frame, set up at the northern end of the clearing with split A-tap vines thickly layered across the roof, was also empty. A latrine had been dug up 20 meters to the east of the A-frame. It was brimming with shit and piss that flies feasted on. Gardner spotted a half-full bottle of water hanging from a tree by a rope and, next to the fire, the stub of a Cohiba cigar. He kneeled and picked it up. The leaves were wet at the mouth end. The cigar, the fresh shit, the water. John must have bugged out less than an hour ago. An uneasy feeling clawed at his guts. The camp didn't feel right. Bald had the reputation of a vigilant blade, the kind of bloke who was expert at covering his tracks, right down to bagging every last drop of piss. But the guy who lived here was lazy and hadn't made any effort to cover up his tracks. Gunfire shattered his thoughts. To your 6 o'clock, he figured. He turned. Silhouettes, 10 of them 40 meters away. They sliced through the rattan bushes with machetes, chopping vines and shouting. He saw a figure point a shotgun at the understory. Boom! Birds fluttered. The tail end of a boa constrictor was tossed into the air. Messengers. Gardner went into contact mode. He fell back to a caroba tree and knelt down behind the trunk, giving himself a clear line of sight above the undergrowth to the targets. 30 meters to the messengers. They were heading straight for the clearing. Bugging out was a non-starter. In this terrain, he couldn't pick up speed, and they'd soon be on his case. So, time to give them the good news. 15 rounds left in the Colt. He waited until the first target was 10 meters from the edge of the clearing and opened fire, single shot. The target dropped, and his mates went batshit, spraying rounds in every direction. Gardner was partially concealed between the A-frame and the caroba tree, but he knew it was only a matter of time before they spotted him. He unleashed 4 rounds, 2 into the torso of a tall, gangly target, the others for his friend beside him, his body jerking like some weird street dance. He was winning the fight. The messengers couldn't get a fix on him. They were shitting themselves. Any minute now, they'll fucking do one, he thought. Splinters showered his face, throwing him onto his back. He looked at the shredded caroba trunk. The shots hadn't come from the group to the east. Then another 2 rounds splashed into the soil around him, and Gardner was displacing to a shallow scrape behind a shit pit, cursing his bad luck. 100 meters northeast, the jungle crested up into a ridgeline, where the undergrowth was stripped away, as if someone had given the ground a Brazilian. Rocky soil jutted out like a series of knuckle joints, and, exposed on the ridge, stood 7 messengers, taking pot shots at Gardner. Bullets flung maggot-riddled shit into the air. Gardner kept his head down, desperately thinking of a plan B. The messengers to the east burst into the clearing, 20 meters distant. He chopped the first 2 down with his Colt, ducking to avoid the gunfire from the guys on the ridge. You're pinned down and on your last 8 rounds, he was thinking. Any second now you'll be overrun. 3 more gangsters raced into the clearing 30 meters ahead. The light, rapid crack of a Colt commando silenced their shouts. "Come to daddy," a voice called out. "You know you fucking want it." It was full-on Cockney, not Scottish, not John. Dry and hoarse as if he'd necked a pint of sand, but unmistakable all the same. Gardner peered out from the scrape. A rangy guy in a loose black t-shirt and grey combats, Bergen strapped to his back, raked gunfire down at the messengers in the clearing. Their bodies formed a pile at the clearing mouth. He sliced up the final guy and slid over to Gardner's position. "Well, say something, you silly cunt." Topped by brill-creamed hair, the face had pockmarked cheeks and the rough horseshoe that was always the front-runner for the annual Creden Hill shit tash competition. "Dave?" "Don't act so surprised, lad. It's me, not fucking Bono." "But what the—" "I'll explain it all, mate, soon as we've sent these wankers over to the dark side." Dave Hands was right. No time for questions. Hands victualled a few rounds over the top of the scrape at a couple of injured messengers trying to take cover. "Reckon we need to pepper pot back to a baseline." "All well and good, mate, but I'm down to my last few rounds." Hands nodded, fishing out a fresh clip from his utility belt. "Don't ask, don't get. How many on the ridgeline?" 7 total. Gardner peered over the top, sighted a messenger cross graining the ridge on a downward slope towards the camp. 2 taps on the trigger, slotted. 6. See that ditch just short of the ridge? Make that the baseline. "Bit of the old fire and move, yeah? Read my mind better than my ex-fucking wife." Hands checked his commando. "Right then. Thumbs out, bloody arses." "Covering fire." Hands displaced from the scrape while Gardner concentrated the last 6 rounds of the clip on the messengers on the ridge. The distraction worked. The messengers returned fire on Gardner, ignoring Hands as he railed the western edge of the clearing, lying up at the ditch 20 meters ahead of Gardner. Now he went into contact mode, and Gardner sprang out from the shit-splayed scrape, racing diagonally across the clearing as fast as his tired leg muscles could carry him. Rounds smacked into the soil around him, flinging dirt into the air like geysers. Gardner hit the ditch. As soon as he reached the baseline, he saw Hands, down on his knees, spraying the messengers. Gardner slapped in a new clip. The messengers sought cover, but there was none. They must have realised the mistake of attacking from the ridgeline too late, as Hands sprayed arcs of lead mayhem along their position. Gardner fixed his eyes on Hands. The moment he eased his trigger finger, indicating he needed to reload, Gardner stood up and picked off messengers with his remaining rounds. 1, 2, 3. They dropped like Lehman Brothers shares. 2 final targets legged it. "Fucking showed them the time of day," said Hands, spitting. "Let's break out of here before their mates get the scent. Millions of those bastards in the favela." But Hands didn't move. He stood up, propped his rifle against a tree trunk, and fetched a pouch of Cutter's Choice baccy from his pocket. "Relax, Joe. They ain't coming back. You know what they're like?" He lit the end of his Rizzler paper. "Catholics practicing safe sex. First sign of trouble, they pull out." Gardner surveyed the carnage. Smoke mist clung to their legs. The air tasted of hot metal, cordite so thick he could chew on it like gum. I wouldn't be so sure, he thought. "What the fuck are you doing here anyway?" he said. "Nice to see you too, mate." Hands caned on his cigarette. "I could ask you the same question.
Suppose the two of us could waffle on for fucking ages, but you know what? Be easier if you hear everything from the man himself.
You mean?
John's up the hill. He sent me to get you.
Chapter 14, 1512 hours. Weiss traipsed up the street, towards the sound of gunfire. In the favela, if you wanted to find out the truth, you followed the bullets. But the cramps in his stomach and the convulsions in his legs had reduced his pace to a shuffle. He inched forward with one hand pressed against the bullet-flecked walls of the surrounding homes. It had taken forever to make his way from the torture house. 150 meters from the firefight now. Smoke clogged the air, the soft pulse of a helicopter. Hot ash parched his throat. Son of Mary and Joseph for a sip of water. He stooped and vomited. The fourth time in the past hour, and his guts had no chunks left to hock up, just bitter yellowish liquid. He looked down. He'd puked on a chicken pen. The rainbow-coloured birds cawed their disgust. As he drew near to the top of the favela, the street inclined sharply. He wasn't sure if his legs could carry him much further. He stopped to catch his breath. His temperature had rocketed. The corners of his lips had cracked open like paper cuts. Something is badly wrong, he thought. Maybe I've contracted a fever. His mind cleared for a second. 50 meters away, a blurred face came into focus, and he realized he'd hit the jackpot. Roulette faced west, giving his back to Weiss. He'd not yet seen the Mexican. Roulette was barking orders at three goons. His voice was rasping, frantic. Weiss hushed his rapid breathing and hunched up against the wall.
How many left?
Roulette asked.
Alive, boss, or just the ones who can fight? If they're alive, they'd better fight, or I'll fucking kill them myself.
The goon hesitated.
20. They had the helicopter. We had nowhere to hide. Son of a bitch, Roulette cut in. And Boppe got the Russian guns from the bodies too, which means that we're fucked, because they're going to understand where we got them from. Forget it. We can kill two birds with one stone. The guy who sold us the guns, he's the one who was going to rob us. We find him, it's done. But boss, the chopper can suck my dick. There's an RPG stash on the other side of the favela, in the safe house next to the hospital. The boys can take them. We'll shoot that fucking thing down. And Carlos,
Roulette clamped his fingers around the goon's neck.
Make it quick. I don't want this bitch to escape.
Sure, whatever. What about you, boss? Asked the other goon.
I'm going to finish off that Mexicano cunt.
He glanced at his watch.
By now, Alberto should have finished on his hands and dick. See you in an hour.
The goons departed. From his position behind the wall, Weiss spied Roulette pounding the street. Heading in his direction, Weiss reached into his duster. His left hand was shaking. He gripped the wrist with his right hand to control it and produced a syringe. A thought picked at his frontal lobe, vanished before he could seize it. Roulette was 25 meters off. With his left hand uncontrollable, Weiss chomped the syringe between his teeth and ripped off the cap. His guts made a squelching noise, as if his stomach was seeping acid into his bowels. 10 meters. Weiss steeled his hand. The needle glinted. 5 meters. Roulette's shadow skated past. Now. Weiss swung around the corner and found Roulette almost on top of him. The messenger leader collided with Weiss, who had to fight hard to stop himself toppling backwards. Roulette's eyes, a couple of black poker chips, blinked their surprise at him, then lowered and inspected the needle as it punched his stomach. Roulette took 2 steps back and tugged the syringe out. Foaming at the mouth and swaying on his feet, he seized up. "How does it feel?" Weiss asked, as Big Teeth's number 2 struggled for breath. "Really, I'm curious. Do you know what's in your bloodstream?" Roulette's eyes ballooned. He sweated feverishly, making a supreme effort to shake his head. "I've injected you with batrachotoxin. The name means nothing to you naturally." Roulette grunted his agreement. "But perhaps you are familiar with the poison dart frog. The poison is the most deadly toxin known to man. It will attack your central nervous system first, paralyzing your muscles one by one. You'll be in a state of helplessness as you lose control of your body. Your chest will feel like it's crushed underneath a cattle stampede. Breathing will become impossible. And you shit yourself, I see. This is what you get for trying to fuck with. Weiss spewed blood, spraying Roulette's neck and shirt. He rested a hand on Roulette's shoulder to stop himself from falling over, and dear God, his kidney was on fire. He looked at Roulette and forgot about his pain. The messenger's skin shifted pale blue. Many people panicked or cried in their last moments of life, and some even accepted death without complaint. But Roulette laughed. Weiss wasn't sure why. His eyes narrowed to dead matchsticks, his face screwing up in amusement. It was the laugh of a man who intended his to be the last. Weiss left Roulette on his knees, floundering in a pool of his own shit, and dragged himself up the street. The street peaked. He saw the bodies first, spread-eagled and deformed. Messy deaths, the kind Weiss disapproved of. It seemed strange when he considered it, but Weiss hated the sight of blood. That's why he used syringes. The school. Nobody about, decorated with bullet holes and cartridges, as if God had placed a storm cloud over Barbosa Favela and made it hail brass. He saw a messenger fleeing from the north, running so fast his feet seemed not to touch the ground, and he knew instantly his destination. The jungle. That's where it hit pay dirt. Chapter 15. 1600 hours. Gardner and Hans moved low amid the undergrowth. They stuck to the most impenetrable route through the jungle, Gardner's idea, in case the messengers picked up the chase again.
"This is pointless," Hans moaned. "I'm telling you, we're safe as bloody houses. You remember the crap insurgents in Basra? Shooting from the hip like they think they're in fucking Hollywood. These guys are 10 times worse, mate."
"I remember," Gardner said. "More than 100 good soldiers died in Basra."
"Yeah, but you always get one or two."
Gardner took no notice of Hans and his spiel. He'd spent 15 years of his life hyper-alert and sticking to the cardinal rule. Never underestimate your enemy, and he wasn't about to give up now. The jungle air was damp and moist, his clothes drenched, sticky. A trickling noise reached his ears, like coins jangling in his pocket. It came from the northwest. Energy coursed through him. He could hear the blood rushing through his head. All the while he was keeping one eye on Hans. The man wasn't moving with care, snagging his Bergen against branches, trampling on tall grass, and generally leaving the kind of sign that would make David Sterling roll in his grave. "Been what? 4 or 5 years?" said Gardner.
5 years, 8 months, and 12 days. Not that I'm counting."
"So what's the buzz?" Hans was quiet for a beat.
"Down here helping John. What's it fucking look like?"
Gardner raised an eyebrow. "With Boppe?"
Yeah.
"I didn't know you and John kept in touch." Hans was silent again, as if they were talking over a bad phone line.
"Well, you know, we didn't for a while. He was doing this, I was tied up in a bit of that. You want the truth, Joe? No one fucking talked to me after it. Not one fucking blade. Not Pittman, not Grant, not even fucking you."
He had turned on Gardner like a Rottweiler, eyeballing him ferociously. Gardner returned the compliment. Backing down wasn't in his DNA. "Spare me the self-pity act, Dave. You fucked up the moment you tried to sell the drugs. 10,000 ecstasy tablets for fuck's sake. Once you make that choice, you deserved everything that came your way. And here's another thing. I don't give 2 shits whether you think it was me or any of the other lads that set you up with that undercover copper. Because you know what? You made your bed. You fucking lie in it. There's no one to blame for what happened but yourself."
"You can be a real dick sometimes, Joe,"
said Hans, stepping into Gardner's face. Just because not everyone goes around licking regiment arse, you think you got a right to fucking judge me? Gardner was suddenly conscious of the Colt by Hans' side. His finger paused on the trigger. All alone, middle of nowhere, it would be so easy. And yeah, I got caught. Hans' voice was becoming scratchy. No argument there. But I paid a heavy fucking price. Years after that, I couldn't get work wiping the shit off someone's ass. You don't know what I went through. No fucking idea. We all make mistakes, mate, but some of us take a harder fall. Know what I mean? Hans lifted his finger off the trigger. Then he smiled and extended his left hand. But I always say, past is past. I ain't got no grievance with you no more. Gardner shook hands with his prosthetic. Fuck it, he said. Everyone deserves a second chance. If John's willing to trust you, that's good enough for me. He said it to put Hans at ease, not because he truly meant it. Hans, he knew, was prone to losing his cool. He'd once stuck his gun in the face of a guy who tried to overtake him on the A3, threatened to shoot the driver and his bird on the spot. The CO of D Squadron 22 SAS, Major Neil Bucky, severely reprimanded him, but Hans didn't shape up. Then the drugs bust left Bucky with no choice but to give him the boot. And, in the years since, regiment gossip had reached Gardner's ears of the dodgy dealings Hans was involved in. Pornography distribution, including kiddie porn and bestiality, counterfeit passports and credit card scams, drug dealing. So why is John working with him? Gardner wondered, but he backburned the question. They burrowed on through the jungle, Gardner's arms and legs in pain, his body cannibalizing its muscle for energy. Adrenaline supercharged his veins. 200 meters further on, Gardner realized the origin of the jangling sound. Up ahead, a fast-flowing creek running downhill along the basin of a pocked ridge. Home sweet home, Hans said. Everything clicked. The tracks at the camp, the fire. It wasn't laziness. The campsite, Gardner said. No self-respecting blade would leave such a mess. It was deliberate, wasn't it? Hans nodded. A decoy. John's idea. Put any nosy fuckers off the scent, know what I mean? He reckons you'd figure it out for yourself. 30 meters from the edge of the creek, which was tucked in behind a thick web of vines and ferns, Hans stopped. Gardner spotted a figure. The man was shaded by a nearby kapok tree that towered over the land, 50 meters high and half a meter thick. The trunk was crowded with buttresses. Gardner paced ahead of Hans. The guy was sitting on a toppled tree trunk. He had a Fairbairn Sykes fighting knife in one hand, slicing the double-edged blade along a length of bark in his other hand, tucking the dry shavings into a small pouch on his lap. 4 Bergens were propped up against the trunk, coloured in digital camouflage. The man's hands were black as soot, covered in welts and bruises. He was barefoot. A pair of brown socks hung from a long branch nearby. Gardner noticed that his right foot was swollen and purple, probably from where he'd been bitten by a spider or snake. Gardner knew who he was, even before he stepped closer to him, when the jungle gloom eased and the face took on definition. His pale skin was masked by camo paint, eyes beaming like spotlights. He was bulkier than Gardner recalled, but still had the frown grooved into his forehead. John Bald. Chapter 16, 1633 hours. He was close. Weiss stumbled across the clearing and licked the air. It tasted zingy and heavy with topsoil, like a bomb had gone off in his mouth. The battle that had raged in the clearing had occurred very recently, he figured. Smoke clung to his ankles, and the wounded had not yet died. Make that one of the wounded, he thought, as he approached the last survivor. The kid was not long for this earth. He was early 20s, a golden dollar sign chain hanging from his neck, and a hole in his chest large enough to sink an orange. Weiss squatted down beside him. "If you want, I can make it quick," he said, reaching a hand into his duster. "Tell me which way he went." The kid shuddered. It was a bitch of a choice for any human being to make. Die now, or live longer and suffer. The kid chose death. He pointed a finger west. "Was he alone?" asked Weiss, now feeling for the syringe. The kid curled his thumb and index finger into a ball, leaving 2 fingers in the air. So the target had company. He had all the information he needed. Time to honor his end of the bargain. Weiss frowned. He couldn't find what he was looking for. Pulling his coat wide open, he ran his peepers down the row of needles. He was missing a syringe, one loaded with a toxic alkaloid called aconitine. "That's too bad," he said to himself. "You probably dropped it when you escaped from Rolex and Lakers." Aconitine was one of his favorite compounds, and he made a mental note to touch base with his chemist on his return to Ciudad Juarez. The kid wanted a quick death, and Weiss obliged. He administered a high dosage of succinylcholine to the neck. Within seconds, the kid's muscles shriveled up and he couldn't breathe. Something flopped in his chest. He went over to the dark side. Weiss moved on. He got about halfway across the clearing before he doubled over in agony and his guts contracted, as if someone was yanking at him with a bungee cord. He coughed up black goo, shivered in spite of the jungle heat. The tips of his toes were numb, his fingers likewise. "You've got a fever," he reasoned. "After what Roulette and his goons did to you earlier, are you surprised? But don't let it stop you." "I won't. But Christ, it hurts." He steadied himself, fearing he'd faint. One glance west and he was on his feet. He noticed the snapped branches and the crushed twigs, the footprints in the damaged undergrowth. Someone had beaten a path through the foliage and left evidence of their route. It was God's will, he was sure of it. $30 million. So close now he could almost smell the greenbacks. Weiss ignored the fever and pushed on. Chapter 17. 17:01 hours. John Bald looked at Gardner briefly, then went back to carving firewood from the wet bark. Crunching twigs sounded to his 6 o'clock. Hans drew near to him, and Bald put the bark to one side, knife dangling between his legs. "Took your time, man," Bald said. Thinking the question was directed at him, Gardner made to answer. But Hans replied, "We got held up. Messengers had a little welcome party for us, yeah? Nothing to get your knickers in a twist about. Me and Jason Statham here gave them what for." Bald ran his tongue around his mouth. "Sure no one followed you?" "Give me a break," Hans replied. "Those gang pricks couldn't follow their own fucking shadows." Bald gave no indication of whether he agreed with Hans. Holding it up to the light, he examined the Fairbairn Sykes. "Well, you got here just in time. I think our mutual friend is about to pass out from the pain. I need you to clean his wound and get some fresh dressing on it. And a shot of morphine too, keep him quiet." Hans strode past Gardner to a figure at his peripheral vision. He noticed the foot first. The boot had been cut off, a grey blanket tied around it, and a long forked branch that stretched from his armpit to below his foot, tied with vines around the ankle. The foot belonged to Falcon. Gardner did a double take. Couldn't believe what he was seeing. He looked back towards Bald, who made no effort to explain anything to him, much less make eye contact. He seemed obsessed by the fighting knife. "What? What's going?" "You must be exhausted, man. Here," Bald said, tossing a canteen towards Gardner. "It's from the stream. It's got a wee kick to it from the purification tablets." This isn't the John I know, Gardner thought. Bald never used 2 words when one would do the trick. But he was also warm and loyal. Now it seemed he was treating Gardner like a stranger. No thank you for travelling halfway around the world. Gardner unscrewed the cap on the canteen. Dark, filmy water sloshed about inside. He didn't raise it to his lips. Instead, he looked at the stuffed Bergens beside Bald. Calm, relaxed Bald. And wondered. He laughed. "Something funny, Joe?" "You tell me," Gardner replied. "The tablets, the fake camp, the Bergens. You don't mean to tell me you had all this kit with you for a patrol with Boppe. This took planning, preparation. When you got jumped, all this shit was already in place. Aye, man, you've a fair point, Bald answered, his bottom lip weighing it up. The truth of the matter is, we had to take some precautions. Who the fuck's we? Bald extended an arm towards Hans and Falcon. Hans rinsed out Falcon's wound with water, wiping it down with the gauze swab and wrapping a roll of sterile dressing around the open wound. The Boppe captain was feverish, fucking out of it like a pillhead in a rave club. Why, my business partners, of course. Gardner lit up like an oil field. He felt duped, had the urge to punch someone in revenge, but he wasn't sure who deserved a socking the most. Bald for his cry of help, Falcon for keeping stum about his link to John, or Hans just for being, well, fucking Dave Hans. You reached out to me, he said, pointing to Bald. You said you were in the shit, John, knee-deep in the stuff. That's why I rushed out here at a fucking moment's notice, because you were in trouble. Bald slipped on his dried socks and boots. But I am, Joe, I am. That's why I asked you here. Listen, I'll answer all your questions in a minute. First, I've got a question for you. He stabbed a Fairbairn Sykes into the felled tree. Can you still drive a boat? Chapter 18, 1720 hours. Gardner didn't reply. He noticed Hans and Falcon edging towards Bald, hanging at his 4 o'clock. His brain tried to make sense of everything. The connection with dodgy Dave Hans, the need for a boat, the fake camp. Falcon's unease about his Boppe comrades. Each question only led to more questions. This is important, Bald continued. Life or death. I need to know if you can help me. Help with what? Getting out, man. The airport's a no-go. There's checkpoints at the state borders, and it's a long haul to Santos by road anyway. Boat's the only option we have. You're going to have to be straight with me here, John. Either you lost your passport, or there's something a lot darker you're not telling me. I've come a long way, too far to be fucked about. So how about you cut to the chase? Bald chuckled and wagged a finger at Gardner. That's what I always liked about you, Joe. You call a spade a spade. He nodded to Hans. The skinny ex-blade paced towards the Bergens and fiddled with the straps on the leftmost one, while Bald took from his pocket a tennis ball-sized fruit, reddish and leathery, sliced it down the centre with his knife, and popped one half into his mouth. Then Hans tipped out the contents of the Bergen. This, Bald said, is your spade. A stack of 5 packages spilled onto the floor, each the size of a paperback book, wrapped in white paper, with the image of a scorpion stamped on the top of the package. Gardner had conducted anti-drug smuggling operations in Colombia and could identify a brick blindfolded. Each brick he knew was a solid kilo of pure cocaine. Silence between the 4 men. Hans tucked the Bolivian marching powder back into the Bergen, and a single thought lodged at the front of Gardner's brain. What the fuck? The world is about opportunity, Bald said, Gardner not even meeting his eyes. The winners seize it. The losers let it pass them by. You remember how it was in the regiment, don't you, Joe? Strike when you have the chance. Gardner's eyes flitted between Bald and Hans. He didn't like the fact Hans was clutching his Colt Commando at waist height, barrel pointed at the ground. A quick swing of the carbine, and he'd be aiming directly at Gardner's head. His own carbine dangled by his side, out of ammo and fucking useless. This here, Bald said, waving his hand at the Bergens. This is what opportunity looks like. You stole it from the messengers of God. Well, I prefer liberated. Spoils of war and all that. It was actually Captain Falcon's idea. Gardner thought back to his first encounter with Falcon. The explosive entry course. All I can say is, Florida's a good place to do business. There's 50 keys of cocaine in total, with a street value of $30 million American. We brought young David on board because of his contacts. He knows people who are desperate for premium-grade snow in Europe. Care for some? Bald held out the other half of the fruit. Gardner shook his head. Please yourself. The plan's worked out well so far. Raphael arranged to meet with some of the messengers and make a weapons swap. a common enough exchange with Bope and some of the army units. Corruption here, you see. It's part and parcel of daily life. Some of the gang had PP-2000s, said Gardner. Top-end firearms. You sold them to the messengers. The weapons exchange was just a front. After the deal went down, we took the messengers hostage and tortured them until they gave up their drug stash. They did, and quickly too. Threatened to kill a man, he won't say a word. Shove a broom handle up his asshole, you can't keep him quiet. But bugging out of the favela has proved more difficult. Bold gestured at Gardner with the knife tip. Which is where you come in. Hans helped Falcon to his feet. The Rupert tottered on his makeshift crutch to the side of Gardner until he was at the fringes of his line of sight. Hans, Falcon and Bald were now spread out in a semicircle in front of him, the Scot playing it cool as Gardner slowly backed up on his heels. To return to my problem, I didn't sell you a bum steer, Joe. I really am in trouble. The messengers know for sure we ripped them off, and Captain Falcon thinks his Bope friends have their suspicions. Somehow, we need to get this shipment down to the port of Santos, where David's contact will rendezvous with us. The only way we'll get there without being arrested is by boat. Raphael's got a contact who can rig us a hackercraft at the port, topped up with diesel and ready to roll. Gardner met Bald's eyes. They were wide and shiny, like a man who'd just landed a prize catch. So, the question is, are you with us? Gardner felt 3 sets of eyes burning holes in him. Why the fuck would I want in? I'm offering you a share of the profits, Bald said, raising his palms. A 3-way split becomes 4. Just think, 7.5 million big ones. It's yours. All you've got to do is pilot a boat 250 kilometres down the coastline. He paused, trying to gauge Gardner's reaction. And this is only the start of business together. Rafa here says there are literally hundreds of drug trains coming out of the favelas. We can clean up, Joe. You and me. I don't know. Life's not easy for an old blade, Bold cut in. He shook his head sadly. In the Roman Empire, soldiers were like gods. Today, with the shit on the heel of someone's boot, look at the way the headshed treated you, fobbing you off with a pension that barely stretches to a chip butty and a tin of beans. You, me, deserve better. I don't know who you are anymore. Bold shifted on his feet. We used to see drug smugglers as the scum of the earth. The world's changed, Bold replied. No, just you, said Gardner, clocking Hans' face as it morphed from grin to scowl. Don't get all moral on me. This is snow, for fuck's sake. No one dies. If we didn't have it, the messengers would sell it on themselves. What's the big deal? Coke here, heroin in the Afghan. Drugs help kill some of our mates. If the Taliban didn't get their profits from the poppies, maybe they'd never have had the resources to plant all those IEDs. Maybe good lads, guys we fought alongside, would still be alive. Sorry, John. I'm not perfect, but I'm better than a lowlife like Hans. I'm not getting my hands dirty. Bald crimsoned. Spit gathered at the corners of his mouth. You bloody well owe me. I risked my life to save you and the Afghan. Yeah, I remember all right. But the Afghan was then, this is now, and my answer's still no. Fuck you, then! The voice cut like a spear across Bald's shoulder. Hans had his Colt Commander raised level with Gardner's head. Falcon's right hand rested on his holstered Taurus, his other on the crutch. I told you bringing this cunt into the fold was a bad move. Drop it, David, Bald said. Nah, screw that shit. I don't know why you were so desperate to have him on the team in the first place. He's straighter than a fucking go faster stripe, and he's supposed to get an equal share when we've done all the legwork. We need him if we're to reach Santos. I'll fucking walk it there myself. Better than letting this prick in on the action. Another one of your bright ideas, Dave. Maybe you should offload a brick to a copper, Gardner said. Wish I had a round in my rifle, he was thinking. Just a single bullet would do the trick. Put one right between Dave's eyes. Think you're funny, mate? You won't be laughing in a minute. And know what? Killing you will be the best decision I ever make. Hans peered down the sights of the Colt. Put the gun down, Bald urged. Enjoy the ride, mate. Hands to press the trigger. His finger pulled halfway before it happened. Before Bald thrust at him. Before Bald, stocky with legs like tree trunks, but fleet of foot and agile, leapt the 3 meters to hands, socked him on the jaw, and knocked him backwards. The chambered round in the Colt kicking up into the sky, panicking a flock of macaws. Falcon clumsily pulled out his Taurus. Gardner broke right, trying to put some ground between himself and Falcon's line of fire. A double crack split the air as he moved behind the kapok tree. He peered back towards the camp. Falcon's corpse on the floor. Bald shadowing him, cursing under his breath. Hands unconscious by his side. Bald turned to the tree, to Gardner. I make that twice, Joe. Christ, if I save your bacon again, someone's going to have to keep score. Tell you what, pilot the boat and we'll call it even Stevens. The good news is, I can offer you a 3-way split, now that Raphael's indisposed. And who knows, David might have to accept a pay cut. More for me and you. Gardner crouched behind the trunk, unarmed. How the fuck do I get out of this one? The answer came in the form of a gunshot. Bald unloading a round at the tree. Bark sprayed in Gardner's face. Splinters nicked his hands. Sometimes I think about how different things would have been, you know? If we'd waited for the sweeping team to come in and scan the area. I mean, those sand monkeys had worked out the tolerance of landmine detectors, and there could easily have been another device waiting to kick off in my face. But if I followed protocol, you'd have bled out. Gardner couldn't stand and fight, not without a gun. He scanned the jungle. Remember the kid, Joe? Connors. Pretty boy Connors. Gardner kept him talking, buying himself time. He looked towards the far side of the creek, where the land dropped off. Impossible to see how deep or where it led to, but if you managed to get across there. Reckoned he had a page 3 stunner for a bird. Speak to him for more than a minute. Out came the wallet and the picture of his missus. Then we found out she was actually from page 3. Kid had just cut a picture out of the paper and scanned it into a photograph. Bloody joker. Bald's voice grew closer, 10, maybe 12 meters away. Hard to watch a kid like that die. And it could so easily have been you, Joe. Do me a favour and... What the fuck? The clatter of a gunshot. Gardner heard Bald grunt, a separate set of footsteps rustling the dry leaves, and a voice cussing in Portuguese. He ducked away from the kapok tree and saw a burly guy in a black duster coat, using his weight to pin Bald to the ground. Bald kicked and flailed at him, but the guy was immovable as a rock. His face was pale as the coke packets, and his shaking hand held a needle 10 inches from Bald's face. Son of a fucking bitch! Help me, Joe! For a split second, Gardner's regiment instincts kicked in, and he made towards Bald, fists clenched, ready to kick 7 shades of shit out of the attacker. John's lied to me, he told himself, but he's still an ex-Blade, and I can't stand back and let him die. A rush of air above, whirl of blades, whip of an engine. Gardner arched his head up and saw the Bell Ranger overhead. Low, 70 feet, rails almost touching the canopy below. So low he could see the pilot's face and the pattern on the sniper's sneakers. The sniper was aiming directly at him. He broke left just as the sniper pulled the trigger. The bullet thwacked into the butt of a tree. Then the chopper lifted and circled round a creek, the sniper indicating to his pilot that he needed a clearer shot. Gardner's eyes followed it as it hovered to the east. Below, shadows moved along the ridgeline. They shouted and pointed towards Gardner. Bald still struggled with the guy in the duster. The shadows stopped 70 meters away. 2 of them kneeled and aimed their weapons at Gardner. Shit. Fucking surrounded. He shot a final glance back towards Bald, a needle suspended above his eyes. Joe, I'm fucked. Help! I can't, mate, Gardner thought as a crackle of gunfire erupted to his right. He ducked behind the eastern side of the kapok tree. He heard the furious splitting of bark as rounds smacked into the trunk. Get out of here. You can't save Bald, but you can still save yourself. His survival instincts kicked in. He darted towards the creek. Once there, he stared at the drop. The decline was practically vertical, all the way down into another area of the Barbosa favela. He had a widescreen view of Rio, from the clutter of rooftops and electricity cables to the Hilton to Copacabana Beach. He cross-grained diagonally along the drop. 10 meters down, he caught a scream at his rear, like someone strangling a dog. Bald. He pictured the needle plunging through John's eye socket, piercing his lizard brain. He didn't know who the attacker was, didn't give a crap. Shake hands with the devil, expect him to stab you in the back. The creek flowed directly past the favela, where it grew into impassable jungle. Half a dozen women were washing their clothes in the water. They stopped and stared at Gardner as he ran parallel to the creek. 20 meters on, past a dead goat, he found a small fence, bounded over it and crossed the street. The bell ranger circled the air above. A big skull accelerated past, almost running over his foot. Slammed on the brakes. The passenger door swung open. An officer shouted at him. "You need to bug out, and quick," Gardner decided. The last thing he wanted was to be detained by Boppe. From what Bald said, Falcon wasn't the only corrupt guy in the unit, and the other dodgy officers wouldn't hesitate to execute a foreigner who knew too much. Then he smelled shit and clocked a sewage hole on the side of an adjacent home. He had his escape plan. Chapter 19. 1811 hours. Gardner crawled into a tunnel tight as a coffin. His body slithered into hot, foul waste the consistency of mud. The shit and piss brew touched his chin, and he clamped his mouth tightly shut, fighting his gag reflex. The space was so narrow, he had to tuck in his elbows. They scraped along the walls of the tunnel, scouring the skin. He rode with his arms, his fists acting as flat blades that pushed beneath the surface and splashed sewage against his face. He was forced to breathe in through his nose, and the smell was wet and vicious like burned skunk. Shards of light from the sewage holes lighted up the crap he ploughed through. He saw used condoms, bloodied tampons, nappies, tissues, and even a fetus. But most of all, he saw shit. A mass of brown, as if he was squirming behind a donkey with a bad case of Montezuma's revenge. God, how long will it take to wade through this shit? Keep going until you're out of the favela, he told himself. But the favela's a mile long. A whole fucking mile. It's 2 miles to the beach. You have to get out of the area. It's not safe. Not with Boppe on your case. Fuck it then. He struggled on. The sewer flowed downward at an angle from the creek, 300 meters above sea level, towards the beach. Occasionally, a powerful surge of excrement rushed past him, pushing his head fully under the surface. Globs of shit filled his ears, his nostrils, prized at his clamped lips. The holes in the street finished abruptly. When the dark arrived, the fear rode its back. And suddenly, Gardner was back in the torpedo tubes during waterborne insertions training in boat troop. He watched the hatch batten shut, the darkness so complete he couldn't see his hands. The tube flooding with water and the agonizing wait for the chamber to open, releasing him into the sea. The fear burrowed into his spine, paralyzing him. With every passing second, it required greater effort to move forward. Every muscle in his body seemed to resist. The irrational part of his mind urged him to crawl backwards and exit the nearest street hole, but he fought hard against it. No, you have to push on. Like exploring caves, the darker and deeper you foraged into a mountain's guts, the closer you came to the other side. He lost count of time. There was no way of judging how far he had slithered or how much further he had to go. It felt as if he was sinking into a bottomless pit. The sewage level rose, reaching his bottom lip. He thought he might choke and drown. Squeaks pierced his ears. He saw a light, white and irresistible, like an onrushing train. The exit. The light energized him. He picked up the pace. Then the squeaks grew louder, and he spotted a pack of rats at the exit hole. Swarms of the fuckers, picking at the build-up of sewage. He came close to the exit. The rats were excited. They scuttled round the hole, jumping onto his hands. One landed on his head, and he shook wildly from side to side, screaming. The rat in his hair clawing at his scalp, but all he wanted was to escape the tunnel, to breathe fresh air, and he climbed through the hole and blinked in the sunlight. He was out. The rats scattered like pool balls at a break, and Gardner checked his surroundings. He'd been coughed up in a back street of a residential neighbourhood. Split bin bags in a rubbish dump attracted the rats. He followed the street to a main road. Pleasant whitewashed villas, tan apartment buildings and colonial architecture. In the background, he made out Corcovado Mountain. You've crawled through more than a mile of shit, he thought. A street sign told Gardner he was on Rua Alfredo Chavez. From his memorized Google map of Rio, that placed him in the Humaitá district, east of the statue and outside the cluster of favelas to the north, Barbosa, Santiago and the rest. A clock outside his shop told him it was 7:13 in the evening. The work crowd had retired for the night. There weren't many people about. Not many, but a few. Across the street, a fair-skinned girl in her 20s shot him a disgusted look and quickly moved on. Gardner glanced down at himself and understood why. He was caked in shit from his toes to his neck. Some of the sewage was beginning to harden and fester in the heat. Time for a wash, he told himself. He crossed Rua Humaitá, headed down a maze of tight roads and blue and green-doored bungalows, drawing stares from the locals, and hit Rua Real Grandeza. Passing the San Juan Bautista Cemetery, its winged angel looking over the graves, he continued south for several hundred meters until he finally reached Avenida Atlantica and Copacabana Beach. He staggered across baking sand the color of flax seeds. The beach wasn't so busy at this time of day. The tourists were whining and dining and heading out to town. Topless girls covered up their breasts and blokes in brightly coloured beach shorts stopped playing football and stared. A group of teenagers shared a joint and pointed at him. Gardner didn't care. He looked ahead to the water, turquoise and foamy like cappuccino froth. The tide licked his feet. He shuffled into the Atlantic Ocean and swam out 100 meters to a spot where no one could bother him. He let the cool water clean his body. When he was done washing, he collapsed midway up the beach and let the fading sun dry his soaked, dirty clothes. Fuck me, he thought. Shaves don't come any closer. He'd come to Rio to rescue his mate and found himself tricked and ambushed by a man he'd once been proud to call his best friend. And he'd escaped. Now he was lying on a paradise beach surrounded by topless women with asses that would make a grown man cry. One girl, dark-haired and topaz-eyed and wearing just a black thong, grabbed his attention. That size, her tits have got to be fake, he reckoned. Either way, he admired the view. Gardner laughed, then closed his eyes. Sand grains blew across his face, clinging to his eyebrows and nose. For the longest time, his world was dark. Then he felt the sun cool. He opened his eyes and saw a shadow standing over him. Chris Ryan Extreme. Hard Target. Mission 2, The Rock. By Chris Ryan. Read by Josh Cohn. As Vegetius said, if you wish for peace, prepare for war. Chapter 1. Marriott Hotel, Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, 1920 hours. The Shadow wore a suit, and the suit had a name. Leo Land, the Shadow said, in an accent so posh it deserved a night at the opera. And you must be Joe Gardner. Don't forget my name, there's a good chap. I might be the last friend you ever have. Gardner squinted, shaken that the guy in the all-white linen suit knew his name. Land offered his hand. He looked younger than his accent. Land was classical posh. Blonde hair pushed back in a wave, right-angled jaw. He had a way about him, as if he owned the world and everyone in it, and his face stared out at Gardner from 1,000 colonial photos. Land helped Gardner to his feet and evidently caught a whiff of eau de sueur. I've told you my name, he said, but perhaps you can guess my paymaster's. Foreign Office. Not quite, Land replied, shaking his head. You're definitely government. Secret Intelligence Service. MI6 to the layman. Counter-proliferation section. Good God, that smell is rather strong. Took the scenic route. Well, it's been quite a day for you, hasn't it? Walk with me. By a fucking dog. Land's face tightened. You're in hot water, Mr. Gardner, and I'm the only person who can help you. So why don't you park that great big chip of yours by the door and come with me? He smiled at Gardner. I hear the promenade's very pleasant at dusk. Do I have a choice? Of course, Land said. But Gardner knew that if he blanked Land now, they'd find another way of cornering him. That was the firm's style. Pretend to give you a choice when you didn't really have any fucking choice at all. They strolled up to the promenade. Wave patterns were carved into the black and white limestone. A dozen girls breezed past, scent of Factor 50 and sex in their wake. Lamps lit up the Atlantic Ocean like a floodlit football pitch. Do you believe in second chances, Mr. Gardner? I believe in first chances. After that, it's in the lap of the gods. Interesting. Personally, I think we all deserve a second bite of the cherry. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Land plucked a cigarette from a pack of red Pall Malls. Gardner clocked the Cartier watch on his wrist. The firm must have given their boys a pay rise, he thought. Your little adventure in the favela is all over the news. 26 killed, a further 40 wounded. Bloodiest day in recent history, they're saying. No thanks to you. In my defence, the other guy started it. We need to talk in private, Land said. He sucked greedily on his tab and the fumes wafted across Gardner's face. I'd love to, mate, but I've got a plane to catch. Gardner paced away from the promenade. I'm afraid you won't get very far, Land called after him. Dead men aren't usually allowed on planes. Gardner froze. His eyes rested on the bustling pavement in front of him. Cars drew tracer rounds in the gloom. People went about their evenings giggling and holding hands, while he reeked of seawater and shit, and an MI6 agent played mind games. You'll be curious to know, Land went on, that one of the bodies Boppe recovered from Barbosa matches the photo on your passport. According to the paperwork, his name is Joe Gardner. In fact, a surgeon is operating on the body even as we speak. He's attaching a prosthetic hand to the corpse, identical to the one you have. Land crushed the Pall Mall stub under his suede Oxford. You're officially dead. Gardner flipped like a burger, felt a rush of steam in his veins. Suddenly he was in Land's face, so close he could taste the nicotine on his skin. Land tilted his head back. If you weren't in the firm, Gardner said, I wouldn't be the only dead guy on this promenade. I'm staying at the Marriott. Come and have a drink, and we'll talk some more. Why the fuck should I trust you? Because if you don't, my dear man, you won't make it to the end of the street. Gardner scanned the hotels and inns lined up along the Avenida Atlantica. The yellows, pinks and whites were bathed in a platinum glow from the streetlights and the traffic. The Marriott towered above the other buildings in a fuck you gesture. Somewhere further down the road, Land's friends were waiting to kick Gardner's ass. Here, said Land, tossing him a keycard. Room 307. There's a fresh shirt and pair of jeans in the wardrobe, and for God's sake, have a shower while you're at it. See you in the bar in 20 minutes. He showered and changed. Gardner swapped his Timberlands for black leather slip-ons and nabbed a pair of Ralph Lauren shades. He checked himself in the mirror, looked as if he belonged in a reality show searching for his dream home. The Terraneo lounge bar filled up with the pre-dinner crowd. Everyone was moneyed up. It didn't take Gardner long to find Land. The firm's man in Brazil occupied a window table, admiring the view while swirling a glass of red in his hand. His jacket was draped tastefully over the back of the chair. The sleeves on his creased white shirt were rolled up to the elbow. Caipirinha? Land asked as a waiter loitered. I'll take a beer, Gardner said. Now that you've rejoined civilization, said the MI6 man, I'm guessing you have lots of questions. Please, permit me to shed some light. The waiter returned with a bottle of something called Antarctica. Land folded his hands in his lap. It's very simple. From the moment you landed in Rio, the firm has been watching you closely. Gardner gave his screw face. took a hit of Antarctica. The beer juiced his bloodstream. We intercepted Bald's phone call to you. No doubt he realised that Boppe monitor all calls and chatter coming in and out of the favela, which is why he spoke in code. But he neglected to consider who might be listening in at the other end of the line. It wasn't a very hard code for us to crack, of course, and we were delighted he reached out to you. John's been very quiet of late, you see. A smell of lemon and chili greeted Gardner as a second waiter rocked up and carefully arranged plates of boiled manioc, potato fritters, sautéed chicken livers and smoked red sausages seasoned with mixed herbs. I do hope you're hungry. Everything's delicious, but I strongly recommend the stewed cow's tongue. Lost my appetite, Gardner said, pushing the plates to one side. You knew about John from the start? Yes, said Land, popping a fried codball into his mouth. His cocaine plot's been on the firm's watch list for the past 6 months, give or take. Seriously, you've no idea how much hassle you spared us by agreeing to help your friend. Not anymore, he ain't. To me, he's a stranger. Was, said Gardner, correcting himself. That's where you're wrong, old chap. The fact is, Bald escaped from that hellish favela and is currently winging his way down the Atlantic on a rented hackercraft piloted by an undercover agent. If we had a pair of binoculars, we might even spot him passing by. Gardner steamed, as if he'd swallowed hot coals. John's alive, and you just let him waltz right out of there. We had to, if we're to penetrate his drug trafficking ring. He took another swig of beer. 3 gulps and the bottle was half empty. John told me the plan was to transport the bricks to Santos by boat, and then a friend of Dave Hand's was going to rendezvous with them and move it on. That's the ring you're talking about. Land nodded quickly. They're employing a rather unusual shipment route. The cocaine is due to be smuggled out on a Royal Navy frigate, the HMS Lizard. Our sources indicate that Bald has befriended a wren by the name of Petty Officer Stephanie Wright. We suspect Hands may have acted as the go-between. The Lizard's next port of call is Gibraltar, from where Bald will unload the cocaine and, presumably, sell it on to the next link in the chain. Exactly. You see, Mr. Gardner, why we don't want to pull the plug on Bald's grand plan just yet. Gardner stared out of the window. The bar's speakers gurgled Latin jazz. Hundreds of other voices in the background seemed to rise in volume until they swelled inside his ear, as if he was standing next to a turbine engine. Where do I come into all of this? Now we're getting to the nitty-gritty. Land licked his fingers. We want you to follow Bald to Gibraltar. Once the exchange has been made with Wright, your orders are to take Bald by force. We need him alive. He knows the various links in the chain, and we'll have to break him to stand any chance of destroying the ring. Gardner thought about what Land had said. You faked my death because otherwise John would think his deal had been compromised. Just so. As for his accomplices, the Boppe captain is dead, and Mr. Hands is currently lying in a coma at the Copa d'Or hospital around the corner. At taxpayers' expense. I'm led to believe he has a nice view of the sea, if he ever wakes up. The waiter reappeared and cleared away the plates of half-eaten tapas. He gestured to the drained bottle of Antarctica. Another? Gardner shook his head and asked for a glass of water. I understand what you get out of busting the ring, but what's in it for me? Land wiped his lips with his napkin, and Gardner could have sworn he was hiding a smile beneath it. Spoken like a true opportunist. God, we train you chaps well, don't we? Name your price, Mr. Gardner. I have mine, you no doubt have yours, and I'm sure we can meet somewhere in the middle. I'm not interested in money. Land frowned. What then? I want a way back in. To the regiment? Gardner nodded. I'm afraid that's quite impossible. We carry a lot of clout around Whitehall, as you know, but breaking the rules on entry to the world's most elite unit is not in our gift. Perhaps it wouldn't be such a problem, but that hand of yours, well... He shrugged the rest of the excuse. Sorry, mate. It's the regiment or nothing. Land was quiet for a moment, eyes drifting over his wine glass. Possibly we could arrange something else. Not on the front line. I mean as a grey man, working in the shadows, eliminating national security threats in countries under the radar. Strictly deniable, of course. You'd officially be in regiment colours and rank, but answerable to the firm. If I could wangle that, do we have a deal? A year on the sidelines had hardened Gardner, made him more cynical about the world and its workings. But fuck, the offer was tempting. A voice scratching at the base of his skull told him that he'd trusted the firm before and had got his fingers burned. Land's proposal sounded too good to be true. I've skimmed your file, Land went on. Being a blade, it's all you've ever known. I'm offering you a way back into the magic circle. And if I say no, then you'll leave me with no option but to greenlight your immediate termination. I speak of no idle threat. At this very moment, dozens of agents are in Rio. Indeed, 8 of them are based in this very hotel. As I said to you before, Bald cannot afford to think his plan has been put in jeopardy. Letting you walk away scot-free is not an option. Gardner hated to admit it, but Land had him by the bollocks. Even if he did evade the firm in Rio, where would he go? They'd put the squeeze on him. With their vast resources and without a passport or access to funds, they'd slot him sooner or later. Besides, he missed life in the regiment, the camaraderie and sense of purpose. Adjusting to the outside world had proved difficult, which is why he'd become a drifter. Look what's on the table, he told himself. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to go back to doing what you do best. Fuck it, he said. I'm in. A wise choice. Welcome aboard. Land gestured over Gardner's shoulder for the bill. Now, I cannot overstate how crucial it is that Bald is captured alive and after he's exchanged the cocaine. Nab him too early, and we run the risk of granting him wriggle room in a court of law. He has to be caught red-handed. No problem, Gardner said. Just tell me where and when. Go down to the Copinha bar on Rua Bolivar. Ask the owner for a lady called Carlotta. She'll be expecting you. Carlotta will hand you a package. New passport, sterling to exchange at the bureau, and the keys to a hotel room on the Rock. There's also a mobile phone, secure line. You know the drill. Don't call me, I'll call you. Understood? Good. Land stood up and casually dropped a black Amex card on the table. Life is all about second chances, Mr. Gardner, he said, putting on his jacket. And you've just got yours. Chapter 2. Gibraltar, 7 days later, 11:22 hours. Winston Churchill Avenue was closed for business. Traffic on the road connecting Gibraltar to the Spanish mainland honked its horns as red and white barricades lowered, cutting off the intersection between both ends of the road and the airport. A British Airways plane touched down and taxied along the runway, wingtips several meters from the lines of impatient cars. The plane's tail dipped behind a line of low buildings. The barricades lifted. The lights blazed green. Shai Golan cruised on a bus to La Linea de la Concepcion and walked the final kilometre or so to the border. He flashed his passport to the border guard, announcing himself as Alain Robb. The guard nodded, took a quick peek inside his Nike gym bag, and waved him through. Had the guard stopped to quiz him, Golan was prepared. He looked the part, spoke it too. He was fluent in French, in addition to English, Mandarin, Russian, and his native Hebrew. Golan was 6'5" tall. His face was 90% hair, and his eyes black as pitted olives, as if they were permanently dilated. He could carry off the look of a dozen Mediterranean countries. A policeman with a starched white face monitored the expats and locals flooding in from La Concepcion. Golan was glad he'd ended on foot rather than by car. The traffic was gridlocked, caused by a runway shorter than a Jap's dick. Each time a plane landed or took off, the road was shut off in both directions. He trekked south along Winston Churchill Avenue, past the Victoria Stadium. After 400 metres, he reached the central roundabout and paced down Smith Dorrien Avenue for 10 minutes, then took the first left to join Main Street. Golan considered himself a man of taste and culture. He appreciated the bustling, chaotic architecture lining Gibraltar's main arterial road. Moorish horseshoe arches sprouted over a sprinkling of shop fronts. Other stores had painted shutters over the upper windows. In between stood white stucco facades, airlifted from Kensington. The effect was somewhat ruined by the shops themselves, a succession of branded fashion outlets and chain restaurants that left Golan feeling cold. A taxi rank presented itself halfway down the granite-set road. Golan hailed a cab and chucked his gym bag onto the back seat. He sat alongside it, resting a hand on the zip. "Where to, mate?" the driver asked. He had olive skin and curly black hair, but his accent made him sound like a character in a British soap. "The Botanic Gardens," Golan said. "Come for the wildlife, have you? Just be careful with the monkeys. They look harmless enough, but they're vicious little bastards. I've seen one of them rip a young girl's hair out." Golan nodded. "Name's Jose," the driver continued. "Lived here on and off for 25 years. Where did you say you were from?" "I didn't," said Golan before adding. "France. Paris." "Paris, eh?" The cabbie shot him a glance. "Never been there personally. This is the place for me." He drummed his hands on his steering wheel, then pointed out of the passenger window to the west down King Street, beyond Linewall Road and Queensway, directing Golan's gaze towards the old fortifications lining the banks of the Strait of Gibraltar, relics of the Great Siege. "The thing about us, mate, is that we've got long memories. We remember the days of Franco and the Terror, the closing of the border, yeah? We're only small, but we're also the closest point between Europe and Africa. This place is special." He glanced at Golan in the rearview mirror. "Do you see what I mean?" Golan didn't, but he smiled his agreement. The cabbie dropped him at the Almeida Botanical Gardens on Europa Road. Golan paid the fare and slung the gym bag over his shoulder. Once the taxi was out of sight, he trudged northeast up the steep green lane, past the O'Callaghan Hotel. Age and experience had calmed Golan. His mentor, Zohar, took him aside one day and told him that either he exercised self-discipline or his contract would be torn up. But there were days when the old impulses stirred inside Golan, and he hungered to be 20 again, wandering the Gaza Strip. The small scar on his neck, like an upside-down Nike swoosh, served as a daily reminder of... what? Why? The importance of being vigilant. Green Lane arched north and then doubled back on Old Queen's Road. Golan made his way up a secluded trail lined with nettle and eucalyptus trees. Midway up the trail, he detoured into the woodland until he hit a spot a little way down from an old artillery placement. Here the trees were dense enough for his needs, and he hunkered down beside the base of a ruptured trunk. From the gym bag, Golan removed a thermal imaging camera equipped with a GPS unit, magnetic compass, and laser rangefinder, capable of picking up and tracking human targets up to 20 kilometers away. The camera was also designed to survive extreme temperatures. He mounted the camera on the tree trunk and fixed a remote-controlled pan and tilt system to the setup. Golan aimed the camera towards the naval dockyard, next to the industrial park on the western edge of the peninsula. He spotted a Type 23 frigate, the HMS Westminster, sailing out through the breakwaters. Docked at the harbour was the HMS Lizard. He paced north for 30 seconds and established a second camera site. No need to link the cameras with a cable of some kind. Everything was connected wirelessly over a secure TCP/IP network. Golan slotted a remote network card into the back of both cameras. Then he fished a Dell laptop out of his bag and booted up to check the link had been established. Accessing the remote network prompted him to enter a password. He typed it in. The computer found both devices and opened up a pair of windows. Golan was treated to glowing thermal images of the Lizard. He pressed a key, and the image on the left camera switched to a night vision green. Another key caused the camera to zoom in. He dragged a finger over the mouse pad, and the camera pitched on its mount. Golan had killed his first man at the age of 10. Not a man, but a boy. A friend of his at the elite Chateau de Rosy boarding school in Rolle, Switzerland. Golan had no reason to murder Wei Chang, but he did it anyway, smashing his face in with a claw hammer behind the tennis courts. Killing Chang made Golan feel important in a way he'd never experienced. He had been a bad student, despite the hundreds of thousands of dollars his father, one of Israel's richest men, had lavished on the best schools and tutoring. Murder was different. He was good at it. Better than good. Exceptional. Leaves crunched at his back. Golan spun around, fists clenched. Technically, he was unarmed. That's if you didn't count his body as a lethal weapon. There were many who did, and quite a few of them were dead. He expected to see a police officer or perhaps a nosy tourist. A Barbary macaque squatted a couple of meters away, hind legs tucked in as it chewed on a slice of apple. The apple seemed to be the monkey's whole world. The thing didn't so much as glance at Golan. Sliding forward, Golan palm-struck the macaque in the face, the palm of his hand colliding with its flat nose. The monkey wobbled on its hind legs, swiping at his hand. Golan swiftly followed up with furious kicks to the belly. Sensing it was being overpowered, the macaque opted for flight over fight. Golan seized its trailing leg and smacked its skull against an olive tree, the monkey squawking, blood spattering up and down the bark until it was silent, limp. He retraced his route down the rock and strolled a kilometre north back towards the town centre. On Cathedral Square, just one road from the clamour of Main Street, Golan checked into the Bristol Hotel as A. Rob, paying in advance with cash. The chubby girl behind the reception gave him the keys to a single room. Inside, he locked the door and pulled out a BlackBerry Storm from his gym bag, as well as a silver cigarette case filled with SIM cards. Inserting one into the phone, he dialed the number from memory. A man answered after the first ring. "I'm in," Golan said in Hebrew. The British government, he knew, used Gibraltar as a SIGINT listening post for communications from North Africa and the Middle East. Be careful, they told him. Keep things as brief as possible.
"You're late,"
the other man said. "I was held up, but everything's ready." Silence. Golan was insulted. "Have I ever let you down before?" The reply was a dial tone. Fuck them, he thought, fishing the SIM from the BlackBerry and flushing it down the toilet. They could tell him where to go, who to target, but they had no right to tell him how to do his job. He fired up the laptop, accessed the imaging cameras fixed to the upper rock, and waited. Chapter 3, 1400 Hours. Gardner kept the engine ticking over as he sat in the Grand Cherokee parked on Cumberland Road, up the street from the police club. A sleepy post-lunch hour on the rock, and the Jeep's aircon was working overtime. He had an unrestricted view northwest across the harbour. 1,500 metres distant and parallel to the airport runway stood the northern harbour, where cruise ships and ocean liners disgorged tourists. At the midway point was the private marina, where the locals stowed their quarter-of-a-mil yachts and speedboats. To his rear, a Second World War artillery placement taunted the Spanish coastline at Algeciras. The industrial dock was similar to those at Plymouth and Portsmouth and set 200 metres away. HMS Lizard rested in the dock. Peering through his Nikon Sporter EX1050 binoculars, Gardner watched the crew descending the walkway, mates in relaxed Dartmouth rig of polo shirts and chucker boots, psyched up for the run ashore. He glanced at the passport-sized photo of Petty Officer Stephanie Wright clipped to the front of a personnel folder. Nothing in her file indicated that the daughter of a Scottish carpenter and English teaching assistant was likely to be involved in drug smuggling. Good attendance at school, unblemished record in the Andrews since she passed out 3 years ago. But he kept coming back to her eyes. They were glassy and faded like denim, impenetrable. Wright was hiding something. Any minute now she'd show up for her meeting with Bald. The name tasted like hot tar on his tongue. "Help me, Joe," Bald had said in the jungle. He'd help him all right. Help make that lying bastard pay. 3 days in Gibraltar, and Gardner was fighting an inner battle with himself. Part of him desperately wanted to exact revenge on Bald, and yet a ball of self-doubt lodged in his throat. "John's not like Dave Hands," a voice said. "He wasn't born dodgy. He must be caught up in something. And shit, maybe he does need your help." 3 days. Gardner had touched down on the rock in the dead of night, catching a red-eye from Rio to Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, where he had boarded a connecting flight to Heathrow and spent 3 hours nursing cups of tepid coffee and digesting the newspapers. The coffee barely dented his jet lag, and the news was so depressing it made him want to eat his own face. Finally, the last call came for BA 490 direct to Gibraltar. He had travelled with no luggage, but Land's parting instructions had been clear. Proceed to the carousel. Once the last remaining traveller has disappeared, a man will approach you. Do exactly as he says. We have no idea how wide or deep the network goes, Landers said. It's not unreasonable to think they have eyes and ears all over the rock. Assume you're being watched at all times, wherever you are. Who knows about the mission? Gardner had asked. No one's been informed about your presence on the island except myself, a field agent, and my bosses. If you screw up, I'm afraid you're on your own. Music to my ears. Where are you going to be in all this? Not putting my feet up at Babylon-on-Thames, if that's what you're suggesting. The firm is keen for this to be executed without any hitches. Since Mr. Bald isn't familiar with me, it's considered both safe and, shall we say, agreeable that I stay on in Gibraltar in a supervisory capacity. 20 minutes at the luggage carousel, and Gardner had found himself alone with a guy in a flannel suit who looked a couple of quarter-pounders short of a heart attack. He was reading a paperback. A cartoonish action figure stood beneath a macho title. Only half the author's name was visible. Andy somebody. The guy's hand covered the rest. "Come with me," a voice had said to his back. Gardner had turned and saw a guy in a buttoned-up suit and shades, in 40-degree heat. He followed him across the polished marble floor to the terminal exit. A Grand Cherokee Jeep with 50% tinted windows sat in the parking lot. "This is your motor," the guy told him, "and this is your place." He handed him an envelope along with the Jeep fob. Inside was a hotel key. "Lance said John's here already. Flew in directly. Staying at the King's Hotel," the guy said. That had been 3 days ago. Now he refocused as a steady procession of boisterous matellows fucked off out of the dockyard and headed straight for the pubs in Casemaze Square. But no one matched the description of Stephanie Wright. The last of the parties filed out of the frigate. Gardner swigged from a bottle of mineral water and watched a macaque scratch his balls beneath a palm tree's starburst shade. At 4:15, Wright finally appeared. She came off the boat alone and decked out in a pressed white blouse with side lapels. Her top button was undone. She carried a laptop case. A quick glance down the street, then Wright left the dockyard and hailed a taxi. Gardner dumped the binos. He urged the Jeep forward, racing down Rosier Road. When he was 8 car lengths from the taxi, he eased off the accelerator. The cabbie was taking a seemingly random route around the rock. A right onto Boyd Street, a quick left onto the narrow, winding Prince Edward's Road, left at the Castle Road intersection, a third left on Fraser's Ramp heading into Rangetown, so that the taxi had, in short order, doubled back on itself. Gibraltar's changed a lot, Gardner thought. On his first visit as a wet-behind-the-ears para before he tried his hand at selection, the place had been a chaotic mix of swarthy faces and red buses, olive sunshine and messy drinking establishments buried down side streets. The hole in the wall, the angry friar. Everything felt corporate now. The taxi bypassed St Andrew's Church and continued down Prince Edward's Road, leading into Europa Road. Its rear brake lights blazed opposite the Alameda Botanic Gardens. Now Wright jumped out of the taxi and walked on towards the King's Hotel. Gardner pulled smartly into the side of the road. Wright glanced furtively up and down the street. She climbed a set of steps flanked by bright green and pink flowers and disappeared inside the hotel, leaving Gardner staring at its Art Deco exterior. He knew from land that Bald was staying in room 39. 20 minutes later, Wright emerged and took a cab towards town. Gardner followed her just for the hell of it, although he already knew the score. He'd been watching her for the past 2 days, and the routine was always the same, with a few minor differences. A ride around town to throw anyone on a tail. Quick visit to the King's Hotel, then an hour or two wandering the main streets and sipping coffee before a return to the frigate. On each occasion, she lugged a laptop case. He figured Wright was unloading small packages of the coke secreted inside the carry case. Rather than risking one big shipment, she was taking the safer option and drip-feeding the snow to Bald. She debussed at Convent Place, where the road collided with Main Street, bordered at the end by the governor's residence. Bunting in pastel colours swayed in the sea breeze. He had to admit, she was pretty hot. Brunette hair, pinned straight with a kink at the ends. The way she walked, swinging her hips like she'd sprung from a jeans ad. Gardner's secure iPhone sparked into life, shocking him out of his daydream. He answered, eyes trained on Wright as she window shopped and lit a cigarette.
Still tracking the Wren, are we?
Lan's voice carried down the line like a door opening into a blizzard. Another exchange just went down. Same place. I make that 12 in total.
She's certainly taking her time,
Lan said.
Listen up. The situation on the ground has changed dramatically. It appears that Bald is in serious trouble.
Gardner looked at his watch. 5 o'clock. Wright left a couple of hours between trips to Bald's hotel, so he doubted he'd see her again until 7 or 8.
I said Bald's in...
Heard you the first time, but I've been back and forth from his hotel for the past 48 hours, and in all that time he hasn't shown his face once. The only thing he's in danger of is racking up a massive bill on the bar tab.
I'm afraid you're wrong on that score. Our intelligence friends received an anonymous tip-off. 3 men arrived on the rock this morning. They're planning to rob our friend of his product before he gets a chance to sell it on. If that happens, our hopes of uncovering the full smuggling ring are dead in the water.
Lan coughed.
How many more trips does our Wren have to make?
1 or 2 max, Gardner said. He guessed the laptop bag could hold a maximum of 4 kilos of Colombian snow, divided up into 500-gram tubes.
Sounds about right,
Lan replied.
The Lizard is refueled and due to set sail again tomorrow, so Wright's time is almost up. The word we have is that these men plan to attack Bald this evening.
Just after she's made her final trip.
We can't let them wreck the plan.
Wright disappeared down a side street. Gardner felt a bead of sweat slither all the way down his back to his arse. Something doesn't add up, he thought.
Joe?
Shit. He knew what was coming next.
I need you to kill them.
Chapter 4, 1921 hours. The Newman's pub on Casemates Square was, according to a tourist pamphlet, an old favourite of the British Armed Forces personnel. Today it was brimming with married couples and screeching hen parties. Golan wasn't thrilled to be there. Given the choice, he'd rather be in an old-fashioned bar with some Thelonious Monk playing and a glass of Chateau Roland in his hand. He found her easily enough. The rockside cameras had filmed her disembarking and wandering towards town, and for him it was simply a case of scouting the bars around Main Street in Casemates Square. She brooded at a corner table, soaked in boozy shadows, nursing a glass of rosé. The moment was right. He moved in. "Quite a party outside," he said, stopping by her table. "If you say so." She necked the rest of her rosé, motioned to the bartender. "Something the matter?" His voice was a masterclass in control, soothing, concerned. "No. Why would it be? I'm fine." She shook her head, angled it. "Don't I recognize you from somewhere?" "No." She laughed. "No?" "No, you don't." The waiter brought over the bottle. "But how can you be so sure?" she said. "Maybe I did see you somewhere, but you happened to be looking the other way. People are always spotting me out and about and telling me later." She kept her eyes on him as she sipped from the fresh glass. "What you say is impossible. I've only been in town a few hours." "So where were you before that?" "France." "Your whole life?" "If a man has to make a city his prison, Paris is as good as any." "And what did you say your name was?" "I didn't." There's that sure voice again. Never wrong, are you? "Well, I'm Steph. Alain." Golan had some more small talk lined up when the door swung open to his 6 and a gang of beefy women yelled at the waiter for more Jaeger bombs. He frowned at them, pretending to ignore her reaching for the laptop case braced between her legs. "We don't get women like that in Paris," he said. Then he edged his hand closer to hers and smiled his best smile, the one where his chin, cheeks, lips melted into one another like beeswax. "But I'm sure they have their own charm." "Not bloody likely. I have to share living quarters with about 20 of them." "Your Royal Navy?" "Royal bitches, more like." She attacked her rosé. "The other ends are at each other's throats night and flipping day. Who can drink the most? Who can lick a matelot in a fair scrap? I thought the boys were bad, but they've got nothing on the wrens." "You sound like you want to leave." "And I will soon enough," she said. Her eyes slid from the wine glass to a spot between her legs. "Just a few little things to take care of first." His hand almost touched her trembling fingers. Suddenly he flinched, spilling the glass of rosé over her top. "I'm so sorry," he said. "It's fine," she replied, standing up and brushing her shirt. A waitress rushed over and wiped down the table. "Shit, I need to wash it off." Nodding at the case, she added, "Do you mind watching this for me?" "No problem. And again, my apologies." 2 minutes later, she returned, the rosé stain now a fleshy pink. She straightened her top and smiled awkwardly at Golan. "I have to leave," he said. "Good luck with whatever you have to do." That smile lingered on her face. A tinge of regret, maybe. No matter. He got what he came for. Chapter 5. 2048 Hours. "The villa's on Sir Herbert Road," Land had said. "Other side of the rock." "Who are they?" "Cowboys. Mercenaries with time on their hands and no work. A growing problem for us." "American?" "These particular cowboys are British. I'm going to need a weapon." "I understand. Because I'm guessing the targets are armed." "We think so." "And they know how to use a gun." Rule number 1 in any contact situation, Gardner reflected. Never underestimate your enemy. "Go to your apartment. Our field agents left a little present for you," Land told him. At the Charlatan Hotel, a 2-star joint off Main Street, the room smelled as if a dog had died and nobody bothered to clean up after. He'd slept in ditches more comfortable than the single bed, and the shower veered between cold and freezing. Meanwhile, Bald was living the high life at the King's. Another reminder of MOD cutbacks, perhaps. On the plus side, they'd supplied him with fresh pairs of combat trousers and a few polo-neck t-shirts. Fuck it, he wasn't here for the sightseeing. He found the present under his pillow, and it was little. A double-action Sig Sauer P228, mag already loaded, with 3 spare clips of 9.19mm Luger to keep him in business. He pressed the mag release button, pulled the slide back, and gazed down the chamber. Empty, clean. He slapped the clip back into the feed, chambered around, and tucked the pistol into the band of his jeans. Unlike its more bulky cousin, the P226, this model was easy to conceal. Gardner trekked on foot to the eastern side of the rock to Sir Herbert Road, and the villa where the cowboys were holed up. He didn't want to run the risk of a taxi or bus driver remembering his face. Land had spelled it out loud and clear that the firm wouldn't help him out if he was caught knee-deep in dead people. Devil's Tower Road eased into Catalan Bay Road, and after 2 miles, Sir Herbert Road. The east of the island was a parade of idyllic beach and rows of modern duplexes with balconies surveying the Mediterranean. A nice retirement spot. The villa stood by itself towards the southern end of Sir Herbert Road. As he passed a 4-story apartment complex, his senses heightened. He noted that most of the lights were off, holidaymakers enjoying a night out in town. A cruise ship glowed on the horizon. The beach was unlit, the road empty. No one around to clock your face, he reassured himself. Wet sand squelched underfoot as he neared the villa. 30 metres. He spotted a grey BMW 3 Series parked on a gravel track out front. He raked his eyes across the porch. Lights went off in the reception. They have to be out back. Gardner found the perimeter wall, a 4-foot-high block of whitewashed brickwork. He placed his weapon on the top of the wall and used both hands to lift himself up and over. At the rear of the villa, waves lapped against a deck fronting the beach. He stopped to recce the deck. Light poured out from a sliding door, colouring the ink-blot landscape. Chairs stood around a metal table, littered with 3 plates of mulled chicken wings and open Coke cans. To his right, a glass sliding door, presently closed, linked the villa and the deck. Satisfied the deck was empty, he crept up to the side of the door. Peering through the glass, he counted 2 targets in what seemed to be a master bedroom. Big guys, backs to him, hulking shadows. A black bag on the bed. Shapes that looked like handguns and a long, snake-like object he figured was a Benelli shotgun. He removed the Sig Sauer from his jeans. He had plenty of experience using the P228, a regiment favourite. He settled on a plan. Keep it simple, stupid. Hit them hard and hit them fast. The pistol had no safety lever. Gardner manually cocked the hammer to switch from double action mode on the opening shot to single fire. Firing the P228 was a joy. The first pressure on the trigger was 10 pounds, and each subsequent pressure around half that. Once you got into the flow of discharging rounds, it felt as natural as breathing. Gardner picked up a pebble and lobbed it at the table. The Coke cans rattled. The muffled voices inside ceased. He had their attention. A click as the latch on the sliding door unlocked. Gardner balanced on the balls of his feet. The door began to slide back. Sound sharpened.
"Probably those fucking kids again,"
a voice scratched. The guy the voice belonged to emerged onto the deck. First he was a boot, Gore-Tex caterpillar, all black, followed by a stocky leg. Then came the torso, chest like a 40-gallon drum and pecs fixed like spotlights on top. Now. Gardner lunged at his upper body, bending his left arm at the elbow, his fist tucked close to his chest, so the V of his elbow pointed directly at the guy's neck. He shifted a step sideways and aimed his elbow at the nape. Now he swept his left foot along the ground in front of him, tripping the guy up. He reeled, losing his balance. At the same time, Gardner straightened his left arm. His forearm smashed into the guy's neck, adding downward force and momentum to his fall. He heard the thud of skull meeting hardwood. As the guy hit the floor, Gardner pulled his left leg back, up, then down like a hydraulic press onto the groove of his spine. The guy grunted. He didn't know what the fuck had hit him. Gardner turned his attention to the master bedroom. He raised the Sig Sauer level with his shoulder. Shit, where's the other guy? An arched entrance led to another room. Too dark to see much inside. A white door to the right. Ensuite bathroom, he figured.
"Fucking come out!"
Nothing. He aimed at the wall beside the door and fired. The shot punched a hole big enough to sink a fist into.
"Last chance!"
The door opened. A man stepped out of the bathroom, hands raised in the air. The big guy, writhing on the ground, made a play for Gardner's leg. He was built like a tight-head prop and about as slow. Gardner swung his left foot into his balls, crushing them like a pair of ripe plums. The guy screamed like a baby. Gardner kept his eyes on the other one. I recognize him, he thought. Fuck, you clocked that face anywhere. The grin that ate shit for breakfast. The crew-cut hair and peck holes that passed themselves off his eyes.
"Joe, that you, mate?"
said the man, lowering his hands. "John Killen," Gardner replied, not lowering his gun.
"Fuck me! What are you doing here?"
"I could ask you the same question."
"We're on holiday, mate,"
the guy replied in oozy scouse.
"Come here for the fishing lake."
Seeing Gardner frown, he pointed to the bed. What Gardner had taken for firearms were a distance reel and a bite alarm, and a gym bag stuffed with a bait box. The shotgun was a hefty sea rod.
"Real good fishing here. Bass, conger eel, mackerel. Do you mind not depriving Eddie of his manhood?"
Gardner glanced down at the guy with the squashed bollocks. He had a shaven head with a bulging vein running like a pipeline down his temple. His eyes were so close they almost met at the bridge of his nose.
"You remember Eddie Stone, Joe?"
It was a statement of fact rather than a question. Sounded about right. No one was quite like Stone. "How could I forget?" Gardner replied.
"Bastard!"
Stone gasped as Gardner released his foot, his voice like trapped air gushing out of a puncture.
"I'll tell you when, you arsehole," he growled.
"Calm down, you big puff," said Killen. "Joe could have slaughtered you by now if he'd wanted to. Isn't that right, Joe?"
"But exactly what are you playing at? 6 months since we last shared a beer, and now you pop round here with a bit more than a friendly hello."
Killen was nodding at the Sig Sauer. Killen. Stone. Once of the Maroon Machine 3rd Battalion. They had worked alongside Gardner during his brief stint on the circuit. A life of bounced checks, shady contracts and broken promises. A life he'd been only too glad to leave behind. "Someone told me you weren't just here to catch fish." He kept it vague, not wanting to give away Land's name or Bald's.
"Is that so?"
"Someone told me you came here to kill a man." Killen gave it the eyebrows.
"Seriously, mate? We're ex-paras on our hulls, not on some bloody top-secret Operation Flavius. Or perhaps we're going to go to the petrol station and start a couple of Irish."
I don't know who to believe anymore.
"Put the gun down, mate. Whatever you've been told, it's not true. Look around the villa if you want. We've got nothing to hide."
The certainty drained from Gardner's complexion. The gun wavered in his hand.
"All right, lad,"
said Killen, helping Stone to his feet. The big guy with the small brain eye-fucked Gardner.
"Easy now. Joe got his wires all crossed is all. Isn't that right, mate?"
"Seems so," Gardner replied. He scanned the master bedroom. everything tied in with Killen's story. Fishing gear, a couple of bottles of Wells Bombardier bitter on the table next to a map of Gibraltar, a couple of red areas circled around the strait. Sky News played on a TV. The news item featured a press conference held by the Iranian president, Feridun Karimi. "We will not resist, we will not move, not one tiny step, on our sovereign right to nuclear technology." Gardner looked beyond the TV. Killen dusted plaster off his shoulders. Stone slumped in an armchair, rubbing his sore testicles. The scene picked at Gardner like a scab. He glanced over his shoulder at the deck, at the table, the Coke cans and the plates. "Peace is important to us. Injustice is our enemy. And I want to assure the world, even on this momentous day in our nation's rich history, when we join the ranks of nuclear powers, we do not seek to build a bomb." "Where's the other lad?" Killen blinked. "Who?" 3 Coke cans on the table. 3 plates. 3 men arrived on the rock this morning, Land had said. "Don't mess me about, Johnny. Wherever you go, Eddie Stone goes. And wherever Fuckface is, there's Terry Gill." "Terry's not here," Stone said. "Eddie's right. It's just the 2 of us. Now stop being a fucking tool and put the gun down." Killen's scowl sharpened. "You're the mate, Joe, but you're beginning to piss me off." He's lying, Gardner decided. Both of them had become tetchy the moment he mentioned Terry Gill's name. Why would they lie about Terry's presence if they had nothing to hide? "No," Gardner said. "You're playing me. Terry's here." Stone snorted and edged towards Gardner like a boulder. "And what makes you think that?" "Because that mug of yours is looking even uglier than normal." Stone lost it. He'd never really had it, but now he lost it big time. Stampeded at Gardner, head low, big hands reaching out to grab him. Brave tactics. Brave, but stupid. Gardner slugged the barrel of the cig against Stone's skull. Felt as if he was pistol whipping solid lead. His wrist shuddered. Stone dropped on the spot, a divot next to his bulging vein. "One chance," Gardner said to Killen. "That's all you got. I suggest you come clean, unless you'd rather be 6 feet under." "Eat a dick. I don't know." Forcing Killen to his knees, Gardner placed the pistol alongside his ear and squeezed the trigger. Killen closed his eyes and clamped a hand to his ear. "Fuck you, you cunt." "One more try," Gardner said. "Open wide." He shoved the cig into Killen's mouth, made him suck on it. The barrel was coated in stringy gunk, fresh from Stone's head. "This is it. I hear any more shit out of your pie-hole, and you get to meet Ken Bigley." Killen was silent. Gardner cocked the hammer with his right thumb. Killen's eyes bulged out of their sockets, round and white as golf balls. His face was red. He mumbled something through the gun gag. Gardner pulled out the barrel, saliva clinging to it. Killen leaned forward and coughed. "Jesus Christ. Okay, shit," he spat. "Terry's here. It was his idea anyway. He knows Dave Hans. Worked with him on a Blood Diamond gig in Sierra Leone. Hans told Terry about the coke. That prick is the loosest gob in England. Buy Hans a couple of pints and he'll tell you his fucking dick size." "Would have done," Gardner corrected. "Hans is dead." "Good fucking riddance. Terry's the one who planned to rob Bald. We were just tagging along as support. I swear to fuck. The plan was, he'd call us as soon as he'd lifted the product." "Where is he now?" Killen shot Gardner a defiant look. "The King's Hotel. Where the fuck do you think?" Gill was already on his way. No time to lose. "Cunt," Killen muttered under his breath. "Say what, mate?" "Do me a favour and get a new fucking hand, Joe." Gardner lamped him round the face with a cig. 2 solid thwacks and he was conked. He yanked a length of fancy rope from the curtains and bound up Killen and Stone. Then he locked the sliding doors, chucked the key into the sea, and ran as fast as his legs could propel him. Kill them, Land had said. But they weren't a threat anymore, and Gardner wasn't hot on slaying his own kind. They could stew here a while until he figured out what to do with them. Who knows, he thought. They might even come in useful. He rushed to the King's Hotel, praying he wasn't too late. Chapter 6, 21:45 hours. Petty Officer Stephanie Wright stood in front of the door to room 39 and steeled herself. 4 large glasses of Zinfandel rosé sloshed around her head like a rough sea, and she found it difficult to focus. Wow, she thought, suppressing a hiccup. Gibraltar's bartenders didn't mess about with the measurements. She went to knock, hesitated. Her knuckles cast a ridged shadow over the spy hole. At first, the offer had seemed so simple. Take a package on board the frigate, stash it in her locker. Not that easy considering how stingy the senior service was when it came to locker space and the endless dress codes required of the average Wren. Unload the package the other side and collect payment. There's always an at first, she told herself. At first, it was a good idea to marry Danny, the guy she'd met 2 weeks before her 16th birthday. Danny, the boy in a man's skin who did lines of coke on their wedding night and flirted with the hotel staff on their honeymoon in Corfu. At first, it seemed like a smart call to join the Navy. Well, no more regrets. She'd already made up her mind that she wouldn't go back to Danny, and as for paying off his 20 grand debt with the money from this job, forget it. No, this was her life now, and no one else's. She knocked on the door 4 times. Paused. Knocked twice again. The stress of each trip back aboard the Lizard left her exhausted. Having to return to a locker, waiting for the coast to clear. The crevice of light between the door and the carpet blackened. He's standing the other side, she said to herself, taking a deep breath. John Bald scared her, which was weird when she thought about it. John was calm, softly spoken. Perhaps he reminded her of her father, the gentlest man in the world one minute and boxing her mother about the head the next. The door opened and she stood there. Aren't you coming in? John was munching on a red apple, his frame filling the doorway. Wright froze, glancing up and down the corridor. Vacant. This is the last package. Tell the whole world, why don't you? Her eyes fell on the carpet. I'm joking, lass. You're just in time. I ordered room service for 2. He popped the core into his mouth, pips, stem and all. Hope you like fish, but I figured you'd spend most of your life on a boat. She smelled onion and tuna. Her tummy growled. God, I'm hungry, she realised. What with the hurry to unload the cocaine, she hadn't touched a morsel of food in the past 24 hours. The room had a 20s-style wooden desk and chair, a salmon-coloured carpet, and an oriental ceiling fan that threw out waves of cool air. She propped herself on the edge of the bed and picked at food on a tray. White onion risotto, roasted sea scallops, seared bluefin tuna, all of it smelling delicious. John slid the laptop out of the case and laid it on the desk. He fetched a screwdriver from the drawer and removed the screws at the base of the unit. Off came the cover. Inside, where a tangle of cables and circuit boards ought to have been, was a neat row of white tubes. That's everything? Let me see. No, I decided to keep some so I could go into dealing. Wright rolled her eyes, picked at a scallop. Of course it's the lot, unless you want to count and weigh 'em. No, I believe you. Honestly, you did good. The voice was accompanied by a hand sliding across the middle of her back. She flinched a little. Flinched because his hands were colder than those of any man she'd known. A little because she knew that resisting John was a bad idea. This wasn't part of the original deal, but the first night they'd rendezvoused in Rio, she'd been drunk and off guard and curious about the imposing Scotsman with the dark past and the darker features. She knew better now, but now was too late. He let her unbutton her shirt and take off her shoes. A small mercy. She spent a couple of minutes undressing down to her panties and bra. It took far longer than she'd otherwise have done. When you get into something, her mother had once told her, her face all puffed up, it's hard to pull yourself out of it. There were men who liked it rough, and there was John. He ripped off her bra at the seams. He was playful at first, because that's how he liked to start things. Then he slapped her. Then he smacked her. When they were both fully naked, he pushed close to her and gripped her neck with a gnarled hand. As she struggled to breathe, he whispered in her ear the unspeakable things he'd do to her if she ever dared betray him. She could hardly breathe as John fucked her, but she knew if she resisted, he'd only tighten his grip. She let him do his worst. He fucked her hard, and his grip only loosened when he finally came inside her. 3 minutes that felt more like 30. She got through it by picturing herself disappearing out that hotel door and into the night, 50 grand in her back pocket, a new life. The bed sighed as he rolled off her. Then she heard the jangle of his belt buckle as he slipped on his jeans. "I need to go," she said, her voice cracking like thin ice. "We're off again tomorrow morning and all hands have to be on board by 0300. No response. "You've got my money, right?" "Right here," John said, patting a travel bag resting on the armchair. He smiled at her. "Relax. No one suspected you of anything, have they?" "I don't think so." "No, they haven't, or else you'd have been detained by the police. Look at it this way. You're about to be £50,000 richer than you were this morning. All in all, that's not a bad deal." "I guess. The Navy plays such an important role in the war on drugs. Ironic when you think about it." "Yeah," she said distantly. "All the time the Lizard's seizing shipments. They've got the jackpot right on board." She stood up. The white bedsheet stroked her figure. "Where do you think you're going?" "Shower," she said. Hot water stabbed her skin. She blinked soapy water out of her eyes and saw a shape through the frosted glass frame, half pink and half blue. John. What the fuck did that arsehole want now? Wright tugged on the cubicle slider. The glass revealed John grinning at her. Yes, grinning, like she was the butt of some terrible joke. "What is it?" "Nothing," he said. The first punch knocked her backwards, water cascading on top of her. She tried to get up, but another fist to the face flattened her. Teeth loosened. Blood swam across her line of sight. Each blow vibrated around her skull. He punched and punched. Her world darkened to a bloody twilight. She blacked out. Woke up with no sense of time or place. But she remembered John's face. He planned to kill her. Too badly injured to move, she moaned as John drew a razor blade across one of her wrists, then the other. "That man will be the death of me," her mother had said of her father. The following week, she died in a car crash. That man will... Chapter 7. 22 hours. At its most southeasterly point, Sir Herbert Road abruptly ended, and the rock became a sheer cliff, offering no passage along the south coast. Gardner knew he had no choice but to loop back north along the Devil's Tower Road. With Terry Gill already en route to the King's Hotel, Gardner needed to be there fucking yesterday. On foot wouldn't cut it. A Ford Focus drifted towards him, the only car in sight. He hid the cig behind his back and ambled into the middle of the road. The Focus came to a halt 8 meters from Gardner, the headlights blinding him. Shielding his eyes with his left hand, he scoped the driver. Male, balding, 40s, beer gut threatening to burst out of his buttoned-up Hawaiian shirt. No threat. "Help you?" the guy said as he stepped onto the road and approached Gardner. "Give me your car." "Oh, shit!" The man was determined to leg it. By the time he'd returned to the car and flung open the door, Gardner had whipped out the cig. The gun snatched the guy's attention. He paused, 1 foot inside the car, his body shivering with fear. Don't kill me. I have a wife and 2 daughters. Make yourself scarce, then. The man ran towards the beach faster than his fat body had ever run. Gardner hopped into the car and raced back up Devil's Tower Road and down Winston Churchill Avenue. He dumped the wheels outside the King's Hotel and scrambled up the steps. The automatic doors couldn't open quickly enough. A woman at reception asked if she could help him. "Maintenance!" he shouted back to her as he broke through the emergency doors to the right of reception, then bolted up the stairs. Screw this one up, and you can wave goodbye to a future in the regiment, he told himself. I won't. 3 flights up, his calves and quads had healed since the grueling slog through the favela, muscle fibres enlarging as they repaired themselves. He scaled the treads effortlessly. His palms depressed the crash bar. The door obliged. He faced a wide corridor, musty and air-conned and flanked by a series of rooms. A sign on the beige wall indicated left for rooms 30 to 34 and straight ahead for 35 to 39. So, the fifth door. 40 metres end of the corridor next to the lift. Gil was standing outside room 39. His left hand rested on the doorknob. In his right was a Glock 9mm pistol, a Gemtech Tundra suppressor fixed to the end of the barrel, and a GTL 22 tactical light attached to the underside, shining a white-hot spotlight on the carpet. The bang of the crash bar had alerted him. His head shot up. His face had a flipbook of emotions as Gardner unhooked the P228 from his jeans. 35 metres in closing. Gil raised the Glock. Gardner knew he had to peel off a shot before the Glock was fully level. The tactical light acted as a powerful flashlight to disorientate targets and would blind him when he fired. 25 metres. Gardner went for the shot. Gil hissed as the bullet pinged his Glock, knocking it from his hand. He gripped his wrist with his left hand.
What the fuck?
Step away, Terry.
Fuck it! Get it over with then!
Gardner would have happily pulled the trigger, but first he wanted to find out the link between Gil and Hans. Killen's waffle about the Blood Diamond gig didn't ring true, because Hans had been blacklisted on the circuit for a good few years. He was more likely to be down the bookies in Dagenham than in some African hellhole.
How the fuck did you find me?
I met Johnny and Eddie on a fishing trip. Gil grunted. Time hadn't been kind to the ex-para. His muscles were flabby, his pecs drooping halfway to man boobs. Love handles sloped out at his sides. His ginger hair was thinning, the whites of his eyes grey and dull. Who hooked you up with Dave Hans? Gardner asked. Killen and Stone reckoned you met on some diamond job, but them boys talk such shit.
Fucking do one!
Gil glimpsed the Glock lying 2 metres behind him. He has any bright ideas, the walls get a fresh lick of paint. A click to Gardner's 6 o'clock. The noise distracted him, and he half-turned, spotting a woman in his peripheral vision as she ran out of her room.
He's got a gun!
She screamed. Gil shoulder-barged the walnut door of room 39, busted it and lunged through the gap. Gardner hesitated. John can't know you're alive, he told himself. But if I don't stop Gil, he's a dead man. He had no choice, and dived inside with the SIG close to his chest, the elbow of his shooting arm tucked in at his side. He expected to find Gil, but the room was pitch black. A strip of light from the bathroom outlined the bed, desk, wardrobe. Then he saw movement ahead. He steadied himself, depressed the trigger a little, and as his eyes adjusted, he made out net curtains flapping like a dress above an air vent. The doors leading onto the balcony were open. Gardner stilled his breath, heard blood rushing in his ears, stepped deeper into the hotel room. It looked for all the world like Bald had jumped. He felt a pressure in his right ear. The horizon slid like a boat on its beam ends, and the next thing he knew, his head was crashing into the wardrobe. Gil. The fucker stood in the bathroom doorway. He swung a boot at Gardner's torso. Something cracked. He felt a rush of air shoot up his windpipe, and shit, everything hurt. Gil gave it everything he had, and then some. He stomped on Gardner's right hand, grinding the knuckles under his heel. He then started to aim a kick at Gardner's gut, but the slow backlift gave Gardner enough time to expel the air in his body. He pushed out his abs, honed by years of crunches, creating a rock-solid wall between his stomach and Gil's caterpillar. The blow was painful, steel toe caps meeting hard flesh, but it didn't knock him for 6. Gardner took a hold of the leg, pressing down on his gut, flung it high into the air, shoulder and forearm muscles working overtime. Gil, unbalanced, fell flat on his arsehole. In for the kill. Gil had his fingers on the brass threshold in the bathroom doorway when Gardner gave him the good news, grabbing hold of a clump of his thinning hair and yanking his head up. Then he brought it down to the floor. Hard. Again. 3, 4, 5 times. 6, 7, until the carpet was a sangria stain. Gil launched a hand at Gardner's face, fingers crawling over his neck and mouth like angry spiders. Then Gardner saw he had something in his other hand, a 4-inch Suspense blade. He crunched Gil's wrist with his Timberland, forcing him to release the knife. Stupid cunt, he breathed into the guy's face. But he's not going to give up, a voice warned him. It's him or you. He kicked Gil in the face to daze him, then hauled his body into the bathroom, the fucker clawing at his legs. A year of being forced to rely on his right arm for heavy lifting had strengthened Gardner's biceps, triceps, and flexors on that side, but he still found Gill a heavy load. Steroid-pumped muscles surrounded by several inches of boozy fat made it feel like dragging a 2-ton truck. Gardner was breathless by the time he dumped Gill by the toilet. As he sucked in air, he felt the entire valley of his ribcage sting. Gill wasn't stupid. The old parrot could see what was coming as Gardner stunned him with an elbow to the jaw. Lifting the toilet seat, Gardner thrust him headfirst into the can, forced him down far enough that his face was submerged in piss water, pressed a boot to the nape of his neck and nailed his head in place. Gill thrashed about, but Gardner's control was total. He held his stance and listened to the life gurgle out of the man's mouth. Gill's hands flapped wildly in midair. His legs kicked back and forth. Gardner stayed firm. The bowl water reddened. After a minute, Gill shit his pants. Gardner was getting impatient. "Fucking die!" he shouted. Gill gargled furiously. 2 minutes and his arms flopped by his side. His legs slowed. At the 3-minute mark, Gill was dead. Gardner hoisted his leg clear from the toilet, hit the flush button. His foot was drenched with piss and bloody water, and the air stank of shit and citrus. For a moment he stood numb in the bathroom, staring at the corpse as a torrent of water splashed over the back of his head. By now the stinging pain in Gardner's ribcage was sounding a high-pitched note that drilled holes in the sides of his skull. No time to waste. You've got to follow John. He's got what? 4 minutes head start on you? Maybe more. Got to find him. Then something caught his eye. Across his right shoulder he noticed the shower cubicle for the first time. The frosted glass door was closed, but a pink blotch lingered behind, like a cut of stained glass. Gardner opened the door, fought the urge to vomit. He'd seen his fair share of dead bodies in his time. The rent in the cubicle, however, was worse than anything the Taliban or insurgents did to their women. A cavity existed where a face was supposed to be. A gorge of bones, torn lips and eyeballs sunk in the middle. Her neck, chest and arms were branded with purple bruises. Dried blood on her wrists like wax seals. The woman squatted in an inch of her own blood, the plug hole blocked with clumps of hair ripped from her scalp. Fucking hell, John. What have you done? He had no time to be shocked. Police sirens carried through the open balcony. You need to bug out, and fast. Bald must have jumped, he figured. That meant he was out in the streets, exposed. And what, another voice said, if Bald hadn't survived? They were on the 3rd floor, a good 60 metres off the ground on a steep slope. Get downstairs now. If you're quick, you might be able to trace him. He scooped up the cig, nabbed Gill's Glock for good measure, and tucked it into his jeans, then made a beeline for the emergency exit. No time to lose. The door opened before he got to it. A figure thrust out from the stairwell. Chapter 8, 2300 Hours. Gardner reckoned the guy was the hotel manager. Well over 6 feet tall, blue-suited, and with carefully managed stubble and rimless glasses, he looked every inch the officious 30-something with the corporate pension plan shoved up his arse. Then Gardner's eyes scrolled down from the single-breasted black jacket and clocked the crowbar in his right hand. The bar was on a one-way trip to his face. His fighting instincts took control as he jerked his left arm up to protect his face. The crowbar connected with prosthetic tissue, and though he had no sensation in the myoelectric limb, Gardner felt a sort of shudder in his elbow on impact. Shudder, but no pain. Mr. Crowbar's face lit up like a distress flare at the sight of Gardner remaining upright. No agonized cry. No recoil. No second chance. With his fake hand, Gardner swept the crowbar aside. He shaped to give the guy a Glasgow kiss, arched his head back, tensing his neck muscles, tucking his chin into his neck, and flicked his head forward and up. The forehead nearest his hairline presented the thickest bone on his skull and made for a fearsome weapon. He directed it up towards the tip of the guy's nose, a prime spot to land a knockout blow. He heard the snap of a branch being wrenched from a tree. The guy's nose looked as if he'd snorted a spark plug. He stumbled sideways, backwards. But Mr. Crowbar returned with a vengeance, nailing Gardner with a flat-handed strike to his face. It felt like someone had clipped a couple of jump leads to his cheeks as he stumbled backwards with the force of the punch and crashed into room 36. The door shrieked as it swung back on its hinges, and in the belly of the room a naked woman jumped out of the bed. Both men had dropped their weapons in the struggle. The SIG and Glock were now 5 meters away, well out of reach of the combatants. The woman reeled away from the guns in horror, as if they were pythons. A bloated, hairy-backed boyfriend took in Gardner, Mr. Crowbar, the 2 guns, and locked himself in the bathroom, leaving a screaming girlfriend raging at the door. Mr. Crowbar shoved Gardner back, sending him on a collision course with the dinner tray. Glasses, knives and forks clattered. For someone so tall, Mr. Crowbar had agility to spare. He rushed forward in a stretched blur. Gardner had no time to protect himself. Above the woman's scream, Mr. Crowbar's counterattack was deadly swift. He delivered a groin kick to Gardner's balls. Fists hard as kettlebells unleashed in an unbroken stream. A chisel punch to the trench of Gardner's throat, a low blow to his knees. It seemed as if he were fighting an endless riptide. But the guy seemed anxious about moving in too close. He encircled Gardner, kicking his knees, lowered a straightened leg down onto his chest like the blade of an axe. Mr. Crowbar's heel collided with his ribcage. Another kick. This time Gardner was ready. He chopped his right hand across the floor, cutting down his opponent's standing foot. The guy slipped, tripped, fell. Gardner picked himself up, and Mr. Crowbar was back on his feet too. Jesus, he's not even broken out in a sweat, Gardner realized. The guy adopted a defensive stance, protecting his head. That still left the rest of his body exposed, and Gardner wanted to make him pay. He readied himself for a front kick to the guy's stomach, lifting his knee straight forward. Mr. Crowbar blocked the move by forming an X across his torso. But then he lowered his hands and played into Gardner's. Gardner went for the jaw. One punch. That's all the opportunity you're going to get, he told himself. An inch from his face, Mr. Crowbar somehow blocked the punch with the inside of his left palm. Gardner was left KOing air. As the guy fired off a torrent of blows, Gardner felt his body weakening. If you go down again, you won't be getting up. He's too strong. You need a weapon. The room service tray. Yes, he remembered now. The knives and forks. The tray was a meter behind him. He dropped with the next punch. As Mr. Crowbar wound up for a kick, he reached behind him, grabbed the handle of something, couldn't see what, and brought the tool forward, and plunged a serrated steak knife into the guy's knee. Don't let up. Finish the job. As pain jarred through the guy's body, Gardner forced his head down and wrapped his left arm around the neck. He locked tight, crushing his opponent's head in his armpit. Placing his right hand on his shoulder, Gardner grabbed the guy's wrist with his left hand. Keeping his legs spaced apart, he leaned forward and forced the guy to topple over, with himself on top. Now he flattened his body out, distributing the weight as evenly as possible to create a suffocating press. Mr. Crowbar squirmed, pushing on Gardner's shoulders, but the contortion of his body meant that struggling increased the pressure on his airway. Gardner had him pinned down in a classic figure-4 chokehold. A woman's arse fled the room, her wails carrying down the corridor. "Tell me your name," Gardner said. "Go fuck yourself. Who you working for? Your mother's a whore." "Maybe she is, but I wasn't asking you that." Gardner contracted his elbows. The guy gritted his teeth. His air passage dwindled to the thickness of a straw. "Talk. Suck your brother's dick." "I don't have one." "This conversation is over." On the final word, Gardner suddenly felt himself rising. He couldn't believe his eyes. Despite being fucked up and choked halfway to death, Mr. Crowbar somehow had the strength to heave him off. As Gardner flew through the air and hit the door, he saw the guy snatch the Glock. "I'm fucked," he thought. But Mr. Crowbar glanced back down the corridor. Gardner could see along the corridor for about 20 meters. A security guard had come to check on the commotion and was shouting at Mr. Crowbar to put his hands in the air. He might as well have told gravity to take the day off. Mr. Crowbar pulled a 5-inch combat knife out from his jacket and sank the blade into the guard's groin. He stared dumbly down at his balls. The lift rang its arrival just as Mr. Crowbar fled down the stairwell. Gardner only had time to get up on one knee when the light of the doorway was blocked out by a scrum of men in uniform. In an instant, hands clamped his arms behind his back and slapped handcuffs on his wrists. Whoever did the cuffing fastened them extra tight. A pair of boots stood in front of him. Gardner was so weak he struggled to lift his head. He found himself eyeballing a portly guy with grey hair and a tan straight out of a home fitness catalogue. A badge on the breast of his immaculately ironed white shirt announced him as Lieutenant Colonel E. Lopez. Doughy fingers rested on his utility belt. A forest of hair fluttered in his nostrils.
"All right, easy on him,"
he said to the officer doing the cuffing.
"This boy's done giving grief. Look at the state of him."
"You should see the other guy," Gardner rasped.
"I'm sure you've both got a story to tell. Been through the wars, my friend?"
"A few of them." 2 officers hoisted him to his feet into the stationary police wagon. Chapter 9, 0041 hours. Time passed like kidney stones in interrogation room 3. Lopez grilled Gardner in a voice that sounded as if he had loose gravel in his lungs. One thing was clear from the moment his deputy Carlos Guerrero cuffed Gardner to the metal table. They believed he was responsible for both corpses in room 39. Lopez read out the accusations against him like a shopping list. Guerrero pulled faces and made not-so-subtle threats. Mate Gardner almost missed the days when capture meant a hot date with crocodile clips and a piece of 2x4.
"What were you doing at the King's Hotel?"
"I was there to protect a man called John Bald. He was the guy in the hotel room."
"Pull the other one. We've checked the hotel's books. They've no record of anyone by that name staying in the hotel."
"He was there."
"We found her body, friend. You know who we're talking about, don't you?"
No comment.
"You headed to the apartment, where you found her sleeping with another man. You raped her, choked her, beat her to death, and then slashed her wrists to make it look like a suicide. Then you killed her lover. That's an evil thing to do, friend. Any jury in the world is going to send you to the prison up Windmill Road and tell us to throw away the key. You'll be living on rats and maggoty rice for the rest of your days."
No comment. Gardner had been batting away their questions for an hour or more when an officer barged in and breathlessly announced an urgent call. Lopez and Guerrero left. The deputy flashed Gardner a smile, his small eyes disappearing into the fleshy folds of his face. 30 minutes passed. Neither man returned. Gardner could do nothing about his own predicament until he got a lawyer, so he tried to figure 1 or 2 things out. Aside from the murders, the police had him on an assault charge and possession of a firearm. Lopez sounded bullish about pressing charges. Gardner had his doubts. For starters, he hadn't laid a finger on the wren's body. If she had been raped, DNA testing would also prove it wasn't his semen. Gil's death was harder to explain. His handiwork was all over that body. He doubted the firm would come riding to the rescue. Shit, he thought. They're probably covering up their tracks at this very moment. Gardner turned his attention to Mr. Crowbar. He had seen that fighting style elsewhere. In the regiment, he'd received instructions in the way of the fist and the sweet science. Won medals in both taekwondo and boxing, and studied other techniques to become a master of close combat. He loved its focus on individual skill, in an age when the Yanks preferred to conquer entire countries from thousands of feet above. So Gardner knew a fellow expert fighter when he saw one. And the guy at the King's Hotel was one of the best he'd ever traded blows with. The door was unlocked. Gardner looked at the table like it was the most interesting thing in the fucking world. He heard the scrape of a chair opposite him. Then, "Cheer up, old chap. It's not every day a man kills someone in a busy hotel and gets to walk away scot-free." Gardner looked up. He should have been relieved to see land, taken it as a sign that the firm were coming to his rescue. Instead, he was pissed off. A rage took hold of his body. "You lied to me." Land smiled at the floor. "I see. No thank you for pulling strings that didn't need to be pulled. Just wild accusations. You can be quite an ungrateful little shit when you put your mind to it. You told me there were 3 men looking to rob John. I don't remember you saying anything about a 4th guy." "That's because I didn't know," said Land, brushing dirt off the shoulders of his cream jacket. "You don't believe me? Too bad. A lot of time and money have been pumped into this mission, and it's no secret that there are 2 things in short supply in Whitehall. Present climate being what it is. Do you honestly think I'd undo all our hard work by selling you a pack of lies? Not to mention endangering both your life and John Bald's. I'm sorry, but that's not the way things work around here, my good man. Gardner looked Land in the eye. Maybe that's true, but don't tell me you were in the dark about Killen and his mates doing jobs on the circuit, he said. I know how the firm operates. You would have access to our files and have joined up the dots. I had to withhold certain information from you. Who knows how you might have reacted if you'd been aware of their identities? That was a risk I couldn't afford to take. Land frowned at his shoes. Besides, I thought it might be to your advantage that you chaps had a bit of previous. Better the devil you know and all that. The next time you decide to withhold something from me, your face goes through the wall. God, you're infuriating. I had to make a call. Whether you think it was right or wrong is frankly beside the point. Don't get all hung up about it. Your bad call almost got me killed, Gardner said calmly. Matter of fact, considering I'm sitting here on murder raps and with a set of broken ribs, I think I'm handling it pretty well. Land stood up, massaged his back. Bloody uncomfortable chairs. They think I killed the girl. I wasted that bag of shit Gil, but the wren was dead by the time I got there. Reckon John filled her in to cover his tracks. Yes, well, we didn't see that coming. But the good news is this. I spoke to my boss, he spoke to his boss, and someone very high up had a quiet word in the governor's ear. He's ordered the police to drop all charges. Much to Lieutenant Colonel Lopez's dismay, I hasten to add. Probably a good idea not to bump into him on the way out. And the wren? Recorded as suicide, Land said, nodding sagely. I left Stone and Killen at the villa. Land stared through the small wire mesh-covered window in the door. We already had our man down there. No luck. We think your two friends fled across the border to La Concepcion sometime in the last hour. He rapped his knuckles on the window. The guy at the hotel, Gardner said, closing his eyes, searching his memory for something. He knew Krav Maga. Say what? Land asked, distracted. It means close combat. Krav Maga was a fighting technique developed by the Israelis for their special forces. Nowadays they teach it to the regiment. I'm saying he must have a background in the military. We can't locate him, Land said. But we did pull his image from the security tapes and cross-reference with our database. I'm afraid we drew a virtual blank. His name is Shai Golan. He was born in Haifa. It appears his father was an entrepreneur who made his fortune in the construction business. Worked closely with the IDF, I'm told. Apart from that, our intel on this chap is thinner than Chinese tea. So he could still be out there. Don't worry. Every police officer on the Rock is tracking him down. We'll soon know all about him. The door opened. Guerrero entered and unlocked the braces, scowling like he had a mouthful of cow shit. Gardner winked a fuck you at him as he followed Land out of the station. What about John? He asked as they walked down the road. Victorian streetlights were scattered along the coastline like landing beacons for the coming dawn. Let's just say you owe him. If Bald wasn't pressing ahead with his mission, it would have been rather hard for me to spring you. John's a big boy. He once defended an OP against 100 Taliban for 8 hours. You've got to have brass balls to survive those kind of odds. Land lit a cancer stick. Or maybe he's just keen on the money. The John I knew, money never came into it. Knew being the operative word, I suppose. You've seen what he did to that girl. Land checked a message on his phone. The frigate's due to sail in a couple of hours. -1 Wren. I've put a tail on Bald while he plots his next move. You'd better hurry. Gardner shook his head. Forget it, mate. I beg your pardon, Land said, the cigarette limp on his lips. I trusted you and nearly paid with my life. I'm not playing your game any longer. If the firm want to sort this one out, they can take all the risks themselves. Far as I'm concerned, you can take your mission and shove it up your arse. How very kind. But if you walk away now, I'm warning you. This is British territory, Joseph James Gardner. I'm an agent acting for Her Majesty's best interests. Things can happen. People can go missing. Fucking try it. He gave Land his back and paced off towards the charlatan. No one quits on the farm. Gardner walked on. In a few hours, the sun would be up. New day, New life, he told himself. Chapter 10. I won 32 hours. I should have killed him when I had the chance. Golan berated himself as he hobbled over a patch of ground on the upper rock. A rusting artillery unit was fixed to a concrete platform 100 meters away, covered by a chicken wire fence to make it hard for vandals. He was nearly there. He stopped to catch his breath. His temple pounded. He lifted a hand to his head. A sticky mixture, red and black, spread over his palm. Sirens screamed in the distance. Gibraltar Defence Police turning the rock upside down in the hunt for him. Going back to the Bristol hotel was out of the question. They'd find the laptop, of course. Golan could do nothing about that. But he could stop them from discovering the cameras. The leg wound caused him the greater difficulty. He'd not had time to stop and properly examine it, but ever since that British shit plunged the steak knife into his knee, mobility in his leg had been severely constricted. Maybe you've ruptured your quadriceps tendon, he thought. He tried to flex it. The patella popped. You really ought to have killed him in the corridor. He stumbled 10 meters further and came to the spot. There he found the thermal imaging camera exactly as he'd left it, fixed atop the cleft tree trunk. Its reflective eye gazed past him towards the dockyard. He yanked the camera off the mount and pulled the remote network card out of the back. Did the same to the second camera. Flies buzzed around the dead macaque. He smashed the camera lenses and chucked the remains into the woodland. The network cards he buried, careful to cover over the coffee-coloured undersoil. Job done. No one would ever make the link between the cameras and his presence here. Golan was running on empty. He had to rest, if only for a minute. He closed his eyes, settled his breathing into a slow, hypnotic pattern. Felt his blood surge with fresh oxygen. Remembered his training. The past is past. Concern yourself with the present. Okay, tend to your injury. Then figure out what to do about John Bald. He perched himself on the tree stump and rolled up his left trouser leg to the knee. Tricky. The blood was like warm glue, thick and sticky. The knife wound was 3 inches long and 1 inch wide. White pus seeped out of the hole, smelling of rotten fish. Lacking water to clean the wound, Golan did the next best thing. He pissed on it. He didn't bother to suture the wound, despite its rank smell. Better to let the pus drain away naturally. He tore off the lower parts of his shirt sleeves and used the cotton material as a dressing. He wrapped it loosely around his knee, giving the wound plenty of air. Despite the basic first aid, Golan felt his temperature rising. Knew that if he didn't get to a doctor soon, the injury might turn gangrenous. But I still have the gun, he reminded himself, reaching for the Glock inside his jacket. A gift from God and a message. Don't make the same mistake twice. As a teenager and a young man, his ways of killing had become ever more adventurous. He thrived on the diversity of death. Once he'd read about how bamboo grew at a rapid rate and reached heights of several meters. So he nurtured a patch of young bamboo plants in a secluded forest. There he tied a man flat to the ground using stakes, having first sliced off the tops of the bamboo shoots, leaving the sharp ends piercing his flesh. When he returned several days later, the tips had speared his victim right through the chest, neck and arms. Later, Golan's father discovered his secret. He sought the advice of powerful friends, the kind who could keep a secret. He told them his son had a special skill, one that few people had, and wondered whether such a rare talent was in demand. The word came back. We always need such men. Golan plugged a fresh chip into his BlackBerry, dialed the number.
You messed up,
the man said. I had things under control and then... He was too angry with himself to go on.
Forget it.
His forehead throbbed a little less. Is the target...
Alive? Yes. We've a satellite fix on him now.
Then the mission is not a failure. Golan's heart jumped ahead of him. He had never failed before.
Not yet,
the man said, letting 2 words do the work of 10. Just tell me what I have to do.
You don't have long. He's making a break for it.
The man paused.
Hurry.
Chapter 11. 01:58 hours. Gardner walked back to the charlatan and showered. He thought about his next move. His mind was made up. Land and MI6 could go fuck themselves. There were thousands of drug smugglers higher up the food chain than Bald. Gardner had spent 15 years doing the dirty work for Suits, and he had nothing to show for it except a lump of carbon fibre where his hand was supposed to be. If the firm wanted to nail John Bald, fine, they were welcome to him, but they'd have to do it without using Gardner as cannon fodder. He slipped on a fresh pair of Gap Combats and a dark green short-sleeved shirt. The Combats felt a little loose around the waist. 7 days of working for the firm had its bonuses. Gardner sipped on a Diet Coke from the minibar and carb-loaded with 4 slices of yesterday's pizza. It tasted like salted leather, but his stomach didn't seem to mind and rumbled its contentment. He switched on the 14-inch TV resting on the tattered desk, flicked over to BBC News 24. Generally, Gardner had little time for the media. Back in the line of duty, he'd witnessed firsthand how much of the real action went unreported. Journalists instead were spoon-fed bullshit by the headshed and repeated every word to Joe Public. Between the stories of teenage rape and cancer scares, one item caught his attention. A dilapidated Arab street at dusk. Onlookers stared at a smoking black object in the road. Ambulance lights illuminated twisted metal wreckage. Stretcher bearers rushed across the scene. Men and women hollered at the sky. A blonde journalist in a shawl gave the lowdown. This is the scene tonight in Herat, Afghanistan, near the border with Iran. Eyewitnesses described a loud bang jolting the street at around 9 p.m. local time. The target, it appears, was former Iranian general Mahmoud Reza. Gardner tossed the pizza to one side. Reza. The name clawed at his guts. He remembered Iraq at the height of the insurgency. He remembered 2 mates of his, good blades, by the names of Luke Williamson and Loke Snooker, a Fijian who ate bullets with his oatmeal. He remembered the pictures of Williamson and Snooker, their torsos charred and dismembered, swinging from Baghdad lampposts. Authorities claim Reza, a former cadet in the Iranian military who rose through the ranks, is responsible for a series of cross-border attacks against coalition forces in Iraq. Tehran strongly denies these claims. The blonde was replaced by a parade shot of Reza, thick-bearded and flower-faced. He looked like he needed to relax, a night out on the tiles. It is thought that Reza, who received drill training in the US, was planning to launch a series of raids on NATO targets in northern Afghanistan. Unconfirmed reports suggest US Special Forces carried out a long-range airstrike on Reza. Gardner hoped to fuck the Yanks had slotted Reza. He killed the TV and fetched his belongings from the safe. Fake passport, credit card and €300. Gardner figured Land would have already cancelled the Amex, but the passport and cash ought to be good to ferry him back to Blighty. And then? Gardner wasn't quite sure. He'd be going home with nothing. To nothing. In a weird way, that's how he liked it. He lived an honest life. Maybe it wasn't glamorous. It was certainly hard. But as long as it kept him away from two-faced pricks like Land, it was a life that suited him down to the ground. He zipped up his backpack and cast a final look around the room. Felt a circle of cool air on his back. Gardner didn't turn around. He already knew who was standing in the doorway. "Packing your bags already? Looks like we got here just in time." "Killing. What the fuck do you want?" "To say goodbye, mate." Chapter 12. 02:29 hours. "Give us a smile then, lad," Killen said. "Thought you'd be pleased to see me." Killen had a Glock in his hands. Stainless steel, 17 edition. The Glock eye-fucked Gardner. "Shut the door, Eddie." Stone obeyed, a task that required him to move several tons of muscle bulk. He slipped the Do Not Disturb sign over the knob and clicked the lock on the opposite side. Stone's head leached sweat. He gasped for breath. Gardner figured walking took it out of a guy when he had basketballs for biceps. "We heard what you did to Terry," Killen said. "He had it coming. Just like you. I'm a big believer in an eye for an eye. You do something to a mate of mine, you can fucking expect the same shit done to you." Killen gave Gardner a screw face served with a side order of sneers. Think you're so smart, don't you? Well, guess what? I never liked you. Told Terry as much, but he rated anyone who'd done their time in the regiment. Me? I reckon you're a bunch of wankers. Us paraboys were always first into the action, clearing up the shit so you blades had it nice and easy and took all the glory. Just keep telling yourself that, mate. Nah, Killen said, peering down the Glock's ramp front sights. I'll just kill you instead. Let's see how your fucking SAS skills pull you out of this one, mate. Slot me, and you'll regret it. What? Your ghost's gonna come back and haunt me? Gardner had to go for broke. He was a dead man unless he gave Killen a reason not to blow his brains out. You're after John, right? But here's the thing. There are people involved way above my pay grade, and they watch my every move. Killen hesitated, but it was impossible to read the black dots passing themselves off his eyes. Nice try, kiddo, he said, shaking his head, a smirk on his sunburned mug. I'm not a fucking idiot. Not like Terry. You couldn't lie your way out of a Frenchman's pocket. I'm telling the truth. There you fucking go again, he went on, ignoring Gardner's protest. Always thinking you're smarter than the pack. Not this time you ain't. Gardner braced himself for the bullet, pictured the hollow point parabellum round penetrating his skull and bouncing around his head like a supersonic squash ball. Shockwaves from it tearing chunks out of his face, neck and shoulders. Dying in a seedy hotel at the hands of the two-bob ex-soldier. Shitty way to go. 5 minutes ago he'd been contemplating the next 5 years of his life. Now I don't have 5 fucking seconds, he thought. Boom, Killen said, gesturing as if he'd popped around. You don't get off that easy. You made Terry suffer. It wouldn't be fair unless me and Eddie here repaid the compliment. Training the pistol at Gardner, he nodded at Stone. All right, I'll give you a choice. Balls or face? I don't need to hear the story of how your mum and dad met. Funny fucking man, Stone said. Either he'd stepped towards Gardner or a solar eclipse was happening right there in the hotel room. He socked Gardner in the bollocks. Gardner keeled over, his balls registering a million different types of pain. As Stone laughed, the upper half of his body jogged on the spot. Killen lifted Gardner's head up by the chin. Eye for an eye, Joe. Stone shoved him towards the bathroom. It was a cramped space, hardly big enough for 2 people to stand, let alone a third guy the size of a small planet. Killen sat on the toilet, Glock on his lap. Stone squeezed past and ran the bathtubs. Water splashed against the porcelain tub. They found Terry face down in the toilet. Drowned, they say. Maybe he slipped. He watched the water slowly rise. 1 inch, then 2. In about 30 seconds, you're going to know exactly how Terry felt. His mind raced through escape plans. Strike Stone on his solar plexus and throw him into the bath. Yeah, and meanwhile Killen puts one through your head. Or grab Killen's gun, slot him, and worry about Stone later. But as soon as you make a move on Killen, Stone will crush you. Whichever way you looked at it, he was fucked. The bathwater hit 7 inches. Stone forced Gardner's head over the side of the tub. This is where it ends, motherfucker. 8 inches. 9. Gardner flung himself backwards at Killen, using his muscle mass to slam him against the wall. His elbow dug into Killen's chest, then jabbed him in the gut. Killen released the Glock, which zipped along the cracked tiles. This was it, his big chance to bug out. Both guys were stunned. If he could just reach the door. A force tugged at him like a bungee rope. 2 bloated hands clamped on his shoulders. Stone wiped phlegm from his face and kicked Gardner in the ribcage. He tried to get up, but that fat fuck lashed out at him. The pain in his ribs peaked. Breathing was like swallowing razor blades. He had nothing left in the tank. My fucking nose! Killen shrieked. Shit! Get this over with! Stone grabbed Gardner by his shirt and plunged his head into the bathwater. He fought back, thrust his right hand out of the water and searched in vain for the guy's face. He felt his lungs compress. A pressure formed behind his eyeballs. He thought they might explode any second. His muscles were dead weight, as if part of his body had already surrendered. He shook his head from side to side to try to loosen Stone's grip. No good. The prick had him on lockdown. Struggling only wasted more precious oxygen. His world darkened. Killen's voice, distant and distorted. "Game over, Joe." Game over. The water shaded dark red, and Gardner was sure he was going to die. Chapter 13, 0304 hours. A second later, Gardner realised he wasn't being held underwater anymore. The blood in the water didn't belong to him. He jerked his head up and out. Precious air burned his lungs. Stone was face down in the tub, the back of his head like an island. An island with a bullet hole. Gardner hocked up bathwater. He turned around, clocked Killen on his feet. Glock hanging by his side, looking daggers to his left. Gardner followed his gaze. Land stood in the doorway holding the smallest handgun he'd ever seen, a Ruger LCP 380. Lightweight and less than 3 inches from stock to barrel, it was the kind of firearm a female spy might conceal in her purse. "Don't move!" Land shouted at Killen, his voice wavering. "Or what? You'll shoot me with that fucking pea shooter of yours." Killen's eyes drifted to the corpse in the bathtub. Then again, Eddie always did have shit for brains. Gardner felt his energy returning. He focused on Killen. Disarm the fucker. Put that son of a bitch down once and for all. "This is your last warning," Land said. Killen chuckled. He glanced at Gardner. "You're a fucking disgrace, Joe. Betraying your own kind with these backstabbing nonsense." Then Killen drew his pistol faster than Wyatt Earp on speed and fired a single shot. The bullet struck the light fitting, plunging the room into darkness. Gardner made a leap for Killen and found thin air. Then he felt himself collide with Land, knocking him aside. The front door slammed. Gardner skipped past the MI6 man's prone body and backtracked as the Glock punched holes in the door. Killen's stifled voice carried through the door. "Come after me, and I'll fill you in like a fucking survey." Gardner counted to 10, wrist approaching the door, coming at it from the side. Sliding up next to the frame, he rested his hand on the knob, then flung the door open. The corridor was empty. Killen had fucked off. He retreated inside the room, found Land on the bathroom floor. "Damn monster butted me with his pistol," Land said. Gardner peeled Land's hand away from his head, revealing a 4-inch cut from his temple to the bridge of his nose. "Needs a few stitches, but otherwise you'll be fine." Gardner pressed a wet towel to the wound and ordered Land to hold it in place. "What did I tell you back in Rio, old chap?" asked Land. "My memory's kind of fuzzy." "I said I might be the last friend you'd ever have." Land frowned at Stone's corpse, as if he'd trodden in dog shit, and nodded. "Give me a hand," Gardner said, putting out the bath plug. The hole slurped the slick red water. Gardner heaved one of Stone's legs over the side, Land tentatively working the other. The legs felt as if they were weighed down with sandbags. Once they'd laid Stone flat in the tub, they pulled the shower curtain across. "Gonna need more than a bottle of Sillet Bang to clean this up," said Gardner. "The firm will take care of it. Your boys must be experts at cleaning up your own shit." "Admitted. You had me down as the type of chap who didn't like to get his hands dirty. Leo's too posh to muck in, you thought. Am I right? I didn't think you'd be running to the rescue. Yet here I am. So what does that tell you?" "That you're more bent than a boy band." Land scraped grey matter off the sole of his shoe. "You and I aren't so different, you know. We might come from different camps, but we're fighting a common enemy. And we're both taught that killing is only acceptable when it achieves a goal. Call it necessary murder." Gardner shook his head. "I've seen my fair share of dead people. Mates coming home in body bags. Wives and kids breaking down in tears. Killing's never a good thing. War is different. So they say." Land rested the pea shooter on the bathroom counter. "John Bald's the enemy. He must be stopped." Gardner's mind drifted over the shower curtain. 6 months ago he'd been on the piss with Stone, swapping old war stories and jokes about the Kabul nightlife. Allegiances used to count for something. Now he was lying dead in a bathtub, and it seemed like the whole world didn't give a fuck about loyalty or honour. So where does that leave John, he wondered. Bottom line, John betrayed me. He's no more honourable than killing, than a fucking snake. I just saved your life, Lan said. The least you can do is see through the mission to tail Bald. If you want to walk away from the firm afterwards, that's up to you. You don't have to take up the job offer. Damn it, I'll even sort an alternative position. Perhaps something not as glamorous, a desk job or a guard duty for a lesser-known royal, maybe. Gardner quit the bathroom. The smell was making him nauseous. Land hovered in the doorway. What's it to be? Gardner's rucksack sat on the bed. He wanted to pick it up, flip Land the bird, and bug out of the rock. Out of this nightmare. We don't have much time, Land continued. Killing's out there. That bastard's going to try to intercept Bald by hook or by crook, and we can't let that happen. Bald's in hiding. How will Killen know where to look for him? Land snooped out of the hotel window. Main Street was quiet. That plunge in the water has dulled your senses a tad, hmm? Think about it. Gibraltar is crawling with police. The border with Spain is on high alert for a crazed gunman on the loose, namely Shai Golan, the man whose acquaintance you made at the King's Hotel. Given that kind of police presence, Bald isn't going to risk smuggling the cocaine across the border. And he'd never get the stuff past airport security. So that leaves only one way off. By boat. Land clicked his fingers. He has to leave via the marina. Our sources indicate that a man matching Bald's description reserved a cruiser yacht called the Defiant 2 days ago. All Killen has to do is show at the marina and wait for his chance. Gardner recalled something from Rio. John can't pilot a boat. That's why he called me to Brazil. Either he was telling fibs or he's got help. Whichever it is, Bald simply has no choice but to go old school and ship out his drugs. And MI6 needs him to succeed. Once he's on the boat, we've got him red-handed and your mission will be over. This is it, Joe. One more step. Gardner surged his eyelids. Just this last job. If I do this, he said, I want to be back in the regiment 100%. Impossible. I told you so a week ago. I'll do whatever undercover work needs doing, but I'm fucked if I have to report back to some rich prick in a suit with a semi-detached in Fulham. No offence. Plenty taken. But no one can do what you're asking. Talk to Major Josh Oliver. I hardly think the new commander of 22 SAS is going to be a sympathetic ear. Just talk to him. Major Oliver. Just plain old Josh back when he and Gardner fought alongside each other. Worked his way up the old-fashioned way, with grit and determination. Promoted to Staff Sergeant, 2IC, and then D Squadron's OC, before taking the top job. An old friend and, in Gardner's eyes, the only decent Rupert in the business. All right. A quiet word once this is over. But I'm making no promises. Deal. Then it's settled. I suggest you head down to the marina immediately if you're to stop Killen from taking down Bald. The Defiant, you say? Land nodded. Topped up and ready to sail, according to the owner. Land handed Gardner a photo. I'm going to need firepower. And no offence, mate, but that thing you're packing is about as useful as a one-legged man at an arse-kicking contest. Then Gardner had an idea. He went to the bath, dragged back the curtain, and patted the pockets on Stone's 44 waist jeans. Found a polymer pistol grip jutting out of his back pocket. The grip was attached to a Kel-Tec PMR-30 semi-automatic. It was a newcomer to the weapons block, but Gardner had heard a lot of buzz about its capabilities. He snatched the pistol out of Stone's pocket and held it as if shaking hands with an old friend. You won't be needing this, he said to the back of Stone's head. Now, you have my permission to do whatever it takes to protect Bald's safe passage, but for God's sake, try to keep it covert. I can cover your tracks to a certain extent, but if you go shooting up half the town, my job becomes a lot more difficult. Where's John at the moment? We've had eyes on the marina for the past few hours. He hasn't yet shown there. Leaving it until the very last minute, I presume. Gardner made for the door. Pistol in his jeans, Bald on his mind. You better be telling me everything you know, he said, then slammed the bullet-riddled door before Lang could reply. Chapter 14. 03:55 hours. Gardner hit Queensway and circled south around the marina's edge. Nearly 4 o'clock, and night was surrendering to dawn. The sky was a cobalt dome. Whitewashed apartment blocks shaded violet. He banged a right into Queensway Quay, passing a row of 5 villas and a giant lead anchor slanted over a manicured lawn. The moon spotlighted the quay. West of his position, the quay abruptly ended, giving way to the strait. 300 metres to the south, across his left shoulder, stood the dockyard where HMS Lizard would be going through her final checks and repairs before setting sail. He thought about the Wren, about her mashed-up face. He paced for 200 metres to the western edge of the quay, where the road arrowed north and 9 apartment buildings stood on a rectangle of reclaimed land, bordered by a rocky shoreline. Gardner paused and scoped out the marina. There's got to be 100 boats in dock, he thought. He counted 2-seater cruisettes, 50-foot luxury cruisers, and commercial fishing ships, tied up at 3 concrete piers. He looked at the shot of the Defiant. She was a sizable beast, 38 feet, with a distinctive blue and white striped hull and a stern sleek as an arrowhead. Suddenly, he spotted the cruiser yacht at the far end of the middle pier. But he didn't move in just yet. He was waiting for Bald or Killen to show. So far, no sign of either. 4 a.m, and Gibraltar was a ghost town. 2 until 4 was Gardner's favoured time of attack. Soldiers called that period the dead hours, when most people were in a deep sleep. He scanned the apartment blocks. Every window and balcony bay was encased in darkness. He imagined people tucked up in their nice beds while he knuckled down to the business of killing men. A thought gnawed at him. While Stone and Gill were dumb as shit sandwiches minus the bread, Killen was different. Cunning. No doubt he'd be figuring out the best approach to the Defiant, so Gardner had to be alert. He backtracked east along the quay, resolving to patrol the larger marina 100 metres to the north. A silhouette shifted along the middle pier, 30 metres from the Defiant. Gardner froze. The dark could play havoc with an operator's vision, conjuring up shapes and movement where there was none. He ran his eyes around the silhouette, putting a distance equivalent to the size of his fist between the object and his line of sight. He looked away from it for several seconds, and let his eyes return to the shape. It had moved. His brain wasn't tricking him. He retreated up the quayside towards Queensway. Between each block of flats, he risked a brief glance down to the waterfront, where he spied the figure shuffling along the pier. He was slow and deliberate, wanting only to keep an eye on Bald and assessing the surrounding area for threats. Any sudden noise might alert Bald to his presence. Past the anchor again, Gardner hurried north. 200 metres further along the deserted Queensway, he turned left past a large Genoese-style development, all turquoise shutters and terracotta roofs. The pavement coughed him up at the northern pier. Palm trees and cannons lined the walkway. The middle pier was 80 metres south, and the silhouette was nearing the Defiant. Closer up, it took on definition. A man, tall, solid build. It had to be Bald. He held a torch in his right hand. His left gripped a black object. A pistol, Gardner guessed. But where was Killen? If he planned to jump Bald at the marina, this was his prime opportunity, and yet there was no sign of him. Instinct, not even instinct, more like a clotting fear that fired from the base of his spine to the back of his skull, told him to glance back inland. He scanned the blanket of darkness swirling over the foliage. Shit! That's it! He'd assumed Killen would be going for the up-close and personal approach. In doing so, he'd ignored the widest vantage point of all. That's fucking it. The upper rock. The steep, jagged rock dominated the Gibraltar skyline. Gardner surged towards the middle pier. John Bald was walking into the ideal spot for a sniper on the upper rock. I've got to get John out of the line of fire, Gardner thought. But your cover will be blown. If I don't, he'll be killed. The hollow sound of Gardner's feet pounding hard on the planks alerted Bald, who had stopped at the Defiant. 20 metres, and Bald was spinning around, torchlight searching the pier. Gardner fixed on the black object in his right hand. Bulky-looking thing, some kind of a gun. He had time enough to think how shit it would be to die at the hands of the corrupt ex-blade he was trying to protect. 10. Gardner ducked like a sprinter at the finish line. The upper rock was 800 metres away. Clear night, full moon, no wind to distort the shot. If Killen got his shot off, it was all over. 5, and Gardner caught the faint crack of a rifle. He lunged at Bald. The torch blinded him. Gardner knocked them both to the pier floor. The torch dropped into the water, and the Defiant reeled with the smack of a bullet into her hull. Gardner blindly grappled with Bald. He couldn't see shit. He dragged Bald away from the boat. Bald struggled. Gardner brought an elbow down against his skull. Jesus fucking Christ, Johnny thought. Bald's grip was stronger than he remembered. Scarcely able to see ahead of him, Gardner moved as quickly as his legs and Bald's weight allowed. Another crack, and the plank in front of him exploded. Splinters speared his forehead. He ducked behind the remnants of an old fort. Weathered stonework now shielded them from the upper rock. Gardner gathered his breath and peered around the corner of the fort. The upper rock was jagged and dark as a lump of charcoal. Fuck, he told himself. Without a viewing aid, he had no way of getting a fix on Killen's location. Bald tried standing. He was unsteady on his feet. He reached into his jacket pocket. "Not this time you don't, mate," Gardner said, smacking him in the middle of his back with the butt of a PMR-30. Bald grunted, dropped, and rolled onto his back. Then Gardner noticed a dull, sticky stain on his knee. Moonlight splashed across his face. He stared at Gardner from behind a pair of black Ray-Bans. Blood gleamed out of a fresh gash on his jaw where Gardner had struck him on the pier. The man's features were coated in the grainy film of night, but they were clear enough. "You're not John," he said. Mr. fucking Crowbar. Chapter 15, 04:23 hours. "Where the fuck is John Bald?" Gardner said, aiming the PMR-30 at the big man's chest. "I would think carefully about your next move if I were you," Golan, a.k.a. Mr. Crowbar, said. His accent was foreign, the bastard offspring of French and German. "Only, you're not me. You're the fucker with the gun in his face." Gardner noticed the elbows of the guy's jacket were smeared with blood and dirt. Wherever he'd been in the 5 hours since Gardner had introduced him to a steak knife, it wasn't the local A&E. "You've got about 6 seconds to tell me who you are and what you know." "Kill me, and you'll upset a lot of very important people." "Fucking talk," Gardner said as he pushed the PMR-30 hard to Golan's temple. The polymer housing dug into his flesh. One click, he was thinking, and a .22 Magnum cartridge powered by 200 joules of muzzle energy would carve open his skull, like a boot through soft snow. Golan must have sensed that Gardner was ready to back up his threat, because he gritted his teeth and glowered, as if steeling himself with a bullet. Gardner couldn't see his eyes through the shades, but he got the impression that Golan was an unflappable son of a bitch. "What the fuck are you doing here?" "My mission is simple," Golan said, talking to the barrel of the PMR-30. "My people instructed me that no harm must come to the Mark." "The Mark? What are you on about?" "The man I was sent here to protect." Gardner burned up like diesel. "Terry Gill?" "That is not the name I was given." The realization struck Gardner like a boomerang. "John." "John Bald," Golan said. "Yes, he is the one." Gardner inched closer to his face. He wanted to tear off his shades and go eyeball to eyeball with this arsehole. He had the sense he was only dimly aware of the full story surrounding his old regiment mucker. "Who sent you?" "That I cannot say." "Mossad." His finger tensed on the trigger. "You're Israeli. I know that much." Golan grinned at the barrel like he was fucking flirting with it. "If I told you who sent me, well, I'd have to kill you." He laughed, then went on. "Oh yes, your superiors gave you weak information. They told you Bald would be departing from the Marina. On the Defiant, yes? They are badly mistaken. Tell me where John is." "Why? So you can't kill him?" Gardner shook his head. "I'm here to protect John." Golan frowned. "The shots fired just now were intended for John. It's an ambush," Gardner said. "Looks like it's not just my intelligence that's full of holes." "You're lying." "Nah, mate. Hate to break it to you, but the only reason I saved your ass back there is because I thought you were John." Golan looked skeptically at Gardner.
You remember the King's Hotel, Gardner said. The guy who turned up there to slot Bald.
An MI6 agent, Golan cut in.
No, he was a bloody cowboy, out to slot John and rob him. The sniper on the upper rock is a cowboy mate of his, name of Killen. And if we fuck about much longer, John's going to end up very dead.
Golan weighed up the words.
It seems to me we're on different ends of the same boat, Gardner said. Either we work together to find John and get him out of the line of fire, or we're both going to end up on the losing team.
Gardner glanced over the fort wall.
Queensway was deserted. Not a fucking soul about.
Golan took off his shades, unveiling a swollen right eye socket, a battle scar of their earlier fight. "Okay," he finally said. "We help each other." He reached for something inside his jacket. Gardner's right hand shot up, PMR 30 level with Golan's mug. His finger tensed on the trigger mechanism.
"Keep your hands where I can see him."
"I have a handheld tracker. It will lead us to the mark."
Gardner recalled the black object Golan had been holding on the pier. He assumed it was a gun, but perhaps it really was a tracking device. Gardner had no choice but to trust the Israeli. Since Land had sold him dud intelligence, Golan was his only hope of getting a lock on Bald. "Do it." Golan quickly dipped a hand into his jacket. Slowly, the Israeli produced a sleek black device the size and thickness of an iPhone, except this one featured 5 buttons at the bottom and an extended aerial on top. Gardner lowered the PMR 30. He leaned in as Golan entered a pin code on the touchscreen and was presented with a thermal satellite map of Queensway, with 1 centimetre representing 100 metres. A red icon blinked in the middle of the map.
"The Navy woman who was supplying cocaine to Bald,"
Golan explained.
"I put a transponder into one of the packages before she completed the delivery. It emits a signal to a satellite in near orbit and relays the position directly to me. Simple, but effective."
Gardner nodded. "So? Where is he?" Golan brushed his index finger over the screen. He tilted the device and looked over his shoulders, trying to establish his bearings. "We don't have much time."
"He's very close," Golan said. "And still on dry land, it seems. Rosia Road."
"That's to the south." Gardner scanned the screen. 50 metres beyond the Botanic Gardens. That means he's just over 300 metres away. Maybe he's winging his way up here, to the boat.
"Then we can intercept him."
Golan was scrambling to his feet. Gardner blocked his route with an outstretched arm. "The sniper's still out there."
"But Rosia Road is highly exposed," Golan said. "If the sniper spots Bald, he has an easy shot.
Let's keep low. We can move behind cover to John's position."
"Agreed.
You lead the way. If he tries anything, I'll get the first shot off," Gardner thought. Golan paced south, hugging the hotel's walls and pausing at the gap after each hotel. Gardner looked ahead for any sign of Bald, but his eyes had not yet fully adjusted to the dark. It took an hour for the average person's eyes to adapt to seeing in the dark, as the brain switched from retinal day cells to night. He'd left Land at 0350, less than 45 minutes ago. Golan moved with surprising ease, Gardner thought, considering the state of his left knee. Gardner kept up the pace to the rear, hoping to fuck that they reached Bald before Killen could zero in.
"This sniper,
Killen,
is he a good shot?"
Gardner considered the question as they passed the plush villas with the giant anchor staked out front. He qualified top of the class in the sniper cadre of the 1st Battalion Parachute Regiment.
"I'm not familiar with that school."
"Put it this way. To pass out of the cadre, the sniper's got to achieve a first-round kill on a man-sized target at 900 metres. Killen could do that blindfolded." Golan was silent as they approached the ragged staff gates, an 8-metre wall of eroded concrete originally built by the Moors and later used as a defensive perimeter during the siege. The gates provided them with cover as the marina ended and Queensway became Rosia Road. They were now just 120 metres from Bald's position. "What made you think I was MI6? Gardner asked.
"I have my sources."
"Well, you're fucking wrong. I don't work for anyone but myself."
"Spoken like a true government man."
Golan passed the Botanic Gardens. Then he slowed his step. Gardner halted in his shadow.
They crouched down behind a cargo container parked beside the road and adjacent to the industrial park. 100 meters due south, Rosier Road curved to the right, rolling around the fringe of the industrial park and the dockyard. Gardner cocked his eyes. His vision had improved in the last few minutes, but he was troubled by what he saw. Or rather what he didn't see. Where's John? Golan consulted his tracker. According to the transponder, he should be here. This is a built-up area, Gardner said. There's any number of locations he might be. Inside a building, hiding in a hotel room, maybe parked up in a car somewhere. We need a pinpoint fix. When I said here, I meant right on this very spot. Gardner darted his head left and right. Not a sniff of Bald in any direction. So where the fuck is he? Chapter 16, 04:58 hours. Craning his neck around the edge of the container, Gardner scoped out the scene. Street lamps poured orange light over a vacant road. The pavements were deserted, save for a macaque rummaging through a rubbish bin. I don't see him, said Gardner, running his eyes over the upper rock. Something's wrong. Maybe a transponder signal's fucked. Impossible. It's either that or John's turned into the Invisible Man. Golan had tuned out. He was scrolling down on the tracker, shifting his position and glancing down at the industrial park. He looked confused. What is it? Gardner asked. The signal's moving. Bullshit. He's not here. There must be some kind of problem with the hardware on that thing. There is not, I can assure you. For fuck's sake, Gardner thought. 2 spies tracking the same man on a slab of land less than 3 square miles, and neither of us can find him. Anger lodged in his throat. He was mad at Golan's tracker, mad at Land's dodgy int. The transponder blinked Bald's location. The industrial park. Gardner scanned the docks and the berthed lizard. The sun was rising in the east, mottling the blackness. Seagulls flapped. No trace of Bald. What the fuck's going on? The dot shifted further south. Gardner dug out his mobile to call Land. He got nothing, not even a dial tone. The signal displayed no bars. My phone's down. Something's wrong. Your phone isn't the problem. What do you mean? Communication countermeasures. Golan looked up at the sky and the paling stars. We wanted to make sure MI6 was not in a position to compromise the mark's safety. Until 0530, all foreign satellite and radio comms in a mile radius are disabled. Gardner's skin burned like hot rubber. He sensed everything was going pear-shaped fast. His shot at redemption, at being a soldier, was disappearing quicker than a scouser into the nearest William Hill. Fuck it. All this way. The shit I survived in Rio, the fucking cowboys, and now... A throbbing, purring noise drilled his mind. The 2 men exchanged a look. Sounds like, said Golan. A boat engine! In a flurry, they darted into the industrial yard. There's no boats coming in or out. I don't understand, Golan said. The noise is coming from further down the way, said Gardner. Then he remembered something he'd spotted earlier when spying on the Wren. He raced down Rosier Road, legs pumping so hard he could feel the burning in his calves, as if someone was holding matchsticks to them. His breathing was short, fitful. At 50 meters, he rested by the side of the artillery placement. It stood on the edge of a cliff face, the surrounding banks dotted with unfinished apartment blocks. He kneeled beside the reinforced armour plating fixed to the metre-long cannon. Below lay an isolated inlet. Earlier, I remembered spotting a cove, Gardner said. There was a small opening at the bottom, a tunnel. His eyes searched the inky sea. It stuck in my mind because I'd read somewhere that smugglers used it back in the day to hide contraband. Surf, white as soap suds, bobbed on the surface leading out from the tunnel, like a jet stream that had fallen from the sky. Gardner's eyes ran along the surf trail, and there, barely 100 meters beyond the cove, a cruiser yacht rose and dipped as it skimmed across the waves at high speed. Had to be doing 18, 20 knots an hour, he figured. No, Golan said, a trace of disgust in his tone. I do not believe it. All this time, the signal was true. John was under us. Under the fucking rock. That's John all right, Gardner thought, hanging over the rails and puffing on a fucking victory cigar. Bald faced away from Gibraltar, looking out across the vista of Algeciras on the Spanish coastline. "He is not alone," said Golan. "Figured as much," said Gardner. Bald couldn't pilot a boat for all the money in the world. Someone else had to be manning the controls. As if on cue, a second face presented itself. This one was rounder and redder than Bald's, and his fleece and tracksuit bottoms hung loose from his portly frame. But he moved with the speed and balance of a man who'd spent many years honing his sea legs. He exited the wheelhouse and scaled the ladder down to the deck, gathering up the ropes. "Pete Maston," Gardner said. "You know this man?" "He taught me everything I know." Gardner suddenly recalled how he'd respected Maston as the major of his squadron in the regiment. How Maston had taught him how to pilot a ship one day and survive sub-zero temperatures the next. Maston had moulded him into an expert in the art of warfare, a graduate in death and destruction. Gardner watched the boat shrink down the strait. "What about the sniper?" Golan asked. "Once he realizes that the target has escaped, he'll be worrying about getting the fuck off Gibraltar. Matter of fact, he's probably already quit the upper rock." "That is good." A cold spot formed at the back of Gardner's neck. "Son of a bitch," he hissed, and felt Golan press the barrel of his pistol harder against his flesh. Should have disarmed him back at the pier when I had the fucking chance. "For a man who claims his job is to protect the mark, you seem to know a lot of John Bald's enemies," said Golan. "What can I say?" The sun was lightening the sky to gunmetal grey. Waves crashed against the coast, spraying salt water into his face. "It's a small world." "How about I make it 1 min smaller?" "You sure that's a wise move? Killing an MI6 operator?" "But you said you went with the government." "And you believe me?" Gardner replied, trying to mask his fear by giving it some lip. He waited for a reply that never came. The circle on his neck warmed. Then above him he heard a pulsating din, fast and furious and devastating. A carriage of cold air hit him like a fist, almost knocking him over the edge of the cliff. He clung onto the cannon to stabilize himself, felt as if the world's biggest fan was blasting in his direction. Gardner managed to swivel around on the battery mount. 60 meters out from the coast, a UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter hovered over a patch of water. Its four main blades whirled frantically, whipping up the waves into an electric swell. One of the crew lowered a rope ladder, bridging the 40-meter drop between the chopper and the sea. Out of the waves, a long, sturdy hand grabbed a hold of the final rung. Golan steadily climbed the rope ladder. He paused near the top. The Black Hawk banked south. Wrapping his left hand fully around the width of the ladder, Golan turned and grinned at Gardner, waving his right hand like a president at his inauguration. Gardner watched as the chopper powered into the breaking dawn. Who the fuck is that guy? He wondered. To be able to call upon an emergency evac with a Black Hawk told Gardner that Golan had to be a top-level operator. More than that, it also meant protecting Bald was high on someone else's agenda. He stumbled back up Rosier Road. His mobile squawked. The comm systems were back up and running. Then he heard the nasal voice on the other end of the line.
"Where are you? Where the devil is Bald?"
He escaped. Land breathed his relief, heavily.
"Meet me at Europa Point. I'm at Harding's observation post, next to the rather charming lighthouse. Do hurry along. It's important."
Chapter 17, 06:45 hours. Europa Point lay at the southernmost tip of Gibraltar. Morocco's Atlas Mountains were a faint wash in the distance. Gardner passed the Ibrahim al-Ibrahim Mosque to his left, cricket field to his right, the crease a strip of grass surrounded by sand. At the very edge of the cliff stood the lighthouse. Below it, 3 chimneys protruded like blocks of salt. And east of the lighthouse stood Harding's observation post. Land stared down at a shiny metal plaque fixed to the ground that indicated the direction of North Africa across the strait. He didn't turn to greet Gardner as he strode up the concrete path fixed between the cricket ground and the mosque. "So," Land said to the sea, "you made it." "No thanks to you," Gardner replied, hanging back a few feet from the agent. "Oh, How so? That intelligence you had about Bald escaping on the Defiant down at the marina. Bullshit. He'd hidden a boat in the smuggler's tunnel. If it wasn't for the Israeli and his transponder, I'd never have found him. Land tapped a cigarette from his pack. He rolled it in his hands mournfully. We gave you the best information we had available to us at the time, old boy. Well, your so-called best stank the place out. Land spun around and walked towards Gardner. For the first time, Gardner saw aggression in his face. Look, I've already apologized to you. What more do you want from me? Christ, even when we did eventually work out Bald's escape plan, we had no way of reaching you. All of our radio and mobile systems were down. Golan mentioned that. Speaking of which, any more news on this guy? Land shrugged as he put the cigarette between his lips. The breeze rolling up from the cliffs conspired to extinguish his lighter. We're getting nowhere. All of our inquiries have hit a dead end. Our best guess is he's a criminal freelancer. Could be Mossad. Not a chance, Land said, striking a match and cupping the flame around his cigarette. I spoke to their chief earlier. He assures me that Golan is not one of their people. I'm inclined to believe him. We have a good relationship with the Israelis, you know. Golan, he got away too. A Black Hawk lifted him out. That's no criminal. Well, you might be right. He shrugged. They haven't caught Killen yet? Matter of time. Land stubbed out his half-smoked cigarette on the plaque. There's another thing, Gardner began. You saw a familiar face on the boat. Gardner angled his head at Land. How did you know? One of our SIGINT listening posts intercepted an exchange 2 days ago between Bald and Major Pete Maston. Or ex-Major, I should say. Old mentor of yours, I believe. And you didn't think to let me know? The identity of the driver of the boat doesn't affect your mission directly. Land inspected his shoes. And anyway, Maston suffered a bad fall from grace. The head shed had to let him go. Afghanistan did, shall we say, odd things to his mind. He drowned his dog in the bath. Then he tried to do the same to his pregnant girlfriend. Gardner said nothing. All Special Forces soldiers were trained in first aid, and every patrol had its specialist medic. Gardner knew of more than one guy who could take out a dozen armed men, but struggled to come to terms with his own mind. Some topped themselves. Others destroyed their own lives, or the lives of their loved ones. After he got the old heave-ho, Maston went looking for answers in the bottom of a whiskey bottle. He was declared bankrupt late last year, and a few months ago the bailiff seized his house. Been sleeping on friends' floors since, apparently. So you're saying Maston's doing this for the money? I'm saying, Joe, the man's broke. I imagine Bald offered him a cut in exchange for his help. Out of the corner of his eye, Gardner noticed a figure sitting on a bench 60 metres to his right by the cricket clubhouse. The man was tearing chunks off a white loaf. He threw the chunks to the seagulls, paused, glanced across his shoulder, and carried on feeding the birds. He had hair the colour of volcano ash and a hangdog expression. His face, dappled with liver spots, was more creased than an old shirt. Gardner guessed he could be anything from 60 to 90. Gardner looked back at Land. So it's all over. I can go home now. Land smiled. No more Bald. No more fucking firm. You'll be back in the line of duty, Gardner thought. Away from the politics and the lies and the mind games. Certainly. But first, I would like you to meet someone. Land gestured to the old man feeding the birds. He nodded at Land. His large hands gently placed the remainder of the loaf by his side on the bench. The seagulls flocked to the bread as he walked over to the two men, his crisp suit rustling in the breeze, his blank eyes staring right through Gardner. This is Massimo, Land said, and he's here to make you an offer you can't refuse. Chris Ryan Extreme. Hard target. Mission 3. Die trying. By Chris Ryan. Read by Josh Cohen. As Joseph Stalin said, death solves all problems. No man, no problem. Chapter 1. Europa Point, Gibraltar, 0800 hours. Massimo Macca rubbed a hand over his jaw. He had a thin veil of stubble that ran black at the chin, flower grey higher up the sides. His eyes scanned the foot of the cliff face. He was grizzled and fat, and Joe Gardner doubted the guy had ever seen the inside of a gym, but he was sure he'd been in his fair share of scraps. "This is Signor Bald's friend?" "He's no friend of mine," snapped Gardner. Macca suppressed a laugh. "Then maybe you are Bald's consigliere." His voice was gruff. "You work together, no?" "Not anymore, we don't. Look, I don't know who the hell you are, but I'm warning you. The signor is a man of violence. That's good. Nowadays people are so sensitive. They don't understand that some people are created bad, and bad people have to be crushed." He crumbled an imaginary rock in his fist. "If you say so." "And which side are you on? Good or bad?" "Massimo, please," Leo Land said. He rested a manicured hand on Macca's shoulder. "Joe's on our side. Lately he's been of great help to our investigation. Indeed, if it wasn't for Joe, Bald would be dead by now, along with any hopes we have of bringing some of these bastards to book." Macca yawned. He had nostrils so wide he could hide a tank up there. "Forgive me, signor. I am afraid trust does not come very easily to a man in my position." "I'd say that depends," said Gardner. "On what?" "Whether your job title is Chief Dickhead." Macca shot Gardner a sour look. "The men I put behind bars would kill you for less." "Massimo is a prosecutor for the region of Calabria and southern Italy," Land said. "He's been chasing the mafia down in those parts for some 25 years. A tiring job, I imagine." Land frowned at the sun. "We should talk somewhere more private." Macca nodded. They gave Africa their backs and left Harding's observation post. Gardner noticed that a navy blue Mercedes CLK coupe was parked up on the verge of Europa Road. Land offered to drive. Gardner sat in the back, Macca in the front passenger seat. The car had a milky smell to it, which is to say it smelled exactly how Gardner imagined a car driven by Leo Land would. The dashboard was varnished walnut, the windows at least 60% tinted. Land fired up the Mercedes and reversed north out of Europa Road, tracing a route west, then north on the same stretch of asphalt. "The old mafia, the Cosa Nostra, is history these days," said Macca. "Today, the real danger comes from a new source. The 'Ndrangheta, the Honored Society." "Imagine an organization more powerful and secretive than anything in the history of the mafia," Land added. "The original 'Ndrangheta," Macca resumed, "was formed 100 years ago by Calabrian peasants to protect themselves against the landed gentry. For many years they practiced extortion and bribery. Then the leaders made a deal with the Colombians. Tons of cocaine poured into the docks at Gioia Tauro. Now they have soldiers across the world. Europe, America, Australia. Each Picciotto d'Onore, or foot soldier, is sworn to a blood oath. They control the cocaine, the heroin, arms trading, human trafficking. The construction business is endless." Macca shook his head, then went on. "I lost my wife to the cancer 2 years ago. The tumors, they consumed her body until there was nothing left of her to give. You understand? This is what the 'Ndrangheta are, a tumor that does not stop." They rolled back up past the dockyard. "I still don't see what this has to do with me." "Your friend, Signor Bald. He's not my friend. He will strike a deal with the 'Ndrangheta for his cocaine. Bully for him. And you are going to witness it. Yeah? And at what point did you become my fucking boss?" Garner then directed his rage at Land. "We had a deal, and I've more than fulfilled my end of the bargain." The MI6 man's face crinkled in the rearview mirror like a wet rag. "You brought this on yourself, Joe. The incident at the King's Hotel, the business with Killen. Because of you, things got a tad too noisy. As a result, Bald fears for his life, and he's changing plans." Land nudged the Mercedes up Winston Churchill Avenue and into the parking lot next to the Victoria Stadium. The lot was empty. Our original aim had been to simply detain Bald once he docked in Gioia Tauro in western Calabria, Massimo's backyard. Now it appears Bald isn't happy about meeting the Italians on their own soil. We've picked up communications which indicate that Bald is rearranging the venue for neutral turf.
Communications? I thought all your systems were down.
The land-based ones, yes. But we've had a Navy submarine tapping into the optic fibres running along the seabed. You know, the ones that carry all that internet and landline chitter-chatter back and forth. It's more common than the public and media would have you believe. Our SIGINT chaps listened into a conversation between Bald and a fellow he refers to as the pallbearer. We believe this is code for Gianni Petruzzi. His nickname is known only to his immediate family, or so he thinks.
This Petruzzi bloke, he's 'ndrangheta?
A capo crimine, Macca said, passing Gardner a black and white snap of the man himself. Whatever ideas he had about the style of a mafia head honcho, the photograph quickly dispelled. Here was a bloated, flabby man, loose jowls and drooping eyelids. The only young thing about him was the 20-something bimbo hanging from his arm.
He is the chief of a local clan. He and his brothers once carried a coffin through the streets of San Luca. A coffin filled with cocaine. That's where his name comes from. Now it has an additional layer of meaning. When people owe him money, Petruzzi buries him alive.
Bald said that he felt someone was watching him, said Land.
So where is he now?
Currently making his way along the Albaran Sea, heading east. He's en route to Algeria. The 'Ndrangheta have contacts there, established through the human trafficking network. We believe a private jet awaits Bald in Algiers.
Gardner nodded, soaking up the int.
And the jet's taken him where? Belgrade, Land said, patting himself down for his cigarettes.
Serbia has strong links to the 'Ndrangheta,
Macca put in. So go to the fucking Serbs for help, Gardner said.
Macca shook his head. You cannot ask rats to hunt other rats.
Then ask Interpol, or the fucking A-Team. I don't care. We need someone who knows Bald, who can track him. Face it, Joe. You're the man for the job. Gardner weighed it up. As much as he felt like taking a hot shower every time he spoke to Land, he had unfinished business with John. Gardner was the kind of guy who liked to see things through. He'd never been one for quitting halfway into a job.
My government, said Macca, wishes to recognize your, how do you say, courage in waging war against this scum of 'Ndrangheta. Anyone who helps to kill this cancer is a good friend of Italia.
Land found his smokes, rolled down his window. He sucked on the unlit tab in the left corner of his mouth and spoke with his right. What Massimo's saying is that you'll be amply rewarded for the mission. €500,000, Macca said.
Fuck you.
Don't be a bloody fool, Land said. With that money you can buy all the women and lagers you want. Or spend it on whatever else you regiment people do in your free time. Take the money, Joe. If I do this one last mission for you, I want my old job back. Fucking end of. Stubborn as well as a fool, eh? Land lit his cigarette. The smoke tickled Gardner's nostrils and settled like fog in his empty stomach. He suddenly felt painfully hungry. Land unlocked the Merc's doors. Massimo, my dear chap, it is time for us to part. Macca climbed out of the car with difficulty, without another word. Back problems, old face, despairing eyes. That old bastard Time hadn't been kind to him. A Porsche pulled into the parking lot and drew up alongside the stooping Italian. Fun guy, Gardner said as the Porsche gobbled Macca up. He's quite a nut in his own way. Legend has it he killed more than 200 mafiosi. Land frowned. Now, a quick word. My chiefs are very upset at the damage Bald has caused so far. Scared of any mud sticking? Not at all. But they feel it would be better if perhaps he wasn't given any public exposure. Land spoke slowly, emphasizing each word like a primary school teacher. If he were arrested, that might bring some unwanted coverage in the news. Not the kind of thing Her Majesty's government needs at this point in time. You want him dead? Only if he actually makes the exchange. If he pulls out, even if it's the last minute, then we'll have to think of something else. But if Bald hands them the coke and gets his prize in exchange, he'll have gone too far, and you have permission to engage. To kill, you mean? Do you have a problem with that? Gardner thought about it. Revenge had been on his mind ever since Bald had double-crossed him in Rio. Sure as shit he wouldn't hesitate to fill Gardner with lead if the chance presented. None at all. Good man. I want you, the firm wants you, to do whatever it takes. Land removed a cream envelope from the breast pocket of his shirt. Gardner wondered how an agent who spent his life living out of suitcases managed to keep his shirts and jackets so neatly ironed. Like the guy was a fucking walking steam press. The envelope was unsealed. A flick of the thumb and forefinger, and it popped open. Inside, ticket to Belgrade, one way, new passport, name of Gary Dutch, American Express, black, same name, pay-as-you-go mobile. He could be getting ready for his stag weekend. You do right by us on this one, Joseph, and I can personally assure you that it will be worth your while. Let's just get it over with. Land flicked his lights. The police car moved on, and 2 minutes later the Mercedes exited the stadium lot. As it dropped Gardner at the airport, the same Bobby in her fancy uniform was mincing about outside. Gardner climbed out of the car. When you get to Belgrade, call me. There's a local contact who'll sort you out, said Land, then fucked off. Gardner was left standing there, wondering if he hadn't just made the worst decision of his life. Chapter 2. Yakutsk, Russia, 1917 hours. You can always spot a first-timer, thought Alexander Nikolai Sotov, as he surveyed the private military airfield at Sobransk, some 20 kilometers south of Yakutsk in northeast Siberia. However tough a man's constitution, however thick his skin or thin his blood, nothing could prepare him for the cold. Sotov recognized straight away the man climbing down the steps from the plane. The bug eyes, the bent nose, the swollen cheeks, as if his head had been compressed in a vice. The man looked lost. The old saying of the English came to mind, like a rabbit caught in the headlights. Only you didn't get rabbits in Siberia, not in conditions up to -50. Sotov exited the black Lexus and approached the runway. The cold pierced his skin like salt in an open wound. Maxim, my good friend. So glad you could make it. What a miserable journey, replied Maxim Ladinsky, the chief of the military counterintelligence directorate of the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation, the FSB. The plane was held up for 2 hours at Moscow, and then we had the worst turbulence I've ever experienced. In the old days, we'd report back and have the pilot killed, he said, slitting his throat and winking in a manner which suggested to Sotov that he was only half joking. You are here now. And prepared, waving to his clothes. Padded jeans, Gore-Tex boots, woolly scarf, hat, gloves and winter coat. Concealing underneath, Sotov was certain, several layers of thermal garments. That's very good, Maxim, but please, take off your glasses. Ladinsky blinked his confusion. In this weather, the metal will stick to your skin, and when you remove them, you'll tear off chunks of flesh. Yes, of course, Ladinsky said, fumbling at the frames with his heavily gloved hands. And the package? In the back of her, said Ladinsky, thumbing the Hercules. Show me, Sotov said. Ladinsky grumbled as he escorted Sotov around to the rear of the aircraft. The turbines whirled out streams of air so fast and so cold that to look directly ahead was like being jabbed in the eyes with cocktail sticks. The ramp lowered. Sotov moved forward. The Herc's cargo area was a tangle of cables and ropes. Crates were stacked to the rear. Emergency lights flashed. What is it? There, Ladinsky signaled to a wooden crate marked with the Red Cross symbol. The crate was 1 meter wide and about the same high. Open it, Sotov said. I can't feel my fingers, Ladinsky protested. Maxim, I need to see it. Ladinsky hollered at the crew. 2 men in overalls scaled the ramp and used the stocks of their AK-47s to prise open the lid. It took them 3 tries before the crate began to split open. Quickly, my nose hurts, Ladinsky urged them. Be patient, he was told. Sotov peered into the crate. It doesn't look like much, he thought. No, it really seems like hardly anything at all. A lot of fuss for something so... He reached for the right word. Ordinary. Yes, that was it. You sure this is everything, Maxim? Yes. Okay, I'm satisfied. Now we can leave. Sotov marched towards the Lexus, full of renewed vigor. Only Ledinsky's constant bitching threatened to bring him down from his high. Shit, this weather. They warned me in Moscow, but I didn't think it would be this bad. I mean, I don't know how you people survive. You people, Sotov thought. His parents had been part of the migration from the west, which is why he stood out from the native Siberians. Where they had dark features and ruddy cheeks, Sotov sported blue eyes, sandblasted hair and pale skin. It's warmer in the car, he said. Yes? Well, perhaps only -10. Sotov was smiling to himself. His chauffeur, Denis Popov, 6'2" with a long, thin neck and silver hair the colour of a knife edge, manoeuvred around the Lexus and opened the door for Ledinsky. The Lexus was just one of a fleet of luxury cars. Sotov's official title was the CEO of Russia's leading diamond mining outfit, Strelka Corporation. But Sotov was also Mafia. The engine was already running when Sotov and Ledinsky took their seats in the back of the Lexus. I take it you've covered your tracks, said Sotov. Of course, Ledinsky replied. I'm taking a big risk too, you know. If this thing goes missing, it won't. Sotov pointed to a black truck reversing towards the Herc's ramp. Strelka guards stood either side of the truck. Overhead, one of the Sikorsky helicopters belonging to Sotov's private fleet patrolled the surrounding area. I didn't realize you had so many men, said Ledinsky. Here in Yakutsk, I'm the only law there is. The people around here joke that when Alexander Sotov shrugs, the whole of Siberia shakes. How many men in my force? I forget the exact number. 8,000? Enough to get things done. What kind of vodka? Sotov produced a bottle of Russian Standard and 2 shot glasses from a foldaway cabinet. Ledinsky eyed the bottle suspiciously. I don't drink. Nonsense. A man cannot do business in Yakutsk without vodka warming his belly. Sotov poured Ledinsky a generous shot, knocked back his own, and Popov steered the Lexus out onto the highway. The icy road was flecked with black spots, frozen corpses of the millions of midges and mosquitoes that had swarmed over Yakutsk in the brief summer respite. Only 3 weeks ago, temperatures had been a mild 15 degrees. Seemed like history now. What about my payment? Said Ledinsky, looking down at his still full glass. I've decided to kill you instead. Ledinsky froze. I'm joking, Maxim. We're on our way to collect it now. They drove through what an outsider would have mistaken for a ghost town. No cars were on the roads, just a few trucks shipping in vital supplies of petrol and food. Streets devoid of people. Only the fish market showed any signs of activity. It was where, decades earlier, Sotov had set up his first business, crushing his competitors by poisoning their catches with diesel fuel. The Lexus slowed to 50 kilometers an hour as they headed northwest, Yakutsk in the rearview mirror, the banks of the river Lena to their right. Now and then, the car jumped and sank from the holes in the road. Heading west, they passed a radar installation and a pyramid-roofed church. The chauffeur turned onto a gravel path and, half a kilometer down, stopped at a checkpoint. An imposing yellow sign warned that intruders would be shot. Guards, armed with A91M bullpup assault rifles and with the company's Siberian Husky logo sewn to their lapels, peered inside and nodded somberly at Sotov. The gates opened. The guards waved them through. The road continued for another couple of kilometers until it reached the mouth of a low cave. Foot patrols with sniffer dogs cleared the Lexus to proceed. At the cave's mouth, 4 guards stood to attention, 2 on each side of a solid lead vault door. Golden statues of snow leopards were perched on the pillars either side of the door. Sotov exited the Lexus and took a keycard from his pocket. One of the guards also removed a keycard. They inserted their cards simultaneously into their slots. A series of clicks followed. Then the door cranked open. Come, I have something to show you, said Sotov. Ledinsky hesitated. What's inside? Why? Your reward. Good. And please, let's make it quick, Ledinsky said, the blood draining from his face. I'm a busy man. Of course. The cave was cool and dark. Ladinsky took off his hat to reveal a comb-over. Steam wafted from his bald patch like cigar smoke. Another guard directed them towards a lift. They entered. The guard slammed the cage door shut, and the lift rattled as it descended 300 feet below the surface. Ladinsky wiped sweat from his pate. I was not aware you had another facility. We needed somewhere to store a few things. What things? Secrets, Maxim. Secrets. The lift screeched to a halt. Brilliant light flooded the black of the shaft. A guard cranked the door open. Sotov gestured for Ladinsky to exit first. The FSB chief scrunched up his eyes as if staring directly at the sun. Sotov handed him a pair of sunglasses. We're in the only place in Siberia where a man needs these, he grinned. Ladinsky's jaw slackened. In Yakutsk, we like to say, there's a lake or river for every person who lives here, Sotov said. But the truth is that we have more diamonds than people. Here, comrade, diamonds are as common as snowflakes. It's incredible. I've never seen... Quite a sight, isn't it? They were standing in a dome-shaped underground mine. Searchlights fired powerful blue rays at the ceiling 50 feet above. Sotov lowered his eyes to the ground, to an area the size of 6 football pitches, filled with mountains of polished diamonds. Ladinsky picked up a handful. Each gleaming stone hypnotized him. He managed to peel his eyes away, looked quizzically at Sotov. These must be worth billions. Sotov shrugged. But why are you hiding them underground? The mafia man kneeled behind a small mound of diamonds. A stone the size of his fist rested on top. 4 times as large as the Cullinan diamond in the English crown jewels. The rock in front of him, he reckoned, was the largest rough diamond in the world. And it was kept underground, gathering dust. Some things are more valuable when they are not seen, he said. You're not making any sense. Do you know that one diamond merchant controls 50% of the global market? That's an impressive figure, no? It means they have the power to raise the price of rough diamonds or lower it, however they see fit. Ladinsky frowned. They say diamonds are rare, Sotov continued. It's a myth. We keep the stones down here in the mine because it benefits this particular merchant to have fewer organic diamonds on the market. They pay us not to supply them. It works for both of us. They keep the price of diamonds artificially high, and we get paid for doing nothing. That's preposterous. Sotov rose to his feet. He scooped up the fist-sized diamond and offered it to Ladinsky. Accept this as your payment, he said, lighting up a black Ziganov. Take as many as you want or need. Take some for your wife, your children. Take some as bribes for the colleagues. Take all you want, Maxim, but remember this. Each diamond in your pocket is a promise from you to me. Cigarette? Ladinsky shook his head, rolled the sparkling stone in his hands like a ball. What kind of promise? Simply that we both agreed to keep silent about our arrangement. Sotov waited for an answer that did not come. He turned to look at Ladinsky and found the much-respected FSB director plunging his hands joyously into a pile of diamonds. I'll take that as a yes, Sotov said. Chapter 3. Belgrade, Serbia, the next day, 1833 hours. Gardner parked his rented Toyota Avensis 2 blocks from the Tiger Bar, slap bang in the heart of Silicon Valley. The district got its name from the number of artificially enhanced women who prowled its streets. A few days ago, Gardner would have been tempted to check out the scenery, but he had come to Belgrade to settle his score and bury an old friendship. The page 3 girls of Silicon Valley would have to sit this one out. Land had instructed him to hit the Tiger Bar at precisely 6:40 the evening he arrived. Who am I looking for? Gardner had asked. Don't worry, my boy. They'll find you, Land had assured him. Now Gardner's eyelids felt heavy, as if someone had sewn hockey pucks into them. Just 3 hours sleep in more than 48 hours, and it had finally caught up with him. He'd taken a British Airways flight from Gibraltar to Heathrow, passed the 2 hours waiting for his flight at a chain restaurant, drinking sugary coffee and grazing on a ham and cheese sandwich that gave him £2.50 change from a tenner. From there he boarded a Swiss Airlines plane bound for Zurich. He drank a pint of Guinness at a bar and watched Sky Sports News for an hour before taking an onward flight to Nikola Tesla Airport. Belgrade. It was 12 years since Gardner had set foot in the city. He felt like a murderer returning to the scene of the crime. A lot of fucked up shit had gone down there during the Kosovo War, and the regiment had played a right royal part. Dispatched to the capital, their mission had been to cripple the Milosevic state machinery by whatever means necessary. As the troop's designated demolitions expert, Gardner had been part of a 4-man patrol charged with silencing Milosevic's personal mouthpiece, the state radio. At sun-up, he had rigged the station with enough plastique to tear the ozone a new arsehole. Intel had indicated the building was empty, but the int turned out to be wrong. At the moment Gardner pressed the clicker, 28 civilians were inside. No one survived. He never saw any bodies, didn't hear their screams above the explosion, but their shadows still haunted him, shadows without arms and legs, limp as rag dolls. 12 years later, and the city had been given a fresh lick of paint. Snazzy new shopping centres, casinos and mobile phone shops jostled for attention. Gardner saw that hints of the old Belgrade remained, the communist architecture tucked away in dilapidated back streets, and the frothing nationalist graffiti on underpasses and bridges. It was cooler than Gibraltar, hovering around 10 degrees. Gardner wore navy combats, a white V-neck t-shirt and a grey hoodie. He'd snapped up all 3 from a duty-free shop at Heathrow, and he had something else slapped around his wrist. "I'm concerned about your personal safety on this mission," Land had said in Gibraltar. "Now Bald's more cautious than ever before and is working with some bad apples. There's a fair chance they might suss you out. If that happens, you're in trouble. Wear this." He'd given Gardner a red bracelet. The bracelet was fitted with a radio frequency identification chip, which sent out a signal on UHF passive frequency, triangulated via the firm's GIS computers to produce a real-time fix on the bracelet's location. "If you press this button," Land had told him, tapping a small metal circle attached to the plastic, "it will send an emergency relay directly to MI6 HQ. That's your signal that you're in extreme danger and wish to be extracted. I can't give any guarantees, but in normal circumstances, we should be able to extract you within an hour of your pressing the button." Now, as Gardner approached the Tiger Bar, he clocked a photograph taped to the door. Some mean-looking guy in military uniform stood in front of a tank, surrounded by his militia mates. He had an AK-47 in his right hand, but in his left was a curious thing, a baby tiger held up by the scruff of its neck. He pushed through the door. It was like crossing into another dimension, a place where smoking bans didn't exist and Lady Gaga hadn't yet been invented. Accordion music bleated out of a single speaker. About a dozen men huddled in groups of 2 and 3 at booze-soaked tables, drinking brandy, smoking foul-smelling tabs. They eyed him suspiciously as he made his way to the bar. He ordered a pint of the local lager from a barman with a face like a pig's arse. "Fuck me," he thought. "It's like I'm in Yates's minus the slappers." Gardner pulled up a chair. He sipped his beer. It tasted watered down and glowed green beneath the bleary lights. His eyes adjusted, and he realized there was a single female in the bar, a woman smiling a broad smile at him. She had coffee-brown hair, brushed back behind small elf-like ears, to fall in teasing strands at her neck. Her lips were delicate in the middle and curved up at the corners. She wore a 3/4 sleeve flame top and a pair of indigo jeans, and had the kind of body that could look good in a shell suit. She was by herself. Her eyes, black as a winter sky, searched his. "I might be in here," Gardner decided. He glanced away, then stole another look at her figure, legs like a catwalk model. He had a strong urge to jump her bones. The woman seemed to ignore him for several seconds. Then she stood up and walked over. "You must be Joe Gardner," she said in a soft and light voice that confused him. He'd assumed she was Serbian, but the local women all seemed to have deep, full voices. He couldn't quite place her accent. She drew up the seat opposite him and placed a half-full glass of red on the metal table, rested a black purse beside it. "And you are?" he said. The woman arched one of her elegant eyebrows at him. "You don't need to know my name." "No, but I guess I'm a bit old-fashioned like that." As a smile spread across her lips, Gardner felt a hot wave of air push against the wall of his chest. "Leo warned me about you," she said. "Really? What?" "Just that trouble follows you around like a bad smell and you've got some anger management issues." Gardner drank some more cheap lager and reflected. "Pretty accurate, I'd say." The woman laughed, the smile full on now, stars sparkling in her soft eyes. "Leo's telling the truth for once?" "But I still don't know your name." She sipped her wine, and the corners of her lips coloured dark red. "Eme Milana," she said. "Pleased to meet you." "Likewise, Eme. I'm guessing you're not local." She shook her head. "Strictly speaking, I'm only half Serbian. My father's from Belgrade. My mother's from Paris. I grew up here but moved to France to study when the war broke out." "And now you work for the firm?" Eme's eyebrows met at the bridge of her nose. They were arched and leering. "Not for. With. If your government wants to stop people using my country as a drugs market, that is a good enough reason for me." "You know why I'm here?" "Yes. Back to business?" Her smile crawled back into its hole. He nodded. "Leo said you might be able to show me around." "It seems your friend is mixed up with some very bad people," she said. "Come, I'll take you there." Gladly leaving behind a filmy gunk in his glass, Gardner followed Eme out of the bar. He was wondering what kind of shitstorm John Bald was stirring up on their old stomping ground. Chapter 4, 1907 hours. The Zira Hotel stood on Rooseveltova Street in Old Belgrade, a concrete maze east of the River Sava. Gardner and Eme were sitting in the Toyota on a side street opposite the hotel. He could see all the way to the other side of the river, where the tall buildings of New Belgrade dominated the skyline. "This is where your friend is staying," Eme said. "He likes to travel in comfort." Eme popped a stick of chewing gum in her mouth. "He checked in under an assumed name." "Let me see," she said, checking her phone. "Gary McAllister." Gardner laughed. "What's so funny?" Eme demanded. "Too hard to explain," said Gardner, reflecting on the striking similarity between Bald and the old Liverpool midfielder. At that moment, Bald emerged from the hotel lobby. Gardner thought he looked tired. Bald climbed into a Mitsubishi Shogun 4x4 parked out front. The windscreen wipers swiped at drizzle as iron-grey skies leaked rain. Throw in a bunch of hoodies setting fire to a BT phone box, Gardner reckoned, and you could almost be in Moss side. The Shogun lunged forward. "Let's follow him," said Eme. Gardner pulled out into traffic 3 vehicles behind the Shogun. Bald powered southwest down Rooseveltova for about 1 kilometre, then turned right into Alexandra Boulevard. Gardner followed the Shogun past Baroque libraries and museums. The old gave way to the new, porno shops and fast food joints. Men slept on park benches in the mid-afternoon sun. The Shogun headed south. New apartment blocks lined the road. Belgrade was demolishing its old quarters, eager to join the 21st century rat race. Gardner gripped the wheel hard, fighting to keep his emotions in check. Been a hell of a ride, he told himself. Halfway across the fucking world. He dared to think he might be nearing the end of his mission. The thought dripped like acid in his stomach. Less than 10 kilometres south, and the city receded like a politician's hairline. "I know this place," Gardner said. "Belgrade's slummy end." "Used to be." They rolled past swish new penthouses, parks, a gym, tennis courts, an outdoor swimming pool. Each of them carried the same bold message: Belgrade's going places. Bald parked up outside a 2-story villa. Gardner brought the Toyota to a rest 100 metres back, next to a bus stop. He reached for his Nikon D3. The digital camera was a specially modified unit courtesy of the firm. Instead of Gardner saving images to a flash memory card, a secure network adapter transmitted the images in encoded format back to Voxel via a near-space satellite. The 12.1 megapixel snaps were hitting Land's desk in the time it took to microwave a pot noodle. That way, if Gardner lost the camera or it was damaged, MI6 already had the photographs of everyone involved in the smuggling ring. The front door of the villa opened, and a man came out and shook Bald's hand. His eyes scanned the street, and at one point seemed to bore holes right through Gardner. He had pockmarked cheeks like weathered marble,
pierced eyebrows and mangled ears that looked as if a Rottweiler had chewed on them. He was decked out in a tattered leather jacket with a Ferrari logo on the breast, turtleneck sweater, and scuffed white sneakers. "Clint Vallon," Gardner said. "You know him?" M.A. asked. "He's one of the most feared criminals in Belgrade." "Fucking right I do. Albanian. He played both sides in the war, Albanian and Serbian. Eventually NATO got wise to him and he turned snitch. Actually helped the regiment bust an arms trafficking movement involving the Russian mafia and NATO soldiers." "I had no idea he helped NATO." "He gave grade A ints to hunt down the traffickers and put a stop to the ethnic cleansing. Trouble is, soon as the war was over, Vallon did a vanishing act. Probably shit scared that the mates he'd dubbed in would be hungry for revenge. Never famous for his loyalty. The only loyalty Vallon knows is to his wallet." Bald paced back to the Shogun, clutching a brown paper bag. Gardner figured it wasn't a can of special brew in the bag, more likely a pistol for his personal protection. Gardner revved up the Toyota once the Shogun had pulled off again. "Why would your friend be dealing with Vallon?" "Maybe he's looking for a little backup before he goes ahead with the exchange," said Gardner, waiting for a goat to cross the road. "Vallon would perform such a service?" Gardner nodded. For a slice of the profits, he'd whore out his gran and post a video on YouTube. Their conversation was interrupted by his squawking phone. He answered.
"So you've met our local contact then?"
Land said.
"Quite the siren, isn't she?"
"Helping me get the lowdown," Gardner said. He filled Land in on the presence of Clint Vallon.
"I suppose it makes sense. I've just got off the phone to Massimo. His undercover man in Calabria says that Patrizzi is going to arrive in Belgrade at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning."
"Figure the deal's not going to happen without Patrizzi present."
"Just to be on the safe side, we'll have Bald's hotel under surveillance. I'll alert you the moment he leaves his room. But first, we need to sort you out with some goodies ahead of the meeting. M.A. should come in handy, I think you'll find."
Chapter 5, 2007 hours. The drive north to downtown Belgrade was a quiet one. Gardner thought about Vallon. He recalled a story that did the rounds during the war. Rumours that Vallon once drove a school bus through a village and offered to take the ethnic Albanians living there to a safe house. The villagers were crammed on the bus. Men, women, children. Then Vallon drove them straight into a Serbian militia camp. The militiamen paid him a handsome reward. Vallon counted his money while the soldiers ordered the Albanians onto their knees and shot them in turn in the back of the head. The Toyota crawled up Topsida Hill, southeast of the city centre. On the northern slope of the hill, Gardner noted Hyde Park, HAJD, named after Hyde Park. Down the other side of Topsida Hill, from where M.A. directed him towards a low-rise block of flats with a red brick front, French windows and ornamental railings. The cars parked outside were all BMWs and Mercedes. "Bloody hell," said Gardner as M.A. searched for her keys. "The firm obviously pay you good money." "I do this work for my country, not to buy myself a luxury sofa." They climbed the wooden stairs, treads groaning like an old woman on her deathbed. On the third floor, M.A. approached the door to flat 7 and twisted her keys in a series of locks. Inside, she had an alarm. This woman takes her security seriously, Gardner thought. M.A. punched in a code number. The alarm cut short. She led him down a narrow hallway. Lino floors, framed newspaper articles that he noticed carried her name on the byline. He couldn't read them, but he knew they were in French. "You used to be a journalist?" The back of her head nodded. Gardner found himself staring at the smooth nape of her neck. "I worked as a crime reporter for Le Figaro for 5 years. It was fun, but crime in France is petty compared to what happens in Serbia." Past a kitchen on their left, a bathroom on their right, and at the end of the hallway, she opened a door to the left, flicked a switch. The room was bare. No furniture, no decorations. Just a single light bulb hanging from the ceiling like a burning fuse. Gardner wondered for a split second what he was supposed to be looking at. Then he ran his eyes across the walls and wanted no more. Weapons were racked on the walls. Gardner recognized a bewildering variety of guns. Some he'd used many times before. Heckler & Koch Mark 23 semi-automatics, Benelli M4 Super 90 shotguns, and Glock 9mm.
Then there were the obscure guns procured from Russia and the Far East. A GM-94 grenade launcher and a PP-19 Bison II machine gun. Weapons so rare that even the regiment had a tough time getting hold of them. Leo said for you to take what you need. Jesus, Gardner said, approaching one wall and understanding why M.A. needed so much security. He turned to her. You're an arms dealer? Nothing quite so grand. I'm just helping people fight the criminals who are trying to ruin Serbia. You're welcome to whatever you want. Gardner selected a long, sleek black piece. This is the Sacco TRG-22. You know your guns. In my family, it was impossible to grow up and not know them. Gardner ran a hand over the sniper rifle. He'd used the TRG-22 on combat missions in the regiment, while the rest of the armed forces swore by the Accuracy International L-96. SAS operators had a degree of freedom when it came to selecting weapons and gear. Gardner favoured the TRG because it came with a muzzle brake that reduced recoil and kickback, and the .308 Winchester rounds were lethally effective up to 800 metres. You couldn't ask for more from a sniper rifle. I'll be targeting John from long range, Gardner reasoned. I need a gun that's going to be surgical from distance. The TRG-22 fitted the bill perfectly. I'll take it, Gardner said. What's the business between you and the target? M.A. said. He used to be a good friend. Not anymore. Are you going to kill him? What kind of a question is that? He kept a tight face. Her eyes hung on him. Gardner felt air freeze in his throat. They stood in silence for several seconds. Would you like a drink? M.A. said. That sounds good. She led him out to the hallway and into the bedroom opposite. There he sat on the edge of the bed while she popped into the kitchen. The knots in his leg muscles slackened. He heard the clinking of glass and the sticky shuffle of feet on lino. M.A. returned, clutching a bottle of wine in one hand and 2 glasses in the other. As she put the glasses on her bedside table and poured, Gardner studied her. Her eyes were soft and sharp at the same time, like teardrops on their sides. There were no hard lines on her face, and she radiated a kind of inner strength. Been a while since I had a glass of Serbian red, Gardner said. The wine tasted good. It uncorked the pressure building between his ears. You've been here before? She asked him. A long time ago. Images like talons dug deep in the sides of his skull. Burning houses, streets littered with shrapnel. Many people have suffered, she said. I have to help take the fight to the enemy. People think a war ends when the soldiers leave. They're wrong. You're preaching to the converted, M.A. She sat on the bed, resting her back against the pillows, her long, smooth legs almost touching Gardner. He noticed the white strap of her bra low on her shoulder. As she adjusted herself, the flame top tightened into a knot at her back, pulling the fabric over the curves of her chest. Gardner drank more wine, 2 gulps, and he'd almost finished the glass. A pleasant mist settled behind his eyes. So, how did you go from being a journalist to helping MI6? It's complicated, she said, curling a rogue strand of hair around her index finger. My father was part of the underground resistance to Milosevic's rule. To begin with, he fought with words. Pamphlets, newspapers, that kind of thing. After Milosevic killed our mother, he decided to carry on the struggle with guns. I always thought shoot first, ask later was the best policy. M.A. smiled. My father had one rule for himself, another for everyone else. He was like you. She topped up Gardner's glass. The logical part of his mind told him to refuse. He needed to stay alert. He was behind enemy lines. But Land had said the deal would be happening tomorrow noon, and he was grateful for a moment's respite from the stress of his mission. He necked more wine. The alcohol burned cobwebs inside him. My father killed many of Milosevic's biggest, baddest thugs, M.A. went on. He even tried to assassinate Milosevic himself. But they caught him, tore off his fingernails and toenails, cut off his nose and threw him over a cliff, leaving him for dead. I was 7 years old. Her breath escaped in spurts. My father's friends made me see his body, so I could never forget, they told me. The smile took on worried curves. It worked. I'm very sorry to hear that. It was many years ago now, but thank you. And you decided to follow in your father's footsteps? Not exactly. I mean,
I respected his work and his devotion to the cause of a free and liberal Serbia. But, times have changed. In this country there is a big divide between the older people and the young. Those who remember the war don't want to forget or forgive, and their first choice is the gun. The rest of us, the young, all have an iPod. We live in a different world. Today, wars are waged on TV screens and newspapers. But the weapons racks... Yes, Joe? I'm not here to cause a riot, Emma. I want to stop an old friend from doing bad things. Her smile evened out, and her eyes sighed at him. I think Leo was wrong. You're a good man.
I don't really know.
You are. I see it in your eyes.
Sometimes I don't think there are good people anymore, Gardner said. Just some people who do something, and other people who do nothing.
And what does that make you?
He shrugged. Guess I've never really been the type to sit back and let things happen.
You're always in control.
I try to be. An awkward silence passed between them. Gardner fixed his eyes on his wineglass. Rain rapped on the windows.
And what about if you lost control?
He raised his eyes and saw Emma was sitting up straight. She let her gaze trace around the edges of Gardner's face. She placed a glass on the floor next to the sofa, licked her lips, and pushed herself across the coffee table, wrapping her arms tight around his neck. He leaned in and let her kiss him across the divide. She kissed him hard. Gardner pulled her close and saw that her eyes were clamped shut, as if she was fighting not to wake up from a powerful dream. Chapter 6, 21:44 hours. Sotov was carving a $sign into the whore's face when the call came. Bad fucking timing. He paused, the knife point suspended above her left eyebrow. Blood trickled into a carmine river above her brow and streamed down her nose. Droplets fell from the tip and onto her trembling lips. Each drop made her shiver. Sotov was torn between taking the call and telling the assistant to say he was busy. It had become increasingly hard for him to source good women. Russian girls were out of the question. They aroused too much suspicion. So he had resorted to flying them in from old satellite states, and some from further afield. China, Venezuela, Vietnam. They were cheaper, and so is their silence. You have to take the call, he was thinking. The girl can wait. The Lithuanian prostitute gave a muted cry. Her eyes rested on the knife grip wrapped around his pale fingers. The two other prostitutes, a couple of black-haired Chinese, were being paid to watch. The Lithuanian was a redhead with such a perfectly symmetrical face that it almost felt scandalous to mark her in such a way. Almost. His assistant handed him his mobile.
Someone's watching Bolt,
the voice said. Shit, Sotov growled. Who? No one knows about this. I've paid the FSB off, for fuck's sake. There was a pause at the other end of the line. Sotov knew the man used an iridium-powered satellite phone for security purposes. He found the time delay maddening.
Forgive me,
the man said.
I'm not sure how he learned of Bolt's intentions.
Another pause.
I think he might be an old friend.
When I want your opinion, Sotov replied, I'll fucking well ask you for it. His rage shot down the line. Do we even have a name for this cunt?
Joe Gardner,
the man's voice quietening.
I understand he's a former soldier.
Sotov's right hand twitched. The blade sank 1/4 inch into the girl's forehead, and a scream pierced the walls. He motioned for the two Chinese girls to suck each other's tits. They climbed onto the ornamental 4-poster bed, once owned by the Romanovs, now enjoying pride of place in the private bedroom of Sotov's 20-room mansion in Moscow. He always came to the capital for this sort of thing. You couldn't very well ask girls to fly to Siberia. And somehow it seemed more appropriate amid the decadence of Moscow, where the bankers paid to watch their wives fuck other men, and the noble politicians of the Duma buried truths and people in equal abundance. Sotov watched the Chinese girls as one nibbled at the other. The girls moaned, like they were genuinely having a good time.
What would you like me to do, Alex?
Kill him, Sotov said.
He's with a girl. Kill her too?
Sotov sipped from a glass of finest-grained Scotch malt whiskey. No, I want the girl. Call over, Sotov went back to work. Anger boiled in his veins. He wanted to make the redhead cry. She whimpered as he cleaned the blade on a napkin and pressed the serrated tip against the warm, doughy flesh of her breast. Her breathing was fitful. Forget this soldier. He's a fucking small fish in a very big pond, he told himself. Chapter 7, 04:25 hours. Gardner woke early. He watched the light from the street lamp, crisp and bright as sulphur, decanting through the inch-wide gap between the curtains. The light coloured in the faces on the holiday and family snaps lining the wall. Every square millimetre of space was devoted to pictures and press cuttings, old birthday cards and poems. Gardner lived without a past and not much of a present. He didn't have a Facebook profile or a Twitter page, and as far as he knew, no photos of him existed since he was a teenager. It wasn't a lifestyle choice. It was the only way he knew. But looking at Emme's wall of friends and fond memories, he felt a little hollow at his core. He sensed the bracelet on his wrist. Hated the feel of the plastic against the hairs on his skin. Tagged like a fucking paedophile, he thought. Suddenly, he hungered for freedom. Manoeuvring his body so he didn't wake Emme, he brought his wrist to his mouth, snagged the lock between his teeth, and yanked at the bracelet. Something snapped. It came loose. He tossed the bracelet to the floor. It landed somewhere amid the sea of clothes. Emme stirred. Her head rested on his chest, the flat of her nose using the curved ridge of his pectoral muscles as a pillow. When he peered down at her, he saw only a head of ruffled hair. But Gardner felt her breath rise up in his chest and stream onto his chin. She kissed his chest, then the side of his neck, working her way up muscle by muscle. Finally, she kissed him on the lips and rubbed her nose against his stubbled cheek. Her face, 50% sleepy and 50% smiley, pronounced her happiness. "It's early," she said. "You can go back to sleep." "Are you kidding? I'm not sleepy at all." "Me neither," said Gardner. He swung his legs over the side of the bed, rubbed sleep from his eyes. In the regiment, he got by on 2 or 3 hours sleep a night. These days, it was more like 5 or 6. He was getting slack. "I have to go," he said. "Already?" Emma made a noise in the base of her throat like a poorly dog. "Oh, damn it. And there I was thinking you could wait just a few more hours before killing evil drug dealers." "I might be persuaded to leave a few minutes late." "Persuaded? How?" "Surprise me." The noise in her throat came again, now a note higher. She squeezed his right bicep. Her fingers traced the root of his bluish veins, visible on the surface like steel cables. "They're so soft and smooth," she said. "I thought they'd be harder." Her left hand slid under the thin white sheet that covered them from the waist down. He felt her fingers against the inside of his leg. Her fingertips were warm, and he felt a pang of electricity course through his body when she touched him. "People think muscles rock hard, but that's not the truth." "Every muscle?" Emme said. "Well, maybe one exception." Half an hour later, Gardner was woken by the revving of an engine and the screech of wet brakes in the street below. He checked his watch. Not yet 5. Now the violent slamming of car doors and the urgent pitter-patter of feet on the pavement made him suspicious. Leaving Emme to bury her head under the pillows, he slid out of bed, rushed across to the bedroom window, pulled the curtains a little way apart, and stared down. He spied a black Land Rover behind his Toyota. 3 figures had debussed from the Land Rover. 2 guys Gardner didn't recognize. One was no more than 5'5" and shaped like a giant testicle with arms. Gardner spotted a crucifix the size of a G.I. Joe hanging on the end of a necklace. The second guy, a lot taller, had a mouthful of gold teeth and a shaved head covered in tattoos, swastikas, skulls, crucifixes. He was decked out in a dark green puffer jacket, white vest and black trousers with toe-cap boots. The third was Vallon. Son of a fucking bitch, Gardner thought. "What's going on?" Emme was awake, arching her head up towards him, the outline of her face imprinted on the pillow. Gardner spun around. "Grab some clothes. We're leaving." "Not before you tell me who's outside." "There's no time. Trust me, Emme. Get up." The urgency in his voice spooked her. She threw on a pair of tight jeans and a Nike t-shirt, while Gardner went to grab the TRG-22.
A crash stole Gardner's attention as he stepped across the hallway. The sound of wood splitting, metal buckling. He froze. The goons were at the periphery of his vision. The door busted open. Vallon stood between them. He held up his hands. He was toting a gun. Testicles squeezed past Tattoo and marched down the hallway. At 3 meters distance, Gardner dropped his right shoulder, faking to swing with his left. Then he dug his fingertips into his palm to form a sharp ridge with the fist knuckle joints. Testicle moved to cover his face with his enormous arms, leaving his stomach exposed. Gardner set his sights on a gut shot, hoping to knock the wind out of his sails. He rammed his knuckles into the guy's abdomen. Pain gnawed at his hand. His fingers burned. What he'd figured was a fleshy gut was in fact a hard wall of muscle. Testicle's abs were swollen up like sandbags. The goon chuckled. His fat fingers clamped themselves tight around Gardner's head and wrenched his neck back. Gardner's chin was level with Testicle's forehead. As Testicle punched him on the jaw, Gardner felt his body defy gravity. He was on the ground 1 second, airborne the next. Testicle shrank from view as the force of the punch flung Gardner several meters down the hallway. His back smacked against the lino floor. Pain sprang up in clusters along his spine.
"Fuck you, man!"
roared Testicle, shaking his wrist. Tattoo trained the business end of a Sig Sauer P229 on Gardner. In his enormous hand, the big fuck-off pistol looked like a joke gun lighter. "Take her and you'll fucking pay," Gardner said. "When I'm done with you, there won't be anything left to identify you, except for your tiny fucking dick."
"Sure, man," said Tattoo, stepping closer to Gardner. "Whatever makes you feel better."
On the last word, he pistol-whipped Gardner in the face, stunning him. Gardner's head rang with pain, and the next thing he knew, Tattoo had yanked his hands behind his back, restraining him. Testicle walked into the bedroom. A moment later, Gardner heard Emma scream and the slap of a hand against flesh. "Fucking bitch!" rasped Testicle as he dragged Emma out into the hallway. "I'm sorry, Emma," Gardner said. "Get this bastard off me! I'm gonna get you free. Don't worry, everything's gonna be okay."
"Yeah, listen to your boyfriend," said Testicle. "You remember his words while we're raping the shit out of your pussy."
Testicle manhandled Emma out of the flat. Tattoo followed, nudged past Vallon. Emma's squeals echoing up and down the stairwell. Vallon said something that Gardner couldn't quite catch. Next thing he knew, Vallon was directing the pistol at his temple. Gardner squinted at the black hole of the muzzle. Frost spread from his spine down to his hands and feet. He couldn't move. The gun had him in a trance. So this is how it ends, he thought. Killed by a fucking chancer. A flash, a sound so loud it seemed as if a grenade had kicked off inside his skull. Blood leaking from his nose, his eardrum throbbing, taste of burnt gas on his lips, the smell of it in the air. To his left, a neat bullet hole burned into the lino floor. And the realization that he wasn't dead. He looked up. Vallon was running down the hallway. How did he miss me from that range? Gardner wondered. Petrol fumes stung his throat. He watched in a daze as Testicle slopped a jerry can of the stuff around the hallway. On the floor, over the walls, petrol dripped from Emma's framed newspaper clippings. When he'd fully doused the hallway, Testicle paced to the front door, turned and removed a thick roll of paper from his back pocket. With his cigarette lighter, he torched the end of the paper and chucked it towards the petrol. The fire spread spontaneously, fast. Flames licked at the walls, glass cracked, plastic blackened. Smoke, thick and grey as charcoal, rapidly filled the hallway. Gardner's eyes reddened. He choked on the fumes. "Get out of here, before you die." Chapter 8, 05:18 hours. Gardner ran to the end of the hallway and ducked into the room on his left, smoke and burning plastic stinging his throat. Slinging the TRG-22 sniper rifle over his shoulder and grabbing a Glock 9mm as a secondary firearm, he retraced his steps to the bedroom and made a beeline for the window looking down onto the street. Testicle was slamming the door of a black Land Rover, Tattoo jumping in the other side, Vallon behind the wheel. Flames hissed at the bedroom door. He felt the heat on his back, smelled the melting paint. Gardner yanked at the window. Fucking fastened shut. He tugged at the rusted brass lock. No dice.
Grabbing the butt of the TRG-22, he swung it like a baseball bat against the glass. He was grateful for single glazing as the two large panes smashed with one clean swing. He raked the remaining shards with the muzzle of the sniper rifle. Fresh air hit him, and he sucked in hungry breaths. Then he climbed through the gap head first, the balls of his feet balancing on the window ledge. The drop to the pavement was about 15 meters, high enough to be dangerous, low enough to be Gardner's only realistic way of escaping the fire. He might break a leg, or he might walk away unharmed. The jump was a lottery, but with the fire eating up the hallway, he had to buy a ticket. Gardner pushed himself off the ledge as the Land Rover raced off. He extended his arms at his sides like wings to balance his body as it dropped. The wind gushed over him. The pavement grew larger and larger until he could see nothing else. He closed his eyes as he hit the concrete shoulder first. A dull throb swam from his ankle joint right up to his shoulder blade. He felt as if someone had clubbed him on his right side. Picking himself off the ground and checking himself for injuries, Gardner rifled through his pockets. My car keys. I can still stop them. They can't have gone far. The Toyota was 10 meters away. As Gardner beat a path to it, he hocked up, cloying blackened phlegm. He chucked the TRG-22 and the Glock in the passenger seat, shoved the key into the ignition, and pulled out onto the main street, swerving to avoid an approaching fire engine. Looking back, he saw the flames engulf the entire third floor of the apartment block. Soon hitting 110 in a 40-kilometer zone, Gardner wrenched the steering wheel hard left. Matchsticks lit under his wrists. The Toyota slalomed left at the end of Gavrilo Principa. He'd studied the layout of Belgrade for months in advance of the Kosovo War, and knew that Gavrilo Principa was one way. The only way out was left. At 05:25, the roads were deserted. Gardner throttled the Toyota, reaching 130. He spotted the Land Rover 60 meters ahead as it banged a right. Gardner jerked the wheel to his right, the Toyota screeching under the pressure. He eased off, and at the apex of the turn, he hit the accelerator again and leveled out. He'd reduced the distance to the Land Rover to 30 meters. Clink! A bullet starred the windscreen. 1, 2, 3 rounds cracked the glass. Then Gardner heard the clunk of hot lead thwacking against hard leather as the rounds ripped into the passenger seat. He swerved left then right in a zigzag maneuver. Sparks bounced off the bonnet. The shooter couldn't get a fix, he reckoned, loosing off shots in the hope one would strike lucky. Gardner urged the Toyota up to 145. He was gaining on the Land Rover. 15 meters now, close enough to see Emme's tinted grey outline in the back seat. They were heading out of the city. Crack! Another round. This one missed the windscreen and the bonnet. Gardner thought the trajectory might have sent it high into the air. But an angry hiss set the record straight. The bullet had punched a hole in one of his tyres. He had no time to react, no time to think. The Toyota wobbled. He was fucked. He felt the motor shudder under the pressure. Shudder, then slide. He wrestled with the wheel. No fucking use. He could feel the lack of friction. The Toyota swapped the road for the fence of a small park. The fence beckoned. Gardner applied maximum force to the brakes, braced himself for impact. The crash damn near threw him out of his seat, but his arms were locked tight around the wheel. G-force kicked his ass, smashing his forehead against the dashboard and unleashing waves of pain across his skull. His jawbone tremored as if someone had taken a defibrillator to the sides of his face. Rat, 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 went the Toyota's engine in its death throes. Steam fluttered out of the grille. Gardner gathered his senses. He mopped blood from his nose and looked to his right. 40 meters ahead, the Land Rover had stopped at a deserted junction. A single lamppost gave the asphalt a spit and polish. A wire fence sealed off naked farmland. In the distance, he could see a cottage, lights off. A white Ford Transit pulled up smartly alongside the Land Rover, breaking the silence. Testicles and tattoo bundled Emma into the back of the van, while Vallon looked on approvingly. He watched the Transit head off into the distance, the two heavies and the girl with it. Now Vallon began to walk over to Gardner. He was wielding an AK-47. Gardner kicked open the driver's side door. The TRG-22 was lying on the passenger seat, the Glock 9mm on the floor. Seizing both, he climbed out of the wreckage. He still felt disoriented. The world jarred. A shrill sound perforated his left eardrum.
as if mice were crawling inside. Every muscle in his body ached. Then came the shots. A maddening volley of them, metal shredding metal. The contorted Toyota shell lighting up like it was fucking bonfire night. Bullets whirred into the chassis. Gardner heard leather tear, the wheezing of tyres. Any one of the rounds could bounce off a hard metal front, deflect into the path of his brain like a squash ball. That's all it would take, he thought, as he ducked for cover behind the chassis. Vallon's going to finish you off. No, I won't let that happen. He steadied himself. Christ, his body was in bad nick, but he had to forget about the pain. He closed his eyes and silenced it, opened them and saw Vallon 20 metres away, inserting a fresh clip into the AK. More rounds chopped up the Toyota. Gardner placed the TRG-22 on the ground and grabbed the Glock. It felt light and cold in his hands. He chambered a round of 9.19 parabellum ammunition. He was counting Vallon's shots like a kid memorising his times table. 7, 8, 9. On the 20th and final round, Gardner risked a peek over the Toyota. Vallon was 8 metres off, reaching for a third clip. The Toyota had more holes in it than a political manifesto. Gardner crept around to the boot. On a 3 count, he shot to his feet. "Drop it, or I'll drop you like a fucking bad habit," he said, his voice firm and steady as the Glock pointed at Vallon's mug. The guy's right hand held the AK by the underside of the barrel. His left was suspended by his side, like a gunslinger in a shootout. Gardner had caught him about to reload. Vallon beamed a bad-toothed smile, opening his arms in a bear hug. "The fucking rifle, Clint!" Vallon laid the AK on the ground like a mourner laying flowers at a memorial. "Shit. Okay, bro. Okay, see? I'm not armed now." He was still smiling. "What the fuck's this, man? This is how you greet an old friend?" Gardner edged out from the shelter of the Toyota. "Yeah. Next time I see a mate, I'll lock him in a burning flat, then shoot the shit out of his car. We had to take the girl. Orders are orders. You're a soldier. You know how this shit works." "You're no soldier, Clint." "Harsh, bro. And after all we've been through." The sun crept above Vallon's back. Gardner didn't fancy hanging about in the sticks. First law of any firefight, always displace. He waved the pistol towards the Land Rover. Vallon got the message. Move. When they reached the vehicle, Gardner nudged Vallon into the driver's seat. Sat in the back himself, the Glock resting between his knees, eyeballing Vallon's seat. "Try any funny business, and I'll put one through your spine." Vallon turned the engine on. The Land Rover growled. "Where to, man?" "Where's the girl?" asked Gardner. "You don't want to know." "Think so?" He tightened his face into a scowl. "You and me are going to have a little chat." Chapter 9, 0702 hours. "Blame the synthetics," Sotov liked to say. Beautiful man-made rocks produced using chemical vapor deposition in American laboratories, burning carbon at temperatures in excess of 800 degrees centigrade. They looked exactly like the real thing. Even to the expert eye, distinguishing synthetic from real diamonds was increasingly hard. They flooded the market, the synthetic diamonds, lowering the cost of organically harvested rocks and eating into the profits of mining operations like Sotov's. Then there were the arseholes in suits who demanded he line their pockets. The state officials, the meddling politicians in the Duma. Everyone took their cut. To be sure, there was not much money in diamonds these days. Drugs were the real cash spinner. Always had been. He could make more in a single drugs deal than in a month of dealings with the corrupt diamond merchants. Although it benefited Sotov to have a legitimate business empire, made him look respectable. If it wasn't for that single benefit, he would have sold up the diamond business a long time ago. The 50 kilos of cocaine he was acquiring was worth $30 million in America, but he intended to sell the coke onto contacts he acquired through his years of service in the mafia. Contacts that had taken a lifetime to build up, ever since his early days as a vorvizakonye, a thief-in-law. Thanks to his influence, in less than 24 hours he'd be rich once more. 30 million could buy a lot of hookers. Sotov paused at the end of the forest clearing and lit a Ziganov. He allowed his body a moment to acclimatize.
Compared to Yakutsk, Serbia in the early autumn was positively tropical. Warm air swirled in his nostrils. His mouth was dry, a severe case of cottonmouth, and the cigarette did not taste good. He took 3 drags on the cigarette before stubbing it out at a rock. Then he paced briskly back down towards the clearing, where a Lincoln Navigator was parked up. A dirt track led from the clearing into the main road some 200 meters away. Popov, the chauffeur, leaned against the hood of the Lincoln and ran a hand through his silver hair. The 4-man team under Sotov's command was equipped with OTS-33 automatic pistols he'd acquired by bribing an army officer. Popov himself was ex-Spetsnaz. Sotov considered it wise to travel with a guy who could shoot as well as drive, and had an AK-47 as his primary weapon, a virtually indestructible assault rifle that could be burned, frozen and buried and still work perfectly. The greatest legacy of our Soviet Union, thought Sotov. A brutally effective gun. These men, Popov and the other 4, were Sotov's finest soldiers, the ones he could rely on when he needed something done and done right. Popov watched as the others diligently performed last-minute checks on their firearms, going through their paces. Sotov knew there was no room for error. The exchange had to be quick and smooth, and he didn't trust the Italians an inch. Sotov checked his Rolex. 10:15. Not long to go now. He turned back to Popov. It's time. Popov nodded. His phone rang. He showed Sotov the text message. We're in place, it said. Awaiting further orders. Popov looked at Sotov. Something on your mind? He asked. The first fire team is already at the site, Sotov replied. That's good. Sensing that Sotov was still not satisfied, Popov added, I have a good feeling about this operation, Alex. I hear from Valon that Petruzzi, the man they call the pallbearer, is a greedy fuck. He felt a laugh ripple in his lungs. Didn't quite make it to the surface. When are the Italians ever anything else? Sotov laughed out loud now. You're right, as always, Dennis. He smiled at Popov. That's why I trust you so much. Other Vorivizakonie are like crows. Their only interest is to line their own pockets. They speak of loyalty. Bullshit. They know nothing of the world. But you. Sotov patted Popov on the back. The chauffeur went to say something. Cut himself short. Chapter 10. 0800 hours. They drove in silence for several minutes, due west along Route 19, until Gardner indicated for Valon to take a left turn. As they headed south, the motorway corkscrewed past an old farm. Its overgrown fields populated by mangy goats and starved sheep, an early 90s Nissan Firebird out front. A minute later they came to an abandoned depot west of the Mackey's freight station. Gardner ordered Valon to stop the car. They got out, Gardner keeping the Glock on Valon. The earth was reclaiming the train tracks, grass shoots clawing at the old iron path. 300 meters to the northeast stood the functioning locomotive depot. Just after 8 o'clock in the morning, and the mechanical grunts of trains stopping and starting carried on the chill air. Gardner and Valon were too far away for the rail workers to spot them. He led the Albanian towards the carcass of an old train carriage, its rusting frame dumped at the end of the line. Gardner recalled this spot from his operations here as a blade. They'd settled on the disused depot as an RV point in the event of the op going tits up. Once they reached the depot, Gardner got down to business. He brought his pistol hand down hard on the dip between Valon's shoulders. Heard the crunch of the grip connecting with bone. Valon dropped like shit out of a dog's arse. His body made unnatural sounds as Gardner smothered him with body blows. The guy writhed this way and that. Gardner booted him in the ribcage, then the gut, then the balls. He eased off, allowing Valon to catch his breath. The guy was on his hands and knees, scrambling to catch his breath. His mouth open, he sucked at the ground. Where'd you take her? Fuck! Valon angled his head up at Gardner, his voice no more than a cancerous rasp. Wrong answer, mate. Gardner raised the Glock parallel with his elbow, then swung it in an arc. The pistol swept down and smashed into Valon's face. His hands gave way, his knees buckled. The front of Gardner's T-shirt was flecked with red dots. Something dark and sticky clung to the end of the Glock's barrel. Getting down on one knee, Gardner lifted Vallon's head. He was fucked. A 3-inch dent stretched like an oversized leech from his ear to his jaw. His forehead and nose were freckled with blood, and snot around his mouth had mixed with dirt from the ground to form a sort of sandy paste covering his chin. I fucking swear, mate, the next one is a bullet in your head. Do you understand? Vallon gave a battered nod. Now, where the fuck is Emme?
Was that her name? Very cute.
He slurred his words.
Forget her, Joe. She's better off dead. And she soon will be.
The fury crescendoed from Gardner's stomach to the small of his throat.
So where is she?
Vallon's silence answered for him. What are you doing working with John Bald?
Fuck your mother.
When's the exchange happening?
Shit, brother. You kill me, and you'll never see Bald or the girl again.
Gardner pressed the Glock against Vallon's temple. Do it, he was thinking. One shot. That's all it'd take. Put a hole in his noggin that you could drive a cattle rod through. No, I can't kill him. Not with Emme out there. Not with Bald on the verge of making his deal. He pulled the gun away. Give me your hand, brother, he said. Vallon obeyed. Stubborn cunt, Gardner thought as he directed the muzzle at Vallon's balls. The Albanian offered up his left hand instead of his right. Gardner fished the red bracelet from his pocket and clicked it around his bony wrist.
Hey, what the fuck is this?
This bracelet's loaded with bang-bang powder, Gardner said, making up a spot of bullshit. This guy's a sly cunt, he thought, but he ain't exactly clever. It operates on a remote-control detonator. One press of the clicker, and you won't be doing any hand shandies for a long time. Try and take it off, you'll short the circuit. Boom. See, you're going to lead me to John Bald, mate, and I'm going to put the drop on him. Vallon eyed the bracelet, his pupils bulging like white poker chips. He'd clearly bought Gardner's line about the explosives.
You're fucking crazy, brother. Bald will notice this.
Then tell him you're trying to make poverty history. I don't give a fuck. But you better come clean, or I'll blow your arm to fucking mush.
Shit. Okay.
Vallon snatched at air. Sweat trickled down the sides of his head.
The meeting is at a place called the Preševo Valley.
It's about 320 kilometers south of Belgrade. Maybe a bit further. I know it, Gardner said. The valley near the border with Macedonia had been a hotbed of ethnic violence in the war. In the years since then, it had become the site of conflict between the Kosovo Liberation Army and Serbian security forces. Where in the valley?
On the E75, near the village of Brezovan.
What time? Gardner said.
Noon today,
Vallon said back. And you're John's bodyguard?
Fuck no, man. Don't insult me. I'm more important than that, Vallon snorted, bringing up phlegm. I'm here to make the introduction between Bald and the Russian.
The Russian?
A mafia guy, name of Sotov. He flashed a look at Gardner. He's the one who told me to kidnap the bitch. They call him the Grey Wolf.
Some kind of joke?
Don't you get it, bro? He's mafia. He's got this big diamond company, lots of money, and he's a stone-cold killer. Fuck, man. You don't mess with this guy. I'm fucking serious. He's a real player.
Daybreak announced itself in harsh, unforgiving rays. We'll be visible to the depot workers if we stick around much longer, Gardner realised. He watched Vallon wipe his nose with the sleeve of his coat, then ordered him to his feet. Tell me about your plan, he said. Vallon struggled to stand upright. His legs wobbled. He remained unsteady.
I'm supposed to rendezvous with Bald at 9 o'clock on the dot. We run through a checklist, get our shit together, and head out to the meet.
At Preševo. Vallon nodded, eyes on his sleeve. In the car, Gardner said. Head to your get-together with Bald. I want you to pretend like nothing's happened. You go to the drug swap. When the deal's done and dusted, you pretend you lost the car keys. Search the ground and stay the fuck away from Bald. And if you say a word about me, I'll blow your bloody arm off.
You're gonna kill him, aren't you?
Vallon ran his hands over the ugly wound on the side of his face. The flesh had coloured a kind of oily black, as if his cheeks were made out of rubber. I'm here to bring him in, that's all.
Nah, brother. I see it in your eyes.
Just get a fucking move on. After Vallon left in the Land Rover, Gardner handrailed the road north, back to the 19 motorway. He kept 15 metres between himself and the road, manoeuvring along a parallel path a metre lower than the road and blanketed by trees. He passed dead animals, rotting cats and rats. It took him 12 minutes to reach the same farm he'd passed on the trip down with Vallon. Gardner walked 80 metres beyond the farm, then turned around and retraced his route. His eyes were alert for any sign of movement or activity. The farm seemed to be empty, the road likewise. He unhooked the wooden gate at the front of the property. Goats chewed cud and blinked at him as he approached the old Nissan Firebird. It was a clapped-out motor, but easy to jack. No high-tech alarms or locking mechanisms to piss about with. He broke the driver's window with the Glock and opened the door from the inside. Then he hot-wired the engine and reversed out of the drive. It was now 0840 hours, leaving Gardner barely enough time to hit Preshovo Valley. He estimated the driving time at 3 hours clean if he kept his foot to the pedal. He'd rock up to the meeting point 20 minutes before the meeting. But you can't leave Emme, he agonised. Right now, I don't have a fucking choice. I'm out of time. His ultimate objective, the termination of John Bald, loomed in his mind. Unlike action heroes in the movies, regiment operators took the business of killing seriously. Gardner liked to say that no man could understand the power of one man over another, the power to take his life, until he'd held a Glock 9mm in his hands and pointed it at another man's head. Taking the life of a friend he'd known for 15 years wasn't something he relished. He reconciled himself to the fact that Bald had taken a path he himself couldn't agree with. The drugs, the money, luring Gardner to Rio. He betrayed the regiment code. When he was about 100 kilometres from his destination, Gardner put in a call to Land.
Christ, man,
Land said.
I've been trying to contact you for hours. What the devil is going on down there?
That streak of piss, Vallon. He ambushed Emme's apartment.
Good God.
A curious pause had followed.
What the hell were you doing at Emme's place all that time?
Gardner ignored him. Vallon took Emme hostage, handed her over to some bloke called Sotov. He's mafia. He waited for Land to say something, but the firm man stayed silent. You stitched me up, Gardner said finally.
Nonsense,
Land snapped.
I warned you that he was in with a bad crowd. You went into this mission with your eyes wide open, Joe. Just because it's getting a bit uncomfortable doesn't mean you can start bandying accusations about.
Spare me the bollocks, Gardner said. There's more than the Ndrangheta and the Serbs involved here. You didn't say anything about the fucking Russian mafia sticking their hands in the pie. Gardner heard people talking near to Land.
The Russians were a source,
Land said.
But we couldn't confirm their attachment to the deal one way or the other. Your work has proved that they are indeed involved.
He sniffed.
You might think you're one step ahead of the firm, dear chap. But in truth, you're just another soldier doing exactly what we tell him to do. No more and no less.
There's one thing you and your mate Mac are definitely called wrong, Gardner said. John Bald's not selling to the Italians. He's doing business with the Russians.
Yes,
said Land impatiently.
And the Ndrangheta are the protection for him, in return for receiving a cut of the profits. We know. The firm's been aware of this development since last night. That's why I tried to call you. But from the sounds of it, you were preoccupied?
Fuck off!
Now, Joe.
I take John down. This cunt's next on the list.
You will do no such thing.
Land sighed.
If you start taking down Russian mafia, particularly those with links to the government, then you'll cause a diplomatic incident. And if that happens, you're on your own.
Gardner felt something scratch at his throat. I'm not abandoning Emme.
And I'm not asking you to. Look, bring Vallon in alive after you've killed Bald. He knows Sotov. I'm certain Vallon can lead us to your woman friend, given a little encouragement.
Fuck it, Gardner said. I'm on my way to Preshovo now. I can just make it ahead of time. Vallon gave me the location. I'm going to get there before John. And then you're going to kill him, he thought. A pause.
Stop him, Joe,
said Land quietly.
Whatever it takes.
Chapter 11, 11:33 hours. The E75 motorway cut through Europe like a scimitar. It ran from Vardar in Norway down to Sitia at the fag end of Greece. It coursed like a river through the basin of the Preševo Valley, straddling the 5-kilometre buffer zone separating Serbia from Kosovo. The land was harsh and fallow, grey dew on the tips of the rotten brown valley grass. The few towns dotted about the spruce stippled slopes of the valley looked as if the NATO bombing campaign had taken place the previous night. If Belgrade was the modern face of Serbia, Preševo was an ugly reminder of its past. The past, Gardner wondered. They say history's written by the victors. Well, I'm going to write John Bolt's history. I'll write it in fucking bullets and blood. He noticed a sign indicating a turnoff 8 kilometres ahead for the village of Brezovan. Gardner had raced at 100 kilometres an hour, almost the entire distance to Preševo, and was arriving in good time. Along the way, he'd stopped at a cafe, gorged himself on a fatty burek filled with hot cheese and spinach, and a generous serving of coffee. The caffeine was working its magic. Energy gushed through his body, like someone had turned on a tap inside him, and he could feel his lungs expand and compress in his chest. 5 kilometres now. He ran through the plan one more time in his mind. Valon would lead John to the meeting point and the Italians as backup. The deal would take place. Once the Russians had fucked off, he would line balled up in his sights and pop a round clean through his head. Valon wouldn't back out of the plan, mainly because he believed the bracelet attached to his wrist was riddled with an explosive dead cord. But that still leaves Emme, he realised. The cynical part of his brain figured that she was just another in a long line of women who meant less and less the longer he spent with them. But another part asked, why was he so desperate to rescue her? Because it's your fault she got snatched in the first place. If you hadn't got involved, she would never have been a target. But thinking about her isn't going to help right now, he decided. I need to focus on the mission. I put Bald 6 feet under, then I worry about saving Emme. He flexed the muscles in his neck. They hardened. 2 kilometres. Suddenly, the valley plateaued. Traffic thinned. He came to the Brezovan turnoff, took the slip road. Gardner went easy on the pedal, down to 80, 60, 40. Gardner scanned the rest stop 200 metres down the slip road. The road was vacant. The rest stop was a 60-metre strip of rocky asphalt. A barbed wire fence ran parallel to the stop on the valley side, backing onto a tired, weather-beaten field, home to a couple of diseased-looking cows. The meeting point. Perfect location, Gardner thought. No secret hiding places. Right out in the open, and with a quick avenue of escape, the E75, if things didn't go according to plan. That left him with the problem of where to ditch his wheels and observe unseen. The old banger had one advantage. It came with a worn atlas of Serbia. He studied the arterial roads and turnoffs on the motorway either side of the Brezovan exit and drew up a mental list of possible vantage points. He took the slip road. There was no traffic in front or behind him. Brezovan wasn't the kind of place people visited. More like escape from. It was a village in the loosest possible sense of the word. 150 metres ahead of the rest stop, Gardner spotted a ramshackle petrol station. The map had marked out the station as closed since the Albanian insurgency in 2001. No shit, he thought. The forecourt concrete was split open with weeds, the pumps rusted, and the signage AWOL. Gardner brought the Nissan to a halt next to the station. He glanced in his rearview mirror. 11:45, and no sign of the Shogun. Grabbing the TRG-22, Gardner hurried 10 metres across the forecourt. He knelt by a crumbling 3-metre-high pillar to the southwest of the rest stop. The pillar, combined with the bank of old pumps, obscured him from passing vehicles. From here he had a good view of the asphalt strip. A horse chestnut tree towered over the scrubland beyond the rest stop, and behind it a bank of spruces helped muffle the noise from the motorway. 100 metres west of the chestnut sloped a gentle hill scattered with rocks. Gardner had considered the hill as an alternative vantage point. But unlike the petrol station, it lacked an easy access road, and eventually he decided against it. Gardner assembled the bipod and rested the TRG-22 on top. He rested on his belly in a prone firing stance beside the pillar. He piled a few stray lumps of concrete around his position, further concealing his body. Then he adjusted the optics and waited. He didn't have to wait long. Chapter 12, 11:52 hours. The Shogun arrived bang on time. Gardner knew Bald would hit the meeting point a few minutes early. He figured that he had probably scouted out this area 2 or 3 times ahead of the meeting, assessing threat scenarios. Like the highly trained operator he was. Or once was, he thought. The 2 men debused. Bald scanned the horizon, Valon fighting to light a cigarette, the breeze blowing out the flame like a candle on a birthday cake. To Gardner's eyes, Bald seemed tetchy. Gardner adjusted his shoulder muscles and hoped that Valon had kept his fucking piehole shut. A few minutes later, the Italians rocked up. Valon managed to light his cigarette as the Italians pulled up behind the Shogun at the rest stop. The amber end of his fag oozed smoke. The 'Ndrangheta fronted in style. 3 ounce disgorging from a silver Bentley Continental flying spur. Gardner pressed his eye to the TRG-22 optics, and the answer became guys in black trim-cut suits and police shades. A 4th figure took a while longer to emerge. His flaccid cheeks, rotund belly and white hair told Gardner that the guy was the wrong side of 70. He recalled the photograph Macca had shown him. There was no doubt in his mind that he was looking at the pallbearer, Gianni Petruzzi. The capo crimine embraced Bald. Brief handshake with Valon. His 3 goons scoped out the area. One of them was shaven-headed, and his shade sat below the steep hill of his temple. He seemed to be in command of the other 2 men. Gardner caught his breath in his throat as the goon ran his eyes over the petrol station. Gardner was sure he wasn't visible, but the human eye is prone to spot sudden or sharp movements, and the slightest twitch of an elbow, he knew, might alert the guy to his presence. Finally, the goon turned away. Gardner parted his lips, exhaled. Petruzzi nodded to the Bentley. The shaven-headed guy paced round to the rear doors, motioned for someone to come out. A figure emerged. Unsteady on his feet, his hands bound behind his back, his face badly fucked up. At first, Gardner didn't recognize the figure staggering towards Bald. His features were swollen and bulged black and blue. His mouth was split open, the right side of his bottom lip sagging and bloody. Something about his rickety gait buzzed Gardner's memory. Maston. I'm looking at my old fucking regiment major. The shaven-headed Picciotto d'Onore swung his boot at Maston. The ex-blade stumbled and sank to his knees at the shadow of the horse chestnut. The tree suffered from bleeding cankers, its leaves prematurely shedding, the bark peeling away like orange skin. The spruce trees shivered like mourners at a funeral. Gardner watched with a grim feeling in his guts. What the fuck are the Italians doing with Maston? You guessed he was just about to find out. Maston maintained a look of defiance. He stared ahead and past his captors as Bald pointed an accusing finger at the 'Ndrangheta men. For a split second, Gardner sympathized with his old mucker. No soldier deserved to be treated like a fucking dog, especially one who'd sacrificed so much for his country. One of the goons produced a Beretta 92 semi-automatic pistol, beefy and cool as shit. Its stainless steel barrel winked in the sun's rays. The goon screwed on a suppressor, coolly lifted the Beretta to the top of Maston's skull. Bald tried to move forward to protect Maston, but the 3 other goons forcibly restrained him. Gardner couldn't hear the shot, but Maston spasmed as the bullet speared the parietal section at the back of his skull. Blood sprayed out like a spurt of hot lava. Then his eyes rolled into the back of his head. He keeled over and died. Bald was ranting at the Italians. If they'd hoped to intimidate Bald by slotting Maston, their scheme had obviously backfired. He went into meltdown. Gardner could see the situation was getting out of control. Petruzzi gave an order. The shaven-headed guy held his Beretta 92 to the roof of Bald's skull, like he'd done with Maston, and shoved him towards Petruzzi. The cap crimine exchanged words with Bald, the Scotsman neither nodding nor shaking his head. His eyes rooted on the fallen body of his old regiment major. The Beretta was still aimed at his head. It was clear what Petruzzi was telling him. Do as we say, or you'll end up like your friend. Each second mixed with sweat on Gardner's back, running over his knotted muscles. Then the shaven-headed goon spotted something approaching from the slip road to the north and waved to his amici. Gardner took a long draw of breath.
2 more vehicles pulled into the rest stop. A black Lincoln Town Car, and behind it, a Mercedes-Benz 18-ton sleeper truck with a trailer hooked to the back. The trailer was small. Gardner put its capacity at 4 or 5 cubic meters, the truck at 16, and carried an advert for some sort of frozen foods company. He recognized the words as Russian. Italian leather shoes ground cigarette butts into the asphalt. Italian guns were stowed back inside jackets. I'm ready, Gardner thought. He had plenty of experience using the TRG-22. Unlike most other so-called sniper rifles, the Finnish-designed TRG-22 was developed specifically for long-range target acquisition ops. He tugged on the bolt and felt the heart of the weapon beat. Shifted his body weight to the right side, nestling the polyurethane stock against his shoulder. The barrel didn't glisten. The last user had painted it black to mask the metallic sheen underneath. 3 men got out of the Lincoln, 1 from the sleeper truck. They were all dressed in sweaters and jeans instead of suits, but to Gardner's eye, they looked the real deal. Each man wore a bulletproof vest overlaying their sweater and rugged Gore-Tex boots. They moved with a swagger. Gardner saw no weapons. A 5th Russian, sporting a shock of silver hair and dressed in a grey suit, emerged from the driver's side of the Lincoln. The chauffeur, Gardner figured. The man walked to the rear door while his 3 mates approached the Italians. They stood 4 meters from the Ndrangheta. No warm hugs or firm handshakes or backslapping. Gardner felt as if he was watching a Mexican standoff. The rear window of the Lincoln lowered. The man with the silver hair bent forward, propped an elbow against the window frame, and swapped words with the guy in the back seat. He was sitting on the left side, just out of Gardner's view. Gardner saw an arm reclining on leather upholstery, thin and long. Bald veered between edgy and pissed off. His fists clenched by his sides, he practically blanked the Russians, fixing his dead-eyed gaze on Patrizzi. He's no longer in control of the deal, Gardner figured. The Italians were using him to get the money from the Russians and would waste the Scot for sure as soon as the mafia were out of sight. On the word from old man Patrizzi, one of the Ndrangheta goons fetched a large black suitcase from the boot of the Bentley. The guy struggled with the weight of it. He dumped the suitcase on the ground, between the Italians and the Russians. Silverhair exchanged glances with his mates. He stooped down beside the suitcase gracefully, like he was bowing before royalty. Then he unzipped the suitcase. From Gardner's position, he couldn't identify the contents, but Silverhair's big old smile gave the game away. The coke was all there. Then Silverhair clicked his fingers. Another of the Russians zipped up the case, started to lug it towards the back of the Lincoln. The Lincoln sagged a little with the weight of the cocaine. At the same time, the driver of the sleeper truck tossed a set of car keys to Bald. A sonic boom at Gardner's 9 o'clock, a shriek fast on its heels. He spotted a second Bentley, this one black, racing into view. An ambush! The car skidded to a halt by its silver cousin, tyres flinging out dust clouds into the air. 4 men launched out of the car, decked out in identical suits to the Ndrangheta. Except for one small detail. They were all brandishing their Beretta 92s in full view. On cue, the 3 original goons, standing beside Patrizzi, brandished their own Berettas. Russian hands slowly pushed skywards in unison, surrendering, and confirming Gardner's guess that the Italians were making a play for the cash, as well as relieving Bald of the cocaine. Sneaky bastards. He expected Silverhair to be venting his spleen, but the Russian wore an intractable mask. Patrizzi gestured angrily for Silverhair to retrieve the suitcase from the Lincoln. Outnumbered, with 7 guns trained on them, the Russian was left with little choice but to comply. He calmly relayed the order, and the Lincoln exhaled as another mafia guy removed the suitcase from the boot, heaved it back towards the Ndrangheta. He dumped it beside Silverhair's feet. Then Gardner clocked movement on the hill west of the spruce trees. The shapes were indistinct at first, and an untrained eye would not have spotted them. They moved in a ragged line 3/4 of the way up the hill, so their silhouettes did not stand out against the smooth, undulating background. The spaces between the men, Gardner recounted a dozen of them, were irregular. They moved in among the shadows cast by the scattered rocks, settled between several large rocks, and propped the black-painted barrels of their guns on top. Who the fuck are these guys? Gardner wondered. More Ndrangheta? But the Ndrangheta were oblivious to the men on the hill. Petruzzi's goons forced Bald to hand over the keys to the sleeper truck. Bald chucked them to the ground. Petruzzi bent to scoop them up, and when he stooped, Bald gobbed in his face. The Italian didn't flinch. Instead, he produced a spotless white handkerchief, dabbed it on his forehead, and motioned to his goons. One of the Ndrangheta stepped forward and booted Bald in the crotch. The Scot yelped, grabbed his aching nuts, and sank to his knees. Petruzzi made a beeline for the sleeper truck, his crippled, weary body carrying him as fast as it would allow. Gardner turned his attention back to the hill. The 12-man fire team produced their weapons. Fuck-off big FN F-2000 bullpup assault rifles, 64 centimeters long, with telescopic sights and 40mm FN EGLM grenade launchers attached to the underslung Picatinny rail systems. The F-2000 was a high-tech piece of kit, and Gardner had heard all about its lethal rate of fire. 850 rounds a minute, and its bullseye accuracy. The grenade launcher came with a single round of 46mm high-explosive ammo. It packed a mean punch, the kind of grenade that could tear a target limb from limb and leave fuck all for the vultures. Gardner's bowels constricted. Then the throats of the F-2000s barked. Chapter 13, 12-18 hours. Vicious bursts of rimless brass bullets fractured the air. Through his optics, Gardner could see the cartridge cases ejecting out of a tube running along the side of the hammer-forged barrel. Cases tumbled. Bodies soon imitated. The Ndrangheta went over to the dark side. Their bodies jerked as each successive round yawed through their tissue. The F-2000 used 5.56 45mm NATO ammo, bullets that fragmented on impact, creating wounds the size of glass tumblers. Chunks of flesh were torn from the goons. 10 seconds in, and the 7 goons had been raised. Petruzzi, the capo crimine, was the last to fall. Several rounds struck him in the back of the head, the cartridges making a strange tinny sound, brass bouncing off his crooked spine. Beyond the punctured corpses, Silverhair stood his ground impassively. The Russians weren't fleeing. They weren't targets. So the fire team on the hill must be with Sotov and the Mafia, Gardner figured. They'd planned on being backstabbed by the Ndrangheta the whole time and prepared an ambush of their own accordingly. At the first sound of gunfire, Bald looked to bug the fuck out. He picked up one of the goons' Beretta 92s, forward rolled towards the cover of the horse chestnut, and dropped the nearest Mafia guy. Silverhair and the other 2 Mafia retreated behind the sleeper truck. Vallon had broken into a sprint towards the fields. Bullets zipped around him, his legs breaking the long grass. His run was doomed. The only available cover was a ditch 300 meters away. No way he's going to make it, Gardner thought, then ran his scope over the men on the hills. He needed to protect Vallon because he was the only link to Sotov and Eme. He latched onto the nearest target in his optical sights, breathed out, and something inside him froze. He didn't pull the trigger. "Start shooting now," his training voice lectured him, "and the Russians will target you next. 16 armed-to-the-teeth Mafia against you in exposed territory. That's a fucking suicide note." Vallon ran for his life. He made it halfway to the ditch, bullets slapping into the dirt around him, scything grass and mud. Finally, one of the men on the hill switched tactics. He pressed on a breech release button on the left side of the launcher body and peered down the optics. Tilting the rifle upwards to align the grenade trajectory with the target, he then squeezed the grenade launcher's trigger, located underneath the F-2000's standard trigger mechanism. The EGLM launcher belched. The round whizzed through the air, crumped on impact, and Vallon disappeared behind a hurricane swirl of smoke. Shrapnel and charred soil showered the grass in a 15-meter radius, splashes of blood in the mixer, and Gardner knew the Albanian was shredded. The Italians are slotted. Vallon is down. John's the last man standing. Swinging his rifle back to the rest stop, Gardner spotted him at the tree. The Scot emptied the last of the Beretta 92's parabellum rounds at the fire team on the hill.
He kept on firing even after the click-click of the empty chamber. Never John Ball's way to admit defeat. Not even in the face of insurmountable odds. Not even now, when he was cornered on both sides. Seeing Bald was out of ammo, the team on the hill ceased fire. Silverhair and his two mates edged out from behind the truck. Both groups began to march towards Bald's position. The Scot was slumped against the horse chestnut's trunk. He shot glances at his 3 o'clock and 9, then crawled around the tree. His eyes flicked towards the Shogun, as if he still believed there was a way out. Gardner swallowed his spit. He wasn't going to shoot Bald and give up his position. The thought briefly crossed his mind that he could take down the fire team, save Bald's ass. He dismissed it. I've repaid what he did for me in Afghanistan 10 times over. Bald rested his head against the tree trunk's bleeding cankers. His chest heaved, his head arched skywards, his eyes closed. The fire team were 50 meters from him. Silverhair and his mates less than half that distance. Bald seemed to whisper something to himself, but his lips hardly moved, and Gardner couldn't make out any of what he was saying. Opening his eyes, Bald snarled at the pistol on his lap, cast it aside, as if disgusted that it had let him down in his hour of need. There's nothing to save you now, John, Gardner found himself saying under his breath. Part of him wanted to be the one to kill Bald. Having come so far, and with the history they shared, it seemed only right that he should take Bald's life. Instead, some greasy Russian fucks were going to do the job for him. End of the fucking line. A few steps closer, and Silverhair was almost at the tree. To the west, the 12 angry men on the hill kept their F-2000s directed at Bald. The rifles were intimidating in their size. Each man looked like he was wrestling with a shark. Bald reached for something at his ankle. A knife, strapped in place with black masking tape. He tore the 4-inch blade free, sprang to his feet, charged at Silverhair. One last act of defiance. Got to within 10 meters. The F-2000s boomed. Bald jolted as rounds thrust into his torso. Bullets ripped out clods of flesh. Dozens of shots tore into him. His arms and legs twitched. After 3 or 4 seconds, the shooting stopped. Bald raised an arm to his chest, trying to plug holes the size of coffee mugs dotted along his front. Blood fountained out of his wounds. He staggered for a moment, his arms hanging loose. The knife dropped from his hand, stabbed the soil. Silverhair placed a cigarette between his lips and flicked open a Zippo lighter. He took a long drag on the tab, eyes never veering from Bald. The Scot managed a limp step further towards the Mafia man. Silverhair sped in the effort by walking right up to Bald. Blew smoke in his face. Bald collapsed, and Gardner was left looking at a bloody pile of clothes. Chapter 14. 12:27 hours. Silverhair smoked the rest of his cigarette while the fire team dispersed beyond the crest of the hill. He heard the hoarse throttle of an engine some 200 meters distant. He took the car keys from Patrizzi's corpse. Done with his cigarette, he tossed the butt into the pool of blood laking around Bald, turned on his heels, and strolled back to the Lincoln. Gardner spied Silverhair jumping into the front seat. He tossed the car keys to one of the Mafia goons, who promptly stowed the suitcase in the boot and climbed into the sleeper truck's driving seat. The engine sputtered. He reversed into the main road, the Lincoln following. Gardner was alone. Just him, 11 corpses, and the caustic stench of spent ammo. When he was sure the Russians were out of sight, he picked himself up and made his way across the field towards the rest stop. Bald was a smeared red heap on the ground. His body was contorted, arms splayed to his left, legs to his right. There wasn't much left of his limbs, and the bullets to his core had almost severed him in half. Gardner rested his eyes on his old mucker for a moment. This is what you get, John, he thought. Staring at the fag butts in the blood, the holes in his face, he experienced both hate and relief in his stomach. They mixed in his throat, formed a bitter taste in his mouth. Stupid bastard, he said to the dead Scot. The silence was broken by a faint dribbling noise to his 9 o'clock. He glanced across his shoulder and spied a body lying in the field 50 meters distant. Surely not, he said to himself. Vallon was still alive when Gardner came upon him, his chest swelling and retracting in an erratic beat. Nearer to Vallon, Gardner saw that his right arm was missing from the bicep down. Strips of flesh flapped against his bone. The high-explosive grenade had mashed him up, but failed to kill him. Gardner figured the round had landed a couple of meters short of the target. Anything inside a 3-meter kill zone, and Vallon would have been dust. Sad twists of its entrails seeped out of the guy's abdomen. Flaps of skin, hard black chips, protruded from the wound. The stench of burned human flesh hit Gardner. He retched in the back of his throat, knelt down beside Vallon. The Albanian spoke in childish gurgles. His one good lung fought to fill his body with air. The right side of his face looked as though someone had roasted it on a barbecue. Warts and boils on his skin crackled like pork fat. His eyes were scorched opaque. Gardner spotted something red on his right wrist, too bright and plasticky to be blood. He bent forward for a closer look, and did a double take. Vallon wore a bracelet identical to the one Gardner had been given by land and had put on the Albanian's left wrist. Not quite believing what he was seeing, Gardner reached for Vallon's left arm. The same fucking tag, and the same fucking question. What's Vallon doing with 2 MI6 bracelets?
I'm with the firm,
Vallon said, answering Gardner's curious face.
I work. Have been for years. Since the war.
His facial muscles convulsed. Vallon took a deep breath. Back at MA's flat, Gardner said. You deliberately missed your shot, didn't you? Vallon nodded, his mouth emitting a guttural murmur. Some new and hidden pain was making itself heard inside his mutilated body.
Jesus, I couldn't give up my cover. They wanted you dead. I had to make it look like you were.
He examined his wounds, his mouth ajar in horror. The skin around the right eyeball had been blown away. Gardner could almost make out the connective cord at the back of his eye.
You must stop the Russians. They're going to a rendezvous in... Shit!
Gardner closed his eyes for a second. He'd seen a lot of trauma wounds in his time, but nothing as messed up as Vallon's. His were gaping.
Drobny, on the border,
Vallon continued, drawing in breath and choking on it like glass.
The church, 2 o'clock. It is very important you get to the truck before it continues its journey. And
Emme? You told me she was nabbed by the Grey Wolf. Is that a lie? Vallon was delirious.
Sotov, he has her.
He gulped, making a gargling noise in his throat. The words gnawed at Gardner's stomach. He pushed Emme to the back of his mind. What's in the truck? He said. He detected a soft flopping sound inside the other man's chest. Talk to me, Clint. The fucking truck. But Vallon was on the brink. His breath stilled like frost in his mouth. Gardner watched him pass over. He dug out his mobile, called land. Needed to give him the heads up on how the drug exchange had gone foobar. 6 rings, 7, and no fucking answer. An automated female voice asked him to leave a message after the bleep. Gardner declined. He knew that the Russians were transporting the truck, and Sotov had followed directly behind it in the Lincoln. The odds on him accompanying the truck all the way to Drobny were more than reasonable. So that's what you'll do. Get to the village of Drobny in the hour. That'll give you just under 30 minutes to intercept whatever the fuck's in the truck. Time-wise, it's tighter than a jock at a pound stretcher. But since when did you roll any other way? He raced back towards the Nissan. Chapter 15, 12:53 hours.
That was crazy,
Popov said, laughing as he drove through the factory gates. The site had once been the pride of Serbian industry, building cars and motorbikes for the West. Now it was a barren pit, the machinery rusted brown, stockpiles of spare motor parts.
I mean, those Italian shitheads, they got what they had coming to them. But that Scottish guy was out of his fucking mind, trying to run at you with a fucking knife, Alex. I've never seen anything like it.
Popov beat his palms against the wheel, shaking his head. "The Scot used to be an SAS soldier," Sotov said. "They're taught never to give up." They parked inside the excavated shell of a factory building. Sotov ordered his 2 surviving henchmen to leave the vehicle and perform a perimeter search. The grey wolf waited by the Lincoln, Popov next to him and staring in the direction of the 2 men. "The Englishman this morning," Popov said. "The one who died in the fire. He was SAS too?" Sotov nodded. 2 SAS soldiers murdered in a single day." He laughed, but the sound came out like he was having a seizure. A white Ford Transit shuttled into the factory entrance. Sotov watched the van draw up alongside the Lincoln. 2 men, big as grizzly bears and equally as dumb, got out. One sported a tacky gold necklace. Bulgarians have no taste, Sotov thought. But at least they come cheap. The man with the necklace opened the Transit's rear doors. Sotov smiled. The bitch was inside. "In the boot," Sotov ordered the Bulgarians. "Let me go!" the girl yelled, backing deep inside the van. "Please!" Sotov watched her the way a visitor might look at a creature in the zoo. He lit a Ziganov, his nostrils venting smoke into the van. "Does she have a name?" "Emme," said Necklace Guy. He liked the name. It had a nice ring to it. "My sweet Emme, there's no point blaming me for the situation you find yourself in. We know you were with the English soldier. We know he told you certain things." Her face hardened. The Bulgarians disappeared out the front of the factory. "I believe," Sotov directed his gaze at Emme, "his name was Joe Gardner." He waited for the words to sink in. Emme paused for a beat. "He'll make you pay for this. He'll—" "But he's dead, my dear." Emme stared blankly back at Sotov, as though she didn't understand, didn't want to understand, the words coming out of his mouth. "The fire at your flat this morning. He was trapped inside." Sotov suppressed a laugh. It tried to push free at the corners of his lips. "Burning is a terrible way to go. The flames take a long time to kill a man. There is much suffering." Tears slipped down Emme's cheeks. Her lips trembled. "You're lying," she said, her voice breaking, weak. "I'm afraid not. No one is coming to save you, Emme. It's just you and me." Sotov leaned into the van. He pinched her teary cheek. "You and me," he whispered, Sotov reeling in his finger. A teardrop plinked onto his fingertip. He tasted it. Salty, and yet somehow sweet. "Now, the problem with the SAS," he went on, "with people like Joe Gardner, is that they don't give up very easy. A Russian man, you beat him once, he runs like a fucking dog. Not the same with the British. Gardner can't have been operating by himself. There must be other soldiers working with him, yes?" "I don't know what you're talking about." "Come on, my sweet. You slept with Gardner. You fucking stink of sex. And a man will tell a woman anything, even his most closely guarded secrets, to get her into bed. He will have said things to you. Plans, numbers, names." "He didn't, I swear." The cold light of day punctured Emme's beauty. She had a bruised eye, a bloodied nose, some marks on her wrists, as if she'd been trapped in a van with a wild dog. Yet with a bit of work and a few days to let her wounds heal, she could be a model. "I do hope you're not claustrophobic, my dear," Sotov said. "We're going for a little ride." The Bulgarians had returned. Necklace Guy stashed a silencer pistol into his jacket pocket. Popov glared daggers at them, but they stared ahead, small eyes rooted to the van. They grappled with the bitch. She flailed. Necklace Guy wrapped his substantial arms around her chest and transported her to the Lincoln, his bloated legs waddling from side to side. Popov went to the car and reached inside, pushed a button on the dashboard. The boot yawned. "Joe's still alive. I'm sure of it," Emme said. Yes, Sotov chuckled. "Of course he is. Don't worry. Soon the reality of your situation will hit you, and you'll talk." "I told you, I don't know about any plans." Sotov considered the sky. "That's too bad, because if you don't tell me what I want to know, I'll have to do things to you. Things that will make you cry. Things that will make you wish you had never been born. He turned to face her. Think about it now, why don't you? The Bulgarians chucked the girl in like she was a rolled-up carpet. Sotov heard a dull thump as the boot locked shut, the Lincoln rocking on its rear wheels. Her shouts seeped through the exterior, muffled and distant. Yes, she was a wild one, all right. Sotov looked forward to having fun with her. It was so much more exciting when they fought back. Thank you, Dennis. Popov rubbed his hands. They were smeared with blood. No problem. Sotov laughed with his mouth closed. No, I mean for everything. Popov's hands abruptly stopped. He stared at something on the ground. I'm afraid I don't understand, Alex. I'm afraid you do. Popov suddenly became aware of the Bulgarians closing in on him. He backed off, edging closer to his shadow cast against the wall. Popov's eyes flicked from the two men to Sotov. The grey wolf and his chauffeur stared at each other for a brief moment. Why? Popov's voice was ghostly, as if his soul had already left his body. You know why, Dennis. No more games. Popov was quiet. He stared at the pickaxe in Necklace Guy's hand. Make it slow, Sotov told the Bulgarian. Then he walked outside for a cigarette. Caught the squelching sound the pickaxe made as it gored Popov's face. Sotov emerged from the factory, and the door shut on Popov's feeble groans. Chapter 16, 1334 hours. Drobny was 45 minutes' drive along the border with Macedonia. Gardner gunned the accelerator. The speedometer on the Nissan hit 140. The chassis felt like it was stuck together with scotch tape. A question whizzed across the pulsing surface of his brain. What's in the truck? And another question. Did John know he wasn't going to be paid in cash? The road rose, then lulled, then flattened as he drove deeper into the Serbian Badlands. Gardner had been to Drobny once before. Back in 1999, he and John Bald had been given orders to man an observation post on a hill overlooking an Orthodox church. When the militia arrived, they'd rounded up every ethnic Albanian suspected of collusion with the Kosovo Liberation Army and imprisoned them inside the school. They were being held captive there, and the NATO gin merchants wanted to verify reports about ethnic cleansing. They had moved in at night, tasked to recce what the headshed, in their fancy language, called suspicious activity. What the two of them found in Drobny wasn't suspicious. It was paid-in-full murder. A chilly November dawn, the cold scraping Gardner's lungs. The fourth day of their mission. Ball had shaken him awake. They'd been on a hard stag routine, each man taking the watch in 4-hour turns, while the other ate ration packs, rested, and operated the radio. "Look, Joe," Bald had whispered as 10 militiamen frog-marched 80 civilians into the cemetery. He handed the binos to Gardner, and he had looked on as the civilians were lined up against the church wall. The sergeant counted to 3. Then his men opened fire. Bald and Gardner gritted their teeth as they grimly watched the walls spatter with the guts and brains of innocent men, women and children. Smoke was still issuing from the militiamen's overheating muzzles when Bald reported to the headshed, asking for permission to engage. The request was denied. "Bloody cowards," Bald said on hearing the news. "Come on, Joe. What do you say we show these fuckers the meaning of a turkey shoot?" They had loaded their cult commandos and put rounds down on the militia. Wiped out all 10 of the evil cunts, filling their bodies with so much brass they could be sure they were dead. It was a blatant breach of orders, but it had felt the right thing to do, and Major Maston, if he had ever known, had let it slide. It was hard for Gardner to believe that John Ball was now dead, and no good criminal. Modern-day Drobny wasn't some sort of memorial to the massacre. More like an abandoned, lawless patch of shit that someone had forgotten to clear up. Gardner saw precious few people in the streets. The faces he did see had more lines than a Shakespeare play and the distant, glazed expressions of a people who'd lost everything. Burned-out windows stared back at him like black teeth. The roofs of most houses had caved in. mangy dogs roaming the rutted roads, sniffing at dead birds and crushed Coca-Cola cans. The church, Vallon had said. That's where he told Gardner he would find the sleeper truck. Gardner felt he was colliding with the past. Ghosts everywhere, the filmy residue of nightmares he tried to bury at the bottom of a pint glass. He checked his watch. 1:42. A little over 15 minutes before, according to Vallon, the truck would move on to a new, unknown location. You've got to get to the truck, he thought. Find out what the fuck's inside. Then track down Sotov and find Emme. Gardner made a few turns west, then south, the village seeming to disintegrate in front of him. He came to a particularly desolate place. Shabby homes, ragtag cars, roads that wouldn't have looked out of place on a rally course. He passed a police station fallen into disrepair, the walls swamped with graffiti denouncing Milosevic, Arkan, Karadzic. Heard something up ahead. The low rumble of an engine. He killed the Nissan. Land called him back. Took his fucking time, Gardner thought.
Christ, Joe.
Land snapped.
Where the...
You didn't tell me Vallon was working for you. Gardner heard Land cough down the line.
Clint Vallon's cover was on a strictly need-to-know basis. A man like Vallon walks a tightrope. With every person who knows his true identity, his position becomes increasingly perilous. I can't afford to lose him.
You already have, Gardner said. A pause stretched out, like rope tensing. The meet was a colossal fuck-up, Gardner continued. Vallon's dead, John too. The Italians tried to hijack the whole deal, take the coke and the money. Soon as they made their play, the Russians wiped the fucking floor with them. They spared no one. Another pause.
You mean...
No one, Gardner replied flatly. They killed the Italians, then they went for Bald and Vallon. They're all fucking dead. Land muttered something. It came down the line as a static hiss. 3 seconds of silence, then he regained his composure.
What about the cocaine? And the money?
The Russians took both. But Vallon said there was no money. The Russians were swapping something else for the drugs.
And what?
The line crackled and fizzed. Land's voice distorted like a badly tuned radio station. And suddenly he was gone. Gardner tried calling him back, but his mobile couldn't get a signal. He checked the time again. 1:47. This is it. Do or fucking die. He stepped out into the street, Glock in his hand, looking for trouble. A couple of locals glowered at him. 2 gnarled men with skin like worn sandpaper and greasy hair. An elderly woman trundled past, knuckle-joint nose and eyes the colour of dirty neck curtains. Gardner had been on the receiving end of a million evil eyes in Iraq and Afghanistan, and he came to understand that the only language these people understood was made in a munitions factory. The men saw the Glock and swiftly looked in the other direction. No one else around to bother him. 40 metres ahead, he clocked the sleeper truck from the rest stop. The truck was in front of the old church gates. He crept forward, his knees bent, making sure he didn't cause any noise. To his 9, a road peeled off between several vacant properties to the left and the ruins of a library church to the right. 30 metres down the road, Gardner noted 3 vehicles parked in a column. The front and rear ones were Toyota Hilux 4x4s, each with black canvas draped over the open section. The middle vehicle appeared to be a bulletproof van with blacked-out windows and a secure compartment with double doors at the back. 3 men came into view. 2 looked like guards, tan tops, dark green trousers, black boots, AK-47 straps tight around their chests. Their faces seemed too dark and smooth to hail from this neck of the woods. The third man was chubbier, older. He had a beard thick as a clenched fist. The third man shouted at the guards. Gardner hid behind the police station. The guards heaved something out of the sleeper truck's trailer. The third man was shouting at them. Gardner thought he sounded Arabic. Carrying their load as if it were an expensive piece of furniture, one man gripping it at either end. They headed west down the street. Gardner followed, stopping behind a wrecked Skoda ditched next to a stone house at the eastern edge of the street. Weeds had reclaimed the car's tyres and much of its shell. The 2 guards flipped open the doors of the secure van and wheezed as they placed the object on its floor. The doors slammed. The third man headed up the road in the opposite direction to Gardner. The 2 guards walked towards Gardner, but they hadn't seen him. They were 30 meters from his position, then 20. One of the guards, a lanky teenager with a bum-fluff moustache, then made a right and walked south down an adjacent street, out of sight. The other, a short and stocky guy with teak skin, was now 10 meters away. Sweat percolated down Gardner's spine. 5 meters. He hoped the guy would walk straight past and continue on his patrol. Gardner hunkered behind the Skoda. As the guard's shadow loomed, he caught his breath in the back of his mouth. The guard was now a meter beyond the Skoda. The shadow stopped, hovered over Gardner. The guard spun around, clocked Gardner, his mouth open wide, poised to sound the alarm. Gardner leapt to his feet and in one smooth movement fastened his arms around the guard's neck, fixing him in a headlock. He slapped his right hand tight over the guy's mouth. The kid with the tash was out of sight, but Gardner had to assume he'd return soon. He dragged the guard out of sight and pushed his elbows out until he could feel the rubbery tunnel of the guy's air passage crushing from the force. The man kicked at the dirt with his feet, hands pawing at Gardner's face. Gardner squeezed harder. Then something warm and chunky seeped through his fingers. The guy had vomited. Gardner didn't let go. He held and held, squeezed and squeezed. After 2 minutes, the leg stopped thrashing about. Gardner dragged the body to the side of the Skoda and filched a set of keys from the guy's pocket. Checking that the coast was clear of other guards, he moved diagonally forward until he was behind the rear Hilux. The black canvas seemed to be covering some kind of a minigun. Peering over the pickup, Gardner scanned the streets to his 9, 6 and 1 o'clock. A guard was patrolling away from him to the left. 20 meters away now, Gardner broke out from behind the Hilux and scrambled towards the van. Reached it in 8 quick strides. He inserted the key in the lock. A red light glared above the locking mechanism. He heard the shifting of cogs within. Then the light turned green and the doors at the rear were open. A single object was lying on the floor of the van. It was 1/2 meter tall and half as wide, and its cylindrical shape reminded Gardner of a 40-gallon drum. Sealed inside a protective camouflage case, it looked like the kind of thing a guy could carry as a backpack. A rectangular grey box was strapped to the object's waist. Between loose rope ends at the top of the object, Gardner noted a battery cell, an LCD display, and a key-operated panel. Jesus fucking Christ, he whispered to himself. He had seen pictures of this thing before. It was a miniature armed warhead, what they called a suitcase or backpack nuke, modelled on the Special Atomic Demolition Munition System developed by the US and the Soviets at the height of the Cold War. Devices of this kind were designed to be parachuted into Soviet territory if the Russians ever invaded the West. They had, Gardner knew, a yield equivalent to several kilotons of TNT, and packed enough radioactive uranium to make Chernobyl look like fucking Disneyland. Jesus, John, Gardner thought. What the fuck were you going to do with a backpack nuke? Cold spread across Gardner's back. Then he realised it was coming from a muzzle tip digging into the top of his spinal column. Drop the weapon. Gardner released the Glock from his hand. So finally, you arrived, a voice said. That is good. Now I can do what I couldn't do before. Gardner didn't turn around. He knew who was holding the gun to his neck. Could tell by the way his voice jolted and jarred, an accent that sounded like no other. Shai Golan. Chapter 17. 14-18 hours. I knew you would come, Golan said as he jabbed Gardner with the tip of his pistol. Don't tell me, Gardner said. You're a mind reader as well as a cunt. Instinct, Golan answered, ignoring the jibe. You strike me as the type of man who cannot resist the big prize. This way, he said, tilting his head towards the church. And please, no noise. If you alert the guards, they'll only kill us both. Neither of us wants that now, do we? Gardner didn't respond. The coast was clear. Golan led him through the imposing wooden doors of the church. The building was empty and retained little of its former splendour. The pews were laid in decades-thick dust. The altar was naked, and muddy light filtered through the cracks in the stained glass windows. Bull's dead, Gardner's voice echoed. I know. Golan was behind him, but Gardner could feel the Israeli's finger tugging back on the trigger. He imagined the gases primed to flood the chamber and propel the hollow case bullet out of the muzzle and into his head. "Now you've seen the bomb, I will have to kill you," said Golan. "You can't kill me," Gardner said. He felt the pressure of the muzzle, as if it was drilling through to his brain. "Give me one good reason." "Right now, there's a dozen other MI6 agents in this area alone. Many more in Belgrade. If you kill me, they'll fucking hunt you down like a dog." Golan didn't reply. He believes me, Gardner thought. I've bought myself some time. He felt a shockwave of pain as Golan bashed the pistol butt against his temple. Gardner dropped to his knees, screams inside his head. "Son of a bitch!" "On your feet," Golan said. "This way." Gardner stood. His hair was sticky and warm. He staggered into a dim room behind the altar, 8 meters by 6. The room was sparsely furnished. A wooden table on the left, a bricked-up fireplace at the far wall, a small statue of the Virgin Mary on the mantelpiece, a wooden chair in the middle of the room, a length of parachute cord on the floor by the chair legs. Gardner went to open his mouth, then felt a boot connect with the small of his back. Golan grabbed him by the arms, dragged his knackered body to the chair, then bound his arms behind his back with the nylon cord. He stood in front of Gardner, wiping the lenses of his glasses with his shirt sleeve. "Those fucking idiots at MI6. He spat out the last word like mouthwash. "Are they aware of the nuclear weapon too? Or is their so-called intelligence as inadequate as ever?" "You knew about the nuke?" Gardner's mouth was dry as sawdust. "Of course. Since the very beginning." The upper part of Gardner's chest was tight like a belt. His head suddenly felt heavy as Golan approached the table. On it, Gardner could see a number of implements. Screwdrivers, hammers, scalpels, ice picks, crocodile clips. Golan inspected them. "You're fucking insane," Gardner said. "Insanity means to be illogical," Golan replied. "But I'm perfectly logical." He picked up a scalpel, examined its sharp blade in the harsh light. "So, how about you begin by telling me where these agent friends of yours are?" "Fuck you!" "If you knew who I worked for, you wouldn't say that." "You're not Mossad, I know that much." "I work for a special division of Mossad that is secret even to the rest of the organization. Our codename is Shiloh. We draw out men from Mossad's collections and research departments. Only the top men and women are recruited. They have to be willing to kill, poison, maim, and terrorize the enemies of Israel. No one is aware of our activities," he said, by now laughing heartily. "Especially not MI6. His long hands settled on a pair of crocodile clips. Gardner felt his guts twist. "Shiloh learned of a plot by your friend to trade cocaine with the Russians for an easily transportable nuclear weapon. Some call it a suitcase nuke. According to ex-KGB chiefs, hundreds of these devices have gone missing in Russia. Some in old depots, others on the black market. Your friend John Bold intended to sell this weapon on for a substantial profit." Golan paused. "To Mahmoud Reza." Gardner remembered the third man at the convoy. A memory hit him like a rush of blood to the head. That man was Reza, the outlawed Iranian general. Golan went on. "The media reported he was killed. In Afghanistan, they said. They are fools. The Americans killed the look-alike. Reza is alive and well, and as we speak, Reza is preparing the convoy for its journey. He does so with the blessing of the Iranian state. You stood back and let a nuke get into the hands of your worst enemy. Madness, yes, on the surface. But in Shiloh, we look at the bigger picture. How to turn our enemy's actions to our advantage. Most people would try to stop this deal from ever taking place. We are not most people." Golan brought the crocodile clips in a power unit over to Gardner, plugged the clips into the unit, and flicked a switch. "Give me one name," he said. "Just to begin with. One name, and then I'll go easy on you, I promise." Gardner swallowed his fear. It tasted sickly in his throat. Suck a dick. "The pain's coming, pal," he said to himself. "You need to think of an exit strategy, and you need to do it fucking yesterday." Golan shrugged, as if he expected nothing more from the man. "Why let the rackheads get their grubby mitts on the nuke?" Gardner asked. "The Iranians are celebrating because they have a nuclear power plant," Golan said. "The truth is, the station at Bushehr is nothing. The technology is old, the uranium barely enriched, the parts supplied by the Russians who themselves are unreliable. If Israel's government perceived the situation to be a threat, they would have bombed it long ago, as we did in Syria. Golan attached the clips to Gardner's pecs. Gardner concentrated on steeling his body for the pain. He took deep breaths, trying to fill his red blood cells with as much oxygen as possible. He felt the cold bite of the clips as their teeth pinched his muscles. What is most important, Golan went on, is that the Iranians do not proceed further with an enrichment program. For that to happen, we need more than mere sanctions and tough words from your Prime Minister and the United States. We need a catastrophe. Gardner squirmed in the chair. The air in the room was muggy. Oily sweat slithered down his chin and onto his groin like a dripping tap. Better rustle up a plan quick, soldier, because Golan's in the mood to fucking kill me. You mean an accident? Golan snorted. I think you read my mind, friend. He held the power unit in his hands, his fingers skimming along the bank of dials. If Iran was caught trying to acquire nuclear weapons of a much higher grade of uranium, and there was to be a tragic accident in, say, Istanbul, well, that would shock the world into action. International pressure from the UN and NATO would force Iran's hand. Russia would have to dismantle the Bushehr plant, and a blanket ban on nuclear materials to Iran would soon follow. Its ability to develop nuclear weapons destroyed forever. So you were going to let the nuke get as far as Istanbul? And detonate the device early? Yes. But for that you'd need to set the timer, the codes, obtained from the Russians. Gardner's head throbbed. He felt fluid draining from his brain. His mind was filled with noise, questions, anger, denial. He shut his eyes, trying to blot everything out. Why would Bull do something like that? Gardner asked. We launched incursions into Iran during the Iraq War, and suddenly he does business with them? Your friend was interested in profit, nothing else. $100 million, Golan said, and Gardner's heart skipped a beat. That's why the Undrangheta tried to hijack the deal. They knew the price Bold had received from Mahmoud Reza. Hard for any man to resist that kind of money, especially Italian mafia. But why Istanbul? Why not Tehran or anywhere else? Gardner figured that the longer he could keep Golan boasting about his master plan, the more he could delay his torture. In the dark recesses of his mind, he busied himself with his escape. The table presented several weapons. Get free of the ropes, and you've got a fighting chance, he told himself. Because of the embargo, and the fact that the ruling Turkish AK party is run by a pro-Islamist who freely admits he wishes for Turkey to usurp Egypt as the leader of the Muslim world. We used to be close to the Turks. They were a moderating force in our negotiations with the Palestinians. Politics and the embargo changed that forever. When Bull died, said Gardner, recalling the chaotic aftermath of Brezovan, the Russian mafia took the nuke. Why didn't they just deal directly with the Iranians, rather than selling it at a cut price figure to Bold? The mafia have close links to the Russian government. Senior figures advised them not to sell directly to Reza. If anyone did link them to the nuke, the international outcry would turn Russia into a pariah state. But the mafia couldn't leave the nuke at the exchange, not once they'd killed everyone else. They had no choice but to deliver it here, to Reza. This is crazy, Gardner thought. I've got to warn Land before it's too late. They know about the plan to detonate it, he asked. Golan shook his head. It's a secret until 8 o'clock tonight, at the Bosporus Bridge in Istanbul, when the whole world will get the chance to see nuclear horror with its own eyes. He stepped back until he was 4 meters from Gardner. Now, he said, this is your last chance. Where are the other agents? In a flash, Golan's hand rotated the voltage dial clockwise, and Gardner felt his bones jump out of his skin. The pain was unlike anything he'd ever experienced. It started on his skin and burned through to his inside like acid. The first jolt was light. The second fried his stomach as if someone was pulling out stitches. Then the jolt abruptly stopped, and his stomach was sewn up. I appreciate American innovations, Golan said. They turned execution into an art form. The electric chair is my favorite. Such a long and painful way to die. They said the average victim takes 5 minutes to expire. Sometimes the kind cooks their body to a temperature that melts their eyeballs.
Fuck you,
Gardner wanted to say, but his jaw felt loose, as if it was hanging on by a thread. A third charge, this one more intense than the last. The screams inside him grated like a saw cutting metal. The hairs on his arms and chest began to burn. The smell was bitter. He felt as if he was being skinned alive. "Tell me," said Golan, "how long do you think it will be before you die?" Fighting the pain was hopeless. His training in the regiment simulated torture, but nothing had prepared him for this. The tactical part of his brain told him that Golan was a psychotic fuck who took pleasure in seeing him writhe in agony. So there's going to be breaks between the shocks. You can use those. The fourth wave hit. Pain ricocheted beneath his skin. Needles stabbed his bones. He clenched his jaw. "Come on, friend. Give me a little yell. It must hurt, no?" A smell drifted to Gardner's nose. Burning latex. He wondered what the hell it was. A second later, he understood that he had a way out. "My prosthetic hand. It's come loose." He glanced up at Golan. The Israeli hadn't latched on. Gardner hunched up his shoulders. The joint between the nub of his forearm and his artificial hand was melting. Half of the lower limb had detached. He shook his elbow. Golan went to administer a fifth charge. The next charge is the killer, Gardner thought. He buzzes you again. There's no way back. Then he caught a snap and the thud of his hand against the floor. He was free. Chapter 18, 15:03 hours. Gardner went in fast, and he went in hard. He'd learned his lesson from his previous dust-up with Golan. The Israeli was an expert in Krav Maga, and the only way to fuck up someone trained in the world's dirtiest and most effective martial art was to beat them at their own game. He raised his left thigh until his knee crunched against Golan's balls. Air gusted out of the Israeli's mouth as he lowered his hands to his scorched gonads. Gardner exploited his shoddy defense with a palm strike to the bridge of his nose. The flat of his hand shattered the frame and lenses of Golan's glasses, and the man howled as plastic splinters darted into the corners of his eyes. With just the one functioning hand, Gardner was fucked if Golan unleashed a torrent of blows upon him. His muscles were zapped, fried, distended. But the taste of freedom and the early scores against Golan gave him a second wind. Energy flowed through his veins. Gardner kicked Golan in the knee. The same right foot then swung down like a hammer on Golan's left foot. The Israeli faltered. Gardner dealt him a two-fingered jab in the eyes. The jab became a combo attack as he followed through with an elbow to his ear and smashed his face into his left knee. Golan's legs caved in. Golan fell to the floor, fucking polaxed. Gardner delivered a succession of boots that swung into every crevice of Golan's crumpled body. His legs, back, face, arms. Then Golan was still. Gardner saw the pistol grip in the back of his trousers. He dug it out, a Sig Sauer P228. The stainless steel handgun felt good in his hand. Catching his breath, Gardner drilled the muzzle against Golan's dazed skull. "I know where Emme is," Golan said. Gardner felt something catch fire within his chest. "Don't fuck with me, pal." "I know, because Shiloh have been tracking Sotov's every move." "Bullshit." "It's the truth," Golan said. "Israel has a lot of friends in Russia. We have a man on the inside, Denis Popov. He works as Sotov's chauffeur. He's the one who originally alerted us to the sale of the nuke. Where's Sotov now?" Golan shook his head and chuckled wearily. "It does not work like that. If I tell you now, you kill me." Gardner lowered the cig. "What do you want?" Golan tended his sore balls. "Immunity and safe passage back to Tel Aviv tonight." "Forget it, mate. The firm will never agree to your demands." "Time is ticking, my friend. The convoy has already left. Check outside if you don't believe me. If you want to stop the bomb, you need to play by my rules." Gardner shoved Golan to one side and drew up Land's number on his mobile. 1, 2, 3 rings. Pick up. Land answered on the 5th ring. He was breathless.
find the nuke?
Yeah.
Great work, old chap. There's a real future for you.
The convoy's already left. Land went quiet. It's headed for the Bosporus Bridge in Istanbul, Gardner said, then heard a flurry of swear words rasping down the line. He caught a bang and pictured Land thumping on his desk. For several seconds the connection was quiet. Then Land said,
Right. This is what we're going to do. I'll alert the Turks. Get them to set up a blockade at the bridge. A Black Hawk will transport you onward to Istanbul.
Fuck off, Gardner said. Send a specialist team to disarm the nuke.
There isn't one. We'd have to locate engineers, call them back from operations, brief them, transport them. There's not the time. You're only a couple of hours away by helicopter, and I do recall...
Gardner heard the rustling of paper.
...that you have experience in detonations.
The radio station in Belgrade. The shadows and the bodies.
Golan says the suitcase bomb is due to detonate at 8 o'clock tonight, yes?
Lang continued.
So that leaves us with a shade over 4 hours to get you on site and deactivated. You're the best man for the job, Joe.
What about Emme? She doesn't deserve to die.
She won't. Soon as Golan calls his informant, she'll be granted a stay of execution.
Gardner sighed. Each passing minute revealed strange new pains along the crescent of his chest. This one last step. Then it's over. Forever. Just make sure you get Emme away from the fucking Russians, he said.
You worry about your job, old boy, and I'll worry about mine.
Lam replied, then hung up. Okay, Gardner told Golan. You'll get your safe passage. But first you give us Sotov's location. How do I know you won't backtrack on your promise after finding her? If Emme is where you say she is, you'll be sent home. You have my word. Golan chewed on it for several seconds. Okay, he said. We have a deal. The words spiked Gardner's stomach. The nausea returned. Get a fucking move on, he said to Golan. They made their way down the aisle and out of the church. The sun had packed its bags and pissed off, replaced by a continuous grey curtain that seethed rain. Puddles plopped with raindrops in the pitted streets. Gardner felt the rain on his head, cool and refreshing. He let Golan walk in front as they passed around the side of the church. The rain washed wet heat into Gardner's mouth. He tasted salt on his tongue, felt his stomach unstitching again. He'd asked a lot of his body the past 7 days. There wasn't much left in the tank. He stopped dead in his tracks. The sky blackened. Steel-grey clouds seemed to oscillate like the vibrations of heavy machinery. Gardner peered into the distance. A fleet of 8 UH-60 Blackhawks surfaced on the horizon, their 4 main rotor blades flickering above the long main profiles of the choppers. They were small as distant birds. The vibrating intensified, and the Black Hawks grew and grew until they blocked out the clouds. 2 of them hovered over a clearing to the south of the church, a field that had perhaps once belonged to a farm, but now stood neglected. The wild grass and weeds parted like waves, shimmering as the 2 helicopters began their descent. The choppers set down. Soldiers immediately debussed from both Black Hawks. 6 men raced over to Golan and dragged him to the chopper to the right. Last I'll ever see of that cunt, thought Gardner. 2 men approached Gardner from the other Black Hawk. The nearest man offered his hand. A face Gardner didn't recognise, but the cold stare and grizzled expression told Gardner that he had yomped up the Penny Van Mountain more than once in his life. "Let's go," the man said. He had a Brummy accent thick as old boots, bulbous nose, brown eyes, and ears that were doing a good impression of cauliflower buds. Gardner approached the Black Hawk with the 2 men, climbed inside, and strapped himself into a seat. The second guy sat opposite him. Gardner studied him. He was scraggy with a curly black beard that covered his jaw like webbing. His face had the hard lines and gritty texture of a man who lived his life in hard terrain. His muscles were toned rather than large. Gardner noted the Kar-15 Colt Commando assault rifle between his legs, the Benelli shotgun, and spare 5.56 45mm NATO ammo clips on the spare passenger seat.
"Name's Weston,"
said the Brummy as the Black Hawk lifted off. It was a bumpy ride, and Gardner felt his guts lurch.
"This is Dooley,"
the pilot said, nodding at the bearded guy.
Gardner, you lads a regiment? 23 SAS G Squadron,
replied Dooley. The whir of the rotor blades like rolling thunder meant he had to shout to be heard.
I'm told you used to be a blade. Discharged 2 years ago.
Dooley glanced at the nub where Gardner's fake hand used to be.
Fucking hard luck, mate,
he said in a Cockney accent. He grinned, revealing the worst teeth in Britain. A lot of regiment lads sported awful gnashes, a result of months spent in the field with only basic hygiene.
But you're back on the front line now.
Gardner's heart pulsed. He felt the tension winding up in his spine as his body overdosed on adrenaline.
You picked a bad day for it.
Too fucking right. Gardner kept the thought to himself. They flew on to Istanbul. Chapter 19, 1930 hours. The Bosporus Bridge lit up like a glow stick across the sea. On the European side, glass-fronted towers clustered together in the Levant financial quarter. Sleek, shiny wet pebbles that looked down on the other side of the bridge. The Asian side was a tapestry of shabby mosques, slum dwellings and rickety roads. The size of the city left Gardner breathless. It seemed to unfold into the horizon. No time to enjoy the view. He ran his right hand over the newly attached prosthetic limb attached to his left arm. An onboard medic had patched up Gardner's wounds and fitted him with a temporary limb, but it lacked the nerve sensors and control of his old hand. Nothing more than a fancy-looking club. At a cruising speed of 150 knots, equivalent to 173 miles an hour, the Black Hawk had taken a little over 2.5 hours to clear the 650 kilometers to Istanbul, flying at an altitude of 8,000 meters. 7:34, and Gardner was first to rappel down from the Black Hawk, using a Marlow rope connected to a figure-8 descender to slow his fall. He couldn't fast rope, not while he was essentially one-handed. He'd slam into the ground at speed and fuck his legs up. His stomach muscles cramped on the drop. 24 hours ago, his V-neck shirt had been pristine white. Now it was grubby, black and brown red. It chafed against his chest. He dropped onto Chamlika Hill, the highest point in Istanbul. Touched down on a clipped grass plain crisscrossed with several walking paths and hemmed in by pine forests and beds of tulips. A smattering of tea gardens and restaurants stood empty, cleared by the army to provide a suitable LZ. The hill stood some 250 meters above sea level and afforded Gardner an excellent view of the Bosporus Bridge in the distance. Dooley and Weston were the next to touch down. The Black Hawk scuttled away into the skyline. A man approached Gardner. From his Turkish military colours, Gardner placed him as an NCO. Narrow black eyes, pallid lips and bronze skin. Gardner couldn't make up his mind which bits of him hailed from the Mediterranean and which had fallen off Genghis Khan's family tree. "Colonel Deniz Sahin, Erzurum Jandarma Commando," said the colonel, referring to the elite Turkish Special Forces unit. He didn't offer his hand. "You're the Brits who are going to stop the bomb?" "Something like that," Gardner replied. He got the impression that Colonel Sahin wasn't exactly thrilled about a bunch of foreigners coming to save the day. "Do your fucking job, Englishmen. Then get out of my country." Sahin waved Gardner, Dooley and Weston towards a waiting army jeep. "Get in," Sahin said. "The convoy is almost at the bridge. My men have set up an ambush. We will take care of the Iranians. When we have finished annihilating the enemy, we'll give you a signal to come forward and disarm the bomb." Sahin glared at all three men. "You are not to take part in the engagement unless I give permission." "We understand," Weston said. Fair play, Gardner thought. This was Sahin's turf. He'd feel exactly the same if a bunch of Turkish operators rocked up in London in the middle of a crisis. Weston and Dooley sat in the back of the jeep. Gardner rode shotgun alongside Sahin. They raced out of Chamlika Hill and skidded through the chaotic traffic linking the side roads to the 4-lane O1 motorway, which ran across the bridge and continued on to the Asian side of the city. The jeep shuddered as Sahin cut up a motorbike. The Bosporus Bridge loomed, its huge zigzagging steel cables spanning the river. A bottleneck of traffic had formed on the bridge, and any other day, and Gardner would have stopped to admire the stylish towers, brightly lit in shades of purple, green and red, at intervals along its 1,500-metre length. "We've shut down the toll booth computers," Sahin explained, "to stop anyone getting through." Gardner spotted the van, in the outside lane, 100 metres from the bridge itself. Identical silver Toyota Hiluxes were positioned to its immediate front and rear. It was the convoy from Drobny. "Our assault team is ready," Sahin said. No more needed to be said. Hard men getting ready to do a hard job. They didn't have time for fucking dinner party conversation. A clock on the Jeep dashboard read 1945. A little further on, and Sahin slammed on the brakes, stopping the Jeep 50 metres from the convoy. Traffic, clogged thicker than a smoker's arteries, prevented them from getting any closer. "Wait for the signal," Sahin said. Gardner snatched at his breath. His right hand was shaking. 7:48. A shot cracked, a tyre burst. "That's it!" At the signal, Sahin flew out of the car, M16 assault rifle in his hands. Up ahead, the doors on a lorry 60 metres ahead of the furthest Toyota Hilux swung open, and dozens of Turkish soldiers and attack dogs poured out. More sprang out from nearby cars and vans. Must have been 100 in total. Enough firepower to start a fucking war, Gardner was thinking as he looked on. Sahin was 25 metres from the convoy when the shooter in the first Hilux returned fire. The NCO hit the ground, bullets cracking the tarmac around him. More shots rang out. Electric karaks of sniper fire filled the air. Gardner counted 16 Turkish snipers based on the rooftops of the flanking apartment blocks. They rained down rounds, their bullets streaking the Hilux. A soldier on a loudspeaker ordered civilians to remain in their cars, but most didn't listen and legged it. Amateur mistake, Gardner thought. They should have sealed off the road a couple of kilometres in either direction, made sure no innocents got zapped in the crossfire. Another karak, and this one hit the jackpot. The shooter gasped as a round put a hole through his throat the size of a 2-pence coin. Meanwhile, two figures emerged from the rear Hilux. 30 Turkish soldiers beat a path towards them. They worked in a fire and move formation in pairs, one man putting rounds down while the other shifted forward. Faced with a continuous stream of bullets, the two men who debused from the Hilux didn't stand a fucking chance. The Turk slotted them both at close range, 15 metres. The second guy took so many rounds in his guts that his legs were severed from his torso. Mahmoud Reza was the last to emerge, from the van between the Hiluxes. He looked more emaciated than ever, and his thick beard glistened with the blood of his fallen comrades. Clutching an Uzi, he sprayed rounds at the soldiers in a wild arc, forcing them to take cover behind the rear Hilux. Stray rounds struck a middle-aged woman in a white suit as she fled from her Ford Focus. The poor woman didn't make a sound, just crumbled in the middle of the road. Her right leg trembled. Then it stopped. Reza made a run for it, heading for the bridge. Sahin lined up the retreating Iranian from a distance of 50 metres and unloaded 4 rounds into his back. Reza dropped. The commando containment team, 30 men decked out in fireproof riot gear, surrounded Reza. 10 or more attack dogs snarled on their leashes. Sahin motioned to Gardner and his mates to hurry up. Climbing out of the Jeep, Gardner moved towards the van. Spent cartridges littered the road 25 metres from both the front and rear Hilux. The windows were starred, the rubber on the tyres peeled off the rims. He saw 2 dead guys at the back of the rear vehicle. Their heads were obliterated, brain matter speckled along the greasy tarmac in a starburst pattern. "Good fucking work," he said, impressed. "They got what they deserved," Sahin said coldly. Gardner glanced over Sahin's shoulder and saw the attack dogs hungrily biting off flaps of flesh from Reza's corpse. Turning back to Sahin, he said, "I thought you were best friends with the Iranians these days." Sahin shook his head, tucked his thumbs between his utility belt and his army-issue combats. "We don't trust anybody." Gardner eyed the van, swore he could hear the faint tick-tock of a timer device. His muscles were sapped of energy. He bit his bottom lip, drier than a fig leaf, and tried to shut out the background noise. "Got the hazmat suit?" he asked Weston. Dooley sprinted to the Jeep, returned with a level A reflective suit. He helped ease Gardner into it, then slipped the glove over his right hand, popped an earpiece into his right ear, and put the helmet over his head. "Toolbox." Gardner's breath steamed on the helmet visor. Dooley handed him a metal box. Gardner gripped its handle. "Good luck," Dooley said. Gardner turned and took the long walk towards the van. The suit constricted his movements, and after 40 meters he'd worked up a sweat that poured down his forehead and onto his eyelids. The heat and discomfort seemed to reflect the grinding in his skull. "You've got one shot at this," he told himself. "Get it wrong, Istanbul gets vaporized." He tried not to think about what would happen if the nuke detonated. The first explosion was the conventional one. That would fry him, turn him to dust. The explosion would in turn activate a neutron trigger, a small disk of highly radioactive material that would cause widespread damage with a death toll of anything between 30 and 50,000. And that wouldn't be the end of it. A nuclear cloud would drift across the fallout zone, endangering hundreds of thousands of people with exposure to massively high doses of radiation poisoning. Gardner stopped at the van. He looked towards the Bosporus, dark and slick as a whale's back. Might be the last thing you ever see, he thought. Static crackled in his right ear.
"Joe, can you hear me?"
Land said. "Loud and clear."
"This is a three-way line with Lieutenant Steve White. Steve's an engineer on the Trident submarine, the HMS Vigilant. He's going to talk you through the disarming process. Don't worry about a thing, mate."
White said in an accent so Welsh you could bottle it and sell it as Taff Valley water.
"This is a bloody tough gig, but Leo here tells me you've got demolitions experience, so you've got the basic skill set in place. It's just a matter of guiding you through the interesting bit."
"I'll be fine, mate. Let's get this over with, and then we can share a pint in Hereford. First round's on me." The doors of the van were open. Gardner placed the toolbox just inside on its floor. He prized it open and removed a torch. The van lit up like a cave. Placing his right hand on the floor, he slid up into the van. Inside, the heat rose again. Gardner felt his clothes clinging to his legs and torso. He was soaked through. Once again, an image of the radio station flashed across the surface of his mind. The way the building toppled, the smoke plume billowing into the bright blue sky, a dozen small fires breaking out among the mountain of concrete and steel, slab and cable. All that death, all of it unseen in the fury of the explosion. He thought about how the nuke would be like that, except a million times bigger.
"Can you see the top of the device?"
White asked him. "Looking at it now."
"What's the timer say?"
Gardner angled his head. The LCD display was a blur through the steam and sweat. 003. 3 fucking minutes.
"Okay,"
said White. He sounded like he was talking more to himself than Gardner.
"This type of nuke should be battery-operated. You should see a red or black cable connecting the timer to the battery attached to the side of the actual nuke."
"I see it," Gardner said. "It's a red wire." The glossy wire was 1/4 of an inch thick and ran from the timer to the canvas box strapped to the back of the nuke.
"I'm going to need you to cut that wire."
Gardner fumbled inside the toolbox for the wire cutters. He secured the wire between its teeth.
"But,"
White's voice was rushed, unsteady,
"before you cut it, these types of nuke aren't highly evolved, but the Soviets like to booby-trap their devices."
"Fuck," Gardner thought. He held the cutters in place, his hand a second away from plunging Istanbul into a nuclear holocaust.
"I want you to look down the back of the device,"
White said. "What am I looking for?"
"Something beneath the battery. It would have been concealed from view."
Gardner ran his eyes up and down the battery. He was feeling dizzy. The heat, the exhaustion, the dehydration. A perfect physiological storm. Spittle collected at the corners of his mouth. He thought about that cold pint in Hereford. He found a small black box taped to the underside of the battery. Gardner described it to White, who said,
"Here's what you've got to do. What's the timer read, Joe?"
1 minute.
Plenty of time.
White's voice sounded artificially calm.
"You need to cut the booby trap."
Gardner paused with the wire cutters. He didn't want any more nasty surprises from White. And then?
"Once the trap is cut, it would automatically short-circuit the timer. There's nothing you can do to prevent that. Soon as you cut the booby trap, you'll have about 3 seconds to cut the red wire."
What do you mean, about 3 seconds?
Well, it depends how efficiently the lads have wired the trap.
30 seconds. Gardner reached down with the wire cutters to the booby trap. A single grey wire snaked up from the grey box and fed into the timer. The awkward angle and the dim lighting made it difficult for him to get at the cable. 20 seconds. Sweat dripped onto his visor. His vision was deteriorating. He felt his heart pulse and his hands spasmed. He dropped the wire cutters on the floor. Shit!
What is it?
Gardner fumbled on the dark floor for the cutters. His hand touched something bumpy. He found them. He straightened his back and could barely see a thing. His visor misted up, and the booby trap was no more than a blur underneath a much bigger grey blur. 10. He felt the wire cutters grip something hard. The cable. A deep breath. The visor cleared. Gardner squeezed the handles. He heard a light click as the cutters sliced through the wire of the booby trap. A fraction of a second behind it came a buzzing noise, followed by an incessant beeping. The lights on the LCD panel flashed, illuminating the van. Gardner rushed up to the screen. He searched for the red wire. 1 second had gone, he knew that much. Got to find it. Got to... His eyes located the red wire. He brought the cutters to the wire. Squeezed again. The red lights continued to go batshit. The LCD presented a single word. Armed. Fuck! Gardner closed his eyes and waited for the world to swallow him up. After a second, the beeping and buzzing noises stopped. Nothing happened. He opened his eyes.
What's going on, Joe?
White asked. I cut the wire, but the timer kept going, Gardner said.
Yeah, it'll do that. But without the battery pack to activate the neutron trigger of the bomb, the nuke can't initiate the conventional explosion. Or the uranium isotopes. You've done it, mate.
On hearing the words, Gardner crawled out of the van. He wasn't euphoric. He didn't feel a sense of victory. He just ripped off the helmet and felt like a drowning man coming up for air. He breathed, and his whole body sighed. Dooley and Weston came running over, grinning like the fucking Chuckle Brothers. Sahin tossed him a begrudging nod. Water, Gardner said. Weston produced a canteen. Gardner thought about drinking it. Instead, he poured it over his head, felt the cool shower of it washing away the thick heat. He let the water rinse the salty taste out of his mouth. And dear God, it was finally over. Dooley handed him a mobile. That pen-pushing wanker at the firm wants to talk to you, he said. Probably got a gerbil shoved up his arse that he needs unplugging. Gardner laughed. It felt good to be back among blades. He loved the sense of brotherhood, a special bond that some jumped-up posh prick like Leo Land would never understand.
Bloody good work, Joe,
said Land.
Really, I'm speechless. I thought we were done for.
We? Gardner spluttered. If I fucked up, you'd still be sitting in your ivory tower.
The consequences would have reached much further than the atom cloud,
Land replied sternly. I don't give a shit. Where's Emme?
Golan's providing us with her location now. He promises that she won't have to come to any harm.
He'd best not be lying.
Relax, it's under control.
But Gardner wasn't listening. He looked around for Dooley and Weston, hoping to shoot the shit with them for a while. Nowhere to be seen. They'd already bugged out. Chapter 20, 21:11 hours. Maxim Ladinsky watched the news and sipped his mineral water. His office was frugal and lacked the furnishings of his peers. Not because of any firmly held communist dogma, but simply because he hadn't yet shared the affluence of the others at the FSB. He was relatively young, 38, and had come to the game late. By the time he'd entered the organisation, his peers had already rubbed shoulders with the plutocrats and the oligarchs. They'd acquired shares in oil and gas companies, forged links with the mafia. All that was about to change. On the TV, the journalist excitedly pointed to the van. The camera zoomed in on it. The van was bathed in spotlights, a security cordon establishing a 10-metre perimeter around it. Ladinsky spoke good English and preferred the BBC to the Russian channels. You learn more and, ridiculously, they even told the truth. The man on his screen, fat and wavy-haired, seemed pleased with himself. Nuclear engineers on their way to dispose... Fools, Ladinsky muttered under his breath. He glanced at his watch. His soon-to-be-replaced watch. He'd get a Rolex, studded with diamonds. Any second now. Each nuke came with a kill switch code, a timer override. Ladinsky walked over to his window. His mind was lost for a moment. Then he snapped out of it and returned to his desk. He propped himself on the corner of it and sipped more water. He liked the dink of ice against the glass. The kill switch was in place. The orders were simple. His phone rang. Ladinsky blanked it. He watched the screen whiten as the nuke detonated, then faded to black. Finally, the TV returned to the BBC news desk and two presenters with quizzical expressions on their faces, wondering why their colleagues' reports had cut out. Why indeed, Ladinsky thought, and afforded himself a smile. It was so good when things went according to plan. Chris Ryan Extreme. Hard Target. Mission 4, Fallout. By Chris Ryan, read by Josh Cohen. As Confucius said, before you embark on a journey of revenge, you should first dig 2 graves. Chapter 1. Istanbul, 21:11 hours. Colonel Dennis Sahin looked on as the medic zipped up the last of the body bags. The black plastic sheet consumed the bullet-riddled body of Mahmoud Reza like a snake devouring its victim. The medics rolled the metal stretcher into the open mouth of an ambulance, red lights strumming their impatience. 8 bodies. They were running out of body bags and had squeezed 2 of the 5 Iranians into a single bag. The death toll also included a single civilian. The other 2, his own men. There was still a lot of blood on the road, still a swirl of gun smoke that stung his eyes, still a ringing sound in his ears. The sound amplified when he closed his eyes. But Sahin didn't want to leave the scene of the shootout. At the security cordon perimeter, the politicians lapped up the attention. Sahin had never been one for the limelight. He preferred to stay in the shadows. Besides, the deaths of 2 of his men gnawed at him. Sahin, the commando's NCO, ran a tight ship, and he felt their loss keenly. The feeling was familiar, yet cold, like gathered dust. Lieutenant Colonel Umit Bulent, his 2IC, drew up alongside him. Bulent's face was locked into a permanently blank expression. Never happy, never sad. Except today. Except now. He wore a smile so wide it could outrun the Bosporus. Bulent lit a cigarette. The brand, so he noted, was Russian. Sobrani. "That was close, boss," Bulent said. "I thought you gave up." Bulent made a big deal gesture. "I'm celebrating. We're allowed to celebrate, boss. We just stopped the fucking city from being blown to pieces." Bulent sighed smoke. "Something on your mind?" Sahin shook his head. "Look at these idiots," nodding at the politicians, acting as if they saved the day. "Someone will pay for this," Sahin said. Bulent tilted his head at the departing ambulance. "Someone already did, boss." The 2IC stubbed out his cigarette and left to join in the revelry with the rest of the commandos. A group of them shook hands and slapped each other on the back. Sahin wished he could share their happiness, that sense of satisfaction, of a job well done. Sahin spat on the ground and turned away, found himself staring at the van containing the nuke 50 meters away, framed by the smooth expanse of the Bosporus Bridge and the blackness of the strait beneath. Lights crackled and popped on the banks of the Asian side of Istanbul. 6 forensic experts scoured the van. Sahin stood still for a moment, then decided he would have a look at this suitcase bomb for himself. After all, it wasn't every day a man got to see a nuclear weapon and live to tell the story. Helicopters zipped overhead as he made his approach. In the distance, he could make out the damp blare of car horns. Miles back, Istanbul was already itching to get moving again. Sahin liked that resilience. Sahin was looking forward to going home to Izmir, to his wife and his 2 surviving sons. That was his last but one thought. 25 meters away, and the van seemed to rock. White heat gushed out of the rear doors in an angry torrent. Something rumbled. In a split second, the heat was overwhelming Sahin, and his last thought, as the heat peeled off his skin and burnt his hair and nails, was simply, God, no. Chapter 2. Sea of Marmara, 21:15 hours. The cabin shuddered. At first, Joe Gardner thought it was turbulence. Then he remembered that the Black Hawk was cruising at 6,000 feet, well below its service ceiling of 19,000 feet. Too high up to be affected by wind turbulence from the ground. Too low for mountain turbulence to come into play. Gardner looked out of the open fuselage door and clocked a rinse blue basin, cloudless, which ruled out storm turbulence. Then Gardner saw something in the distance, ballooning up from the ground like a bubble rising to the surface of a body of water. The bubble burst over the Istanbul skyline 50 miles away. Opaque rings rippled out from the bubble's nucleus and spread across the strait. The rings broke free from the strait and hit the Sea of Marmara, each ring brushing across the water. The rings kept coming. The waves kept rising. Then the center of the bubble erupted. Blinding light. Gardner screwed his eyes up. The other guys in the helicopter, the support team of 7 MI6 field agents who traveled to Istanbul, shielded their faces. Then came a powerful, high-pitched note that pealed like a hummingbird inside his skull. First, a fireball rose from the bubble like a gas flare on a giant oil rig, its surface swirling violently as it roared. A stem of smoke pushed the fireball higher into the sky until it hit 3,000 feet. At that point, the fireball seemed to pause. Then it pulsed a wave of white-hot energy. Gardner braced himself for impact. The wave moved at supersonic pace. It blasted everything on the horizon. Planes, helicopters, birds. All were blown aside like snowflakes in a blizzard. Shit, he told himself. It's coming right this way. Gardner felt as if he was rocketing towards the belly of an angry volcano. The wave was less than 10 miles away. Another second and a half, and it would be on top of them. If it hits, he thought, it's going to put the chopper into a deadly spin. The other guys on board should have been burying their heads between their thighs and holding onto their straps for dear life. But every man was transfixed. A mile away now, and the wave turned almost translucent. It was burning up, rapidly losing more energy. He figured that since the wave was dying, maybe the contact wouldn't be so bad. Then the wave hit, and he figured wrong. Christ, the heat. It blazed his facial hair, seared his eyelids. The Black Hawk shook violently, lurching this way and that. Gardner felt the G-force of 7,000 kilograms of out-of-control melted steel yank his head from side to side. He could feel the pilot wrestling with the controls, trying to keep the chopper on an even keel. It didn't seem to be fucking working. The Black Hawk spun into a swift descent. Gardner heard the chopper's engine grunt. The extra power and pitch the pilot was applying only forced them down faster. The chopper descended through its downwash. The view out of the fuselage door was sky and sea. Then it was just sea. Charred black water. Gardner felt his stomach jump. His kidney and liver and bowels playing musical chairs. They were at 3,000 feet, now 2,000, now 1,000 feet. The sea became a grid of surging waves. The Black Hawk was so close that Gardner could make out the individual dead birds, white petals on the surface. The field agents were silent, their faces locked. Less than 500 feet from the sea, and the descent slowed. At 300 feet, Gardner reckoned it was touch and go. At 200, he thought it was just go. One of the agents leaned forward, puked up milky white shit. Around the 150 feet mark, the Black Hawk snarled, wobbled, and a breakthrough. The chopper began to lurch forward rather than down. The pilot was fighting hard against the downwash. The chopper bounced like a truck racing over speed bumps. The engine stopped screaming, meaning, Gardner knew, the pilot had regained control of the chopper. Sure enough, they began a slow ascent, the men silent, not even able to look each other in the eye, lost in their thoughts. Only one guy gave the thoughts a voice.
That was fucking close,
the guy said. And then Gardner looked out of the door as the Black Hawk climbed to 2,000 feet, and he saw Istanbul. Or rather, what was left of it. Which wasn't much. A shredded landscape. As far as Gardner could see, not a single building left standing.
No,
Gardner replied.
That was fucking close.
He watched the mushroom cloud frozen in the sky. He'd seen a lot of shit in his time. A lot. Seen men maimed, others tortured. Still others shot so many times there was literally nothing left but rags and bones. But nothing prepared him for the sight of a nuke totaling a fucking city. He closed his eyes. It must be fucking hell on earth down there, he thought.
Get us the fuck out of here,
he told the pilot.
Before that big fuck-off radiation cloud starts blowing in our direction.
The pilot banked right, and right was west. West was Konakali, and the strait feeding into the Aegean Sea. West was away from the nuclear holocaust currently taking place in downtown Istanbul. West sounded fucking good to Gardner. They left the Sea of Marmara behind them. The mushroom cloud shrank. The agent stared back at it. Gardner realized he was actually fucking praying. They skated south down the Aegean, breezing low past the island of Kos. A signal finally kicked in on Gardner's mobile. He figured the nuke's radioactive rays had interfered with nearby comm systems. He put a call into Land.
Jesus. Did you see that?
Land's voice was stripped and raw like he'd never heard it. See, we have fucking front row seats.
It's chaos here, Joe.
The line fizzed with static.
Absolute pandemonium.
Suitcase nukes were designed for remote detonation, Gardner replied. Land said nothing, so he went on. One guy plants the nuke on foot, then he retreats to a safe distance and activates it. The idea is they can work even without timers. Think of it as an override. Even after the timer's been disabled, the right person with access to the right equipment can still trigger the bomb.
Yes, I know all this,
said Land.
What's your point?
So who pushed the red button? He heard Land scratching something.
Most likely the Israelis. Though Mossad are swearing blind that they had nothing to do with it. Publicly they're pinning the blame on the Iranians, and there isn't a shred of evidence.
Gardner took a deep breath. The air circulated around the cave of his chest. How many? Land was quiet for a beat. Gardner wondered if he'd lost his signal. I asked, how many?
Heard you the first time, old boy. Best case scenario is 10,000 dead. Twice that number wounded. Factor in those affected by radiation in the medium term, and God knows.
Gardner felt the cold air rise in his chest. He found it difficult to speak. And the worst?
50,000. 200,000 wounded.
Land sniffed.
Don't blame yourself, Joe. It's not your fault. You did everything you could. There was no way you or I or anyone could know that someone else was waiting to activate the bomb.
Maybe. Land was right, and he shouldn't blame himself. But Gardner knew the nightmares would be waiting for him all the same. The women with no legs. The kids burnt to charcoal skeletons. He already saw their accusing stares, asking him why he didn't save them. Gardner gripped onto the overhead rails as the Black Hawk pitched to the left. The waves on the Aegean glinted like a million knife edges in the sun. He refocused his mind. Where's Eme?
I beg your pardon?
We had a deal, Gardner said. Land laughed bitterly.
In case you didn't notice, Joe, a bomb has just gone off. A nuclear bomb. This changes everything. If you're asking me to commit valuable men and resources to picking her up, forget it. It's all hands to the deck here.
But you know where she is.
I really don't have time for this.
He fumed down the line.
Of course I bloody well know. Thanks to your chum, Shai Golan.
And?
And what, Joe? The base is an old meatpacking factory in the industrial part of Athens. Ever been there? Well, rather you than me. That city's a stinking mess. Worse than bloody Naples.
Gardner had never been to Naples, or Athens, but he'd operated in some of the most dangerous corners of the earth and ignored Land's bitching. Land struck Gardner as the kind of guy who'd have a panic attack if he flew economy class. All Gardner wanted to do was find Emma and give Land and the firm his middle finger. He was of a mind to tell Land to shove his job offer up his fucking arsehole. Then again, he figured it was already pretty crammed up there.
Do us both a favour and check it out for yourself,
Land said.
The factory's on Sissy Street in the Botanikos neighbourhood. Now, if you'll excuse me, I really must be off. Half of Istanbul's blown to smithereens, and the Prime Minister is hungry for a scapegoat. I've got a career to try and salvage.
Land hung up. Gardner was left looking out of the fuselage door. Greece rolled out to the west, parched and rocky. 7 days since I flew to Rio, he told himself. Feels like a lifetime ago. Chapter 3. Athens, Greece. 22:31 hours. The corn yellow taxi was stuck in a seemingly endless traffic jam. Sweat filtered through the skin on Gardner's palms. Not the sweat of perspiration, but of anticipation. He looked at his palms and realized he was looking forward to seeing Emma again more than he'd previously thought. Her face had taken root in his mind. Her voice, too. Once we're out of Athens, Gardner thought, we'll go travelling. Mauritius, maybe. Or Bali. He fancied a change of scenery, and he was excited about the idea of doing it alongside Emma. Lamb was right, Gardner reflected, as the taxi coughed him up on the corner of Patsy Street and Igalio. Athens was a dump. The bits that were old were falling apart, and the bits that were new were falling apart. Gardner had the sense of being caught in a Greenpeace supporter's worst nightmare. Every building was crumbling, every street lined with rubbish. A thin, greasy smog wafted through the city. It covered cars, windowsills and pavements in a fine soot. He took €40 from a roll of €700 he'd withdrawn on the firm's credit card, pressed the notes into the driver's wrinkled palm, 20 for the fare and 20 for forgetting his face. The driver grunted his agreement. To the east, worn-down neoclassical houses were squeezed between peeling apartment blocks. Stray cats and dogs knocked around the streets, sniffing at garbage dumpsters. 200 metres to his north stood the Agricultural University of Athens. Its blocks, white and flat as cake icing, stared out to the Aira-Odos Road, jammed with restless traffic. Westwards, the houses were replaced by a sweeping industrial complex of creaking factories and warehouses. Gardner took the left from Patsy Street and walked up Igalio for 140 metres, then hit Iopolikarpou Street and paced northwest for 500 metres. He passed milk processing plants. It was dark. A few dim street lamps seemed to have been added as an afterthought. Sissy Street was a left midway down Iopolikarpou. The factories carried some security deterrents. Fat padlocks wrapped around the gates. CCTV cameras mounted to the fence posts, and Rottweilers snarling and yapping the other side of the chain link. He found the meatpacking factory. An old metal sign hung from the gates, with the cartoon image of a pig giving a thumbs up painted onto the metal. Gardner prized apart the gates. The metal posts scraped against the tarmac. Then he made his way across the empty car park towards the factory doors 50 metres away. The windows revealed a neon blue light humming inside, radiating like a fly trap. The padlock on the door was nothing more than a gesture and covered in ginger-coloured rust. Gardner targeted the lock with the butt of the Glock 17 9mm pistol he'd retained from the Preshevo Valley. Had a full clip, 17 rounds. Felt fucking good to be going in armed. A single swing followed by a satisfying clank, and the padlock broke loose. He gave the metal door a tug. It gave way without a fight. This is fucking easy, Gardner thought. Too easy. He found himself facing a room some 40 metres wide and 14 high. About 60 deep, but it was so dark that he could make out less than nothing at the far end. Metal hooks on a looping rail system hung from the ceiling, spaced at 8-metre intervals. The tips of each hook were coated in dry blood from where slabs of cow and pig meat had once hung. Gardner could taste pig fat in the air. In between the rails were long and thin pipes. Light bulbs dangled from the pipes. They were all dead. Gardner took a step inside. Needles of cold air pricked his skin and bored down all the way to his bones. He shivered and looked at his feet. The ground was covered in a generation of caked blood and cow shit mixed into an oily brown texture. I'm in what used to be the meat processing facility, he thought. Now it was barren. Except when he looked up, he saw that it wasn't. 30 meters away, roughly the middle of the room, he made out a pair of blue lights fixed to the overhead pipes glowing softly. The light Gardner had seen outside. They spotlighted something on the floor below. A silhouette. Gardner took a couple of steps deeper into the room, and 20 meters away, the light picked out features on the silhouette's face. The man's face was pale as a pint of milk, and he had wide Arctic blue eyes that bulged in their sockets. His face displayed the hungry grin of a guy at a dogfight. You must be the one with the pretty girlfriend, the man said. Fucking Sotov, Gardner realized. Where is she? I was quite disappointed to learn you didn't die in the fire in Belgrade, Sotov said. But then, I always believe in looking on the bright side. And the bright side is, now I get to kill you myself. Gardner's right hand gripped the Glock 17. He felt the spring pressure on the trigger mechanism. It's Eme, isn't it? The bitch. A nice name. And a very attractive face to go with it, you know. His lower lip jutted out in agreement. A good choice, if I may say so myself. If you fucking hurt her, I swear. Please, spare me your machismo, Sotov waving a hand dismissively. Anyway, you should try and forget about her, my friend. You have far more important things to worry about. The sound of boots scraping against the floor caused Gardner to spin around. He'd been half expecting an ambush. He spotted two figures powering towards him from the doorway. T-shirts 2 sizes too small, or biceps 2 sizes too big, he couldn't quite decide. Eyes grey and blank as rivets nailed into their sockets. Guy on the left had a scar that ran from his upper lip to his eye. The other guy had a chin-strap goatee and plasticky skin. Serious looking, probably ex-Spetsnaz. And they were both packing weapons. Scarface wielded an aluminium baseball bat. Goatee had a Remington Model 870 pump-action shotgun. The barrel sawn down from 18 inches to half that. Scarface charged ahead of his mate. The tip of the bat was 10 meters from Gardner. Scarface storming forward, angling his shoulder muscles, bat in a two-handed grip, winding up for a powerful swing. 7 meters. The Glock 17 was by Gardner's side. The average human running speed was about 4 meters per second, and he figured Scarface's bulky frame put him a split second slower than that. So he had a little over 2 seconds to react. Enough time to raise the Glock, but not to aim his shot. By the time it'd center his sights, Gardner's head would be winging its way to Beijing. 5 meters, and Gardner had his counterattack ready. At 4 meters, Scarface locked his elbows and flexed his forearms, and the bat came crashing down, then horizontal in a swiping maneuver. Gardner observed its arc unfolding. Less than a second till it connected with his jaw. Scarface is a big guy, Gardner thought. Big and slow. He had signposted his attack, and Gardner was going to make him pay. Midway through his swing, with the bat's sweet spot 6 inches from his skull, Gardner dropped his shoulders, bent forward, and tucked his chin tight to the base of his neck, so that his ears were level with his shoulder blades. He felt the hairs on the back of his head flutter as the bat breezed millimeters overhead. A half second, and the bat completed its arc. Gardner's eyes centered on Scarface's feet. They were lurching to the left, thrown off balance by the momentum of the swing. 1 second, maybe 2, Gardner told himself. That's all you've got. It's all I need. Now Gardner sprang up like a jack-in-the-box, launched himself at Scarface. He wrapped his left arm around Scarface's head and pulled it tight against his chest. Scarface was caught unawares. He still had both hands clasped around the handle and couldn't free himself from Gardner's headlock. Gardner raised the Glock 17. He drove the muzzle into Scarface's left ear. The big guy saw what was coming and ditched the bat. Too little, too fucking late. Gardner depressed the trigger. No safety switch on the Glock. It used a triple integrated safety mechanism. The mechanism was automatically deactivated when the right pressure was applied to the trigger. Gardner applied the pressure. The trigger clicked. A bright flash followed by a hollow crack bouncing off the factory walls. Scarface howled. His ear was blackened with burn marks from the discharge. Gardner felt blood and brain matter drenching his left arm. He had to engage all his core and leg muscles to hold Scarface up. Gardner figured he weighed north of 20 stone, but he fought to keep him vertical, because 10 meters away, Goatee was targeting him with the sawn-off Remington. The Remington muzzle roared. Scarface's body spasmed, the 12-gauge cartridge slamming into his back with such force that Gardner nearly toppled over. His calf muscles burned with the effort. As he fought to regain his balance, blood slopped out of Scarface's lower back and dripped to the floor. Past the dead guy's shoulder, Gardner clocked Goatee's left arm sliding the tube magazine beneath the barrel and unloading 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds of 12-gauge ammo. Each round tore lumps out of Scarface's back and skull. Gardner was thankful that Scarface was so fucking big. He absorbed each bullet like a Hesco block. On the 5th round, as he grew accustomed to absorbing the shock of the blasts, Gardner managed to nudge the Glock over Scarface's shoulder and directed at Goatee. He put down 3 rounds in quick succession. Tap, tap, tap. On the first shot, Goatee howled and dropped the shotgun. Blood squirted out of his bulging forearm. On the second shot, he pulled at the gaping hole torn into his cheek, bits of his teeth blown out of the cavity. Then the third dropped Goatee like a bomb over Baghdad. Gardner let go of Scarface. Then he spun around, Glock level with his shoulders, primed to finish Sotov. His finger was halfway depressed on the trigger. Sotov wasn't there. He became dimly aware of a door at the southern wall. He paced towards it. At 20 meters distance, he saw it was a metal thing. The door was pulled ajar. Then he heard the voice, muffled and frantic, like someone being smothered with a pillow. Gardner broke into a jog. Scarface's blood ran down his left arm and onto his prosthetic hand. 10 meters to the door, and the scream took on a high-pitched tone, a woman's voice. Gardner broke through the door. A battery of ceiling panel lights glared at him. He scrunched up his eyes, shielded his face, and scoped his surroundings. He was in some kind of storage room. Metal shelf units ran for 20 meters to the other end of the room, and between them a column of storage boxes, more than 30 in total. He saw stacks of computers and hard disks on the shelves. Lying amid the boxes was Emme. She was bound at the ankles and wrists with nylon cord. A gag was tied around her mouth. The gag was tight. It dug into the corners of her mouth like a double-ended fishhook. Emme's eyes widened at the sight of Gardner. She shook her head furiously. She was drenched in sweat. He ran his eyes over her body for injuries. No bloodstains on her shirt or jeans. Gardner knelt beside Emme and unknotted the gag. "It's a trap!" she gasped. Emme's eyes were fixed at a spot past Gardner's left shoulder. He followed her gaze and clocked a small black box the size of a webcam placed waist-high on the left shelf. A red laser beam projected from the black eye of the box. It cut a path across the room until it hit Gardner's left shoulder. A network of wires ran out of the box and coiled up and along the length of the ceiling. At the far end of the wall, they descended into bulky plastic molds fixed to the southern and eastern walls. C4 plastique, Gardner realized. Factories primed with enough C4 to flatten a fucking village. The dread set in a split second later. Gardner hoisted Emme to her feet. She grabbed his shoulders. Her soft fingertips pressed against his muscles and sparked up something warm inside the cave of Gardner's chest. The warmth trickled down to his stomach. He blocked it out. "We have to get out of here," Gardner said. Emme on her feet, hesitating. "Right the fuck now!" In Gardner's experience, sensor-triggered explosives had a time delay of around 12 seconds, from the shorting of the circuit to the ignition of the primary detonator. Gardner put them at 90 meters from the factory doors. "Can just about make it," he told himself. "Wait," Emme said. She lunged at the shelf on the right and scooped up an Apple MacBook Pro laptop and 2 USB flash drives attached to loops of cord. "We don't have time." "That's it," she said, wearing the USB keys like a couple of necklaces. Gardner was already at the door leading into the processing room. He seized her hand and hauled her through the doorway. Emme's feet lifting half an inch off the ground. 8 seconds. They sprinted down the processing room, Gardner's eyes unsettled by the shift from light to dark. He stumbled once, twice, regained his balance. 30 meters from the door, and he figured they had 4 seconds at a push. Emma was straggling behind him. Her breathing had more ups and downs in it than a Wall Street stock graph. 10 meters from the door, and her breathing stopped altogether. Gardner turned. Emma had tripped up. He grabbed her. 3 seconds. Pushed Emma through the doors. 2 seconds. "The laptop!" she shouted. 1. Gardner burst through the opening. He had the laptop in his right hand. He felt the ground buckle and grind. A rush of hot wind whipped his back. A wind that bent metal and blasted mortar and broke glass. The mass of it swirling out from the epicenter, unstoppable. Miniature comets of debris rained over him. He was 3 meters outside the building, then 4. Emma was still running ahead. He increased his running speed, fighting hard not to lose his balance, and reached Emma as she broke through the chain-link gates. Behind them, the factory was crumbling, great fists of smoke pounding on its roof. "I thought," Emma's hands on her knees, "you were dead." Gardner wiped smoke from his eyes. "Are you okay?" Emma nodded. "Come on," holding out his hand. "It's not safe here. Not with Sotov still on the loose." Chapter 4, 23:52 hours. They fled down Aira Odos and hailed a taxi. Gardner told the driver to take them to any hotel where they could get a room at 1:45. The driver was slow and had a lazy manner. Gardner told him to step on it. He ferried them down the Aira Odos road. Fire engines and police cars speeding down the opposite lane. Took a left at the end of the road, and after 600 meters, banged a right at the Acropolis. Another 600 south, and they came to the Palace Hotel on Constitution Square. The receptionist was a guy in his 40s with a permanently arched left eyebrow. One look at Gardner and Emma, head to toe in dust, blood and bruises, and the right eyebrow was soon challenging the left for top spot. But he said nothing, as Gardner parted with the better part of €400 cash for a classic room, then slipped another €100 into the receptionist's breast pocket. "Anyone asks after us, you don't have to lie," he said. "Just call our room and give us a warning." The receptionist thought about it for a long second. His eyes drifted to his breast pocket, drifted to Gardner's chest. He nodded. The room was luxurious in the old European style. King-size bed with Egyptian silk covers, an antique wooden dresser, overhead fan, and a view overlooking a courtyard. In other circumstances, Gardner would have been tempted to jump Emma's bones on the bed. But he was curious about the items she had insisted on recovering from the factory. Emma paced over to the dresser, cleared away the welcome packs and tourist maps, and fired up the MacBook Pro. She removed the USB keys from around her neck and mounted them on slots on the side of her laptop. Gardner went into the bathroom. He ran the taps and scrubbed Scarface's dried blood off his hands. "Mind telling me what's on the keys?" he called from the bathroom. No answer. He sloshed more cold water over his face, wiped his hands and face with a towel soft as a Brazilian girl's ass. "Emma? I don't know." He stepped back into the bedroom. A knock at the door. He frowned at Emma, gestured for her to stay put. The Glock was lying on the bed. Gardner grabbed it and hid it behind his back. He peered through the spy hole, spied a Greek guy in his late 50s to early 60s, dressed in a butler's outfit. Not the assassin type. Definitely not one of Sotov's thugs. He rested his hands on a dining tray in front of him. The old man looked dog-tired. Gardner opened the door. "Wine and canapes," the butler said, wheeling the trolley in. Gardner rotating so that the Glock remained hidden from view. "Compliments of the hotel." The butler parked the trolley in the center of the room. Tucking the Glock into the waistband of his combats, Gardner gave the butler a €10 tip. Guy didn't even bother to smile or say thanks as he left. "Our lucky night," Gardner said. Emma returned to the MacBook. She double-clicked on the USB icon and called up the drive's main directory. A series of 12 folders displayed. They seemed to be in some kind of sequence. The first folder was labeled ML0001, the second ML0002, and so on, with the last folder labeled ML0012. "I overheard Sotov talking on the phone," Emma explained. "He sounded stressed out. He shouted at the phone for a long time. When the call was over, Sotov ordered his men to rig explosives up to the whole building. I remember him saying to one of the men, 'Nothing must survive.' Then he looked at me with this This grin on his face. That includes you, he told me. Emma glanced at a spot in the middle distance. She drew a deep breath and turned her attention back to the MacBook screen. Gardner turned to the canapes. The tray was filled with asparagus spears laid with Parma ham, smoked salmon roulades, and mozzarella, cherry tomato, and basil skewers. Gardner poured 2 glasses of Catnook Estate 2002 red. He gulped some of the fruity red as Emma double-clicked on the first folder. There were several files within the folder. They appeared to be Word documents. Gardner leaned in while Emma opened the first file. Reams of seemingly random characters ran across the screen, like hieroglyphics. Emma scrolled down. 2 pages in, the gibberish turned into some kind of a script. Gardner ran his eyes down the text. It was in Cyrillic. Transcripts of mobile phone conversations, Emma said. She pointed to a row of numbers above the first line of dialogue. This is the encrypted GPRS data being transmitted from the mobile to the carrier. Gardner studied the numbers. They all begin with a 7, he said. The international dialing code for Russia, Emma said. You speak Russian? She feigned surprise. I investigate the mafia. In Serbia, both of which have strong links to Russia. Seriously, what do you think? Shrugging. Just asking. I need a few minutes to read through and get my head around what we're looking at. Gardner left Emma to it. He munched on a couple more canapes and decided that finger food was fucking overrated. The grub hadn't filled a divot, let alone the hole in his stomach. He ditched the wine glass and scoped the courtyard. It looked quiet outside. More than quiet. Dead. The air was hot. A mild breeze blew on the cypress trees lining the yard. His mind wandered back to Emma and the way their breaths mixed in the warm space between her lips and his. He liked the thoughts. Okay, Emma said, her breath shaking. I think I got it. Gardner stared away from the window. What does it say? It's a conversation between 2 men. One of them is Alexander Sotov, the mafia guy. The other is Maxim Ledinsky. Seeing Gardner's blank expression, she went on. Ledinsky heads up the military counterintelligence office at the FSB. Gardner sat down on the edge of the bed. His muscles ached for a timeout. FSB. Federal Security Services in Russia. Shit was getting deep. What are they talking about? Emma scanned the lines again, mouthing strange words. They're discussing the delivery of a package. Here. This conversation is from 3 weeks ago. Ledinsky says, everything is under control, but it will have to be a suitcase device rather than something bigger. Sotov says, why? The Iranians expect a full-size delivery. We give them something this small, they'll think we're fobbing them off. Ledinsky says, if something that big goes missing, it makes us all look stupid. A suitcase device. Anyone can lose one of those. Besides, Reza will be glad just to get his hands on anything. Emma scrolled down. They're talking about the nuke, Gardner said. Mahmoud Reza was the army guy trying to smuggle the suitcase bomb across the border to Iran. He rubbed his brow. Who is this Ledinsky guy again? FSB. Emma nodded. She opened another file and browsed through its contents. There must be 50 transcripts here, she said. Maybe more. All between Ledinsky and Sotov. Some are encrypted. I can't decode them. She smiled apologetically at Gardner. My skills don't extend to hacking, I'm afraid. We'll find someone, Gardner said. Here's another transcript. Ledinsky. The Jews will do it. Sotov. Good, it's better that way. Gardner ran a hand over his stubble. Felt greasy to touch. From what you've just told me, it sounds like Sotov and Ledinsky, the Russian mafia and government, knew about the Israeli plot to detonate the suitcase nuke in Istanbul. I'd go further than sounds. I'd say 100% proves. But Russia's a close ally of Iran, Gardner said. It built their nuclear power station, for fuck's sake. Screwing them over doesn't make sense. And why would they help out Israel? Emma gently rested her fingers on a keyboard. You know, these files might be the only evidence of Russia actively taking part in the attack. She opened another file and furrowed her brow. Weird. What is it? There are some pictures on the drives too. Gardner knelt beside M.A. for a closer look. His hand brushed against her thigh and felt something warm expand and contract in his chest. They don't exactly look like Sotov's holiday snaps, Gardner looking at the thumbnails of a dozen pixelated images in the folder. M.A. blew one up to full screen. Just a mess of colours, the kind of thing a 5-year-old will bring home from school. They don't look like anything at all, M.A. said. Whatever they are, someone doesn't want other people looking. Gardner stood up and dug out his mobile. He hit dial on Land's contact details. Athens was an hour behind London, which made it 23:19 wherever the fuck Land was. Probably still in his office, Gardner guessed from the sound of his voice.
Yes, Joe.
He croaked his words. They were exhausted, strung out like guitar strings. You'll want to hear this, Gardner said. A pause.
Make it quick.
Gardner told Land about the factory, about the mafia lying in wait for him, and the explosion. When he was finished, Land said simply,
Is that it? Well, you've got M.A. I've got more important issues on my plate, Joe.
There's one other thing, Gardner said. We pulled some files out of the factory right before it turned into a giant fucking firework.
Oh, yes. What kind of files?
Transcripts, mainly. Some of them are encrypted, but the general picture is clear enough. The Russians knew about the Israeli plot. In fact, it seems like they even helped make it happen.
Impossible,
Land chuckled. I'm looking at the transcripts right now. If it hadn't been for M.A., these would have been destroyed back at the factory. They don't want this information to get out, Gardner said. Land was quiet for a long while. Gardner heard the gaslight crackle of a cigarette end lighting up.
Right,
he said finally.
Where are you right now?
The Palace Hotel.
Stay where you are.
Land exhaled smoke.
I'm coming to get you.
Chapter 5. 0034 hours. 54 minutes later, and Gardner's phone sparked into life. Land.
I've got you a way out of there,
he said. Go on. M.A. was lying asleep on the bed. Gardner stayed awake. One of them had to. But he wouldn't have slept anyway. His mind was jumping through hoops, trying to figure out what the Russians' fucking game was, and who they were speaking to. Tension tied his back muscles into figure-of-8 knots. He paced up and down, intermittently sitting on the desk chair opposite the bed. Red Bull from the minibar on the desk, Glock 17 in his lap, eyes on the door.
There's an airstrip just outside Malakasa, about 40 kilometers northeast of Athens. Be there in an hour. I've arranged for one of our private planes to escort you both back to London.
Land killed the call. Gardner placed his right hand on Emma's shoulder, gently nudged her. She moaned. Her breath tickled the locks of her hair lying across her lips. He rubbed her arm. This time she woke up. Time to bug out. If you're going to wake a girl up at this time, you really should have a cup of hot chocolate ready, she said, rubbing her eyes. Sorry, love. No time. You'll have to make do with cold water. The attractions of your lifestyle are endless. M.A. carried the MacBook and USB keys, Gardner stuffing the Glock under his shirt. He'd weighed up their exit strategy and decided not to risk leaving through the front door. The same receptionist was likely to be on call, and if anyone came asking questions, he'd have the exact time of Gardner and M.A.'s departure noted on the computer system. So at the end of the corridor, they turned right instead of left, and down a marble staircase that led into the courtyard. From the hotel room, Gardner had spotted an ornamental gate at the other end of the yard. The gate led through a kind of alleyway adorned with overhanging vines and murals. At the other end, the alley opened up onto a busy main street. They headed towards a 24/7 car rental joint Gardner had spotted earlier. It was dark in the streets, save for the Parthenon lit up on top of the Acropolis. The rental place was a local business. Gardner parted with €90 to rent a black BMW E46 sedan, 325 injection model, 2.5-litre engine. He was left with the short end of €60. Emma kept the MacBook and USB keys with her in the front seat. The air was toasted. Gardner whacked the aircon on full blast. 4 kilometres north of the Acropolis, and Gardner hit the toll road onto the same E75 motorway he'd ridden from Belgrade to Brezovan. In Serbia, the road had been fairly busy, but in Greece at nearing 0100 hours, their BMW was the only motor on the road. M.A. checked more files on the second USB drive. Gardner chewed up 33 kilometers of motorway flanked by half-constructed villas and run-down hotels, cordoned-off ruins and ramshackle farms. He spotted the Malakasa turnoff and felt a band tighten around his core. Malakasa was a dot on a map kind of place and had a half-assed feel to it, as if the builders had given up halfway through. They entered from the south, which seemed to be the centre of town. A couple of kilometres north, and the bare-knuckle range of Mount Parnitha loomed. Gardner felt the knots on his back begin to unravel. At fucking last, he allowed himself to think. We'll get home and be done with the firm. Gardner wasn't exactly a romantic type of guy, but he imagined spending the night with Emma in a cottage somewhere in the Cotswolds, wrapped up on a sofa, flames crackling at the fireplace while rain droplets tap-tapped on the old window frames. The thought made him burn up inside in a way that was new to him. The airstrip was a ribbon of smoothed-out clay about 2,000 metres long in the middle of a grassy field. A farmhouse to the east of the airstrip looked abandoned. A Gulfstream 100 private jet was waiting on the southern edge of the strip. Gardner switched off the BMW's headlights and hit the brakes. The BMW halted 100 metres from the airstrip. "What are we waiting for?" M.A. asked. "Something's not right." M.A. scrunched her eyes up. "The soil on the airstrip," Gardner said. "It's undisturbed, and the whole place is dead. This looked like a plane that just landed to you? Maybe the plane was already waiting here. A luxury jet just happens to be lying dormant a kilometre north of Nowheresville in Greece. I doubt it." Gardner reached for the Glock he'd dumped in the side pocket of the door. 13 rounds left and no spare clips. "I'm going ahead on foot. Wait here till I signal," he said, opening his door and stepping out into the night. The Glock felt cold and hard in his hand. The full moon cast a thin wash of light over the landscape. 60 metres from the airstrip, and Gardner checked out the terrain around the Gulfstream. Christ thorn bushes and bundle of rocks were scattered parallel to the airstrip. The farmhouse looked abandoned. Black holes for windows and worn car tyres dumped by the front door. A Grand Cherokee Jeep was parked by the farmhouse. Tinted windows, engine off. So where the fuck is everyone? He looked back to the BMW, saw the faint glow of the MacBook screen reflecting Emme's face. The first shot seemed to come from nowhere, like a quake rolling under the valley floor. Soil burst up a few inches ahead of Gardner. Dirt sprayed his face. He couldn't place the shot. His first instinct was to hit the ground, but his training told him that he had to reach proper cover, fucking immediately. A second shot, this one ripping into the ground, an inch from Gardner's feet. Now he had a bearing on the sound. Gardner looked to his west, towards the farmhouse. The Jeep. The headlights pushed out tubes of light, and between the rifle cracks, the bass note of its engine revved up. A third flash now. The round whizzed past Gardner close enough he could feel the heat coming off the cartridge. There was 50 metres separating Gardner from the BMW. Too far to go back. The Gulfstream wheels, he thought. At 10 metres, that's the closest protection. He broke into a low run, scrambling forward on the rugged surface. White flashes from the Jeep, one after the other. 5 urgent strides, and Gardner was at the wheels fixed midway down the underside of the jet, and directly beneath the wing canopies. Each wheel was about 1/2 metre wide and 1/4 of a metre tall. He hunkered behind the wheel. A triple volley of rounds slammed into the rubber. The Jeep picked up speed and headed away from the Gulfstream and towards the BMW. Gardner knew that if he stayed behind cover, M.A. would be exposed, but he didn't have a choice. If he broke free from cover now, he'd be fucking toasted. Cursing, Gardner hustled round the side of the wheel to avoid the Jeep's shifting line of fire. The shots came in a staccato rush, which made Gardner think there was more than one shooter in the Jeep. Semi-automatic weapons had a smooth rate of fire, and the space between discharges on a single-shot trigger selector tended to be even. Some of the shots came on top of each other. Definitely more than one shooter, he told himself. Gardner returned fire, putting 4 rounds down in quick succession. The maximum effective range for the 9.19mm Luger rounds chambered in his Glock 17 was about 100 metres. In the hazy blur of daylight, he'd halve that number. But on a crisp night like this, the rounds travelled clean and they travelled true. Each round lit up the bodywork. 9 rounds left. 60 meters from the airstrip, and the Jeep slowed next to the BMW. A shadow emerged from the front passenger side door of the Jeep and approached the BMW. He could see Emma inside the vehicle. She was collapsing the MacBook and reaching for the door lock selector. Gardner shaped to race out from behind his cover. The shooters inside the Jeep had other ideas. Bullets sounded and pinned him down. He crawled around to the rear of the wheel, his body heavy with sweat and failure. A break in the gunfire and the growl of the engine. Gardner rolled out from the wheel and adopted a kneeling position. Glock held in a sturdy firing position, his fake left hand bent at a 90-degree angle at the elbow and across his chest and acting as a firing platform beneath the tensile wrist of his right hand. He aimed at the Jeep's tires, clocked the vehicle racing towards the main road. 90 meters, he reasoned. Nearly 100. Nearly out of range. He unleashed 3 shots. Deep breath before he depressed the trigger, relaxing his shoulder muscles and tensing his wrist. You get 1 shot at this. As he went to fire, 2 brilliant white flashes spat out the rear of the Jeep. The first slapped into the Gulfstream wheel, puncturing the rubber. The second hit Gardner's right arm. He recoiled. The Glock fell away from his hand. Then he looked up. The Jeep was gone. Gardner dragged himself to the BMW. He slumped in the driver's seat and felt the searing hot pain screaming on his right arm. Emma's scent was still in the air. Then it was overwhelmed by the cordite on his body. He put in a call to land. The line stammered with a series of clicks as it struggled to establish a connection. Then he got a shrill beeping tone. Gardner hung up, waited a minute, and dialed again. Still engaged. He turned his attention to his wound. A graze ran the length of Gardner's good arm. Up close, it was worse than he first assumed. A 5mm deep trench of necrotic tissue began just below the short head of his bicep, carved up into his rotator cuff, and signed off at the clavicle bone at his shoulder. Blackened skin at the frayed edges of the trench. It looked like he'd grown impatient with a slow-healing wound and ripped out the stitches. Still, could have been worse, Gardner told himself. If the bullet had penetrated the flesh, you'd be hemorrhaging blood and miles from the nearest doctor. Gardner U-turned the BMW and headed back to Athens. I need to speak to Land. I need answers. And I need to find out who the fuck snatched Amy. Chapter 6. Hamburg, Germany. 0512 hours. The Panthers' gym was located down a nothing backstreet in the fashionable quarter of Schanzenviertel, Hamburg. Spitting distance from the boutique shops and the free trade coffee houses and the students in tight jeans and scruffy haircuts, the gym was open 24 hours a day, which indicated that the manager knew his customers well. Specifically, career-minded guys in their mid-30s to early 50s who needed to cram in 40 minutes of stress-busting weights and cardio whenever their schedules permitted. So, 24/7 opening hours. No staff at the desk at 5:15 in the morning to save money. And so, it was easy for Charles Kruger II to enter the gym without obstruction and locate the target. Kruger didn't do gyms anymore. He had the overall definition to show for 25 years of crunching abs and hacking squats, the classic X-shaped figure. But his chiseled body was offset by his face. Untrimmed beard that looked like a rat had laid down and died on his jaw. He had a Roman nose that lost its way halfway down his face, wound up somewhere approximate to his cheek. About the only thing that was perfect about Kruger's face were his teeth. The gym was practically empty. He made his way past the rows of dormant treadmills and exercise bikes and hit the weights area. Dumbbells were lined up on a rack to his right. In front of him, several exercise benches and a cable crossover machine. The target was to the left. Kruger had spent the past 7 days monitoring the guy, looking for a pattern. Like most guys in his position, the target tried to avoid having any semblance of a routine. He took a different route to his workplace each morning, slept in a different hotel every night of the week. He was careful, Kruger conceded, but not careful enough. The target was grunting his way through a set of wide-grip bench presses. His back was arched against the bench and his feet planted firmly on the floor as he strained to push up the bar. Kruger counted 3 20-kilogram weight plates on each side, plus a 10-kilogram plate. The bar counted for 20 by itself. The target was pressing a total 160 kilos. or 80 kilos more than the average guy. That was another thing, Kruger thought. His employers had told him that the target was a big guy and would present a formidable opponent. Big as an ox and twice as fucking dumb, they said. Didn't bother Kruger none. After all, the bigger they come, the harder. Well, let's just say you ain't met the guy who could beat you, Kruger told himself. Need a spot? He said. I got it, the target grunted. Then his elbow seemed to lock and his grip on the barbell wavered. The guy shut his eyes and gave it everything he had. Here, let me help you out, Kruger said. The guy couldn't talk. His disc-shaped face bloated like a pig's bladder as he fought to keep the barbell suspended 8 inches from his chest. Kruger paced around to the back of the bench press. The solitary other gym user, wafer-thin strip of a guy, busting out 10-kilo dumbbell curls in front of the mirror, glanced over. Kruger shot him a nod that said, "Get the fuck out of here." The guy ditched the weights. Bugged out. Kruger tended to have that effect on people. "Okay, I got it," Kruger said to the target. The target breathed a sigh of relief as Kruger clasped his hands around the grip. Then the target opened his eyes, and the relief washed away. "What the fuck?" He eyeballed Kruger's right arm. The entire lower portion of his arm beneath the elbow was prosthetic. Kruger released his left hand. He held the barbell's full weight in his right hand, but despite the heavy burden, he displayed no sign of stress. Indeed, the opposite was true. Kruger seemed as if he could hold onto that barbell all day long. "Your name is Stefan Margits, correct?" Kruger's voice finally betraying his Texan drawl. "I don't understand." Kruger eased his grip on the barbell a little. It dropped 2 inches, 6 from the target's chest. Yes, fuck. Okay, I'm Margits, the target said. He stared at the barbell. His eyes leaked pure, unfiltered fear. "I have a message from a mutual friend. Dmitri wants his money." "I don't have it with me." Kruger dropped the bar 2 more inches, Margits' lungs filled with terror. "Choose your words carefully, pal." Snatching at air. "Please, just give me 2 more days." "You got 2 more seconds." Shit! Kruger shook his head. "Last chance." Margits' face tightened up like a screw in a hole. He seemed to find courage from somewhere. "Fuck it. I don't have it. I'm warning you, asshole. You better lose the fucking weight." "Or what?" "I'll grab that hand of yours and shove it so far up your ass you'll be tickling your fucking tongue." This last comment made Kruger laugh. Not because it was funny, but because Margits had made the mistake of so many others. He saw a false limb and assumed weakness, whereas the opposite was true. Kruger's was no ordinary limb. Whilst the standard issue prosthetic was designed to look like and perform the tasks of the one that had originally been lost, essentially a replacement, Kruger's arm actually enhanced his capabilities. 3 years ago, he was the subject of a cutting-edge Pentagon program. Targeted Muscle Reinnervation, TMR, involved connecting his prosthetic limb directly to the nervous system and motor cortex of his brain, using a cyberware gateway implanted in his spinal column. This cyberware program allowed Kruger to control any computer network that had the same cyberware installed. He could remotely operate machinery, drive cars from a kilometer away, and even access the internet just by thinking about it. He could hack into systems. The geeks at the Pentagon's Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, didn't stop there. They built him an arm that was practically indestructible. His arm was bulletproof, flameproof, and fitted with special bionic muscles with 50 times the force and stopping power of a human one. Kruger could crush a man's neck with one quick clip. So Kruger laughed, because really, Margits didn't know shit. "What's so funny?" Margits asked. "This," Kruger said. He let go of the barbell. The barbell crashed 4 inches to Margits' chest, then it drove several inches into his pectorals. His ribs cracked, splintered, snapped. His diaphragm made a dull, squelching sound as the metal bar squashed it. Kruger heard the hiss of air escaping, which was appropriate, he reckoned, because his chest looked like a fucking punctured American football. Blood gurgled in Margits' mouth. He pawed at the barbell. His face turned a shade of frozen blue. Then he stopped pawing. Kruger quit the gym. Exiting the back street, he lit a cigarillo. Kruger wasn't a cigar kind of guy. Used to be, until the ban. But fucked if he was going to spend 30 minutes outside working his way through a cohiba. Cigarillos were smaller, lighter, quicker to smoke. He was tapping through his contacts list when the guy called him. Not the guy on the markets assignment, someone else. A job he was sitting on. Kruger smiled. He liked these periods when work was easy to come by.
We have the girl,
the voice on the end of the line said. He spoke slow and mauled his words. They all did. It was a Russian thing. Sweet, Kruger said.
She will be at the premises in 3 hours.
He checked his watch. It was 5:30 in the morning, exactly an hour behind Greece. Sweet.
The soldier, the Englishman.
The Russian sneered.
He thinks he can save the beach.
Oh, Kruger puffing on his cigarillo. Sweet. Chapter 7. Athens, 05:56 hours. 4 hours, and no fucking word from land. He tried getting through for the 4th time in the last 40 minutes. Engaged, again. He threw the phone against the dashboard and swore at the windshield. Back to Athens. Back to networks of unfinished buildings and empty store units, legacy of the tanked economy. Gardner rested the BMW on a side street in the Plaka district, central Athens. Whilst driving around, Gardner had thought about renting a cheap hotel room, but decided against it. He was down to his last €60. He might need that money for an emergency. And whoever had waited in ambush at the airstrip would surely be looking for him. And it was a hell of a lot easier to ring around hotels and get a name than chase a guy in a car. He had to clean his wound. Gardner remembered reading a paper on wound infection. Regiment operators were required to have a better understanding of treatment and medicine than the average squaddie. They were expected to survive months in hostile terrain with no recourse to professional medical care, with the result that Gardner knew pretty much everything there was to know about bullets and the damage they caused. For a start, bullets were not desterilised, nor were the guns they were fired from. Ditto the air they travelled through, which meant they carried bacteria into the flesh, which meant they were a source of infection. Clothing fabric was also riddled with bacteria, and Gardner's flesh had been exposed to a large dose of both. He rooted around the BMW, found what he was looking for in the glove compartment, a bottle of fresh mineral water. Gardner unscrewed the cap on the bottle with his right hand. Then he gripped the bottle in his fake left, awkwardly tipping the contents over the open wound. The water was lukewarm. It flowed through the trench of his wound, carrying bits of grit and dirt with it. When he was done, Gardner chucked the bottle and tried moving his arm. Stung like fuck, and the smell was rotten. But at least he could flex it. Then he tried Land again. This time he answered.
Call you back,
Land said before Gardner could get a word out. Gardner waited for several minutes. His heart was beating fast. He felt its beat fluttering at the top of his throat. Whoever snatched Emme, Gardner swore to himself, they're going to pay. With their fucking lives. 10 minutes later, his phone sparked into life.
Yes,
Land said. It was an ambush. We got attacked at the plane.
I heard.
Land said.
The pilots have both turned up dead in a hotel room in Kalamos, had their throats slit.
Someone was waiting there for us, Gardner replied. They shot at me and nabbed Emme.
Bad luck.
Spare me the bullshit, Land. Who the fuck were those people?
Calm down, Joe.
Land's voice steadying now.
I've been up all bloody night at intelligence briefings. Things are not good here. Not good at all.
It ain't exactly a bed of roses here either.
Well, I'm afraid they're about to get a damn sight worse for both of us. So listen up. I've this very moment come out of a meeting with our top field agents. You say they took Emme?
I couldn't get to her.
It was the Russians,
said Land. Sotov.
This goes higher than Sotov. The Russian government is involved.
What about Emme?
One of our agents in Moscow says 2 particularly unpleasant individuals have been hired to take care of her.
Matchsticks lit under Gardner's chin. Who are they?
They're called the Kazan twins. A man and a woman, brother and sister allegedly. They specialize in torture for the mafia and the federal security services. The man skins people alive. I have it that the woman practices lobotomies with an ice pick.
Gardner's world shrank. You promised, he reminded himself. You said you'd protect her. And now this. But what do they need to torture Emme for? Gardner wondered aloud. They've got the laptop and the USB drives.
That's not the way Russians think, Joe.
Gardner ran his tongue over his teeth. They were stained with dirt. Where is she?
An apartment block on Kapsis Square, in the Marousi district of Athens. About 20 minutes from your present location.
How long until these fucking torturers get there?
Spot of bad news for you, I'm afraid.
Lan's voice sibilating with stress.
Our agent says the Kazan twins boarded a private flight to Athens nearly 3 hours ago. It takes around 2.5 hours from Moscow by plane. Say another 30 minutes to reach MA.
Lan paused.
If you hurry, you can just about make it. You have to stop them, Joe.
The mobile lost its signal. Gardner removed the battery pack, gave it 10 seconds, and reinserted it. When he turned the phone on, he had a weak signal. One measly bar. But he also had a new message. A brief video clip. No more than 5 seconds. It was grainy and heavily pixelated. A face was set against a grey-brown background. The expression was fear. The person's lip was cut and the eye bruised. M.A. Chapter 8. 0609 hours. Gardner thundered east down Alexandros Avenue for 5 kilometres, then banged a left on the dual lane and shuttled north along Kifissalis Avenue and past the graffitied shell of the old Panathinaikos football stadium. The fuel gauge indicated that the tank was half empty. The tachometer needle was in the red zone. Gardner put the BMW into 4th gear and watched the speedometer climb to 60. The Marousi neighbourhood was moneyed up and extravagant. It housed the financial district. The Olympic Stadium stood in the distance. Kapsis Square was sandwiched between 2 small hills. Gardner brought the BMW to a halt at the side of the road, killed the engine, and rested his hands on the wheel. Daybreak in Athens, and the wild dogs were retreating. He double-checked the address Land had given him. Number 4 Kapsis Square. He scoped the square. Hotel to the right, a 3-star job desperately trying to dress up as a 5-star and falling way short. High-rise building on the left, apartments stacked on top, each floor smaller than the one below it, like a mountain of shot glasses. Half the apartments had for sale signs tacked to the balconies. The road was slick from a burst of rainfall at 3 o'clock that morning. Gardner's eyes settled on the offices at the bottom of the apartment block. That's where they are, Gardner thought. His pulse quickened. Torture was a fucking speciality dish in Russia, and the Kazan twins are about to make Emme the main course. Not if I get to her first, they won't. Gardner stepped out of the BMW. The grain of the Glock 17's stippled surface grip pressed into the small of his back. The street was deserted. He clocked a Mercedes-Benz E550, arsenic black, outside the apartments. A car that swish looked out of place in a neighbourhood this plain. Raindrops on the bonnet and windshield, which told Gardner the car had been sat there since at least 0300 hours. He paced the 30 metres to the apartments, scanning his peripheral vision. The street was deserted. Gardner approached the main doors. He pressed the handyman button on the buzzer. The door made a buzzing sound, then a clicking sound. He was in. The corridor was empty. Gardner dug the Glock out of his jeans, gripped it by his side. The lino floor smelled of bleach. His footsteps echoed in the cool corridor. Stopping in front of the door to apartment 4, Gardner raised his right leg, dragged his foot back, and delivered a front kick directly onto the locking mechanism. People only shot door locks in the movies. In real life, the shooter was more likely to blind themselves from metal splinters flying off the lock plate, or even having the round rebound on them, than actually busting it open. A simple kick was twice as effective and half as loud. The lock cracked. The door swung open. Gardner hoisted the Glock 17 to shoulder level and edged into the hallway. 3 doors ahead, 2 on the left, 1 on the right. Doors on the left closed, door on the right open, fresh sunlight spitting like honey into the hallway from an unseen window. He felt his bowels constricting. His breathing was fast and light. He smelled cigarette smoke. He heard the slam of a door and the shudder of a wall. coming from your 10 o'clock, from beyond the open doorway, 12 meters away. Now Gardner was inside the room, Glock nosing ahead of him. He was hyper-alert. The room was L-shaped. He arced the Glock in a clockwise direction. The room was bare, totally fucking Spartan. No furniture to speak of. Just an ashtray on the floor, smoke rising from the spokes of a dozen filter tips. Next to the ashtray was a box of crumpled Mayfairs. Gardner thought, who the fuck smoked Mayfairs in Greece? Then he spied movement at his 3 o'clock, at the far wall. The wall had a door that backed out onto the northern face of the apartment block. Gardner neared and caught the hurried clank-clank of shoes treading on metal. He burst through the door and found himself on the platform of a fire escape system. He scanned the area below. A metal stairway spiraled down into an alleyway, a universal shade of brown. 2 figures were sprinting out of the alleyway and into the square. A man and a woman. Too far away and too grainy still to make out their faces. All he could see was that the woman's hair was ginger. The guy was scrawny, had a bald patch and wore a grey suit. The fucking Kazan twins. He thought about rifling off a shot. Decided against it. He didn't want to alert the local cops. And besides, the twins weren't with M.A. They've got to be holding us somewhere else, he told himself. Gardner scaled down the stairwell and cleared the bottom tread 5 seconds after the Kazan twins had disappeared from view. Gardner pounded down the alleyway, leaping over upturned bags of rubbish. I can't let them escape. He turned towards his BMW, clocked the chassis sitting a few inches lower than normal. They'd slashed his fucking tyres and were fleeing down the square. Gardner gave chase and thundered into a street backing onto an American-style mall. For a big guy, Gardner's running gait was pretty solid. He had a lot of calf and quad muscles to compensate for his average stride, and his lungs put the average guys to shame. But the twins were both tall and skinny and had long legs, and for every 1 stride they took, Gardner needed 3 just to keep pace. If I can just get to her, Gardner thought. He was 30 meters from the woman, 35 to the guy. Gardner felt an elevator of pain shoot up from his right oblique to his ribcage. Don't lose the pace, he urged himself. He was soon breaking out in an all-over sweat. Beads of it dripped into his eyes, salting his vision. The street ended where the mall ended, and the twins broke right into a narrow side street that served as the rear of several restaurants. Outdoor chairs and tables were racked several high and stacked in columns against either wall. Waste food formed a sludge river that flowed from one end of the street to the other. 20 meters to the woman. Then she tripped on her ankle. Gardner dug deeper. The elevator of pain took a return route down his left side. He was 10 meters from the woman. She was scraping herself off the pavement. Glanced towards the man as he hit the end of the street. He paused, head darting back and forth. He was uncertain whether to leave her or come back. The woman spared him the choice. She shot to her feet with a speed and fluency that caught Gardner off guard. Then she grabbed the leg of the bottom chair on a column and pulled hard on it. The chairs toppled, metal frames clattering against the ground. Then she ran away. Gardner kicked the chairs aside. They spun left out of view. Gardner hit the corner and saw them racing down a gentle slope. Pigeons squawked and flapped as they fled. The road flattened out 40 meters down and spread out into a junction. Gardner saw the nose of a car shoot out like a spear across the junction. Thought the car was going to slam into the twins. The car, a Focus, braked, and the driver lurched forward in his seat. His bumper knocked against the man. The guy fell onto the bonnet. The woman grabbed him by the lapels of his jacket. Gardner sprinted down the slope. Past the junction, drivers heckling at the guy in the Focus for braking. He chased the twins as they ran past a procession of kebab houses and souvenir shops, and up a set of concrete steps. The steps led into a ticket office. Gardner clocked a sign on the outside of the office. They were heading into the local suburban railway station. He was just 10 meters from them now, his superior stamina and strength kicking in. In a sprint, Gardner didn't have the pace, but put him in for the long haul and he'd hunt down anyone, eventually. The twins skipped the ticket barriers. Gardner likewise. A train pulled into the adjacent platform. Shining grey thing, all moulded plastic and futuristic design. An announcement on the tannoy. A dozen people got off. Plenty more boarded. Gardner searched among the throng for the man and the woman. Couldn't fucking see either of them. Maybe they're not on the train, he thought. The doors beeped. They were about to close. "You need to call it," a voice inside Gardner rumbled. "On or off?" Gardner ducked inside the nearest carriage. He scanned the platform through the window as the train gently eased forward. Got a long, hard look at the faces bobbing towards the station exit. There were 20 humdrum faces, bored faces, angry faces, the kind he'd seen on the tube a million fucking times. Commuters who looked like their lives needed a reboot. He was surprised that anyone worked this early in Greece. 20 faces, but none of them matched the man or the woman. That means they're on this train. The platform shrank from view. An automatic door slid open and presented the carriage proper. Gardner ducked his head. He steamed through the doorway. Chapter 9, 0700 hours. Cool air greeted Gardner as he made his way down the carriage. The train was packed. Men and women, most of them middle-aged and stressed, sat in their seats and fiddled with their Blackberries and iPhones. Others stared out of the windows at the ticker-tape landscape. Trees, roads, cars, houses, fusing into a granite blur. Gardner checked out the faces at each seat. The commuters either ignored him or eyed him suspiciously. Hardly surprising. He looked like shit. His T-shirt was torn at the sleeve, and his right arm emitted a pungent aroma. He didn't exactly blend in. At least my Glock's hidden away, he thought. He'd stuffed it back into his jeans, covering the pistol grip with the bottom of his T-shirt. He cleared the first carriage. No luck. Gardner paused at the next sliding door, separating the carriages. A soft female voice came on the speakers and made a pre-recorded announcement. The train slowed and pulled into the next station. He peered through the window on the automatic door. Saw a couple of guys dragging themselves out of their seats, going through the same rituals as workers the world over. Straightening the tie, pinlocking the smartphone, reaching for the briefcase from the overhead storage rack. One of the guys shuffled down the aisle. Gardner spotted a knot of ginger hair at the next seat. He hung by the door, waiting for the right moment. The train eased into the platform at the next stop, some place called Polini. Then the train stopped. As soon as the lights blinked and the door slid back like some kind of robotic curtain call, Gardner stepped through the automatic door and used the departing crowd to obscure his profile from the Kazan twins. The woman with the ginger hair remained seated. They weren't getting off. The guy was on his feet and making his way to the toilet at Gardner's end of the carriage. He hadn't spotted Gardner in the throng. Gardner retreated into the previous carriage. He peered through the window. The man slipped safely into the toilet. Now Gardner rushed back into the next carriage, and in a second he was blocking the closing toilet door with his left hand and using the force in his shoulder muscles to push it back. The door whirred, clicked, conceded defeat. He was in a cramped space 2 meters wide and the same long. The guy was standing at the toilet, primed to take a leak. Gardner raised his right leg at the knee and put his foot level with the V on the guy's back. Then he extended his leg and twisted his torso on his standing leg at the same time, shaping to strike with the bony outside of his foot rather than the balls of his toes. Gardner knew the outside was better for connecting with a hard surface, such as someone's spinal column. The blow knocked the guy forward. His hand seized hold of the cistern. There was piss everywhere on the floor. Gardner grabbed the guy by his hair. The guy yelped. Then Gardner smashed his face into the mirror above the sink to his 9 o'clock, and the yelp fizzled out to a low wheeze. But Gardner didn't stop. He drove the guy's head repeatedly into the mirror. Spiderweb cracks formed in the glass with every impact. Blood spots painted the glass. Now he smashed the guy's head against the porcelain edge of the sink. Gooey blood and snot streamed out of his nose. Now the guy wasn't making any sound at all. His arms hung limply by his side. Gardner spun the guy around and shoved him onto the toilet seat. The toilet stank of piss and sweat. The guy's dick dangled out of his zip. The ash grey of his trousers was a much darker tan on the inside thigh of both legs. The guy cupped his nose between his hands. Tiny shards of glass were stapled to his forehead. Before he had a chance to react, Gardner whipped out the Glock and nestled the sheet metal muzzle between his balls. "Tell me where Emma is." "Please," the guy said. Gardner swiped the guy's hands away from his face. His nose was purple and swollen. His lips were purple and swollen. His whole face was a mass of purple putty. Please, don't. The voice hit Gardner like a piece of 2x4. What did you just say? The guy stammered. Please, don't kill me. Each syllable throbbed inside Gardner's skull. Not because Gardner recognized the voice. He didn't. But the accent was unmistakable. The guy spoke in a Thames estuary accent. He chewed up his R's and squashed his U's. Who the fuck are you? You've got to believe me. We're on your side, the man said. Your fucking name. Gardner shoving the Glock harder into his groin. The man squirmed. Peter Stokes. You were on your way to kill M.A. No, I swear. Bullshit. I don't know anyone called that. Then who the fuck are you? Stokes' face twisted with pain. Snot dribbled down his nose and formed a slithery tash around his mouth. He stared at the broken mirror for the longest while, then directed his gaze at Gardner. I'm with MI6, he said. Chapter 10, 07:21 hours. Gardner kept the Glock pressed against Stokes' balls. His first reaction was that Stokes was full of shit, but then he considered the accent. It was as English as London Pride and beating the shit out of someone in the town centre on a Friday night. And undercover spies, even ones who practiced the accent for years with such discipline that they avoided ever talking in their native tongue, still betrayed occasional traces of an accent, especially when someone had a Glock in their face. And then he thought about Stokes' appearance. The guy looked more like an accountant than a crazed killer. He had a doughy jawline and the slack body shape of someone who spent their 9 to 5 hunched in front of a computer screen. He probably moisturised first thing in the morning and ironed his shirts last thing at night. But part of Gardner didn't want to believe Stokes. Because if he really was MI6, then he had no lead on M.A. The silence lasted for several seconds. Then Stokes broke it. I'm telling you the truth. My colleague's name is Rachel Salvago. We're agents with the Counterintelligence Division at the Ministry. He frowned at the Glock. Look, why don't you put the gun away and we can talk about this? The gun stays where it is, Gardner said. Who's your boss? Leo Land. Land sent me to kill you. How well do you know Land? And who the hell are you anyway? Stokes eyeing Gardner's frame. Gardner said, Don't worry about me, mate. Tell me your story. Stokes said, All this is about Istanbul. Gardner loosened the grip on the Glock. I'm listening. Land knows, Stokes said. Knows what? Stokes shook his head at the piss-streaked floor. He took a deep breath. Like I said, me and Salvago work for Land. We just get on with our jobs and look the other way, but... Gardner had no idea what the fuck Stokes was talking about. Every minute without a lead on M.A. made it less and less likely he'd find her. Stokes went on. About a month ago, Salvago picked up a string of mobile phone calls made between Moscow and the firm. They were made from a mobile late at night, and always to the same number in Russia. We did some digging and found out that the Russian number belonged to a guy in the mafia. His name was Alexander Sotov. Gardner felt invisible hands Chinese burn his neck. He couldn't talk. He knew what was coming next, but he had to ask the question anyway. Who was he talking to at the firm? Stokes' face hardened. Take a wild guess. Shit, Gardner said. The train slowed once more. The doped-up female voice informed them they were pulling into the next stop. Some place called Kansa. What were they talking about? Gardner asked. Someone rapped their knuckles on the toilet door and shouted angrily in Greek. Once, twice, 3 times. Be out in a minute, Gardner called out. He looked back to Stokes and gestured for him to answer. They weren't talking about the weather. Let's put it that way. Land knew that the Russians intended to sell a nuke to somebody and blow it up in Turkey. And not only that, he played his part too. How so? Land recruited an ex-SAS soldier to take delivery of the bomb. His name was John Bald. Gardner felt his guts stretch, like someone was putting him in either direction. Land made me track Bald. Stokes just looked blank. He had no idea who the fuck Bald was, clearly. Did you try and confront Land? Gardner asked. You're kidding. Land was our boss. and one of the most powerful mandarins in Whitehall. And he's a ruthless bastard too. Stokes touched his jaw and winced. We didn't say anything, but somehow Lamb must have cottoned on that we knew. How so? The train now speeding forward again. Because the day before the bomb exploded, he suddenly dispatched both me and Salvago to Athens. I mean like that. Snapping his fingers. Told us to head to an address and await further instructions. Number 4 Capsis Square. Naturally, we were both a bit suspicious, but we thought that perhaps Land just wanted us out of the way for a while. Then we heard about the bomb. And then you saw me coming. And we knew he wanted us out of the way for good, so we ran. Gardner tore a fistful of tissues out of the towel dispenser. He chucked them at Stokes. Clean yourself up. Then you're going to introduce me to Salvago. Why? Because I want to see if her story matches yours. If it does, maybe I start believing what you're saying. There's something you should know. Stokes dabbing his fucked up nose with the tissues. He pulled them away and examined the red splodges. A friend inside the building sent me a message last night. Our offices were ransacked. Computers taken away. Mobiles too. Gardner thought back to M.A. She was carrying the MacBook and the USB keys. Said, "All right, let's meet Salvago." One hand holding a tissue to his bleeding nose, Stokes unlocked the toilet door and walked down the aisle. The carriage was mostly empty now. The ginger girl was at a table seat. Steam wafted from a cup of coffee in front of her. She took one look at Stokes' face and made to stand up, but Stokes put her at ease. She slid back down into a seat. Gardner thought he saw something in her eyes when she looked at Stokes. Something that said there were maybe more than just colleagues. There were 4 seats at the table, 2 either side. Stokes sat next to Salvago. Gardner took the seat opposite. "Who are you?" she said in a warm and husky voice. Gardner didn't much rate redheads, but a bit more time spent around Salvago might convince him to change his mind. She had eyes the colour of summer grass, high cheekbones, and a 10 out of 10 rack. Salvago had left 2 buttons undone on a white blouse, revealing cleavage that would make a grown man punch a hole in a wall. If Salvago and Stokes really were getting it on, fair play to the lad. Gardner looked at Salvago and said, "Land sent me to kill you." "It's true," Stokes said. The bruises on his face said the rest. The woman trapped air in her throat. She leant as far back from Gardner as the seat allowed and exchanged a look with Stokes. "It's okay," Stokes said. "He's with us. Land told me you were a couple of Russian torturers. He said you were holding hostage a friend of mine." Salvago arched an eyebrow. "What friend?" "Her name's M.A. We worked together in Serbia. She was freelance for the firm." Salvago bit a lower lip. "This M.A. Does she know stuff?" "She knows all right. Transcripts of conversations between Sotov and a guy by the name of Maxim Ladinsky, a director of the FSB security services." Salvago nodded her head at the name. "Other files were encrypted. We didn't have time to hack them." Salvago said, "I'll bet my mortgage that those files name and shame Leo bloody Land. Where'd you find these files?" "Pulled them from a factory the other side of the city. Sotov had some kind of storage facility there." "What happened to the rest?" "Up in smoke." "Damn," Salvago muttered. She struck Gardner as the sort of girl whose swear scale stopped at bloody hell. "Then we've no evidence. And without any evidence, we can't prove the link between Land and the Russians." M.A. had some of the files with her. "Where is she?" Stokes said. "I don't know. Land arranged a flight home for us. It was an ambush. They took her." He fished out his mobile and played them the clip. Salvago and Stokes squinted at the grainy images. "Jesus," Stokes said. Salvago was quiet. Gardner was left alone with his thoughts. If Land was involved with the nuke, that would explain why Land had asked him to kill Bald only after the exchange had been made. "Give me your phone," Salvago said. Gardner pressed it into her palm. She dug out an outdated Nokia handset from her jeans pocket and plugged it into Gardner's mobile. Then she tapped away on a few keys on the Nokia. "My expertise is e-crime and communications," Salvago said. "The Nokia is a specially modified handset. It bypasses the security encryptions and protocols on networks and gives me the raw data direct feed from the satellite. Basically, I can track the GPS details of any phone, anywhere in the world." Fucking hell. Despite himself, Gardner was impressed. Salvago tapped a few more keys. Then she unplugged the Nokia and took a sip of her coffee. "I know where your friend is," she said. Gardner and Stokes flashed quizzical looks. "Rotterdam." Chapter 11. Rotterdam, Holland. 0930 hours. Exactly 9:30 in the morning in Hamburg, an hour behind Athens, and Kruger debarked from a VLM plane splayed on the gunmetal runway at Rotterdam Airport. Kruger hated flying, but his employers insisted he reach Holland immediately. Said that the Brit and his two friends would be in country soon. He checked the train route, his preferred mode of transport. Would have taken him something like 12 hours and 5 stopovers. Hamburg to Bremen, Bremen to Leer on the Dutch border, Leer to Groningen, yada fucking yada. The journey was just over an hour by plane, so Kruger bit the bullet and flew. Wasn't so bad. Short hop like that. He had no baggage. Kruger believed in travelling light. In his opinion, a man needed only 3 things in the world: protein, water, and the ability to hunt and kill. "She'll be at the premises in 3 hours, the Russian had said. That was at 5 o'clock. The woman would be there already. Knowing the Russians, she probably wouldn't be in mint condition. No big deal. She was fucking dead either way. The Chevrolet Avalanche sports truck was nestled among the people carriers and the Golfs in the long-stay car park. Kruger hit the A13 south towards Rotterdam proper and curled his lips at the flat skyline. He hated Holland. Despised the fucking place. Dirty, grey, flat as day old cola. And Dutch women never put out neither. Fuck it, he told himself as he neared the premises. Targets will be here in a couple of hours. Deal with them. You could be out of the country by nightfall. He lit a cigarillo and tightened his grip on the wheel. Chapter 12. 10:29 hours. 59 minutes after Kruger's VLM touchdown, a Boeing 737-700 landed at Rotterdam Airport and taxied into the same parking spot the VLM craft had occupied. Gardner, Stokes and Salvago briskly moved through passport control and made their way through arrivals. The airport was a ghost town. Ditto the flight. The nuke seemed to have put off a lot of people from flying. Salvago checked something on the Nokia handset. "How accurate is that thing?" he asked her. "It picks up on the broadcast signals from satellites, the same ones that phones link with to get a reading on their longitude, latitude and altitude. Normally, a phone receives radio signals from at least 3 satellites. This thing," Salvago said, "receives its signals from 24. So yeah, pretty damn accurate." Salvago turned her attention back to the Nokia. Stokes and Gardner had ditched their phones in Athens in case land tried to trace their signals. Once word reached land that Salvago and Stokes were still alive, then he'd do everything in his power to track them down and slot them. Gardner was sure of it. He'd also had to ditch his gun. Somehow, he figured airport security wouldn't approve. "Stop," Salvago said, as Gardner reached the main doors. "Step outside those doors, and land will see you." Gardner frowned. "How so?" "Latest satellite tracking technology. Spies in the sky." Years ago, satellites were pretty terrible at tracking human beings. All you could see from space was a head of hair. Not exactly a lot to go on when you're looking for one person among 6 billion. But there's new software that maps out someone's walking gait. See, everybody has their own way of walking. Software matches your shadow, gets an instant lock on you wherever you are. So how do we get out of here? We wait for a black spot. Like when the satellite's not over us. Exactly. You see, there's only a few satellites that have this software installed. So there are periods when the sky is clear, 20 minutes at a time. And the next one is in, consulting the Nokia, 15 minutes. They drew up chairs at a coffee shop in the arrivals bay to pass the time. Stokes took a coffee, black. Salvago ordered a decaf. Gardner went with a Diet Coke. He sipped at it whilst watching Sky News on a 32-inch plasma TV hooked to the wall. The he and she presenter team looked stern-faced. The camera cut to a shot of a guy in a charcoal black suit, who was standing in front of a lectern, bank of microphones in front of him. This was the damning response to last night's atrocity from the Israeli Prime Minister Lev Yalom, a reporter dictated over the images. Yalom spoke aggressively. His right hand formed into a chubby fist. He thumped the lectern, disrupting his notes. "No more broken promises," Yalom said. "Here in Jerusalem, it's become increasingly clear that Israel sees the Iranians' attempts to smuggle nuclear arms into Tehran as a declaration of war." There was some footage of an Israeli F-15I Ra'am fighter plane, followed by a shot of the Knesset. The chamber was packed. This morning, Prime Minister Yalom issued an ultimatum to Tehran. Either Iran unconditionally agrees to dismantle its nuclear program within the next 24 hours, or Israel will do it for them. Even as he spoke, the Israeli Air Force was making preparations for retaliatory attacks against key military and civilian targets in Iran, believed to include the civilian Bushehr nuclear facility. The report cut back to the news desk. Breaking news text scrolled across the bottom of the screen. A defense expert was introduced. Gardner had seen dozens of these experts on TV and never rated their opinions. They were all retired Ruperts or Whitehall pen pushers with fat pensions and bad breath. He looked away from the screen. "It's starting," he said. Stokes tore open a sugar sachet. He tipped the contents into his cup. "Israel's bluffing. They won't dare bomb Iran." "You sure about that?" "Joe's right," Salvago said. Gardner said, "They want this to happen. Blaming the Iranians for the nuke gives them license to shoot up whoever they please for the sake of national security. They'll bomb Iran back into the fucking Stone Age." "So what if they do?" Salvago said. "It's one less threat to the West." Gardner finished his can of Coke and licked his lips. He felt the sugar and caffeine ease the pressure behind his temples. A bus pulled up outside the airport. Salvago took a last gulp of coffee. Gardner said, "It's time. We need to go." They shuffled through the exit and ran the 20 meters to the bus stop, hopped on board the number 33 bus, and purchased 3 one-way tickets to Rotterdam Centraal. "Where exactly are we headed?" Gardner sitting opposite Salvago and Stokes. Salvago said, "An address on Van Brakkelstraat." "Any idea what kind of place?" "Nope." "Great," Gardner thought. "We're going in half-cocked to face an enemy we know nothing about." He prayed that Emma was there. He prayed she was okay. He hoped the guys who snatched her were saying their prayers too, because when Gardner came face to face with them, they were going to the dark side. All of them. Chapter 13. 11:11 hours. Van Brakkelstraat was a narrow street off the arterial road, snaking its way along the Rotterdam docks. The turning was signposted by an Orthodox Russian church on the left, crucifix planted like a flag atop the cupola, its golden surface turned a muddy bronze by the clouds. They paced down the street, sticking to the shadows cast by the 3-story buildings, hunched and Gothic. 200 meters down, and they came to a residential block with a brown facade, like someone had coated it in old carpet. It had rusting gates and neo-Nazi graffiti sprayed over the walls. Some kind of a shop occupied the ground floor. There was no shopfront sign, just a paper notice taped to the reverse of the upper glass part of the door that read, "Discreet shop, by appointment only." Stokes finished reading the notice and said, "Weird." "No, it's a pawn store," Gardner said. Stokes lifted his hand to his forehead and peered through the grime-coated glass. "Well, whatever it is, there's nobody home. Maybe those GPS coordinates weren't spot on." "No, it's definitely here," Salvago said in an irritated voice. Gardner settled the lover's tiff with a boot to the door. The glass pane shattered. Then he raked away the remaining shards with his prosthetic hand. "At least there's one use for this fucking thing," he thought, reaching through the hole with his right hand and unhooking the latch. He twisted the doorknob and gestured to Salvago and Stokes. "Ladies first," he said. The shop was dingy and dark. A musty, stale aroma hung in the air. There were rows of ancient DVDs, porn titles ranging from softcore to extreme. Most of the jacket sleeves were daubed in greying dust. Gardner clocked security cameras fixed to each corner of the ceiling. He headed past a rack of plastic vaginas and sex dolls towards the counter. Old posters were tacked to the counter surface advertising local raves. There was no cash register, just a door behind the counter. Gardner opened it. Fluorescent tubes mounted to the ceiling flashed on like paparazzi. They lit up a staircase that led them down into a basement. Gardner scaled down the treads, trying to get a bearing on the room below. Stokes and Salvago followed close behind. Gardner felt the temperature drop with every step. It was cooler in the basement, but also humid. By the time he reached the basement floor, the bristles on his right forearm were standing on end. His first thought was that it didn't look like a standard basement. The walls were sheet metal rather than cinder block, the floor tiled instead of raw concrete. The ceiling was panelled. Overall, it resembled an underground bunker. The basement was also a lot wider than he expected. It stretched for 40 meters, roughly the same wide, and seemed to be divided into 3 distinct areas. The nearest section was a batch of chemical drums marked with hazard labels, giving off a toxic smell. Piperonyl methyl ketone, Salvago said at his shoulder. PMK. It's synthesized from sassafras tree. They use it in perfumes. In pawn shop basements. They also use it to make something else. Like what? Take a look. Salvago tilting her head at the next section. 4 benches filled the middle area of the room. They were cluttered with portable heaters, fans, distillation flasks of funnels, packets of surgical gloves and breathing masks, plus a large waste pipe that ran the length of the basement. A tablet presser machine was connected to a mobile power generator to the left. The presser had a wide metal base shaped like a tree trunk, with a sequence of punches aligned above and below the die plate that chemical compounds were fed into. A pair of rotating turrets were screwed like shoulders either side, and at the top of the unit, a piston connected the turrets along its horizontal plane. A silver slide at the bottom collected the pills as the die spat them out. There were a few left in the bottom of the tray. Gardner counted at least 2 dozen. The pills were eggshell white, with blue smiley faces coloured into the mix. A solid metal punch was suspended above the die at the top of the unit. The head was 4 inches thick, and the sharp tip 1/2 inch. Gardner looked at the far end of the room, where a third area had been established. Clear plastic bin liners were filled with tens of thousands of small white pills. A ladder at the back wall led up to a pair of wrought iron bulkhead doors. Gardner figured they smuggled the pills up the ladder and into the street, where they would be loaded into a disguised lorry. Jesus Christ, Stokes said. There must be 50,000 pills in those bags, Gardner said. Salvago examined the table apparatus. I'd say at least. And it's not surprising. The Russian mafia play a major role in ecstasy production. The chemicals are smuggled in from China to Russia, then shipped here where they make the pills, and then put them into lorry containers to ship across the North Sea to England. I thought Amsterdam was where the drug action is, Stokes said. Amsterdam has the rep, but Rotterdam is the real drug capital of Europe. About 6,000 people are employed by the drugs industry round here. This doesn't feel right, Gardner said. The mafia don't use big developments like this to produce drugs. It's too clunky. Nowadays they have mobile vans for that kind of stuff. And you can practically turn a toilet cubicle into an ecstasy factory. Why go to the risk of having such a large processing plant and then have no kind of security on the door? It makes no sense. And I don't see Sotov anywhere, Salvago said. Gardner was drawn to a light coming from the far end of the basement. It glowed green and bright, like a cathode ray. As he neared, Gardner realized the light was coming from a separate room, a laboratory of some kind. Gardner signaled for Salvago and Stokes to stay back. He stepped inside and ran his eyes over the equipment. Computer service, scales, navigation charts, what appeared to be a radar monitor, and a pile of chunky old mobiles with aerials sticking out of them. Cables snaked out and along the ground to the generator. He didn't see anyone, but he heard rapid, shallow breathing. It is 4 o'clock. Gardner stilled. Joe? Is that you? She was hiding the other side of the doorway. She held a spanner in her hands. She had a look in her eyes. Not fear, Gardner thought. More like anger. But the anger flushed from her face, and she ditched the spanner and pounced at Gardner and hugged him and held him tight. You're warm, Emma said. Your hands are warm. Gardner felt a bubble rise in his stomach and burst in his chest. "What happened to you?" M.A. sighed into his shoulder. "They put a bag over my head. We were in a car, then on a plane. Then they took me here." She paused. "I heard other voices with you." Salvago and Stokes stood in the doorway. He introduced them to M.A. and said, "They believe Land is involved in the nuke plot." M.A. said nothing. She peeled away from Gardner and made her way to the computer screens. "They trashed the MacBook, but they weren't clever enough to find the USB drives." "Where'd you stash them?" Salvago asked. "A secret place," M.A. winked. She tapped away at the keyboard. Gardner noticed that one of the USB drives was plugged into the front of the computer tower. M.A. drew up several Word files on the screen. "I still can't break the encryptions," M.A. said. Salvago stepped forward. "Mind if I have a go?" M.A. waved a hand at the computer screen as if to say, "Be my guest." Salvago drew up the seat and typed ultra-fast at the screen while M.A. looked on. Gardner left him to it. He went to check on the basement. He was mindful that the owners of the ecstasy plant might return at any moment. The presser drew his attention. It was a larger-scale industrial machine, and Gardner reckoned the mafia were pumping out 1 million pills a day using it. Enough to keep London happy for a single weekend. Fresh chemical dust covered the floor around the presser. It's been used recently, Gardner thought. So where the hell did the mafia fuckers go? He was no closer to answering that question when Salvago announced that she had cracked the encryptions. "Already?" Gardner asked, returning to the lab. "Told you she was good," Stokes said, crossing his arms and nodding at the screen. Gardner, M.A. and Stokes drew close to the screen. Gardner read the transcript. Alexander Sotov was explicitly talking about the plan to blow up Istanbul. Except Sotov wasn't shooting the shit with some FSB bigwig. He was talking to Leo Land. Stokes flashed an "I told you so" look at Gardner. Salvago gave him a slight nod of her head and said, "We need to get these files public. This is the only evidence around Land." The pressure behind Gardner's eyes was red hot. From the neck down, his body tightened up, like a cable bearing a heavy load. Land had betrayed the firm. He'd participated in the deaths of tens of thousands of people. And he betrayed Gardner too. No, he corrected himself. He played me like a fucking drum kit. "Land is going to fucking pay," Gardner said. "Pay how?" Salvago asked. "The old-fashioned way, with a bullet." M.A. said, "I've got a better idea, which is, we gather the media at Parliament Square and tell them the truth." "And Israel will have to call off its attack," said Salvago. "Then we'll need to act quickly," said Stokes. Yalom said the bombings would start in 24 hours. "If that happens," Gardner told himself, "there won't be any going back." He made a sign and promised to himself, "Once the truth is exposed, Land is mine. And I won't show that cunt a grain of mercy." "All right, let's get a move on," he said. M.A. unplugged the USB drives from the computer and shoved them down the front of her jeans and inside her knickers. So that's a secret place, Gardner told himself. Well, he figured it was more original than secreting it in a bra. M.A. gave him a dirty look as they followed Salvago and Stokes up the stairs and out of the basement. They lingered at the shop door, Stokes scoping out the street. Salvago glanced at her Nokia. "We're in a black spot. Okay, let's go." Gardner was first outside. He glanced across his shoulders in both directions. Force of habit. He clocked no movement to his right. A white diamond Chevrolet Avalanche truck was parked up 80 meters to the left. Gardner noticed the windows weren't tinted. He had a clear view of the truck interior. He saw the leather-appointed seats and the dark cashmere dash. No one behind the wheel. Satisfied the coast was clear, he began pacing down the street. Movement the other side of the road. Gardner glanced over his left shoulder. He saw a figure standing opposite. A man. The guy was built like a tank and dressed like a wrestler. He wore a threadbare army green vest beneath a mid-length trench coat and black combats. He had a rangy beard that looked about as unruly as a third-world democracy. The guy's right arm was tucked into his coat pocket, and he was wearing heavily tinted shades. But Gardner sensed the guy was eyeballing him. Then the guy called out to him,
"Hey, buddy."
His accent was thick and slow as roofing tar. American, Gardner figured. South Carolina or Georgia. Gardner walked on.
"I said, hey, fucking buddy."
Gardner stopped.
"Come get some,"
the guy said. Gardner stood by the side of the road and asked himself who the fuck this guy was. But then he counted that it didn't matter. The chances of some random guy heckling them in the street were low. This guy has something to do with the basement, Gardner thought. He was of a mind to ask the Yank a few questions.
"Yo, I'll fuck you up,"
the guy said. Gardner was quiet, but he began to pace across the street. The guy opened his mouth again, lips like a knife slit beneath the thickness of his beard. A sound came out like a swarm of angry bees. Then Gardner realized the sound was coming from up the street, a motor being gunned. He angled his head and saw the Chevrolet Avalanche truck bombing forward, heading straight for him. Chapter 14, 12:03 hours. The Avalanche hit him like a fist. Gardner felt his ribcage bones crack as the front bumper knuckled his midriff. His entire front was a wall of pain. His arm thumped against the bonnet and dented the aluminium base. Then the Avalanche braked. The chassis rocked on its wheelbase and Gardner fell to the ground, face smacking against the tarmac. Between the bulbs of pain behind his eyes, a distant voice in Gardner's head asked, "Who the fuck is driving the truck?" Because he hadn't seen a driver behind the wheel. His thought was interrupted by the growl of the Avalanche revving up for round 2. The Avalanche had reversed 30 meters back from Gardner's position, building itself up for another run at him. He tried to pick himself up off the floor. It hurt like fuck to move. His body didn't want to play ball, but Gardner willed himself on. He managed to raise himself to a knee. Couldn't stand. He spat blood and heard a kind of garbled laugh from his 3 o'clock. The Yank. He seemed to have a twitch in his right arm at his shoulder blade. His eyes focused on the Avalanche.
"Fucking idiot,"
the Yank said. The Avalanche thundered towards Gardner. He couldn't roll out of the way. Gardner was bang center in the middle of the road. Left or right, he was 10 meters from safety, and the Avalanche would be on him in the time it took him to change his fucking stride. The truck had a free run on him. The Avalanche was 15 meters from Gardner. Then 10. At 5 meters, the truck swerved to Gardner's left. His eyes traced the truck. Stokes was making a run for it down the street. Salvago was in tow, M8 further behind, her outline shaded by the interior of the pawn shop. Gardner realized the Avalanche was beating a direct route towards Stokes. The truck shuttled past Gardner. Then it slammed into Stokes and crushed his body beneath the tires. Gardner heard something snap, like an axe chopping through hardwood. Glimpsed arms and legs crunching underneath the grinding weight of the tires. Salvago shrieked. The Avalanche continued driving up the street. Gardner was sure the truck was going to do a U-turn and hurtle back down the street to finish them off. But Salvago seemed oblivious to the danger. She rushed to Stokes. M.A. had fled back inside the pawn shop. Gardner ran towards Salvago. Stokes was just a bundle of crushed bones and squashed organs. "Get inside," he said. Then he sprinted off to the Avalanche. The truck slowed as it came to the end of the street and skidded into its U-turn. Gardner was upon it as it cleared the apex of the turn. He ran up to the driver's side door and flung open the lock as the Avalanche completed the turn, faced the street, and began to pick up speed. Gardner had a clear view of the street. He couldn't see the Yank anywhere. The Avalanche picked it up to 30 miles per hour. Then 40. With the door open and his feet off the ground, Gardner planted his left foot on the driver's side seat. The sudden forward motion acted like a wind against the open door and began to swing it shut. Gardner grabbed a hold of the door frame and felt the door bang against his back. The impact pushed him inside head first. Gardner landed on his front, gearbox winding him in the roof of muscle on the top of his abdominals. Air rushed out of his mouth. Gardner looked up, clocked Salvago 6 meters from the windshield, her face bewitched by the onrushing Avalanche. He thought. I told her to get out of the fucking road.
Instead, she had stayed beside Stokes' battered corpse. The avalanche was heading straight for Salvago. Gardner clasped his right hand on the wheel. It didn't roll easy, not like a steering wheel ought to. There was a counterforce working to keep the wheel straight, but Gardner had strength and muscle mass to burn. He broke the pressure, and the wheel loosened like a defeated contestant in an arm wrestle. Gardner yanked it all the way to the right. He saw Salvago's face sweep past the driver's side window. Relief washed down his back. The avalanche narrowly avoided Salvago and crashed headfirst into a parked Volkswagen Passat. Gardner jolted in his seat. His wrist muscles absorbed the shock of the crash, stayed clamped around the wheel, but he reeled and banged the back of his head against the headrest. The pain echoed around his skull, mixing with the Passat's alarm, its mechanical scream blotting out every other sound. The Passat went through a symphony of alarm sounds, each one more annoying than the last. A banging sound on the avalanche roof. The truck body rocked, as if it really was caught up in the middle of a fucking avalanche. What the fuck is that? Gardner wondered. He moved a hand to the door. The center of the roof was ripped open, metal torn apart like wet paper. Gardner's eyes flicked up. He clocked the downward plunge of a balled fist, first knuckle joints forming a jagged line that was on a trajectory straight for his face, fast and deadly. Gardner was faster. His reactions engaged in a split second. He shifted all his weight to his left and forward, reached across and shunted the gearbox into reverse. Then he hit the accelerator and jerked the wheel clockwise. The avalanche limped backwards, then quickly gained speed. The hand grappled around Gardner's neck. The fingers seemed unnatural, cold and plastic. Like my own. The avalanche reversed 20 meters. Then Gardner stamped on the brakes. Now he shifted into first gear and stepped on the accelerator. Gardner watched the arm shoot up through the roof hole like an upside-down periscope. Next thing he knew, a figure was tumbling down the windshield and rolling across the bonnet before disappearing behind the front bumper. The Yank. Gardner scrambled out of the avalanche. The Yank charged at him. Gardner was knocked off his feet and landed on his back. The guy was on top of Gardner and shaped a punch with his right hand. Gardner clenched both his hands around the Yank's wrists. They were locked in a stalemate on the floor. That fucking arm, Gardner realized. It was a fake. The Yank's strength overwhelmed Gardner. His forearms burned. The guy was halfway to pinning him to the ground when Gardner got a second wind. He headbutted the guy on the slope of his nose. The guy winced and the force on Gardner lessened. He sat forward and slammed his left hand against the avalanche's open door, sandwiching the Yank's head between the door and the doorframe. The Yank dropped. Gardner shot to his feet and sprinted across to Salvago. "Where's Emme?" I don't... Trauma had robbed Salvago of her voice. Her big, moist eyes glanced towards the shop, meaning Emme was still inside the pawn shop where Gardner had last seen her flee. "Let's get out of here," offering Salvago his hand. She looked at it, then back at Stokes. Gardner looked back at the avalanche. "He's dead, but he might not be alone. We need to go. Now." "I can't," she murmured. Fuck this, Gardner thought. He hauled Salvago to her feet. She didn't protest. Her hand was limp and cold. Gardner darted back into the pawn shop. He found Emme ducked behind the counter. "We're leaving," he said. "That guy, he's still out there." "He's finished." Emme nodded and stood up. Her eyes were warm and bright. Then they clouded grey and rested at a spot past his right shoulder. Gardner slowly turned round and saw the Yank. He was alive. His face looked like someone had worked on him with a mallet, purple blotches on his forehead, his nose bloodied. But he was most definitely fucking alive. Impossible, Gardner thought. But the Yank was pounding down the street towards the pawn shop. "Quick," Gardner said, seizing Emme's loose hand and gesturing to Salvago. He began walking towards the Yank. Wasn't afraid. Figured a smack to the face and the Yank would be put down for good. The blow to his head from the car door would have left him dizzy and disorientated.
But 4 meters from the pawn shop door, the windows rattled. Daylight cut out as rusting metal shutters tumbled down in front of the shop. Gardner saw the Yank standing outside, his body cut off by the shutters. The metal made a clattering racket as it sealed up the shop, a million snare drums sounding at once. Light crept in between the shutters. The only exit route blocked. "We're trapped," Emme said. Gardner had an idea. Maybe not. Emme asked what he meant. Gardner didn't reply. He was too busy turning back on his feet and making for the basement, beckoning Emme and Salvago to follow him. Chapter 15, 12:10 hours. The fluorescent tubes served as navigation aids and guided them down the staircase. Gardner bolted ahead. His left hand trailed. Emme held onto it. Gardner couldn't feel her fingers on the plastic, but he felt her breath, warm packets of it stroking his shoulder blade. Salvago was a couple of paces further behind. His eyes adjusted to the gloom, focused on the bulkhead doors the opposite end of the basement. "How far back is he?" he shouted to Salvago. She slowed a touch, looking over her shoulder. "I don't see him," then ahead again. "How are we going to escape?" "We'll use the bulkhead doors to get out. They must lead up to the street level," Emme said. "What if he follows us?" "That depends." "On what?" "How fast you can run." They were 20 meters from the ladder. Gardner's chest filled with watery air. "I used to be the junior champion at the 100 meters. Emme was quiet for a moment. "What about you?" "I'm going to take care of this guy." "His arm?" "Enhanced prosthetics," Gardner said. "I've heard about them. They were designed to help people with wasting diseases so they could control their limbs, give them their quality of life back. Then the Pentagon got hold of the idea and decided to test them on wounded US soldiers, use them as fucking guinea pigs." "That's how he was controlling the car?" The question from Salvago. Gardner didn't reply. The basement sank into a smothering darkness, like a Hessian sack pulled over his head. Everything switched off. The fluorescent lights, the computers in the numbers station, the lamps on the work tables. Tiny hammers tapped against the generator as it powered down. Gardner couldn't see a meter ahead of him. The blackness was silent and cold. "I can't see you," Emme said. "Keep a hold of my hand," to Salvago. "Hold on to Emme." Neither replied. Gardner pushed on. His steps had to be cautious, had to be slow. He had no way of orientating himself. Walking in a straight line in the pitch black was easier said than done. He heard an electrical whirring sound, like mechanical hydraulics. The whirring lasted for several seconds. It ended with a deliberate, dull thud at his 8 o'clock. He saw something amid the darkness. Nothing distinct. A soft patch of light lingered at ceiling height. The light, or what little there was of it, came from the pawn shop. One of the ceiling panels was lowering. Atop the panel stood an elevator. The Yank stepped off the elevator and into the shadows. Gardner froze. "What is it?" Emme whispered. Gardner steered Emme and Salvago in the direction he imagined the bulkhead doors to be. "Walk that way and don't stop. When you hit the ladder, open the doors and get the hell out of here." "I'm not leaving you," Emme said. "No one's leaving anybody. I'll see you outside. Now go." Emme's breathing grew fainter as she and Salvago made down the basement. Gardner was able to use the footsteps to gather his bearings. The footsteps stopped. Gardner pricked his ears and held his breath in his throat. He suddenly felt very vulnerable. A gust of wind whooshed over Gardner's face. At the end of the gust was a fist. The fist drove hard into his solar plexus. Gardner felt the knuckle tips connect, each one digging into his flesh like the flat head of a screwdriver. His bowels spasmed. He couldn't breathe. He still made an effort to fight back, slugged his right arm into the blackness in front of him, even as he doubled up in agony. He punched cold air. The wind swirled around him. Then it seemed to settle at his back and drop-kicked his lower spine. Gardner dropped to his hands and knees. A string of spit dangled from his lower lip. His lower back was on fire. Felt like someone pulling fucking staples out of his skin. He knows where I fucking am, Gardner realized, even though it's pitch black.
Gardner was powerless to stop the onslaught. The blows kept on coming. A 360 melee attack that left his senses scattered like marbles on the floor. He tried to push himself to his feet and felt the hard surface of a rubber sole stamp. The underside of a tactical boot crushed his right fingers. The joints cracked and grated. The pain through the fucking roof. He was dragged this way and that until he had no idea which way was up or down. His world was a universal black. The lights flickered on. The overhead panels cast shadows against the sheet metal walls. Gardner squinted. The guy was standing over him. They were next to the tablet presser. The yank appeared to turn on the presser just by looking at it. 100 moving parts clanked and whirled and grinded inside the presser. Gardner saw the punch come to life. It stamped up and down on the die plate, up and down, up and down. The yank gripped Gardner's right arm, his good one, and thrust it towards the die hole. The punch beckoned. Gardner struggled, but his body had taken a fuck of a beating at the hands of the yank. He had nothing left to give. Still, Gardner tried clawing at the yank's face with his prosthetic hand. His fingertips were at the press. Gardner imagined the press punching holes in his hand like it was a fucking file. Could feel the solid metal punch driving through his flesh and bone. He braced himself. Then the machine stopped. It shut down, suddenly. Then started up again, suddenly. The grip around Gardner's fist weakened. He was able to shake his arm free. The yank's arm was level with Gardner's face. He shaped to block, but knew that if the arm was anywhere near as powerful as he reckoned, no amount of blocking would save his ass. His face would be reduced to pulp. The guy's fist drove forward, and down instead of straight. Down to his balls. 8 inches from Gardner's face, the yank's hand curled sharply inward and smacked clean into his ballsack. The yank gasped. Dark stains traced down the front of his beige cargos. Judging from the blood loss, the guy wasn't going to be fathering kids anytime soon. Gardner rolled over to his side and sprang to his feet. He clocked Salvago sitting at the computer in the number station and typing furiously on the keyboard. Emma next to her. Emma ran towards Gardner. She shouted to Salvago to hurry up. The yank's hand was going haywire. So was the building. The lights flicked on and off like the basement was having an epileptic fit. The door at the top of the stairs opened and slammed. The elevator jerked 2/3 of the way up to the ceiling, then crashed to the floor. Everything seemed beyond Kruger's control. Especially the arm. It had a mind of its own. Kruger's arm punched the walls, leaving giant fucking craters in the solid metal panels. The guy had his left hand wrapped around the prosthetic aspect of his right, struggling to tame it. Gardner looked to Emma. "Let's get the fuck out of here." They ran towards the ladder. The bulkhead doors were flapping open and shut, seemingly of their own accord. They reached the ladder. Gardner was the first to climb it. Had to be. The bulkhead doors were going apeshit, slamming and opening on a furious loop. Gardner applied maximum force to the door, pinned it back to the road. Emma hurried up the ladder. Salvago was last. She raised her hand for a gimme. Gardner extended his own. "Come on, you can make it," he said. She reached for his hand. She clasped both her hands around his. Salvago was on the first rung. Gardner clocked Kruger charging behind her. "Get the fuck up," he shouted. Salvago was on the second ladder rung when it happened. Kruger made a grab for her. Gardner leaned in to try and haul her up at the same time, but the weight of the door was too much for Gardner. He couldn't hold on much longer. He leaned further into the basement, but Kruger was closer and had the edge. He dragged Salvago back from the ladder and punched her in the face. The punch was hard and true, like a torpedo. There wasn't much of a head left. The pressure from the bulkhead door finally overwhelmed Gardner. He rose to his feet and pulled away. The door slammed hard against the opening, sealing the yank inside. The last thing Gardner saw of the basement was the yank furiously tussling with his right arm. Salvago's body was beside him, her head unrecognizable. They had emerged onto an eyesore of a back street. Pubs with dark windows, tatty apartment blocks with darker ones. Moroccan family of 6, mum, dad, 4 kids in traditional garb except the teenage daughter, across the narrow road eyeballing him. Gardner held M.A.'s hand and paced quickly up the street, eyes forward. "What did Salvago do back there?" he asked. "She figured the man had to be controlling the car and the lights with a type of neural interface. Which is why the car was unmanned. He has to have control over the network using his arm. But networks work two ways. You control them, but they leave you exposed to attack from the outside." She smiled at the uniform grey sky. Gardner said, "You got a phone on you?" M.A. shook her head. Gardner said, "Then our next job is to find a payphone. Put calls into those media pals of yours. I hope you've got lots of change. When this breaks, it's going to be a hell of a story." Chapter 16. London, England, 1510 hours. St. James's Park in the autumn was preferable to the summer months, Leo Lang considered, as he drew up on a bench and crossed his legs. Summer meant tourists, all manner of unpleasant types with their curry smells and loud voices and camera clicking. He sat with his hands in his lap and watched the ducks bobbing along the lead-coloured lake, listened to the songbirds chirping in the shrubbery. Up from the lake was a children's playground. Autumn sun flicked sparks off the metal swing bars and slide. A dozen or so children, newly liberated from primary school, ran around in circles and screamed notes of excitement even the songbirds were at a loss to match. Parents looked on, their faces etched with caution. Caution about paedophiles. The fear uppermost in the minds of every parent in the country these days, Land thought. One young girl hung back from the throng and tugged pleadingly at her mother's leg. Land realized his hands were shaking. He was used to the shakes, had them for years. To begin with, they'd come and go. There was no rhyme or reason to them. But for the past 2 weeks, he'd suffered from them every single day. Land extended his left hand, palm facing down. He tried to still his hand. Didn't work. Stress, Land told himself. He looked at the children and felt a pang of relief in his throat. The relief did not last long. Another man was approaching the bench. He had the face of an old Navy admiral. A few sad streaks of white hair brushed across his liver-spotted pate. He wore a classic navy blue suit that had Savile Row written all over it. White shirt, conservative blue tie. Classic. Nothing unorthodox. Land noticed tufts of hair in the man's ears. He had never studied the man's profile side-on before. The man had not asked to take a seat. He simply took it up and unfolded his copy of the Evening Standard. The man then browsed through the news section, harumphed. He looked ahead at the children too. Seemed a bit preoccupied with them. "Leo," the man said. "Milton," Leo said back. Sir Milton Pierce, the incumbent Foreign Secretary, went to speak. But somewhere between his throat and his mouth he changed his mind, and only a short intake of breath escaped his mouth. Then Pierce lowered his head and furled his brow, like a man presented with a challenging maths problem. Land felt the onus was on him to talk first. "Someone is mounting a smear campaign against me," he said. Again, Pierce said nothing. "They're preparing to spread lies about me, Pierce. Outright, blatant and scandalous lies." Pierce said nothing. "They have friends in the media. They'll print these lies and bury me." Pierce said, "Do they have evidence to support these rumors?" Land shifted uncomfortably on the bench. "You know how it is. Technology these days means people create whatever truth they damn well please." "Indeed." Pierce shook his head. Land suddenly felt sick. "I'm afraid I can't help you, Leo. My hands are fully tied trying to keep our European chums on side. The bombs ruffled a few feathers, don't you know?" "Bastard," Land thought. "This isn't really my problem," he said. Pierce shrugged with his lower lip. "Very well." Land stood up from the bench. Pierce continued to stare at the children. "Well, I suppose I'm not the only person they will spread rumors about," Land said. Cracks appeared at the corners of Pierce's eyes. Land said, "These people have access to all sorts of nonsense." He smiled. "All unsubstantiated, of course." "What do you need?" Pierce said through gritted teeth. Land sat down again and leaned into Pierce. "A Europe-wide alert on these individuals. A man and a woman. Domestic forces on high alert too. I know that's not technically your ground, but you have the Home Secretary's ear. And a lot more besides," Land told himself. Pierce said nothing more, spent 2 minutes looking at the playground, sharing the silence with Land. Then he stood up and left the bench. Not so much as a goodbye. Land didn't care if they never spoke again. He checked his watch. 3:30. In less than 18 hours, the Middle East would be thrown into conflict once more. Chapter 17. Rotterdam. 1757 hours. They spent 40 minutes working their way through the streets before reaching Rotterdam Central Station. There, Gardner took to patrolling the station platforms and exits, looking out for anything suspicious, while Emme spent the last of their euros in the public phone box. On his third circuit, Gardner grabbed a Mars Duo and a Diet Coke from a vendor. The soft drink and the chocolate woke him up a little. With the last of the euros gone, they were out of cash and in need of a way home. Land would have blocked the credit card, and Emme didn't have a penny on her. He ran through options for getting hold of some quick cash. Emme hung up the phone and returned to Gardner. "It's ready," she said. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Parliament Square. Everyone's going to be there. Gardner wasn't listening. He was staring past Emme at a giant TV screen next to the live timetable. A photo-fit ID of a man and a woman filled the screen. The woman's face was like a blown-up version of Emme's. There was no sound from the TV, but a breaking news banner along the bottom read in English: "Murders in Rotterdam. Man and woman wanted for questioning by Interpol." "Joe?" Emme clogged the screen. She put her hand to her gaping mouth. "Oh, God." "Land," Gardner said. He grabbed Emme and took a less busy side exit out of the train station he'd noticed on his patrol. They emerged into a narrow street. "They're going to arrest us." "No, they're not. We're still going to make it to London." "But how? The news said the police are looking for us. We can't take a plane or a ferry. Maybe we can drive." Gardner shook his head. "Land's a cunning fucker. He'll have thought of that. The minute we give our details to the rental company, he'll know about it." "So what are we going to do?" Gardner said. "Snakehead." "I'm sorry?" "Smuggling people to England's big business here. The Chinese and the Africans are all at it. We find a snakehead, pay them, and hitch a ride back home." "And where do you find snakeheads?" "They'll have friends and family working on the inside of the port, giving them the heads up." "So we just turn up and say, 'Hi, can you get us to London?'" "Pretty much." "And what if they report us to the police?" "These are human traffickers," Gardner said. "They don't want to speak to the cops any more than we do." They took a roundabout route to the port, sticking to the back streets and steering clear of the main roads. The port was a bewildering network of piers, red and yellow and green shipping containers stacked like giant metal bricks. Ships of all shapes and sizes chugged in and out of each pier. Cargo ships, tankers, fishing trawlers, barges and lighter vessels jostled for space. It took Gardner 45 minutes to find the right person. Group of 5 Chinese workers huddling from the wind in a semicircle, smoking roll-ups and wearing somber faces. Gardner approached the guy he took to be the ringleader. He was taller than the others and a little older and podgier. He was hostile towards Gardner at first. Gardner explained his predicament. The guy listened impassively, brushing greasy black hair away from his face. When Gardner was done, he withdrew to the group and conferred. "My brother say he see you on TV," the Chinese said, making a throat-slitting gesture. It was difficult to understand whether the Chinese disapproved. "Then you know I'm not bullshitting," Gardner replied. "Pay first, then ride later." "I lost my credit card. I'll sort you out when we get there," Gardner said. The Chinese snorted. "Very funny. You're funny, man." He wiped the smile from his face so fast Gardner thought he saw it fly off and hit the ground. "You fucking pay now, or you no go." "That's us screwed," Gardner thought. Then Emme stepped forward. She was holding a plastic baggie filled with pills. The baggie was stuffed. Gardner reckoned there must have been at least 400 pills in the bag, street value of £3,000. The Chinese eyed the bag hungrily. "This enough?" He nodded and snatched the bag in the same instant. Gardner looked on, stunned. "A little souvenir from the basement," Amy winking at Gardner. "Come back here 9 o'clock, the Chinese said, his eyes glued to the baggie. The others leaned in for a closer look. He waved their prying faces away. "You don't understand," Gardner said. "We need somewhere to hide out. Otherwise we'll never survive that long." The Chinese finished his roll-up and blew smoke into the air. Said, "Come with me." They followed him into a warehouse. The warehouse was big and cold and mostly empty. A few containers were scattered about the place. Smell of industrial chemicals souring the air.
The Chinese led Gardner and Emme to an empty container. The doors were jammed shut, a crowbar shoved through the handles. The Chinese removed the crowbar and pulled open the door, the scrape of metal against concrete echoing through the cavernous warehouse. Dull light penetrated the darkness inside the container. Gardner made out several faces. He counted 9 pairs of desperate eyes, attached to 9 grubby, pale faces. "You stay here," the Chinese said, scowling at the faces inside the container and spitting on the ground. "I call you when time has come." Chapter 18, 21:13 hours. 3 hours later, and Gardner and Emme were summoned by the Chinese banging on the door. They were escorted out of the container. The other hopeful migrants began to rise at the sight of the Chinese, but he snapped at them. Something Gardner took to mean, "Sit the fuck down," because that's what the party did. Gardner and Emme emerged into the night. The air was crisp and quiet. Searchlights illuminated patches of an otherwise silted darkness. Emme yawned. She'd spent the past 3 hours asleep on his chest, the beat of his heart matching her breathing pattern. Gardner had craved 40 winks himself, but he didn't trust the other people in the container. Sleep would have to wait. "Quick, quick," the Chinese said. He ushered them across the pier. They came to the end of the pier. A barge was docked. Next to the barge was a small boat covered in black tarpaulin. The Chinese glanced across his shoulders at another guy standing watch at the pier entrance. The guy gave a thumbs up. The Chinese leaned over the edge of the pier and ripped off the tarpaulin. "You didn't tell me you took the pills," Gardner said. Emme shrugged. "Well, you shouldn't do drugs, and I don't, by the way. But I guess that I had to have some money to pay my way if I escaped, and, well, there they were. It seemed kind of stupid not to, given the circumstances." "Fair play," Gardner said. "Without them, we'd be screwed to get home." Gardner wasn't sure what he was expecting underneath. Maybe a piece of shit vessel with a leaking hull and a pair of oars for a motor. Instead, he was confronted with a mean-looking speedboat. The craft was 12 meters long and shaped like a traffic cone, the stern 4 times wider than the bow. The hull was made from glass-reinforced plastic, durable but lightweight. A 2-meter-tall top wheelhouse cabin stood in the middle of the deck, the size of a porter-cabin. The wheelhouse was painted black, like the rest of the boat. 8 250-horsepower engines were strapped to the stern. That's a fuck of a lot of motors, Gardner told himself. Evidently, a bag full of pills bought a great deal more than a spot in a lorry container and a small air vent. "You go now," Chinese said, shooing them away like they were pests at a restaurant. "No time! No time!" Another man bounded up the pier and joined them. He was middle-aged, dusty face, rust-belt beard with a greying ponytail tied at the back of his head, and a pair of wraparound Ray-Bans sitting on a peeling nose. He introduced himself as the pilot, said his name was Peterson. He had an American accent. Southern. Gardner figured Georgia or Alabama. Peterson didn't ask after Emme, or their reasons for wanting cover entry into the UK. On a trip like this, the less crew and passengers knew about each other, the better. "This thing will get us to the shore?" Gardner asked. "Depend on it," Peterson gobbing over the side of the pier. "We do 3 or 4 runs a week with this baby, but not usually with human cargo if you get my drift. You must have paid Chang here a good service fee." Gardner said nothing. He helped Emme onto the boat. She wobbled, almost lost her balance. One look at her, and Gardner realized she wasn't a big fan of the sea. Peterson said, "Anyways, we'll be doing 60 knots or thereabouts the whole way there." "Is that fast?" Emme holding tightly onto the hull with both hands. Peterson said, "About 70 miles an hour, land terms. But then you got to remember, we ain't traveling on no flat surface. Only way of guaranteeing we get in." Gardner surveyed the boat. Low profile, dark colors, 60 knots. You can probably outrun the Navy in this. Some chump looks at his radar. I'm just a fucking blur. They coasted off into a night black as a mineshaft, motors chugging as they cut through the waters. The distance to the English coastline from Rotterdam was 132 miles, or 115 nautical miles. At the going of 60 knots, they'd reach Felixstowe port in 2 hours.
Factor in the time to land undetected and gather their shit, and Gardner was looking at an ETA of midnight, leaving him and Emma with 9 hours to hit the road and wing it down to London. He noticed the deck was scattered with the leftovers from the last drug shipment. Spare rope, plastic sheets and buoy markers for dumping product overboard, and very flare guns, used to alert their contacts ashore of their arrival. The flare guns were bright orange, breech-loaded with a single 12-gauge round. 20 minutes into their trip, and the speedboat was bouncing up and down like a cork in a pan of boiling water. Stars dotted the dome of the sky, brilliant and raw. The smell of diesel fuel and sea salt corralled in Gardner's nose. He saw the blinking lights of ferries and tankers miles away. Reds, greens and yellows strung along the horizon like Christmas tree decorations.
"Wind's picking up," Peterson said. "It's gonna get bumpy."
"And this isn't?" Emma asked. She was ashen-faced.
"Try to focus at the horizon," Gardner said.
"What horizon?"
Something zipped through the air, unseen like an invisible dart.
Peterson grunted and flopped to the deck. Emma screamed. Blood squirted out of a hole in his neck. His legs twitched. Then Gardner made out a distinctive noise above the loud whir of the engines. He killed the engines to steady the speedboat and turned to face the stern. The guy with the prosthetic arm was riding on their coattails. Chapter 19, 21:55 hours. Kruger burned the engine on the Zodiac rubber raiding craft and drew alongside the Brit in his fucking bitch. Took him 2 hours to debug the virus she'd downloaded to the cyberware network. He was looking forward to making that bitch pay. He had chopped down the pilot with a single shot from the Stoner Rifle 25. The rifle was chambered for the 7.62 51mm caliber and accurate up to a distance of 1,500 yards. The detachable sound suppressor did its job as the round propelled out of the muzzle. The SR-25 was mounted on top of a Harris bipod. The bipod was connected to the underside of the SR-25 barrel along the length of its Picatinny rail system via a hardened aluminium adapter. A small computer chip was inserted inside the SR-25. The chip allowed Kruger to control the rifle through his arm. Heck, he only had to think about pulling the trigger, and the SR-25 obeyed. Kruger's employers usually demanded zero collateral damage, but the Zodiac had a max speed of around 35 knots and only half a fuel load in the tank, so killing the pilot had been the only way to catch up. When the Zodiac was parallel to the motorboat, Kruger stopped the engine and leapt over the void and landed on the other side, on the speedboat deck. The Brit saw him coming, but Kruger's arm was superhumanly fast, capable of delivering a 100 miles per hour uppercut before Kruger had even finished thinking about it. The Brit wasn't slow. He was fucking fast. Slugged a solid fist into Kruger's chest. He had a strong punch on him, the Brit, but not nearly enough to put Kruger down. He staggered on the deck and mentally directed the SR-25 barrel at the Brit's chest region. But the Brit was now diving at Kruger's legs. The SR-25 kicked up a little as the round was fired and the jacket ejected. There was half a second's silence, then a raging hiss. Bullet striking inflatable hull. This time, Kruger was knocked backwards by the Brit. He didn't panic. His arm gave him the tactical advantage, and, when it came down to shit, the Brit was going to be on the losing team. The Brit's fingers were searching for Kruger's eye sockets. He wants to fucking gouge me, Kruger thought. In your dreams, buddy. Kruger accessed the Zodiac through his mind and fired up the engines. Then he steered the Zodiac into the speedboat. The bow piled into the hull and rocked the speedboat. Felt like the whole world was sliding this way and that, like they were sitting on top of an angry whale. The bitch lost her balance. Woman overboard. The Brit said, "Aimee!" Kruger thrust his right arm up and clamped his fingers around the Brit's neck. His face blew up like a blowfish as air became trapped in his throat, depriving his brain of vital oxygen. Kruger imagined all those red blood cells inside his skull, desperately competing for air. Credit to him, the Brit fought hard. Both of his hands were trying to prise apart Kruger's prosthetic digits, but it was a futile act. Another 45 seconds and the Brit would be dead. That's all it would take. He could hear the girl splashing and screaming in the water. Kruger figured he'd leave her to drown or freeze. Whichever happened first, he was easy. 30 seconds. The Brit stopped pawing at Kruger's fingers. Looks like he's given up already, he thought. I figured he was a pussy. Came down to it, the SEALs had the beating of the SAS any day of the week. 20 seconds. Then Kruger noticed the Brit dropping his right hand down into his rear, scrabbling for something on the deck. Kruger tightened his grip and told the Brit to hurry the fuck up and die. 10 seconds. The Brit lifted something up in his right hand. Kruger couldn't immediately make it out. It was bright red and clunky. Then the Brit brought it level with Kruger's face, and he realized he was eyeball to eyeball with a Venery-branded flare gun. Son of a fucking bitch. The Brit pulled the trigger. The flare set fire to Kruger's upper right arm. The part that was real, not fake. The part that could feel pain. The flare's magnesium and nitrate mix ate into him like corrosive acid, burning away multiple layers of his flesh. Sparks rained down on his face, scorched his beard, and melted the cartilage in his earlobe. Kruger couldn't see shit. His world was doused to pyrotechnic green. His arm loosened from the Brit's neck as the pain overwhelmed him. Nerve endings fried and sent signals to his brain. It felt as if he was overheating at his core. He reached across with his left hand, trying to pat out the flare. But the heat... Sweet Jesus. Too fucking much. Then he felt movement. The Brit was dragging him across the deck. Kruger went to lunge at the Brit's legs, but the flare had turned the whole right side of him into a goddamn spit roast. The smell of burnt flesh took him back to Afghanistan. A smell nobody ever forgot. When he lashed out at Gardner, the nerve endings were screwed and the power drained from his arm. If anything, the prosthetic felt super heavy now. Still he fought, because he knew what the Brit was doing. Because Kruger would do exactly the same. The Brit shoved him halfway overboard. His legs on the deck, his body doubled over the hull. His head pushed just beneath the surface of the water. And in a weird way, he was relieved to be under the water, because the flare was extinguished and the chill North Sea cooled the wounds on his face, shoulder and arm. Then he saw the engine propeller units located either side of him, and he wasn't so relieved. The Brit was going to start the engines. Turn my head into fucking chop suey. He tried to push his head out of the water. Fought and fought and fought. He screamed into the water. Fuck you, you fucking English bastard sack of shit! But the words only came out as bubbles of air that floated to the surface and burst. The engine sputtered into life. Fucking son of a fucking bitch! Cunt ass! Chapter 20. Felixstowe. 0031 hours. Gardner rowed the last 500 meters to the port. By switching off the engines, he could keep the sound level to a minimum. He didn't want to disturb anybody, least of all some overzealous police. Not with his and Emme's faces splashed all over the evening news. Emme sat in the wheelhouse, shivering from her plunge into the sea. Gardner had wrapped her in 2 thick woolen blankets he discovered in an emergency compartment in the wheelhouse. She'd only been exposed to the water for less than a minute. Get her a brew and a new set of clothes, and she'd be okay. Gardner pulled up ashore 200 meters up from the private harbour where the sailing yachts and gin ships slept. He escorted Emme onto dry land, his mind on Leo and this final act of revenge. 9 hours to go. Chapter 21. London, 0839 hours. Leo Land paced up and down the Foreign Secretary's office. The office was a tasteless clash of the old and new. Fusty portraits on the walls, antique timepieces, and ergonomic sofas, glass coffee tables, and an HD TV. Pierce sat in his executive leather chair. He seemed relaxed. Land's mood, however, was darkening by the minute. "Try again," Land said, stopping in front of the antique floor-standing globe carved from solid beechwood. He ran his eyes over the exotic place names. Niger, Mauritania, Algeria, Egypt, Sudan. Damn it, this was supposed to be his gig, not bloody Pierce's. He could feel the chance of a lifetime slipping away from him. "I said, why don't you try them again?" Pierce sighed. "Because the answer will be the same. If the police had found them, we'll be the first to know about it. And, for God's sake, Leo, you can't smoke in here." Land left the unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. "I don't understand." "Understand what?" Land didn't reply, His mind was turning over scenarios in his head. If they come out with the truth now, he thought, I'm done for. I'll be fed to the bloody dogs. Think, man, Land told himself. There's got to be a way out of this. Land said, we should talk to the Israelis. Pierce raised one of his disgusting, unruly eyebrows. The liver spots on his forehead were pushed together in a sort of polka dot pattern. Oh? And do tell Leo, what good would that serve? We could encourage them to strike early, before these idiots have a chance to sabotage all the hard work. And you really think that the Israelis aren't going to suspect foul play when we come knocking on their door and asking if they wouldn't terribly mind getting stuck into the Iranians? Pierce tut-tutted. Land took a deep breath. The smell of polished mahogany filled his nostrils. Whoever they are, they can't go far. If they've made it to the UK, we would have picked them up by now. Pierce somehow frowned and smiled at the same time. Border agency is under dreadful pressure, he said. Thousands of people make it undetected into Britain every week, you know. And if this chap is ex-regiment... What the hell? Land gave his back to the globe. Pierce was staring out of his window at the street below. The secretary's office backed onto Parliament Street and the cenotaph. Land paced at the window and cast an eye over proceedings. A media scrum was making its way down Parliament Street, heading south, towards the House of Lords, the Treasury and Parliament Square. Land counted satellite vans from all the major news outlets, some reporters in cars, others on foot. They seemed to be in a frightful hurry. Sound booms and video cameras and digital tape recorders weaved amidst the scrum. Bloody hundreds of the buggers. Pierce said, I wonder what they're here for. Land said, I haven't the foggiest. But the trembling in his hands returned. Pierce called in his assistant, asked him to operate the 42-inch flat-screen TV on a stand next to the coffee table. The assistant flicked to Sky News. The feed was live, from Parliament Square. Land saw the figures on screen. He vomited a little in his mouth. Swallowed it. He scooped up his jacket. Where the hell are you going, man? He stopped, turned, stared daggers at Pierce. I won't let them do this, Milton. There's too much at stake here, for you as well as me. Pierce's eyes sank to the floor and tapered to slits, but he said nothing. Land stormed out of the room. Chapter 22. London, 08:56 hours. They stood on a sodden patch of earth at the eastern tip of Parliament Square. The ground was mulched from the peace protesters, whose tents and placards had occupied the square for years. Gardner and Emme stood side by side and felt their hands brush against each other. The morning was overcast, the sky a patchwork quilt of dirty white sheets. To his right was the grand fortress of Her Majesty's Treasury, and to his left the Purbeck marble and flying buttresses of Westminster Abbey. The two buildings stood at opposite ends, like chess pieces on a board. Gardner and Emme were poised to make their move. Emme was in her element. She'd spent the ride down planning her address. It was short, simple, and to the point. No pissing about with fancy phrases or endless waffle. She waited for the scrum to settle down, gave time for the photographers to set themselves up, and then she spoke. When she mentioned the involvement of foreign agents in the nuclear disaster at Istanbul, the reporters shouted questions at her 10 at a time, left, right, and centre. She paused. The voices simmered down. We have evidence, she said, her tone measured and confident, that persons within the British establishment were aware of collusion between the Russian and Israeli authorities to detonate the suitcase bomb during its transit to Iran. This girl knows how to play a crowd, Gardner thought. He scanned the rooftops and the slow-moving traffic encircling the square. They were in an area that afforded no protection, and Gardner had to remain vigilant. He had 3 fears. One, that the police would arrive at the scene and detain Emme before the truth got out. The morning was ugly, and it brought with it a blustery wind that stabbed his cheeks and made his eyes water. When this is over, Gardner thought, maybe I'll move abroad. Maybe with Emme. Somewhere warm and sunny. This person may or may not have been acting alone. What we can say is that he not only neglected to inform the government of the plan, but he actively encouraged that plan to succeed. This man's name
is Leo Land.
His second fear was that one of the reporters might be an undercover agent doing Land's dirty work. Gardner ran his eyes constantly over the journalists. They didn't necessarily have to be carrying a gun on their body. He'd heard of pistols being concealed inside the hollowed-out frames of video cameras. His third fear was Land himself.
He is partly responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands.
Emma cut herself short. A group of reporters were shouting at somebody deep in the scrum. Gardner stepped forward. Someone was trying to push their way to the front.
Out of my way!
The voice was unmistakable. His third fear was being realized. Leo Land barged through the scrum. He looked flustered. Crumpled shirt, his normally immaculate head of hair ruffled. He cast withering looks at the reporters, smoothed out his tie, and pointed a finger at Emma.
I demand you stop this nonsense at once, Land said.
Emma had a look in her eyes that Gardner couldn't place. Somewhere on the road between pity and loathing.
We have the evidence to prove it,
she replied in a flat voice. Land walked right up to Emma. Gardner put a hand between them. Land lashed out at him.
Get the hell away from me!
Gardner held his position. Said, if I were you, I'd be on the phone to a lawyer.
I rather think you're the one who should be phoning. Double homicide carries a heavy sentence, Joe.
Gardner stepped into Land's face. Get the fuck out of here. You're history. Land chuckled. I really don't think so, old boy. Land gave Gardner his back and marched to a spot just in front of Emma, facing the balcony of cameras and microphones. He tended to his hair, folded his hands in front of him in a pose of sincerity. He said,
This has gone too far. Before you listen to another word these two say, bear the following in mind. They're wanted by Interpol in connection with 2 murders in Rotterdam.
You framed us, Emma said. Land toyed with Emma, half turning his head.
Oh, you're innocent, are you? If you didn't kill them, why are you on the run?
He turned back to the reporters. Fucking unbelievable, Gardner thought. They're actually listening to this prick.
We have the documents to prove it.
Yes, my dear. You have some transcripts which have obviously been doctored. Well done. Gardner moved forward to lamp Land. Emma held him back. He shot her a quizzical look, as if to say, so we're just going to let him get away with this?
These people are traitors to the British government,
Land was lecturing.
There's more than just transcripts,
Emma said. Land stopped. His arms were spread-eagled like a preacher reading from the Bible.
Oh, really? Don't tell me. More fake documents and doctored scripts, my dear. Photographs, actually.
Then Emma whispered to Gardner.
I managed to decrypt the rest of the files.
Land was speechless for a moment. His arms drooped. What kind of photographs?
I think I'll just show people and let them make their own minds up.
Land lost his composure. Gardner wondered what the fuck Emma was banging on about. Whatever it was, she'd certainly struck a nerve in Land.
You little...
Land's lips quivered.
Bitch!
Emma blanked Land, held the USB drive in her hand, and looked at the reporters.
Someone got a laptop we can use? Then we'll see who is really telling the truth.
Someone approached Emma and handed over his Dell Inspiron. She plugged the drive into the USB socket and drew up the file. Reporters huddled around the screen.
You'll pay for this,
Land said. Gardner looked up. The clouded sky was clearing, like tide peeling back from a sandy beach. Sunlight poked through the clearing. Spots of it landed on the square. Something glinted on the rooftop of Westminster Abbey. Gardner frowned. Then he froze. The glinting thing was a rifle barrel. From 100 meters away, Gardner was able to pick out individual details on the shooter's face. He clocked a handlebar moustache and pasty complexion. He clocked the greasy head of hair. No. No fucking way. Dave Hands was aiming down at him. Gardner shot a look across to Emma. She was triumphant as she blew up the first of the pictures on the disc. She stepped back, almost presenting herself as a target. A red mill dot traced its way up her back, rested on the back of her head.